Chapter 1. Sign In. The Yin-Yang Primal Energy. Tang Nation. Qingcheng base city. I never expected to have crossed over. After several minutes, Su Yin finally accepted the reality of his situation. Although he was initially astonished by this abrupt turn of events, his composed nature allowed him to maintain a semblance of calm. As a youth of the new century, who hasn't harbored dreams of traversing worlds. In another life, Su Yun had lost his parents at a young age and had lived a solitary existence for many years, with little to bind him to the past. Yet the crux of the matter was, Su Yun wore an expression of utter bewilderment. He had transmigrated into the form of an infant. Looking around, he found himself in a warmly lit room, approximately 30 meters square, replete with a sense of technology. It was evidently a delivery room. He had recently emerged into this world. Su Yun felt an overwhelming absurdity. While others in similar tales often became wealthy elites or prodigious heroes, he had found himself swaddled in a cradle. What a predicament! At that moment, a few nurses in the room, with nothing to occupy them, began to tease Su Yun while engaging in hushed conversation. "This child is quite handsome," one commented. "Indeed, if this were the era before the cataclysm, he might grow up to be a star." "Alas, he was born in this time," another replied. "Yet who can predict the future? Perhaps this child will become a formidable warrior, slaying beasts and rising above the rest." "A warrior? That's difficult." Someone shook their head. Su Yin furrowed his brow. Warriors? Beasts? Had he truly crossed into a fantastical realm? Yet, from what he observed, this place was unmistakably a technological society. After listening for a while longer, he finally grasped the gravity of his situation. This world he had entered was once akin to Earth, a thriving technological civilization, but everything had changed 106 years prior. The cataclysm struck without warning. For reasons unknown, beasts had mutated into horrific monstrosities, rampaging across the land, slaughtering humanity and obliterating cities. They formed terrifying tides of beasts, annihilating everything in their wake, and even advanced weaponry struggled to withstand the onslaught, leading humanity to a perilous brink. Society faced instantaneous devastation. Yet, alongside this calamity, the energies of the universe became vibrant, illuminating the path of martial arts. Humanity gradually discovered methods of cultivation, allowing them to gain formidable strength and combat the beasts. After paying an immense price, humanity barely managed to establish a foothold. The world entered the age of warriors, burying the old world and ushering in the era of Tao. Now, in the year 106 of the Tao calendar, warriors stood as protectors against the beasts, revered and admired by all. Su Yun sighed inwardly. He had envisioned a leisurely path to the pinnacle of life through literary prowess, but reality had swiftly shattered that dream. There was no hope. In this world, only terrifying beasts and the resplendent martial arts awaited. So, to survive better in this world, I must become a warrior? Su Yun's gaze sharpened with understanding. Ding! A transcendent and booming voice suddenly resonated, echoing within his very soul. Ding! Host compatibility check passed, binding conditions met, system binding in progress, sign-in system loading progress, 36. Sign-in system loading progress, 96. Sign-in system loading complete. Su Yun paused for a second, his pupils contracting sharply. He immediately glanced around to confirm that he was the only one who had heard the voice. A system, the quintessential tool of a transmigrator, had finally arrived. Suppressing his inner excitement, Su Yun silently pondered. System, please introduce your functions. The host has one sign-in opportunity each day, through which rewards can be obtained. Additional functions will be unlocked as the host's strength increases. One sign-in opportunity remaining today. Does the host wish to sign in? At that moment, the two nearby nurses happened to step away, and without hesitation, Su Yun declared sign in. Ding! Host sign-in successful. Reward: Yin-Yang Primal Energy. This reward cannot be stored in space and will be used directly. As the system's voice faded, a stream of milky white gas materialized from the void, cascading down and entering Su Yun's body. He felt a warm, tingling sensation enveloping him, distinctly pleasurable. The energy coursed rapidly through his body, flowing from his skin, muscles, and veins, down to his bones and even the most minute tissues and cells. The infant form, already pure and untainted, became even more radiant and smooth, resembling exquisite jade after being refined by the milky white energy. As Suyin slowly opened his eyes, a glimmering light appeared within them. However, this miraculous phenomenon lasted only a moment before fading back to normal, as if it had been a mere illusion. Yin-Yang Primal Energy? Suyin felt a surge of joy. According to the information that surfaced in his mind, Yin-Yang Primal Energy was one of the 8 fundamental energies. It could only manifest at the moment of a being's birth, with an exceedingly rare chance of appearing, capable of purifying the marrow, refining the inner pathways, enhancing the foundational essence, and improving the innate cultivation talent of the being. At that moment, Suyin felt light as a feather, filled with a sense of power uncharacteristic of his age. Each of his cells seemed to unfurl, establishing a subtle connection with the surrounding world. Truly, the system is remarkable. Suyun's eyes gleamed with determination. With a system at his disposal, what was there to fear? He immediately formulated a plan. With the system's assistance, he would diligently cultivate in secret until he became the supreme being in this world. A low-profile development was the true path to success. Unlike protagonists in certain novels who, upon gaining a mere opportunity, become arrogant and boastful, causing chaos and drawing attention, only to meet untimely ends without the protagonist's halo, this was not strength, but foolishness. Why not quietly cultivate and grow? With a system augmenting his abilities, he would embrace this opportunity to start afresh. Being reborn as an infant is, in some respects, a tremendous advantage, Suyun mused, allowing him to comprehend this world from the ground up while avoiding the risk of exposure and disaster. Moreover, it would spare him numerous troubles, allowing him to concentrate on his cultivation. A world where martial arts and beasts coexist? How fascinating! Suyun murmured, a glimmer of indescribable emotion flashing in his eyes. Now that my transmigration is an unalterable fact, I must accept it. With a system at my disposal, I cannot afford to be lost and dazed again. Since I have arrived here, I shall ascend to the pinnacle of this world. Suyun's gaze darkened, deep and profound. A cold, sharp glint seemed to pierce through the air. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of fatigue washed over him. After all, he was still an infant, and the tension from his recent transmigration had drained him of considerable energy. His consciousness began to wane. Just then, 2 faces appeared before him, a man and a woman, both in their 30s. They spoke softly to one another, their eyes filled with indescribable excitement and tenderness as they gazed upon Suyun. Could this be my parents in this life? A fleeting thought crossed Suyun's mind before he succumbed to a deep slumber. Prior to the 100,000 words, I hope each esteemed reader will continue to support and refrain from stockpiling manuscripts for now, as this data is crucial for the author. Current realm divisions include Blood Qi Realm, divided into 9 levels: postnatal realm, innate realm, skyward realm, each further categorized into early, mid, late, and peak stages, and the divine ability realm, also divided into 9 levels. Chapter 2. The Divisions of Martial Arts. Qingcheng Bay City. 5th District, Linen Community, Room 302, Building 7, Living Room. Suyun sat cross-legged. After the refinement by the Yin-Yang Primal Energy, his exterior appeared largely unchanged, yet the development of his muscles and bones had vastly surpassed that of an ordinary person, allowing for normal movement without difficulty. System, allow me to sign in. Ding. Host sign-in successful. Awarded 1 bottle of Qi Blood Pill. Qi Blood Pill. A flicker of excitement crossed Suyun's face. The explanation that subsequently surfaced in his mind brought him joy. The Qi Blood Pill provides a substantial amount of vitality, aiding in physical cultivation. It is precisely what he needs at this moment. The first realm of martial arts cultivation is the Qi Blood realm. Qi and blood are the foundation of the human body. When they flourish, one enjoys robust health, while the opposite leads to frailty and illness. The method of cultivating the Qi blood realm involves refining the internal vitality and condensing blood patterns within a body. Each time a blood pattern is formed, the physical body grows stronger. To achieve the 9 levels of Qi blood, one must condense a total of 99 blood patterns. With a flick of his wrist, a jade-colored porcelain vial appeared as if conjured from thin air. Rewards obtained from system sign-ins are stored within the system's space, manipulable by thought. Upon opening the vial, he discovered 5 round, red pills the size of broad beans. Just a whiff invigorated his spirit. Is this the Qi blood pill? Su Yun extracted one from the vial and, without hesitation, placed it in his mouth. Typically, children in this world begin their martial arts enlightenment at 12. However, due to the tempering of their innate yin and yang energies, Su Yun could bypass this age restriction. The Qi blood pill was tasteless, dissolving instantly upon contact. It transformed into a warm current that surged throughout his body. Su Yun cast aside all distractions, holding his breath in concentration as he began to guide and absorb the energy of the Qi blood pill. Soon, he felt his internal vitality steadily increasing, and his physical form began to strengthen. An hour passed. All the medicinal properties had been refined. At that moment, Su Yun could not help but shudder as an explosive sound resonated within him, as if an invisible barrier had been shattered. Accompanied by a searing sensation, a slender scarlet thread slowly emerged from his left arm. Blood pattern. The blood pattern manifested for about 10 seconds before it automatically twisted and fused into his flesh, disappearing without a trace. Su Yun opened his eyes, a smile creeping onto his lips. I actually condensed my first blood pattern so quickly. The efficacy of this Qi blood pill is indeed extraordinary. He gently clenched his fist, a crackle echoing from his bones. With the integration of the blood pattern, his strength had significantly increased. Taking a deep breath, Su Yun's thoughts drifted to what he had recently discovered while searching on his computer in the study videos. The border defense forces of Yin-Yang Bay City besieging a scale armored beast. Amidst the ruins of a decayed city, a beast resembling a rhinoceros, towering at 5 meters, crashed through a small building, charging towards a barrage of bullets, crushing several armored vehicles and their occupants into mere fragments. Video, exclusive footage, a breathtaking blade, aura severing a golden-crowned silver eagle. In the heights of the sky, a giant eagle, measuring several meters, adorned with a golden crown and silver feathers, descended like a small fighter jet upon a diminutive human settlement, reducing it to ruins in an instant, blood and flesh scattering in all directions. In the next moment, a blade aura, extending 10 zhang, cleaved through the air, bisecting the golden-crowned eagle effortlessly. Scene after scene replayed in his mind, and Su Yun's expression gradually turned grave. This world is more terrifying than I had imagined. In those recordings, a solitary beast could obliterate an organized army, and it was not even the highest-tiered beast. Although firearms and artillery existed here, there were no intercontinental missiles or nuclear weapons of annihilation. Moreover, the strength of these beasts was so formidable that many conventional weapons had become ineffective. Before such terrifying creatures, ordinary humans appeared insignificant, utterly powerless. Only those wielding extraordinary strength, the warriors, could hope to stand against them. Su Yun pondered for a moment. No wonder in this world, warriors are esteemed and revered. With such immense power, and as the only ones capable of resisting the beasts, warriors indeed command respect. Martial arts have evolved over a century, forming a comprehensive and mature system. The divisions of realms are starkly defined. Qi blood, acquired, innate, soaring, divine power. Each realm presents a significant chasm from a next. Beyond divine power, there are rumored to be even stronger entities, but those are beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Even those possessing divine power are viewed as lofty figures, nearly divine beings, capable of protecting cities housing millions. The strongest in Qingcheng Bay City is said to be a warrior of divine power. This world is perilous. Fortunately, I possess a system. Only by growing stronger can one seize control of their fate. Thus, the path of cultivation continues. Su Yun dismissed further thoughts and grasped another Qi blood pill, swallowing it whole, initiating yet another cycle of refinement and absorption. Time flew swiftly in the midst of his cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, night had fallen. Su Yun opened his eyes, ceasing his practice. At this hour, his parents were likely returning home. Although he had not condensed a second blood pattern during this session, his internal vitality was evidently much stronger than before. This rate of cultivation is quite satisfactory, wouldn't you agree? Su Yun pinched his chin to condense a blood pattern during his first cultivation attempt was not an insignificant achievement. Before long, a series of footsteps echoed from outside. Su Yun turned, leaping lightly onto the crib, his expression instantly transforming into one of innocent charm. Chapter 3. The Blood of the Undying Phoenix, the 100th blood mark? Time flows inexorably. In the blink of an eye, a year and a half has elapsed. The completion of all blood marks is now within reach. As Su Yun cultivates, he ponders. His vitality surges, and 82 blood marks flicker in and out of visibility. His vitality has reached the 8th level. Over the past year and a half, aside from maintaining his disguise, he has devoted his time to signing in and cultivating. The reward from signing in are astonishingly varied. Some are utterly useless, while others include precious resources such as fasting pills, vitality pills, and even a selection of swords and blades. During this period, Su Yun has discerned certain patterns. The system's rewards do not seem entirely random. They appear to take into account the host's current strength and needs. Ding! Today's sign-in count has refreshed. Su Yun slowly exhales, halting his cultivation, and speaks. System. Initiate my sign-in. Ding! Host has successfully signed in. Reward. 1 drop of Undying Phoenix Blood. View reward explanation. Undying Phoenix Blood. The essence of the Undying Phoenix's blood. With a concentration of 1 in 10 million. Method of use. Swallow directly. Undying Phoenix Blood? Su Yun murmurs to himself, and a vivid crimson drop of blood materializes in his palm. The blood is cohesive, radiating an extraordinarily intense heat. Merely gazing at it for a moment evokes a sensation of burning, causing Su Yun to squint involuntarily. This reward seems extraordinary. Indeed, the Undying Phoenix is a legendary creature, reborn from flames and impervious to lava. Its essence cannot possibly be mundane. Gulp. Understanding the method of use, Su Yun swallows the Undying Phoenix blood without hesitation. Crackle. A series of explosive sounds resonate within him. Su Yun realizes that the Undying Phoenix blood is beginning to take effect. Longevity? The essence of immortality? A surge of excitement washes over him. However, before he can fully smile, an explosive force erupts within him. The Undying Phoenix blood detonates, transforming into countless crimson streams that violently surge through his limbs and bones. Humph! Su Yun's entire body trembles. Muscles tear, bones shatter, yet intermittently a life-giving aura permeates, instantaneously mending the damaged tissues. Tear, heal, annihilate, recreate. The cycle continues. Su Yun's vital energy circulates at an astonishing speed. 83, 84, 85, one after another. Blood marks begin to coalesce. Ordinarily, as one progresses, the difficulty of consolidating blood marks increases exponentially. Yet in this moment, the law is shattered. The blood marks emerge swiftly, integrating into flesh and blood, their speed, even accelerating. If other martial artists were present, they would likely be left agape at this sight. Is this truly a person? As the 99th blood mark successfully materializes, Su Yun's vitality surges like a tidal wave. He suddenly shakes his arm, and, at that moment, every muscle and bone resonates with a thunderous sound, echoing in unison. Crack! With a single flick, a low, muffled explosion reverberates through the air, akin to a whip cracking in the void. Vitality surges, sinews harmonize. This signifies the culmination of physical refinement and ascension to the pinnacle of vitality. Simultaneously, a grand and resounding system prompt echoes in his ears. Ding! Host absorbs Undying Phoenix blood. Lifespan 20 years. Ding! Host absorbs Undying Phoenix blood. Acquires the immortality trait. Level 1. Su Yun exhales slowly. I never expected that a single drop of Undying Phoenix blood could propel my cultivation to the peak of vitality. Ordinarily, through diligent practice, this would have taken at least 6 months to a year. 1 drop of Undying Phoenix blood has spared him countless days of arduous training. Furthermore, it has extended his lifespan by 20 years and granted him the immortality trait. Su Yun extends a finger and lightly grazes his left arm. Splurt. Flesh tears, revealing a centimeter-wide wound on his arm. Yet before blood can flow, the wound begins to visibly heal at an astonishing rate. And this is merely the first layer of the immortality trait. What might the second or third layers bestow? Could he truly regenerate severed limbs or be reborn from a single drop of blood? Su Yin feels a surge of anticipation. Wait, something feels amiss. Su Yin suddenly furrows his brow. Why does it seem as though he can continue to condense blood marks? His body appears to have yet to encounter a bottleneck. But isn't the existence of 99 blood marks an immutable law in martial cultivation? He has never heard of anyone breaking it. Su Yin is gaze illikers, regardless. I shall test this. Without hesitation, he resumes refining his vitality, cultivating as if to condense more blood marks. Gradually, Su Yin senses himself entering a wondrous state. Thump, thump. He hears the rhythmic beating of his heart, accompanied by the rushing sound of blood coursing through him, akin to rivers and seas in tumult. At this moment, in reality, boom, boom, boom. Su Yin's eyes are tightly shut, his vital energy boiling as if he can hear the thunderous roar. The 99 patterns merging with his flesh slowly emerge, drawing closer together toward his chest until they begin to merge, forming the 100th blood mark. At this moment, within the entire residential building, all inhabitants, regardless of what they were doing, suddenly experience a sense of oppression in their chests, their vitality surging tumultuously. Many feel an unexplainable sense of palpitations, as if a ferocious beast lurks nearby, its dark eyes fixed upon them. In District 1, the most bustling and central area, stands a towering 100-meter building. It is not the office of a corporation or the residence of an administrative hall, but rather the abode of a singular individual. No one dares to voice dissent or express doubt, for residing here is the unparalleled Lord of Qingcheng Bay City, the strongest being, the legendary martial artist of the divine realm, Qin Wu. Atop the building, in an open-air rooftop pool, Qin Wu, with a short beard and hair tied back, clad in simple martial attire, slowly exhales as he cultivates. With each breath, the surrounding air distorts violently. Suddenly, Qin Wu opens his eyes, his sharp gaze piercing the darkness, a look of astonishment crossing his face, one that has not appeared in many years. He keenly senses the atmosphere, and his expression shifts dramatically. Is this the ultimate realm? How is this possible? Who is it? Qin Wu abruptly rises, his eyes ablaze with light, an intangible wave radiating outward, rapidly extending into the distance, as if seeking confirmation of something. Yet before he can ascertain anything, the wave he sensed earlier gradually dissipates. Qin Wu's expression fluctuates again, but he quickly regains his composure. He speaks. Summon someone. Yes. A respectful voice emerges from the shadows. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Wu slowly articulates. Investigate all martial artists at the Vitality Realm within the talent ranks of Qingcheng City. No, not just the talent ranks. All Vitality Realm practitioners must be investigated. I want to know everyone's status. Tonight? Understood. Qin Wu waves his hand, furrowing his brow, murmuring, is it truly real? Or have I misperceived? However, the ultimate outcome will undoubtedly be fruitless. Qin Wu has already exercised sufficient caution and diligence, expanding the scope of the investigation significantly. Yet he cannot fathom that the source of the disturbance capturing his attention arises from a mere 2-year-old child. What is this situation? Su Yin lowered his gaze to the single golden streak remaining on his chest. Initially, it was merely an experiment, yet unexpectedly, he had succeeded condensing his 100th bloodline pattern. Or perhaps it should now be called a golden pattern. Boom! Su Yin thrust his fist into the air. Vital energy surged, bones resonated, and the atmosphere erupted once more. His strength had seemingly more than doubled compared to before. No matter. An increase in power was always a boon. Satisfied, Su Yin nodded to himself. A mere billionth of a drop of the undying phoenix blood had such a potent effect. What if it were a complete droplet? The thought flickered through his mind, accelerating his heartbeat for a fleeting moment. But just as swiftly, he dismissed the impractical notion. Such fantasies were best left as idle musings. A full drop would not only obliterate him, but likely reduce an entire city to ashes. Rising slowly, Su Yin stepped toward the window, His current residence lay within the 5th district of Qingcheng Bay City. Qingcheng, a metropolis of over 10 million, ranked among the foremost base cities in the Moonlight province of the Tang Nation. His gaze shifted, inevitably drawn to the city's perimeter. There, an immense defensive wall loomed, a colossal, primordial beast crouching upon the earth, encircling the entire base city. Its height easily surpassing 100 meters. The ashen gray barrier stretched endlessly, its boundaries nearly invisible to the naked eye. Su Yun tilted his head back, his expression tinged with solemnity. 100-meter wall. The Tang Nation, in its struggle against the monstrous beasts, had divided its vast territory into 10 defensive lines, with base cities as the foundational units. Qingcheng belonged only to the 6th line. Just how dire was the threat of these creatures? Was the outermost 10th line truly as secure as the authorities claimed? Sujuning felt deeply. This world was far less stable than it appeared on the surface. A sense of urgency welled within him. Power. Power was everything. Click. Click. Suddenly, Suin's ears twitched. Having ascended to the peak of his vital energy, his senses had sharpened exponentially. Even through multiple floors, he recognized the familiar cadence of approaching footsteps. Leisurely, he returned to his bed and sprawled across it. Thud. A minute later, the door swung open. His parents in this life, Su Wensheng and Feng Shui, entered one after the other. Su Wensheng, in his late 30s, wore black-framed glasses, exuding the gentle demeanor of a scholar from a bygone era. Feng Shui, tall and graceful, with delicate lips and a warm smile, radiated quiet elegance. "I'll prepare dinner," Feng Shui said, setting down the groceries and retrieving an apron from the rack. Su Wensheng nodded, placing his briefcase aside and carelessly shedding his coat. Then, with quiet steps, he approached Su Yun, studying his sleeping form before playfully poking at him, his face alight with tender amusement. Su Yun demanded expressiones. The next second, his face flushed crimson. "Wait, damn it! Don't touch there!" Naturally, his silent protest went unheard. Resigned, Su Yun exhaled inwardly. "Hurry up and grow up already." Chapter 4. Little sister, spirit-nourishing pill time flows inexorably. Another 6 months have passed. Su Yun is now 2 years old. Throughout this half-year period, Su Yun has diligently honed his vital energy and tempered his physique. In fact, he could have broken through several months ago, yet he chose to suppress his advancement, unwilling to rush. His rapid progression in vital energy necessitated further refinement to solidify his foundation. The journey of breaking through martial realms is fraught with peril, as many practitioners have met untimely ends due to unforeseen mishaps during their attempts. Su Yun remains exceedingly cautious, striving to be thoroughly prepared. The system prompts him to sign in. Ding! The host's sign-in is successful. He has obtained a postnatal pill. A postnatal pill? A smile graces Su Yun's face. As its name implies, the postnatal pill is a medicinal aid that enhances the probability of breaking through to the postnatal realm. It seems the time for his advancement has come. Seizing a moment when the house is devoid of occupants, Su Yun consumes the postnatal pill and commences his breakthrough. The postnatal realm signifies the ultimate refinement of the physical body, wherein vital energy surges within, guiding the internal force to emerge. Boom! Su Yun concentrates intensely, merging with the vital energy coursing through him. Soon, he feels a force erupting from within, resonating outward. The process is astonishingly effortless, even to the point of incredulity. Is this truly all there is? Su Yun wonders, recalling the year of patient refinement he has undergone, supplemented by the postnatal pill. If such a breakthrough were not simple, it would defy reason. With careful introspection, Su Yun perceives the internal force manifesting within him, formless and intangible, yet undeniably present. This sensation bears resemblance to the internal force depicted in ancient martial arts novels from his previous life, though its potency is incomparable. At this moment, having ascended to the postnatal realm and activated the internal force, Su Yun's strength has amplified beyond mere tenfold. The realm of vital energy is categorized into 9 levels, determined by the density of blood patterns. Subsequent realms, postnatal, innate, and ascendant, are further divided into early, mid, late, and peak stages. Su Yun has just entered the early stage of the postnatal realm, with internal force currently residing in his limbs. To channel the internal force into the torso, organs, and viscera corresponds to the mid, late, and peak stages respectively. As for the head, the entry of internal force signifies the key to transcending into the innate realm. After dinner, Feng Shui washes dishes in the kitchen, while Su Wencheng relaxes on the sofa, turning on the television for a rare moment of leisure. The news blares from the screen in the living room. Welcome to today's news from the Qingcheng Bay City. An innate powerhouse has emerged, slaying the bloodthirsty golden ape, a notorious beast on the ferocity rankings in the gray withered plain. A transport convoy of 100 met with a devastating ambush from the wild knights in the wilderness, resulting in total annihilation. The higher-ups of the administration are outraged, dispatching the 1st Border Defense Army from the Bay City for a retaliatory strike. Compared to Blue Star, the majority of news in this world revolves around martial practitioners. Lin Su from Qingcheng No. 8 High School has, at the tender age of 19, coalesced all blood patterns, achieving the pinnacle of vital energy. Rumor has it that Lin Su may become an innate warrior before the age of 22, potentially breaking records for Qingcheng Bay City. Today, we are fortunate to have Lin Su as our guest. The scene shifts to a strikingly handsome young man seated beside the host. He nods coolly, a gesture of acknowledgement, his eyes betraying an unmistakable air of arrogance. The host, undeterred, beams with a smile, asking, "I've heard that you have been chosen by a certain esteemed warrior as a disciple." Lin Su replies with a faint smile, "Indeed, that is true." Upon hearing this, the host's demeanor grows even more respectful. With talent coupled with the guidance of a powerful mentor, he is undoubtedly a promising figure for the future, a formidable force against the beastly scourge. The host's words flow rapidly, brimming with envy. With your talent and the mentorship of a strong warrior, you shall undoubtedly become a cornerstone of humanity's resistance against the beasts. As praises cascade from the host's lips, Su Wencheng reflects. 18? Truly a prodigy. Su Yun, seated nearby, falls into contemplative silence, his expression clouded with confusion. 19. Pinnacle of vital energy? An opportunity to become an innate warrior by 22? If this is deemed talent, what does that make me? For years later, a child with pitch-black eyes and a resolute countenance stands in the living room, his head lowered in deep thought. The juxtaposition of his youthful appearance and the gravity of his expression creates a striking contrast. This is now 6-year-old Su Yun. In this world, children are subject to strict supervision. For the vast majority of families, children are not permitted to venture outside before the age of 6. Yet, Su Yun remains unconcerned, exuding a sense of leisure and ease. Each day, he need only sign in to acquire various resources, continually augmenting his strength. Such fortune is indeed rare. After years of signing in, Su Yun's storage space brims with an abundance of resources. Yet, his greatest achievement lies in the elevation of his martial realm. Su Yun has successfully completed the refinement of his limbs, torso, and internal organs, and has now successfully channeled his internal energy into his head, progressing into the innate realm. Suddenly, a wailing cry pierces the air, disrupting Su Yun's contemplation. Not again. His expression shifts from calm to exasperation. 3 years prior, a new member joined their household, a little life. Su Wen's younger sister, Su Yao, with their parents, Su Wencheng and Feng Shui, preoccupied with work. The responsibility of caring for his sister naturally fell to 5-year-old Su Yun, a child who exhibited remarkable maturity and wisdom beyond his years. With clear and logical thinking, who would not feel at ease in trusting such a child? Listening to the cries, Su Yun is reluctant to respond, preferring to remain still. Yet, within 10 seconds, the intensified wails from the corner of the living room compel him to act. Approaching the crib at a leisurely pace, he leans in, glaring at the source of the commotion. Inside the crib, Su Xiaoyu, with her chubby cheeks and long eyelashes, gazes up at Su Yun with wide, innocent eyes. Strangely, upon his appearance, her cries cease immediately. She stumbles to her feet, extending her pudgy little hands toward him. "Brother, play. Heavens! Why must I engage in such antics?" Su Yin feels a wave of frustration. Play, play. Su Xiaoyu repeats incessantly. A pacifier is thrust into her mouth, only for her to spit it out seconds later, tears welling in her eyes once more. With no other option, Su Yin scans the room, and his gaze lands on a newspaper atop the table. He raises his right hand and gestures gently. Whoosh! A gust of wind swirls, lifting the newspaper into the air. Su Yin then clenches his fist, and with a resounding crack, the newspaper shatters into countless fragments, which hover around Su Xiaoyu, swirling like butterflies in flight. Wow! Su Xiaoyu gasps in awe, clapping her hands in excitement. Su Yin smiles gently, uttering a single word, consolidate. With a sudden rustle, the once swirling fragments of paper froze mid-air, as if ensnared within an invisible glass dome. Su Yin gently extended his index finger. The suspended shards began to move once more, aligning themselves along a predetermined trajectory, ultimately merging into pristine sheets of paper, as if the preceding chaos had merely been an illusion. The internal energy of a postnatal warrior can only circulate within the body, enhancing physical prowess and imbuing attacks with a peculiar force. In contrast, a congenital expert can channel their internal energy to the head, harmonizing their entire essence for external strikes. Su Yun gestured, enveloping Su Xiaoyu in a gentle wave of internal power, causing her to float gracefully into the air. Fly! Fly! Su Xiaoyu exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Manipulating her through the air for a few exhilarating loops, she eventually settled down, focusing intently on the scattered paper fragments. Su Yin exhaled, relieved. At last, that's dealt with. His tone was laced with impatience, though he seemed unaware of the faint smile that graced his lips. Orphaned at a young age, Su Yin had grown accustomed to solitude and indifference, donning a thick mask to shield himself from the world. Yet, upon traversing into this new realm, he found himself blessed with a father, a mother, and a sister, things he thought he could never possess again. The long-frozen barriers within his heart began to thaw. This sensation, perhaps, was not so bad. Su Yun chuckled softly. At this moment, he could no longer deny that the reasons for his pursuit of strength had expanded to include the desire to protect his family in this world rife with warriors and ferocious beasts. However, his secrets must remain concealed. Su Yin's gaze turned contemplative. Given his present age, possessing congenital prowess was unfathomable. It was a feat that, even in the wildest imaginations of others, was scarcely conceivable. Ordinary prodigies gain resources and status. Yet those who transcend to the realm of genius may attract the unwelcome scrutiny of formidable beings, an attention he felt ill-equipped to withstand. Nonetheless, with the system's assistance, ascending to the pinnacle of strength was merely a matter of time. Su Yun's expression remained calm. Time was his most abundant resource. From humble beginnings, he held confidence in his ability to construct a towering edifice of greatness. System, initiate my daily sign-in. Su Yin stepped aside to commence today's ritual. Ding. Sign-in successful. Reward. Spiritual Essence Pill 1. A smile broke across Su Yun's face. A spiritual essence pill. How remarkable. Chapter 5. Mental Exploration and the Supremely Ancient Civilization. What is God? Since ancient times, the concept of essence, energy, and spirit has prevailed. The so-called essence, energy, and spirit correspond to the three realms of martial arts cultivation: the physical body, energy, and spirit. The physical body corresponds to essence, energy corresponds to qi, and spirit corresponds to divinity. To advance to the innate stage, one must not only integrate internal energy to manifest outward, but also achieve a transformation where internal energy converges with the brain, giving birth to mental power, thus formally entering the domain of the divine. However, the mental power of newly emerged innate warriors is often quite feeble. The cultivation of mental power is ethereal and elusive. Apart from meditation and slow refinement, there are no other methods available. Yet, to transcend the innate stage and ascend to the soaring realm, one must materialize mental power, transforming the intangible into the tangible, and use this manifested mental power to construct a bridge connecting the inner and outer worlds. The manifestation of mental power is a formidable barrier that prevents many innate warriors from reaching the soaring realm throughout their lives. With the possession of the spirit-nourishing pill, this challenge can be surmounted. Su Yun felt a wave of elation. The spirit-nourishing pill can directly enhance the spirit, which is to say mental power. Curious about its effects, Su Yun could not contain his excitement and sat cross-legged to consume the spirit-nourishing pill. The medicinal power absorbed brought a refreshing sensation that surged into his brain, inducing an indescribable feeling of ease. Approximately half an hour later, Su Yun opened his eyes. The air seemed to tremble slightly. With a mere thought, his mental power enveloped an area of 100 meters, his previous coverage range. Now, he sought to explore the limits of his current capabilities. The mental power, once gathered around him, suddenly exploded outward, spreading in all directions. 200 meters, 300 meters. Like a wave of energy, his mental power enveloped a radius of 300 meters. Within this domain, every detail was crystal clear. Nothing could escape Su Yun's perception, not even a speck of dust, and walls offered no obstruction. He glanced downstairs. It seems no one is home. Next door? Oh, a group of guests is chatting in the living room. Upstairs. Su Yun's face flushed crimson, hastily retracting his mental power. How shameless to engage in such activities in broad daylight. It appears he must refrain from indiscriminate probing in the future. The effects of just one spirit-nourishing pill had significantly amplified his mental power. If he were to cultivate normally, it would likely take at least half a year to achieve such results. Su Yun felt a surge of joy within. One spirit-nourishing pill spared him countless days and nights of arduous training. At this rate, he would soon be able to materialize his mental power. Although the increase in mental power allows for the transformation from the intangible to the tangible, manifesting mental power to the extent of influencing reality remains the most challenging step. For ordinary innate warriors, the only path to the manifestation of mental power is through the accumulation of time and effort, often taking a decade or even longer. With a sigh, Su Yun acknowledged his embarrassment, yet the thrill of having a cheat code is undeniably exhilarating. Half a year had elapsed. During this time, Su Yun had signed in to acquire numerous spirit-nourishing pills. Now, his mental power had expanded to encompass a radius of 1,000 meters. Within this expanse, every flower, blade of grass, and leaf was under his command. He was just a step away from manifesting his mental power. It had been 6 years since he traversed into this world. Time truly flies. Now, at the age of 6, he was deemed qualified to venture outside. Although he possessed a temperament that could endure, remaining in one place for too long inevitably led to boredom. Moreover, he needed to learn more about the world. It seemed the time had come for an exploration. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Su Wensheng and Feng Shui returned home from work on time. Dad, Mom. Su Yun's eyes flickered as he looked at the two entering the house. Did Xiao Yu cause a ruckus again today? You've worked hard. I'll take care of her now. Gently patting his head, Feng Shui hurried to Su Xiao Yu and picked her up, beginning to change her diaper. Su Wensheng watched from the side, his face adorned with a genuine smile of happiness. A virtuous wife, a clever son, a lovely daughter. What more could one desire? At that moment, Su Yun raised his gaze towards Su Wensheng. I wish to go outside and take a look. Su Wensheng paused, ceasing to tease Su Xiao Yu, and gazed earnestly at Su Yun. You want to go out? Su Yun nodded. Yes. Su Wensheng adjusted his glasses. Tell me more. He neither expressed agreement nor disagreement. Su Yun's eyes glimmered as he said, I am already 6 years old, and according to the rules, I have reached the age where I can go outside. I wish to see the world and learn more about it. Hearing this logically coherent response, Su Wensheng felt a sense of nostalgia. Indeed, you have grown. At 6 years old, it's time for you to experience and understand certain things. Just then, he added, coincidentally, I have time off on Friday. I will take you out to sea. After saying this, Su Wensheng glanced at Feng Shui, seemingly seeking her opinion. Feng Shui pondered for a moment before nodding. I have no objections. Take Su Yun out on Friday. You needn't worry about home. I will manage just fine. Simultaneously, she cautioned, just be sure to stay safe. Don't go near the city walls. I understand. Su Yun breathed a sigh of relief. This outing was not of great consequence in itself. With his capabilities, he could hardly be confined by a mere door. However, obtaining permission to go out would greatly facilitate his future endeavors. On Friday morning, Su Wensheng had already taken Su Yun out onto the streets. Su Yun's gaze darted about, taking in the surrounding sights. This was his first close observation. Looking up, he beheld a towering forest of steel and iron. Rumbling, the light rail zipped through the air, traversing through holes carved in the walls, skimming past skyscrapers, and darting through dark tunnels like phantoms. Beneath the light rail, vibrant neon lights illuminated the surroundings. Above, airships flickered with flames, gliding by like whales breaching the surface, casting out dazzling words. Welcome to District 5. The technological style of this world differed significantly from that of his previous life on Blue Star. The cataclysm that befell civilization had nearly obliterated the nascent industrial society, yet perhaps it was also related to the resurgence of energy particles, as humanity began to excavate remnants of supremely ancient civilizations. Before the current civilization, there seemed to have existed a magnificent ancient civilization that ultimately perished. According to some remnants, it appeared that era was also centered around martial arts, although descriptions of martial prowess seemed overly exaggerated. The 5 emperors traversed the heavens, governing the world. Heavenly kings and saints stood tall, traversing mountains and rivers. Martial artists wielded their might to cleave mountains and part seas, rivaling the sun and moon. A single wrath from the strong could stain the land in blood. Of course, the vast majority of scholars deemed these descriptions as mere exaggerations. If the supremely ancient civilization had indeed been as glorious as depicted, how could it have faced annihilation? From the remnants of the ancient civilization, humanity not only acquired a wealth of knowledge regarding martial arts, but also unearthed fragmented ancient technologies, culminating in the present-day society through study and deciphering. As they walked along the street, in a moment of reverie, Su Yun felt as though she had returned to the blue planet. Meanwhile, Su Wensheng narrated the history of this world, the outbreak of the Cataclysm era, the establishment of the base city, and the rise of martial arts. They strolled down the thoroughfare until they came upon a vast square, bustling with throngs of onlookers, their voices a cacophony of excitement. What could it be? Su Yun wondered, a hint of surprise in her expression. It must be a contest among esteemed martial artists. Su Wensheng glanced upward, then turned back to Su Yun, explaining, occasionally, the administrative hall invites powerful martial artists for exhibitions, showcasing their prowess to inspire the populace to pursue martial cultivation. Shall we take a look? Although she had seen some videos circulating online, Su Yun felt a genuine curiosity about witnessing an authentic martial duel. In reality, I don't believe I've ever seen martial artists engage in combat, she mused before nodding in agreement. Yes, let's go. Chapter 6. The Sign-In Technique. Crimson Lotus divine eyes after tremendous effort, drenched in sweat, Su Wensheng finally managed to squeeze in alongside Su Yun. Before them lay a vast arena, constructed with a colossal structure that gleamed with a chilling luster. Atop the platform stood 2 figures. One was tall and aloof, wielding a long spear, while opposite him was a burly middle-aged man, barehanded. Come! The middle-aged man bellowed suddenly. Before his voice had even faded, he leaped fiercely, the sturdy ground of the arena fracturing instantly beneath him. The spear-wielding man did not flinch. With a single sweeping motion of his arm, the spear whistled through the air, striking with a thunderous crack. The impact resonated like a metallic explosion. The arena beneath their feet seemed unable to withstand the force, and a layer of its surface shattered with a resounding crash. The onlookers instinctively recoiled, their gazes filled with awe. Such strength, terrifying indeed, 2 youths remarked, their eyes glimmering with admiration. This arena is forged from mixed metals, and yet it shattered upon their first clash. Indeed, they are warriors capable of battling fierce beasts. They murmured, casting sidelong glances at the combatants. Below the platform, Su Wensheng too bowed his head in reverence and envy, whispering to Su Yun-san, do you see? This is what it means to be a warrior. They were invited by the administrative hall, and their remuneration. It could be upwards of 100,000 or even more. Meanwhile, Despite my years of hard work in a renowned corporation, my salary barely reaches 5,000 a month. Beyond monetary rewards, the privileges that warriors possess are innumerable. Without becoming a warrior, one remains a commoner, but once one attains formidable strength, they ascend to the upper echelons of society. In politics, the military, and business, to hold a high position, one must have a powerful warrior backing, or possess exceptional martial prowess oneself. Son, this is the essence of being a warrior. Suyin raised an eyebrow, realizing that the status of warriors in this world exceeded his wildest imagination. However, as he turned back to the arena, his interest waned. Through his perceptive abilities, he discerned that neither of the combatants was even a postnatal warrior. They were merely at the blood essence stage. The exact number of blood patterns they had condensed or their stage of blood essence held no significance for him. They were merely ants of varying sizes. At that moment, the two combatants were locked in fierce combat, a spectacle that astounded ordinary spectators. Yet to Su Yun, their struggle resembled a childish scuffle, the disparity between them too great to bear. Bored, Su Yun recalled that he had yet to sign in for the day. Let me sign in first, he thought, mentally intoning, system, sign in. Ding. Host sign in successful. Obtain the technique Crimson Lotus Fire Eyes. Would you like to extract it now? Crimson Lotus Fire Eyes. Is it truly a technique? Sujungast softly. Upon reaching the postnatal stage, warriors could begin to cultivate and manifest various techniques, enhancing their strength or achieving wondrous effects. Techniques, in essence, represented a higher application of power. For warriors, these techniques were immensely valuable. The vast majority had no opportunity to possess them. After all, most techniques circulating in this world stem from the excavation of ancient civilizations and were scarce, often fragmented. To his surprise, he had signed in and acquired a technique, particularly a rare technique. System, extract. Su Yun commanded without hesitation. The techniques obtained through the system required no study. They could be mastered instantaneously. No sooner had he spoken than a torrent of immense memories surged into his mind, swiftly comprehended and digested. All attention, including that of Su Wansheng, was fixed upon the two warriors engaging in battle, oblivious to the tranquil figure of Su Yun, whose pupils gradually transformed into a golden hue, with two blazing crimson lotus flowers igniting deep within his eyes. With a breath, Su Yun closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, they returned to their normal state. This technique, astonishingly, was driven by spiritual energy. By expending spiritual strength, one could silently plant a crimson lotus imprint within the enemy's spiritual sea. Once activated, both body and spirit would be seared, a cruel and covert maneuver. Excellent. A smile crept upon Su Yun's lips. This exceedingly rare technique could serve as a formidable trump card for him. Chapter 7. At the moment when Su Yun acquired the Crimson Lotus Fire Eye through the infusion of the system, the two combatants on the stage finally ceased their fierce struggle. The arena resembled a battlefield, in utter disarray, littered with numerous small craters and scattered debris. Breathing heavily, the two fighters withdrew their weapons, taking a moment to compose themselves as their gazes flickered towards the audience below. The onlookers hastily averted their eyes, aware of the impropriety of meeting the warrior's gaze. The burly middle-aged man scoffed derisively. A bunch of insignificant ants presume to have us perform martial arts for them. It is as if we are mere monkeys being paraded about. How absurd. Can they even comprehend what they are witnessing? Su Bao interjected, such words are unwise. Opposite him, Lin Yu planted his spear into the ground, smiling calmly. After all, the remuneration from the administrative hall is quite generous. Otherwise, neither of us would be here. Su Bao merely snorted, dismissing the remark, and turned to leave, his time too precious to squander in such triviality. Warriors often held their pride in high regard. To them, commoners were entirely separate beings. Below, Su Yun exhibited a disinterest, sighing softly. He had hoped to gain inspiration from witnessing the combat between warriors, yet found these two to be utterly lacking. Silence enveloped the surroundings, an abrupt stillness settling in. Su Yun raised his head, observing the shock on the faces of the crowd, particularly the pallor of Su Wansheng. Had he inadvertently voiced his innermost thoughts? The spectators trembled inwardly. their eyelids twitching in disbelief. Who was this child to dare question a warrior in public? Was he courting death? Some could hardly suppress a gulp. Angering a warrior could lead to dire consequences according to martial law. Should a civilian provoke a warrior without cause, it was permissible to detain or punish them. What constituted a civilian? Beneath the warriors, nearly all were civilians. Lin Yu and Su Bao, who had prepared to depart, halted simultaneously, turning to regard the source of the disturbance. Su Wensheng, his face drained of color, hastily admonished, "Son, what nonsense are you spouting? How could you dare question a warrior?" Silence. Even if a warrior chooses not to pursue this matter with a child, you must not speak so. It seemed to be the first instance Su Wensheng, typically mild-mannered, had spoken with such severity. Upon closer inspection, his voice bore a tremor of apprehension. "So you understood." In this world, the authority of warriors was so vast that they could openly punish civilians without consequence. Lin Yu, intrigued, chuckled softly. The two had yet to utter a word. Yet he had successfully countered the child's audacity. Should they pursue the matter further, it would reflect poorly on them, appearing petty and lacking in grace. Su Bao let out a cold snort, his gaze turning icy. Too weak? How dare he be labeled as such? Yet, given Su Wensheng's earlier remarks, it would be inappropriate to act against a child at this juncture. However, could this matter simply be dismissed? With an indifferent expression, Su Bao's gaze settled upon Su Wensheng. The dignity of a warrior was not to be trifled with. Someone must bear the consequences. This man had dared to scheme against a warrior with his words. How laughable. For he believed himself significant. Should he choose to protect his son, the price would fall upon him. In an instant, Su Bao's vital energy surged, pressing down upon the pale-faced Su Wensheng, who tightly grasped Su Yun's hand, instinctively shielding him. This force was artfully controlled, directed solely at Su Wensheng, unnoticed by those surrounding them. A warrior, having suffered indignity, was permitted to take lethal action. Su Bao believed that his mild reprimand was a sign of mercy. Lin Yu seemed to sense something, his brow furrowing slightly, yet he ultimately remained silent. Offending a warrior for a stranger was hardly worth the risk. At that moment, Su Yun, feeling the perspiration pooling on Su Wensheng's palm, lifted his head. His expression revealed not a trace of fear, nor any flicker of emotion. Though ordinary individuals could not perceive the pressure of vital energy, it was impossible for him to remain unaware. The impact of this force would not be lethal at first glance, yet the aftermath would be dire, if fortune did not favor him. Su Wensheng might find himself bedridden for the remainder of his days. In that moment, Su Yun's dark pupils glanced toward Su Bao. Their eyes met. At that instant, Su Bao felt as though he had collided with an ocean. The previously coalescing energy collapsed like fragile bubbles, replaced by an overwhelming pressure, exponentially greater than before. Crashing down upon him. What is this? Su Bao's heart raced in horror. He stood frozen, akin to a lifeless statue, unable to move. Not from a lack of desire, but from sheer terror, for he sensed that any movement could lead to his demise. Su Yun lowered his gaze slightly. "Father, let us depart." "Oh, let us go." Su Wensheng, noticing Su Bao and Lin Yu's seemingly nonchalant demeanor, finally reacted, hastily pulling Su Yun away. Only once they vanished from sight did Su Bao feel the immense pressure dissipate. "Su Bao?" Lin Yu inquired, puzzled. Sensing something amiss with Su Bao, Lin Yu had only felt the dissipating energy, nothing more. Su Bao remained silent, gasping for breath. What had just transpired? What manner of creature was that child? Deep within his eyes lay a profound fear, and he realized with a start that his back was drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 8. The fiery inferno and the terrified innate several hundred meters away, on another street, Su Wensheng was incessantly admonishing, "Son, what you did today was far too perilous. You must understand, he is a martial master. If anything were to happen to you, what would I do?" The authority of a martial artist is not to be trifled with. A profound sense of dread enveloped Su Wensheng. For ordinary individuals, a martial artist could easily dictate their very existence. Su Yun remained silent, head bowed. After a few moments, he suddenly inquired, "What about innate martial artists?" Su Wensheng was taken aback, his intended caution faltering as he momentarily pondered how Su Yun had acquired such knowledge. He shook his head with a wry smile. "Son, innate martial artists, They are truly significant figures. You must realize that in our entire Qingcheng Bay City, with a population of millions, there are merely 247 innate martial artists. It is precisely due to the presence of these formidable warriors that our base city has endured. Otherwise, humanity might have long been extinguished. Su Yin contemplated this. 247 indeed. Su Wenchang continued to voice his grievances. Fortunately, the two martial masters we encountered today were magnanimous. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. By the way, you must not mention this to your mother. She would undoubtedly worry. Su Yin said nothing. Yes, they were indeed generous. Alas, I cannot afford such leniency. In my previous life, the loss of my parents was an everlasting scar upon my heart. In this life, fate has granted me what I should never have regained. I shall not permit its loss again. A dragon has its reverse scale. To touch it is to court death. My parents and sister are my reverse scale. Touch them, and one shall surely perish. Moreover, if that individual learns of my strength, and it is revealed, trouble will inevitably follow. Thus, it is better for him to perish. Su Yin cast a calm glance behind him. As for whether Su Bao deserved death, it suffices that I believe him deserving. However, given the circumstances at the time, simply killing Su Bao would not have been a judicious course of action. Therefore, he had left a little gift on the other person. In the deep of night, in the first district within a secluded, ancient villa, the creak of the gate announced the emergence of a figure who looked down upon Su Bao, standing respectfully outside, and said, "Please come in. The master wishes to see you." "Thank you, thank you," Su Bao replied repeatedly, a glimmer of joy flickering in his eyes. He then followed the figure into the courtyard, maintaining a respectful demeanor. As a martial artist, Su Bao would not deign to regard an ordinary guide. But the key was that the owner of this place was an innate powerhouse. One must respect the master. Due to certain fortuitous circumstances, Su Bao had once assisted this innate powerhouse, earning a favor that he had intended to reserve for a time when he would break through to the acquired stage. However, after the events of the day, he decided to call in that favor. The incident had left him feeling increasingly unsettled. The villa was expansive, featuring artificial hills, small lakes, and winding paths. After 5 minutes, they finally arrived at the entrance of a quiet room. A faint voice emanated from within. "Enter." Su Bao, not daring to delay, ascended the steps and pushed open the door. The room was sparsely furnished, containing merely a table and a few chairs. A lean man in black sat upon one of the chairs, exuding an indescribable pressure that enveloped Su Bao. His expression tightened, but he soon relaxed. The stronger the opponent, the greater his guarantee of safety. The black-clad man inquired coolly, "Su Bao, why do you seek me at this late hour?" Su Bao slightly bowed. His previous arrogance vanished. He opened his mouth to recount the day's events, but suddenly he seemed to hear a faint voice resonating directly within his mind. The voice softly murmured, "What a pity. Buzz." Su Bao's scalp tingled. A chill coursed through him as his eyes widened in instinctive fear. He turned to the innate master, exclaiming, "Lord, save me." The lean man in black seemed to sense something amiss and swiftly grasped Su Bao's shoulder. In the next moment, the black-clad man noticed a flicker of terror in Su Bao's eyes. Suddenly, 2 burning lotus flowers materialized within his pupils, and then an eruption of crimson flames engulfed Su Bao, as if the fire were emanating from his very soul, searing his body inch by inch. "Damn it!" the lean man exclaimed in fury, channeling his inner energy as he reached for the blazing flames. Boom! However, upon contact, he felt a piercing pain in his head, and was abruptly flung several feet away, crashing into the wall of the chamber, leaving a dent in it. Before anyone could react, Su Bao was consumed in agonized cries. Utterly incinerated, leaving no ashes behind. Silence reigned. A profound stillness enveloped the room. In the midst of the pain and chaos in his mind, the lean man in black was filled with horror. This is mental energy? To be able to leave mental energy within a human body and affect reality. This is beyond comprehension. He sensed a faint residual thought from the perpetrator, realizing that even without the manifestation of mental energy, the one who had left this mark was likely not far away. How could mere Inconsequential martial artists like Su Bao have provoked someone so close to manifesting their mental energy? The two were worlds apart. Su Bao, Du Fun. The innate master was filled with rage and dread. He had merely owed Su Bao a small favor, intending to repay it and clear their slate, yet now he found himself entangled in a significant predicament. The distinction between a manifested mental energy and one that had not yet manifested was monumental. The levels of power were entirely different. The manifestation of mental energy implied the ability to bridge the heavens and the earth, akin to the threshold of ascension, or even half a step into it. Fool! Fool! The lean man in black was consumed by fury. If the individual who left this mark turned their gaze upon him, the mere thought sent shivers down his spine, sweat beading upon his brow. He had only ascended to the innate level by sheer chance. And after all this time, he remained in the early stages. He might never have another opportunity to advance. To be targeted by such a formidable being, he would not know how he met his end. Suddenly, the lean man had a realization. Outside, a voice called, "My lord, do you have any orders? Quickly, sever all ties with Su Bao. Furthermore, I expect his family to suffer. Do you understand?" The voice outside hesitated slightly. Wasn't he Su Bao on good terms with their lord? "Go now," came the furious demand. "Yes." The voice outside startled, not daring to dispute further, and hurriedly departed. Inside the room, the lean man in black wore a grim expression, his heart racing with anxiety. He wished only to distance himself from Su Bao as swiftly as possible. He was not familiar with him. He hoped the powerful figure would not direct their wrath toward him. In reality, all his efforts were in vain, for Su Yin only intended to eliminate Su Bao and had no time to trace him. This exemplifies the stark contrast between the strong and the weak. Even the slightest action from the powerful instills trepidation and unease in the feeble. Moreover, the weak dare not take risks, for a miscalculation could lead to their demise. Chapter 9. The Aoki Ethereal Sword in the tranquil life of cultivating and signing in. Time has swiftly passed another year. A child with fair skin, sharp features, and bright black eyes walked down the road, carrying a large bundle. "Aunt Wang, Grandma's son," he greeted patiently along the way. "Ah, Su Yun, are you out buying things for your family again? Look at him, my son, who is the same age, is just running around aimlessly." At the entrance downstairs, Su Yun was about to open the door when suddenly, a figure rushed out with great urgency. "Sister," he called out. It was a tall and curvaceous woman, seemingly in her late 20s, clad in a black uniform adorned with silver insignia and two shimmering silver stripes on her shoulders. This was the uniform of the Administrative Hall's Inspection Division. The two silver stripes indicated that she was a Level 2 inspector. "Ah, little Su Yun, long time no see," Dong Qian said, her mouth curling into a slight smile as she leaned down to pinch Su Yun's cheeks playfully. "You've grown, haven't you? I remember when you were this small." Dong Qian gestured, her laughter bright and cheerful. She patted Su Yun on the head. "I have an important mission to attend to, so I must hurry. Go home quickly. Don't worry your Uncle Su and Aunt Phone. Work hard. And when you embark on your martial path, if you become a martial artist, you can join our inspection division, and I'll look out for you." With that, she departed in a hurry. An inspection division mission? Su Yun turned his head and gazed for a moment. Dong Qian lived in the same building, and their families had a good relationship, often meeting. Dong Qian had shown a certain talent in martial arts and joined the inspection division after graduation, becoming a Level 2 inspector. The starting rank for inspectors is Level 3, the lowest level usually occupied by ordinary people, while a Level 2 inspector must be a martial artist, though a Level 2 inspector is not particularly noteworthy within the inspection division. For the residents of the Falling Cloud community, Dong Qian was a source of pride and envy. "Seems like I'm not the only one growing up. Sister Dong is too." Su Yun coughed lightly, carrying his belongings up the stairs at a leisurely pace. He took out his keys and opened the door in one smooth motion. Today was Saturday. Feng Shui had gone to a friend's house, and Su Wencheng was in his study, using what Su Yun considered an ancient computer to study. As soon as Su Yun set his things down, a sudden crackling sound filled the air, followed by an announcement echoing throughout the community. "Attention residents. The inspection division has issued a wanted notice for the violent criminal Jiang Hong, who escaped from the 18th prison. He is suspected to be fleeing towards the 5th district. Residents are advised to remain vigilant and exercise caution. If you have any relevant information, please report it to the inspection division. A fugitive? Su Yin pondered, stroking his chin. Could Dong Qian's mission be related to this escapee? He recalled the urgency with which she had departed. Such matters indeed fell under the jurisdiction of the inspection division, and it was quite plausible. However, it had little relevance to him. The world was truly perilous. Shaking his head, he silently instructed, "System, check-in, ding, check-in successful. You have received the reward. Aoki Ethereal Sword Technique. Would you like to extract it now?" The Aoki Ethereal Sword Technique? Another martial art. Su Yin felt a wave of satisfaction. Over the past year, he had accumulated numerous martial arts through his check-ins, including the agile flying bird technique and the life-risking blood blade technique. Yet, he still lacked a direct offensive capability, and the Aoki Ethereal Sword seemed to fit the bill perfectly. However, he did not rush to extract it, for his sister, Su Xiaoyu, came stumbling in. "Brother, play with me." Su Yin felt a headache coming on. "Play, play, play. All you ever think about is playing. If you weren't my sister, I would have tossed you off the balcony by now to prevent you from constantly interrupting my check-ins and cultivation." As night fell, Su Yin suddenly opened his eyes in the darkness. He raised his hand as if grasping something, and a wave of mental energy surged forth, enveloping the room. Even if Su Wencheng and Feng Shui were to wake up, they would only find themselves peacefully lying in bed. Su Yin opened the door and, with a flicker of movement, vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already on the rooftop terrace. Finding a suitable spot, he sat cross-legged. Over the past year, Su Yin had acquired numerous spirit-nourishing pills through his check-ins, yet he still felt he was one step away from manifesting his mental energy. Normally, with consistent training, he could achieve manifestation in a year, but he was dissatisfied with this pace. If other innate martial artists knew his thoughts, they would surely be furious, exclaiming, "In a year and a half, you've gone from weak to nearly manifesting your mental energy, and you still think it's slow? Shouldn't it take 10 or even dozens of years of painstaking effort?" Fortunately, he had the system. A smile crept on Su Yin's face. This past year's check-ins had not only yielded spirit-nourishing pills, but also several gathering spirit pills. These pills could guide the user's mental energy, enhancing the likelihood of manifestation. Patience was key. Su Yin took a deep breath. The cultivation of mental energy was perilous and fraught with dangers. A single mistake could lead to irreversible consequences. Even with the aid of gathering spirit pills, he needed to ensure his state was optimal and seek the right opportunity. First, he would extract the rewards from his previous check-in. Su Yin silently commanded, and a flash of azure light suddenly emerged from the void. It swiftly entered his brow, flooding his mind with a torrent of information. A vivid image materialized in his mind's eye. From his perspective, a man stood in midair, clad in a blue flame robe, with sharp brows and a handsome visage, exuding an overwhelming aura, as if he were a legendary sword himself. Before him loomed a massive, fearsome creature resembling a dragon. Fierce and formidable, yet at that moment, it was retreating in panic. With a hum, the man extended a hand and gently swept it forward. A streak of azure sword light cleaved the heavens, instantly bisecting the beast and painting the skies red with its blood. In reality, an immense pressure suddenly enveloped Su Yin, sharp and piercing, radiating outward in all directions. The air resonated with the sound of the sword's song, exuding a chilling aura of death. In that moment, he felt as though he had transformed into an unparalleled sword, ready to unsheath. With a snap, the weeds and wildflowers at the corner of the terrace were severed, and the surrounding rusted scraps trembled and vibrated. Slowly, Su Yin opened his eyes. The Aoki Ethereal Sword Technique is a formidable sword art. Gradually retracting the overflowing sword intent within him, Su Yin's gaze brightened. This sword technique was incredibly fierce and domineering, as if there were nothing it could not cleave. Suddenly, Su Yin lifted his head. He sensed a fluctuation of vital energy. A martial artist? His gaze shifted in a certain direction, and with a thought, His mental energy surged forth. It seemed he had seen something, and Su Yun's expression turned startled. The next moment he rose, his body flickering as he effortlessly crossed 100 meters. Flying bird technique. Atop another towering edifice, Su Yun descended gracefully, her toes barely touching the ground before it shattered beneath her. Once more, she soared into the air. Her form moved with such swiftness that it transformed into mere shadows, vanishing into the embrace of the night. Chapter 10. The sword from afar approaching the old city within a dark and narrow alleyway. A sudden crash reverberated as the concrete bricks shattered, and a figure shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, racing at a speed exceeding 30 meters per second. Jiang Heng's mood grew increasingly volatile. In his peripheral vision, he perceived a figure relentlessly pursuing him, the distance between them diminishing with alarming rapidity. Damn it! At this rate, I will surely be caught. Get away! Jiang Heng bellowed, leaping forth with the agility of a cheetah, his energy surging as he unleashed a powerful punch. The air crackled as he struck a man in his 30s, armed with a gun, at the alley's entrance. The man's chest caved in violently, and he was flung against the wall like a severed kite, dying almost instantaneously. He hadn't even had the chance to pull the trigger. Bathed in moonlight, the clothing of the gunman unmistakably identified him as a member of the patrol division, albeit a mere third-tier officer, indicating he was not yet a martial artist. Unaware of the danger he courted, Jiang Heng pressed on, bursting out of the alley. For someone like him, who had ascended to the 9th level of vitality and was near the pinnacle of martial prowess, ordinary people were exceedingly fragile, even when armed. At the moment Jiang Heng emerged from the alley, he encountered a woman passing by with a young boy. A ruthless glint flashed across his face. The pursuer behind him seemed to sense the impending doom, accelerating with urgency. Yet they were but two ordinary individuals, hardly able to react before Jiang Heng seized them, his large hand gripping their throats. Don't come any closer, or I will kill them, Jiang Heng roared. Jiang Heng, an angry voice echoed from behind, but the figure slowed, gradually becoming clearer from the shadows. It was Dong Qian, advancing with a furious expression, her face etched with frost. Jiang Heng, give it up. Do you truly believe you can escape? You are a martial artist. Is it not shameful to threaten me with the lives of two ordinary people? Jiang Heng scoffed. Shameful? What is face when compared to life? Considering the crimes he had committed, he would likely face execution before being sent to the front lines. Thus, he was left with no choice but to fight for his life. Stop talking nonsense. Jiang Heng glanced at the two terrified individuals in his grasp, laughing mockingly. They are merely ordinary people. If their deaths can secure my survival, it is an honor for them. Don't move, he suddenly shouted. Dong Qian halted in her tracks. Do not play your little tricks. Jiang Heng regarded her with a sardonic smile. I am aware of your reputation among the younger generation of the patrol division. What a pity you are still too young. If it were those seasoned officers, they would undoubtedly choose to sacrifice these two to eliminate me, for they understand the consequences of a martial fugitive blending into the crowd. You, Dong Qian trembled with rage, her heart ablaze. Rationality urged her to prioritize capturing Jiang Heng, for he was cunning and dangerous. Yet, she could not bear to witness the innocent lives of the two before her snuffed out. Ha ha ha! Jiang Heng laughed maniacally. If that is the case, then we shall meet again. In an instant, he struck the two individuals in the chest and hurled them toward the nearby wall, swiftly pivoting in the opposite direction. Scoundrel! Dong Qian seethed with fury, lunging into the air to catch the two, dissipating the force of his throw, but they had already been rendered unconscious. However, Jiang Heng, who had feigned an escape, abruptly pivoted, his feet pounding the ground as he charged towards the airborne Dong Qian, a glint of murderous intent in his eyes. He had no intention of fleeing. Jiang Heng was astute and well aware that he had sustained significant injuries during his escape from prison, which had only worsened during his flight. Even if he used these two to buy time, how far could he truly run? Killing Dong Qian was the only way to secure a genuine respite. At this moment, Dong Qian was still midair, unable to leverage any support, and she was burdened with the two unconscious individuals. A sense of despair crept into her heart. Is this how it ends for me today? Time seemed to stretch infinitely. her soul trembling as the specter of death loomed ever closer. In that fleeting instant, countless thoughts raced through her mind. Jiang Heng's gaze was fierce, his energy surging as he leapt high, gathering all his strength to deliver a devastating blow. Die. Just then, in midair, Jiang Heng's body erupted with goosebumps. A martial artist's instincts were sharp. He sensed a faint gaze from afar, locking onto him. Channeling his vitality, he shouted, "Oh!" Swish! In the next moment, a sharp and unparalleled azure sword light traversed hundreds of meters, piercing through his forehead. Thud! The vitality he had summoned could not even delay his demise for a fraction of a second. Jiang Heng's eyes widened in disbelief. He opened his mouth, falling helplessly from the air, an expression of confusion, incomprehension, and bitter regret etched upon his face, mingled with terror frozen in time. Hundreds of meters away, what had seemed irrelevant by day now bore dire consequences by night. Atop a skyscraper, Su Yun slowly retracted his right hand. The power of the Qingmu Ichi sword was indeed remarkable. He glanced down, observing the pitiful scene below. Better for him to be dead. Moreover, it provided an opportunity to test the sword's might. And now that he had encountered Dong Qian, he could not simply stand by and watch. This marked his second act of killing. Yet within Su Yun, there was not a trace of discomfort, only an abiding tranquility. Perhaps this was the true essence of himself. He did not linger. Su Yun turned away. It would be prudent to avoid entanglements with the patrol division for the time being. In a world ravaged by ferocious beasts, establishing a stable order could not rely solely on mercy. As one of the violent departments directly under the administrative office, the patrol division was undoubtedly fortified by true powerhouses. He was not so arrogant as to believe that he could disregard the patrol division with his current capabilities. His time to reveal himself had not yet come. Chapter 11. Manifestation of a Spirit, soaring into the void bang. Dong Qian and the two others landed smoothly. What on earth is happening? Dong Qian was completely stunned, her mind nearly frozen in disbelief. After a few seconds of daze, she maintained her vigilance and cautiously approached the motionless Jiang Heng lying on the ground. Upon closer inspection, her face instantly filled with shock. He.S. dead, truly dead. A gaping wound, the width of a thumb, brutally pierced his brow, robbing Jiang Heng of all vitality. There was no chance for resistance whatsoever. Jiang Heng's face, frozen in a mask of utter terror and disbelief, contorted painfully. A chill gripped Dong Qian's heart. He was killed in an instant, with no ability to fight back. She examined the body, her fingers brushing against the bloodied wound on Jiang Heng's head. Buzz. The air around her seemed to resonate with the sword's song. A sharp, almost palpable sword aura pierced her fingertip. It was only after staggering back several steps that Dong Qian steadied herself, her eyes filled with astonishment. What a terrifying sword aura! Even a mere remnant from the corpse could inflict harm upon her. No wonder he was slain in an instant. Once prideful, Dong Qian had achieved the 9th level of Qi in blood at her young age, solving numerous cases, ranking among the top 30 of her generation in the inspection division. Yet now, the realization that Jiang Heng, cunning and treacherous, could be killed from a distance with a single strike reduced her pride to ashes. In the presence of true strength, she felt utterly insignificant. However, she reassured herself of her youth and the time she had, believing that even against this formidable opponent, she might one day surpass him. At that moment, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a figure turning away atop a distant high-rise. A shiver ran down her spine. Was it he who struck? No. Dong Qian furrowed her brow. Not only did she possess considerable talent in martial arts, but among her peers in the inspection division, she also excelled in specialized courses such as investigation and shape recognition, consistently ranking first. Though it was just a fleeting glance, the silhouette appeared distinctly juvenile. It couldn't have been him. The true assailant was likely long gone. To unleash such a lethal sword aura from so far away, the attacker must be a being of transcendent strength, certainly not a child. How could that be? Dong Qian shook her head, amused by the thought. Such a powerful figure, even if a prodigy, would surely be in their 30s or 40s. The real perpetrator had likely departed already. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps echoed as several third-level inspectors arrived on the scene. Head. Dong Qian glanced at them, inhaling deeply before commanding, "Take these two to the hospital, and also remove Jiang Heng's body. The fallen team member deserves a proper burial. I will personally inform their family later." Understood. After ensuring everything was in order, Dong Qian couldn't help but look back one last time towards the distance before swiftly leaving the scene. As for the events that followed, Su Yun was oblivious. At that moment, he was prepared to consume a pill to manifest his spiritual power. After striking with a sword aura that killed Jiang Heng, he sensed a faint opportunity for the manifestation of his spirit. It was time. Regulating his breath, Su Yun grasped a handful of concentration pills and placed them in his mouth. The pills dissolved instantly upon contact, as the medicinal power transformed into a torrent of energy. It surged into his spiritual sea, enveloping and compressing the spiritual energy within. As the compression continued to intensify, a critical point was reached, and the nearly condensed spiritual energy erupted like a thunderclap, swiftly enveloping the spiritual sea, where a faint mist began to appear. This mist was no longer an illusion. It was a tangible existence. He had finally succeeded in manifesting his spiritual power. The next step was to prepare for his ascent into the void. With a surge of determination, he immersed himself in the depths of his spiritual sea, beginning to manipulate the now mist-like spiritual power to construct a bridge to the heavens. Within the spiritual sea, the mist churned and swelled like waves, and after an indeterminate period, an ethereal bridge materialized from the void, extending outward into the world. The bridge to the heavens. At the moment this bridge appeared, all the particles of energy surrounding it erupted violently around Su Yun. He sprang up, stepping to the edge of the platform, and with a single leap, his feet left the ground, standing amidst the raging winds, suspended in the air. With the bridge to the heavens manifested, he had transcended the limitations of the physical body and gained the ability to fly. However, the height and distance achievable by those at this level were still quite limited. Only those with divine abilities could soar freely among the heavens above. Countless energy particles surged into his body through the bridge, incessantly refining the internal energy within Su Yun, making it denser and more powerful. Finally, it was complete. A smile crept onto Su Yun's lips as he stood suspended in the void, gazing down at his hands, slowly feeling the torrent of power coursing within him. At that moment, the first light of dawn began to break on the horizon. Had the night already passed? Su Yun was taken aback. The breakthrough had felt instantaneous, yet an entire night had slipped away unnoticed. It was time to return. Su Yun smiled softly. Whoosh! His figure almost transformed into an afterimage, vanishing from a spot like a wraith. Fortunately, the rooftop was deserted, unseen by any, lest they mistake him for a ghost. Chapter 12. 13 years. Time flows like a finger snap. 13 years have passed. Outside the Qingcheng Bay City lies a vast expanse of wilderness, a territory belonging to the beasts, a forbidden zone for humans. It is desolate and cold, with faint roars echoing intermittently. The White Bone Gobi, a region notorious for its perilous reputation, is often referred to as the land of death. Not just ordinary folk, but even seasoned warriors seldom dare to approach this place. This is due to the presence of a whole clan of purple-bearded giant wolves that roam the White Bone Gobi. If one were to consider the beasts they least wish to encounter, wolf-type creatures would undoubtedly rank high on that list. Wolves are pack animals, and their mutated counterparts retain this trait. Encountering a small group of mutated wolf beasts in the wild necessitates not an attempt to fight, but a swift retreat. For lurking nearby may be an entire pack. At that moment, 20 miles from the Bay City, on the rooftop of a watchtower, Chun-Ing, clad in military attire, stood resolutely, her duty to vigilantly monitor the wilderness within a 100-mile radius through a long-range electronic telescope, particularly focusing on the White Bone Gobi. As usual, all was quiet in the surroundings. The telescope's lens slowly rotated, revealing only scattered beasts wandering about, none of which warranted alarm. Suddenly, a resounding chime echoed from the city walls 20 miles away. Chun-Ing exhaled deeply, preparing to lower her telescope when an anomaly caught her eye. She widened her gaze. peering through the lens, and discovered what appeared to be a person at the edge of the wilderness. In a flurry, she adjusted the focus and magnified the image. There, 100 miles away, on the jagged stone beach, a figure donned in a white mask was slowly walking. Judging by the physique, it seemed to be a man, hands clasped behind him, exuding an air of simplicity and ease as he turned his back to the base city and gradually ventured into the white-bone gobi. A person? Has he lost his mind? Shock coursed through her. The wilderness is a paradise for beasts, and the white-bone gobi is the most treacherous of all. Even a well-prepared transport convoy of warriors, equipped with elite teams, would find no hope of survival traversing the gobi at night. Yet here stood this man, all alone, without even a weapon. Is he intending to take his own life? Even for a warrior, this is an act of sheer folly. The number of warriors claimed by the white-bone gobi surely exceeds 100. Could he be an inexperienced beast hunter? Beasts are not merely harbingers of disaster. They're flesh. Bones and scales are valuable resources for crafting weapons, medicines, and remedies, fetching exorbitant prices. Hunters specialize in slaying these beasts, comprising both warriors and ordinary folk who band together to hunt weaker creatures with specially crafted weapons. Some even venture out alone for greater rewards. Qingcheng instinctively categorized this individual among them. Gritting her teeth in exasperation, she thought, this fool, no matter how much money he makes, what good is it if he has no life to spend it? Suddenly, Qingcheng's expression froze. As a member of the border military stationed at the watchtower, the sound that erupted was not unfamiliar. In fact, it was all too recognizable. It was the roar of the purple-bearded giant wolf. Almost as if to validate her fears, the ground began to tremble. The sound grew increasingly closer, akin to a dragon stirring beneath the earth. In the far distance, a multitude of green glowing points emerged, not fireflies, but pairs of fist-sized pupils. The wolves, with their gray-black bodies, towered several meters tall, resembling armored vehicles, with limbs as thick as pillars. Each hair stood erect like a steel needle, their sharp fangs and claws capable of easily rending steel, with a tuft of purple fur adorning their chins, heightening their eerie appearance. Even before they approached, an overwhelming pressure washed over her. What was even more suffocating was their sheer numbers, thousands upon thousands, swarming like a tide of rodents, sending chills down her spine. The purple-bearded giant wolves of the white-bone gobi. Has the entire clan mobilized? Qingcheng's heart trembled. Even a warrior would likely be torn to shreds in an instant. Her mind raced, struggling to comprehend why the purple-bearded giant wolves would collectively rise up en masse. She could only think one thing. This man is doomed. Through the telescope, she observed the figure had seemingly spotted the oncoming tide of beasts and had come to a halt, appearing stunned, standing still as if paralyzed. Run! Hurry and run! Even knowing he could not hear her, Qingcheng shouted in desperation. At that moment, the distance between them had closed to within 500 meters. Sighing inwardly, she resigned herself to the inevitable. Her kind-hearted nature could not bear to witness the impending bloodshed, and she prepared to lower her telescope. Yet in that instant, her expression froze, her gaze transfixed. She saw the masked man finally move, his hands still clasped behind him. He took a step forward and then leaped into the air. Suddenly, it dawned on Qingcheng. The reason the pack of purple-bearded giant wolves had mobilized might be that they sensed a threat. The figure hung suspended in mid-air, winds howled around him, yet his clothing remained undisturbed. The eyes beneath the mask subtly shifted, taking in the throng of roaring beasts. His voice was calm and steady. Let me practice my newly acquired sword formation on you. As his words faded, he raised his hand. Buzz. Countless silver threads wove between his fingers, condensing and collapsing, ultimately forming a silver sphere of light. With a flick of his finger, the silver projectile shot skyward, ascending rapidly and transforming into a silver dragon amidst a burst of blinding light. Then it turned back, descending as a long sword, crashing down with a thunderous roar. In the vast sky above, it seemed as though a multitude of swords rang out in unison, as if thunder was rolling from all directions. Centered around this long sword, beams of sword light materialized, soaring and layering upon one another, dense and overwhelming, ultimately blanketing the entire sky. Beneath the vault of heaven, the sea of swords cascaded down, like the very heavens themselves were collapsing. Countless dancing sword lights poured down like a torrential river, roaring as they descended. Boom! In the years to come, Qingcheng would never forget this moment, as if it were etched into her very soul. The bright white moon, once pristine, was suddenly stained crimson. 100 miles away, beneath the moonlit night, a sea of sword light poured down from the heavens, slaughtering countless ferocious beasts. The figure in the mask stood aloft, exuding an aura of invincibility. Qingcheng's heart raced, nearly halting her breath. Who on earth is he? Her heart pounded wildly, a whirlwind of emotions. Unable to contain her curiosity, she instinctively adjusted the lens for a closer look. However, at that moment, the masked figure suddenly turned a glance in her direction. A single glance, locking onto her position. Across 100 miles, Qingcheng could discern the intricate patterns within Su Yun's pupils, as his gaze expanded in her mind, consuming her vision in an instant. Bang! The telescope was abruptly cast aside. Bang! Qingcheng's face turned ashen, and she staggered back several steps, a sharp pain coursing through her mind, her body trembling with fear. What manner of gaze was that? From a distance of 100 miles, she sensed her intrusion had been detected, accompanied by a clear warning conveyed through that very look. Cease your prying, or face dire consequences. Qingcheng took several deep breaths before finally regaining her composure. Yet her pallor remained evident. In a low voice, filled with trepidation, she murmured, seemingly to herself, yet as if addressing someone far away, "I shall not speak of this." She stood in silence for a full 10 minutes, until the figure of Su Yun had vanished into the distance. Only then did she turn to leave, descending to the ground floor, where she utilized a satellite-secured phone to connect with the headquarters of the Border Defense Forces. "What is it?" came a voice, deep and authoritative. "This is Outpost Number 2, code 87690. Qingcheng, requesting the withdrawal of the Level 3 alert regarding the Bone Desert and the elimination of associated files." "What?" The voice on the other end expressed confusion. "Reason?" In a hushed tone, Qingcheng replied, "The purple-bearded giant wolves of the Bone Desert appear to have been eradicated, though the cause remains unknown." There was a moment of silence on the other end, as if processing the entirety of the information. After several seconds, a voice filled with astonishment responded, "What?" Chapter 13. Power. A chilling glimmer shot forth from the south, traversing the vast and desolate wilderness in an instant. Before long, the majestic defensive wall of Qingcheng Bay City loomed ahead, towering to a height of 100 meters, resembling a colossal guardian shielding the entire city. A figure clad in black, adorned with a white mask, soared upwards into the high skies of the Bay City, ultimately descending into a courtyard within the 5th District. He gradually removed the mask from his face, revealing the visage of a young man who appeared to be merely in his 20s, his complexion pale, features sharp and defined. As the mask fell away, his dark hair cascaded around his ears, while his brows, profile, and forehead bore an edge reminiscent of a sword. However, his eyes, deep and dark like black gemstones, held a languid tranquility, imbued with a calmness that was almost unsettling. This was Su Yun, who had now spent 20 years in this world since his arrival. As he materialized in the courtyard, shadows emerged from the darkness. Over a dozen figures approached, each kneeling before him on one knee. "Master," they intoned respectfully. Su Yun responded, his tone languid, as if accustomed to such reverence. He casually drew a chair beside a table in the courtyard and sat down. Over a decade prior, Su Yun had begun to establish his own power. For many endeavors in this world cannot be accomplished by a single person alone, a fact independent of one's cultivation strength. He could not engage in every matter personally. Before him stood a group of individuals, the weakest among them being postnatal martial artists. Among them were even innate warriors, some emanating an aura that unmistakably signified the Void Realm. Such a force, if known, would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the entire base city. Yet, these individuals were merely a fraction of his following. Over the years, through systematic sign-ins, Su Yun had amassed an abundance of cultivation resources. Many items had become superfluous to him, Yet even a mere token offering could incite a frenzy among countless martial artists, igniting a storm of bloodshed. With these resources, it was exceedingly simple to recruit and nurture a cadre of loyal martial artists. As for betrayal, as long as he remained, no one would dare to betray him. Nor could they. Just then, the leader of the group, a short-haired man in his 40s, stepped forward respectfully, placing a cup of tea before Su Yun. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a platter of fresh fruit. Su Yun raised the teacup to his lips, savoring a sip. The tea, perfectly balanced in flavor, exuded a fragrant richness, sweet and refreshing. In this era, tea had become a luxury, typically priced by the gram, and the cup before him was brewed from a rare variety known as golden petal, prized for its clarity of mind and spirit, fetching a price that could be deemed astronomical, an expense that ordinary martial artists could scarcely afford. Qingyuan, you arrived early? Suyun di Marakachwadi, the short-haired man, referred to as Qingyuan, inclined slightly. Reporting to you, my lord, I just arrived. Su Yun smiled knowingly. Just arrived? This golden petal requires a unique, intricate brewing method, necessitating at least 2 hours to achieve such a rich flavor. However, he chose not to dwell on it. For those who wield power, many aspects of the world align perfectly. Report the situation, he instructed. Yes. Qingyuan straightened, his voice low and steady. Mr. Su is still employed at Rongxing Group, currently serving as the Deputy Director of Finance. His interpersonal relationships at work are relatively stable. However, during this period, Mr. Su's direct superior, Finance Director Li Wanhua, has frequently made things difficult for him due to jealousy over Mr. Su's recent promotions, resulting in some obstacles in his work. As for your mother, we have arranged for contact several times, but she seems content with her current position and is reluctant to leave. Following your instructions, we have merely arranged for an increase in her salary and rank. Difficulties? Su Yun mused, stroking the teacup, a faint smile gracing his lips. Find an opportunity to warn him. Present him with 2 choices. Either resign from the company or be removed from this world. Understand? Though he smiled outwardly, the glint in Su Yun's eyes betrayed no mirth. Qingyuan bowed slightly, understood. His expression turned cold. How could one dare to trouble the father of his lord? Truly, a foolhardy endeavor. Leaning back in his chair, Su Yun casually plucked a glistening grape from the fruit platter and tossed it into his mouth. And my sister? The young lady is doing well at school, but Qingyuan hesitated, seemingly weighing his words. Speak. Suan is gaze sharpant. Yes, Qingyuan sighed. There seem to be quite a few boys pursuing her at the 12th high school. Pursuing? The chill in Su Yun's demeanor dissipated, replaced by a peculiar expression. After much contemplation, he exhaled slowly and said, if it is merely normal courtship, do not interfere too much. However, my sister is still young. If any of those suitors harbor impure intentions or seek to coerce her against her will, you know what to do. Understood, Qingyuan replied with a serious expression. Very well, Su Yun yawned, rising slowly. Is there anything else? I shall take my leave for now. For other matters, Qingyuan, handle them as you see fit. If you encounter anything unmanageable, contact me. The others stiffened, kneeling once more. We bid you farewell, my lord. In the next moment, Su Yun's figure flickered and vanished from the courtyard, leaving no one with a clear understanding of what had transpired. A collective sigh of relief escaped the courtyard's inhabitants. The pressure Su Yun exerted upon them was immense. Even without a trace of aura leaking from him, he inspired an involuntary tremor. Qingyuan gazed in the direction Su Yun had departed, his eyes filled with respect, awe, and even fervor. He would never forget. Once, he was but a member of the slums in the 18th district, living as a rat at the very bottom of the Bay City. Orphaned from an early age, Qingyuan did not know whether his parents had perished or simply abandoned him. But that no longer mattered. Surviving was already a daunting task, leaving no room for such musings. With a tenacious spirit, he engaged in the most menial of jobs, barely scraping by. Day after day stretched on, seemingly eternal. Martial arts? Such thoughts had never crossed his mind. The path of martial arts was a celestial highway, yet it bore no relation to him. Individuals like him were not even entitled to glimpse the way. Martial arts are not for all. For instance, The Qi and blood realm necessitates sufficient nutritional intake to even have a chance at cultivation. To attempt cultivation without such provisions only leads to exhaustion of vital essence and a tragic demise. Yet, Qingyuan had never pondered these matters. To him, his life would unfold in this chaos, devoid of choices. Until one fateful day, at the age of 27, a group of burly men cornered him in an alley, beating him half to death, then casually informed him that a wealthy individual required a replacement for their aging, unhealthy organs, and his organs happened to be a perfect match. They did not seek his consent. They merely delivered the news. In this world, individuals like Qingyuan may perish by the dozens without anyone taking notice. Who would truly care? Is it over? At that moment, Qingyuan's consciousness was fading, and such thoughts crossed his mind. What a truly absurd life this has been. Simultaneously, a sense of unwillingness lingered within him. If only he possessed power. Would everything not be different? As Qingyuan awaited his fate in silence, he suddenly found himself in a state of shock. Another figure entered the alley, and upon its arrival, a colossal shadow enveloped the place. The figure merely raised a hand, and everyone except Qing erupted into a mist of blood. In that instant, Su Yun lowered his gaze, observing him with a light chuckle. Your talent is quite commendable. Come with me. Thus, in a daze, Qingyuan was granted a new lease on life. Following this, he acquired resources for cultivation that he had never dared to envision before, with Su Yun personally aiding him in refining his body with energy. He, in turn, did not disappoint Su Yun. Although he was no longer young, driven by a fervent desire for strength, he trained tirelessly day and night. In merely over a decade, he transformed from a frail, ordinary person into a congenital powerhouse. In his quest for rapid enhancement, he even risked his foundation and lifespan for the sake of cultivation. Under Su Yun's guidance, Qingyuan was by no means the strongest. However, through his organizational prowess, he became Su Yun's trusted confidant, managing his influence. Qingyuan had long understood that his purpose in this world was to offer his life and loyalty to Su Yun at any cost. Su Yun moved swiftly and far, and to keep pace, Qingyuan was willing to sacrifice everything. Suddenly, Qingyuan regained his senses. His gaze lowered, and within the depths of his eyes flickered an intense coldness. All those who, in their ignorance, dared to trouble his master and disturb his mood deserved to perish. Not a single one would be spared. Chapter 14. The Prodigy Su Xiaoyu, Qingcheng Base City. As the school bell rang, the campus gradually came alive with the bustling of countless students emerging from various classrooms, eager to rush outside. However, today, the atmosphere was particularly boisterous. The list of prodigies from Qingcheng Base City had been announced. The Prodigy List is an esteemed compilation established by each base city in Tang Country, exclusively documenting the names of exceptional talents. Only martial artists aged between 16 and 20 qualify for selection, and those who make it onto this list are undoubtedly true geniuses, far surpassing their peers. With a population exceeding 10 million, the entirety of Qingcheng Bay City boasts merely 100 names on this prestigious list without exception. Anyone who secures a spot, barring unforeseen tragedies, is destined to become a formidable force in the future. It can be aptly stated that being on the Prodigy list equates to an infinitely bright future. At the square of the 12th Middle School, a public notice board displayed the names. Look, Lin Xiu from the 9th Middle School has indeed been selected. He is, after all, the younger brother of Lin Su, the renowned prodigy warrior who once made waves in the base city. With such talent and an elder brother like him, the future for Lin Xiu appears boundless. Moreover, there is Yang Sang from the 8th Middle School. He is rumored to be quite a fierce character. Our 12th Middle School also has a name on the list, a sophomore named Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu? Hiss. I recall she is only 17. I thought she would have to wait another year or two. So soon? Xiaoyu, you made it. A girl with short purple hair turned her head and exclaimed excitedly. That's the Prodigy List. You're amazing. Beside her, a girl with bright eyes and long hair tied in a simple ponytail mirrored her excitement. Success. Su Xiaoyu gently clenched her fist, her ethereal and clear eyes sparkling with brilliance. A heavy stone in her heart suddenly lifted, and she felt an immense sense of relief. Being on the list signifies an influx of resources, greater financial gains, and elevated status. The standard of living for her family could significantly improve, allowing her parents a respite. I'll head home and share this news with my brother and the others, Su Xiaoyu said, turning to her purple-haired friend, Zhu Qingcheng, her closest companion at school. Qingcheng, I'm sorry about our plans today. Zhu Qingcheng waved her hand dismissively. At a time like this, you must rush home to tell your family the good news. Go on. Su Xiaoyu felt genuine happiness for her own success, radiating from Qingcheng. Oh, right. Qingcheng suddenly grinned mischievously. When you get back, ask your brother if he still needs a girlfriend. Get lost. Su Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. Why the hurry? Are you really a brother complex? All right, I won't tease you anymore. Su Xiaoyu sighed in exasperation. This girl had many wonderful qualities, but her incessant chatter could be overwhelming. Qingcheng smacked her lips. But seriously, your brother is so handsome. Why isn't he a martial artist? If he were, I'd definitely pursue him without hesitation. What a pity. Su Yun. The mention of her brother made Su Xiaoyu sigh inwardly. From a young age, Su Yun showcased intelligence far beyond that of ordinary children, earning the title of child prodigy, upon whom the family had high hopes. However, after his martial arts enlightenment, the outcome surprised everyone. His talent was mediocre. In the years following his enlightenment, Su Yun was unable to condense blood patterns, indicating a complete lack of martial potential. Since then, he seemed to have abandoned martial training, spending his days idly wandering. Su Xiaoyu understood this deeply. Such a disparity would likely be unbearable for anyone. Within her, a small wish quietly dwelled. She trained diligently, growing stronger not only for her family's betterment, but also for a hidden desire she had never voiced to anyone. She had once heard her teacher mention an exceptionally rare potion capable of cleansing the marrow and altering innate talent, allowing those unable to cultivate to embark on the martial path. If Su Yun could consume such a potion, perhaps he too could step onto the road of martial arts. To achieve this goal, she needed to earn more money and become even stronger. Su Xiaoyu silently vowed, I will shoulder this family's burdens. From now on, I will protect you. In the Bishui community, since Su Xiaoyu began to shine in martial arts, both Su Wenshan and Feng Shui had received promotions and salary increases, significantly improving the family's financial situation. They moved from their previous modest neighborhood to the more upscale Bishui community. Creak. Su Xiaoyu changed into comfortable clothing and stepped out of her bedroom. In the kitchen, the sound of chopping echoed. Feng Shui was preparing dinner. Through the crack of the study door, Su Wenshan could be seen seated at his desk, diligently working on his computer. Su Xiaoyu's gaze shifted, landing on Su Yun, who lay on the sofa, engrossed in a television program. At that moment, he seemed like a different person altogether. The black trench coat and white mask were stored away, replaced by simple loungewear that exuded a relaxed ambience. His usual oppressive demeanor vanished, replaced by a gentle smile. Now let's welcome today's guests. Members of the famous singer group Waves of Blue Sea from Bay City 72, Wu Yining and AI Yun. Let's give them a round of applause. The television announced, Brother, why are you watching these pointless shows again? A waft of fragrant air greeted Su Xiaoyu as she approached from behind the sofa, her long black hair cascading casually over it. Su Yun glanced up at her, his voice languid. Boring? I find it quite enjoyable. Certainly more entertaining than those monotonous martial arts educational programs or the ones featuring martial masters, where hosts fawn over them in a tiresome display. Su Xiaoyu felt silent, a pang of regret washing over her. I shouldn't have asked. Her brother was likely deliberately avoiding programs related to martial artists. For him, lacking martial talent must be agonizing, and his casual demeanor could very well be a form of disguise. A bittersweet expression crossed Su Xiaoyu's face. After graduation, Su Yun did not accept the job arranged by Su Wenshan through friends. Instead, he joined an academy dedicated to the study of ancient civilizations, becoming a researcher and lecturer. He seemed to possess both interest and aptitude in the field of ancient civilization research. In the era prior to the calamity, this might have been a commendable career. Alas, in the era of martial history, one who fails to become a martial artist remains a commoner. No other profession can compare to that of a martial artist. This is an age where martial artists reign supreme, a stark reality reflected in every facet of society. In business, politics, and the military, the shadow of martial artists looms large, even in television programs. The true stars of this era are never superficial entertainers, but rather the invincible martial masters. After a moment of contemplation, Su Xiaoyu turned to Su Yun, hesitatingly stating, "Brother, I have something to tell you." "What is it?" "I've been selected for the prodigy list." "Oh." Su Yun paused, momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, nodding. "Good, keep up the hard work." "Huh?" Su Xiaoyu felt somewhat disoriented. "Is that it?" "Just good, keep up the hard work." The brother's reaction seemed rather subdued, didn't it? Or perhaps, upon hearing the news, he felt an inner turmoil, but chose to feign indifference to spare her worries. Su Xiaoyu's mind wandered, as she believed she had uncovered the truth of the matter. Su Yun raised his gaze, casting a fleeting glance her way, unable to suppress a chuckle. This fellow was indeed endearingly naive. With a swift motion, Su Yun extended his hand, curling his index finger, and playfully flicked Su Xiaoyu's forehead, subsequently ruffling her once silky, ebony locks into a chaotic mess. Su Xiaoyu cried out in surprise, her expression one of bewilderment. "Brother, what are you doing?" Su Yun replied with a hint of irritation. "Though you are still young, your thoughts are quite convoluted. What nonsense are you conjuring? What is wrong with the genius ranking? It's a positive development. Remember, you must hold on to one truth. Regardless of circumstances, you will always be my sister. Do you understand?" Su Xiaoyu paused, and after a moment, a radiant, genuine smile spread across her face. She nodded emphatically. Her brother was assuring her that he would not harbor jealousy, nor would this matter create any rift between them. How wonderful! Her brother remained unchanged, just as he had always been. As Su Xiaoyu skipped away, her steps light and buoyant, Su Yun couldn't help but touch the tip of his nose, his expression somewhat peculiar. To think he had worried that a mere genius ranking might unsettle him, it was truly amusing to contemplate. To conceal his identity and avoid exposure, Su Yun had deliberately portrayed his martial arts talent as that of an ordinary individual. Little did he expect such hidden troubles to arise. He chuckled softly, his heart filled with a sense of nostalgia. That little girl had grown up, now thoughtful enough to concern herself with his feelings. Indeed, his affection for her during her childhood was not in vain. However, a thought seemed to strike Su Yun, causing him a slight ache in his jaw. Did this little girl genuinely believe her talent was exceptional? Was she aware of the countless elixirs of marrow, cleansing, and meridian refining he had secretly administered throughout her life, enabling her to reach her current level of talent? At 17, she had merely attained the 6th level of vitality without his influence. She would have been a once-in-a-millennium waste of potential. Suppressing a chuckle, Su Yun gazed out the window, his eyes deep and contemplative. Unbeknownst to him, he had traversed this world for 2 decades. When the time was right, there would be no need to conceal his strength any longer. Yet he must seek a suitable opportunity and carefully consider how to explain it. After all, such revelations are not easily accepted. Now is not the time. However, it would be soon. Correction, Su Xiaoyu is 3 years younger than Su Yun, not 5 years. The previous text contained an error. Chapter 15. The 9 Halls of Divine Powers. Su Yun's strength as night fell. The city was illuminated by the dazzling array of holographic neon lights. In the tranquil courtyard of the 5th district, Su Yun's figure emerged suddenly, like a specter. This place was typically devoid of visitors unless summoned by his command. With measured steps, Su Yun entered the courtyard and found a clean spot to sit cross-legged. A surge of mental energy erupted like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire courtyard and sealing off all sensations and disturbances. Thus, any commotion arising from his training would go unnoticed by the outside world. Upon completing his preparations, Su Yun closed his eyes in concentration. In the Ascendant Realm, he materialized his mental energy to construct a bridge to the heavens, drawing upon the particles of cosmic energy to refine his internal force. The Divine Powers Realm, on the other hand, pertained to the exploration of the human body itself. There are 9 halls within man, vast as palaces supporting heaven and earth, where great dragons reside. This is the Hall of Celestial Access, As he unlocked the hall of celestial access within himself, his internal force underwent further refinement, culminating in a qualitative transformation into a higher level of true essence, thus entering the divine powers realm. Each of the 9 celestial halls corresponded to the 9 levels of the divine powers realm. With each hall unlocked, the capacity for true essence storage increased. The 9 levels of the divine powers realm were akin to 9 heavens. In this realm, breaking through even a minor threshold was as arduous as ascending to the heavens, with the disparity in strength between each level being monumental. Moreover, the crucial point was that each time he unlocked a celestial hall, there existed a probability of gaining divine powers from it. The so-called great dragons dwelling within the hall were, in fact, the divine powers themselves. Hence the designation of the divine powers realm. While techniques were acquired through diligent practice, divine powers were discovered through self-exploration. Compared to techniques, divine powers were often more formidable and their effects more mysterious. Only with a higher level of true essence could a martial artist invoke divine powers. However, not every practitioner of divine powers was guaranteed to attain them. The presence and quantity of divine powers often symbolized a martial artist's innate talent, greater talent leading to a higher likelihood of obtaining divine powers. With a mere thought, Su Yun delved within himself, seemingly plunging into an endless abyss of darkness. Suddenly, the dark void began to dissipate, revealing a magnificent palace that seemed to uphold the very heavens. The Hall of Celestial Access. Boom! The sound echoed. 1 hall, 2 halls, 3 halls, 4. All 9 celestial halls materialized successively from the depths of his being. Yet this was not the end. In the next moment, stars began to rise from the towering halls, soaring upwards and radiating a brilliant light. 9 stars, representing the divine powers, ascended gracefully, illuminating the darkness within. The 9 halls of divine powers. If anyone were to witness this scene within Su Yun's inner world, they would undoubtedly be struck dumb with astonishment. Since the resurgence of cosmic particles and the rise of martial arts, countless prodigies had arisen. Various records in martial arts had been continuously shattered. Yet, the highest record in the divine powers realm had only seen 5 divine powers extracted from the 9 celestial palaces. Su Yun, however, remained unfazed. The 9 levels of divine powers. His gaze was unfathomably profound. For an ordinary person, the divine powers realm represented the pinnacle of martial arts, akin to a divine being. Yet, Su Yun was acutely aware that the journey of martial arts had no final destination. The divine powers realm was far from the end. Surely, there must be existences beyond the realm of divine powers. But why had he never heard of them? His eyes narrowed slightly. This was rather unusual. While ordinary individuals might not touch the divine powers realm, they at least recognized its existence. Yet, those beyond the divine powers realm seemed to have never appeared before the masses. After a lengthy contemplation, Su Yun could not arrive at a conclusion. However, with his 9 halls of divine powers, he believed he could contend even against those beyond the divine powers. As time passed, midnight approached. He had yet to check in today. He should do so now, lest he squander the opportunity. With this thought, Su Yun focused his mind and murmured, "System, initiate check-in." Ding! Host check-in successful, acquired the tying body refinement technique. Would you like to extract it now? The tying body refinement technique? Su Yun's expression shifted slightly. Was this a body refinement technique? Since obtaining the system, this was the first time he had received a body refinement technique through check-in. Extract. He wasted no time. In the next moment, a vast array of information pertaining to the tying body refinement technique surged into his mind, instantly merging and becoming comprehensible. Absorb the essence of the moon, draw it into the body, refine the flesh, and cultivate to perfection, achieving the tying body. The tying body? So in his gazivlikerd. He looked up to find the moon high in the sky, casting down layers of silvery light like a curtain, an opportune moment to practice the tying body refinement technique. Without hesitation, Su Yun commenced his cultivation in accordance with the technique's instructions. Gradually, immense tying energy transformed into countless shimmering white threads, descending from the heavens like snowflakes. Melting into his body, being refined and absorbed by his flesh, continuously enhancing his physical strength. After several hours, the full moon began to wane, and the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon. Su Yun concluded his cultivation and slowly opened his deep, dark eyes. What is this? As he began to sense within, a look of astonishment spread across his face. Remarkably, after just one session of cultivation, he found his physical strength had increased by approximately 1%. 1%. This was indeed a staggering figure. After all, with the elevation of his cultivation, the energy within his body constantly washed over him. Given Su Yun's mastery of the 9 levels of divine powers, how formidable was his physique? To achieve even the slightest enhancement was a monumental task. Yet, after practicing the Tang body refinement technique, he had experienced a notable improvement. Furthermore, he discovered that a faint silver glow now coursed through his muscles, bones, and even blood. This should be the ice skin, jade bone, silver blood described in the technique's records. Once the ice skin, jade bone, and silver blood were fully realized, it would signify the completion of the technique, marking the attainment of the Tang body. At that point, his overall strength would surely ascend to a new level. Su Yun's expression was one of satisfaction. This check-in had yielded unexpected rewards. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, the communication device on Su Yun's wrist began to sound. In this era, unlike the convenient smartphones of his previous life, remote communication relied on various wearable communication devices. Moreover, communication was restricted to within the base city, as the vast wilderness beyond teemed with countless monstrous beasts, making the establishment of signal transmission bases impossible. Even if they were set up, they would be quickly destroyed. Su Yun raised his hand and pressed a button on the communicator to initiate a call. His voice was calm as he inquired, "What is it?" From the communicator, Qing Yuan's respectful voice responded, "Sir, we have received some information regarding the young lady." So in his Gaze Sharpant. Speak. According to the information we've gathered, 3 days from now, the base city will organize all the talented martial artists to venture into the wilderness for trials. The young lady, having previously entered the ranks of the talented, is included in this list. Historically, the casualty rates during these wilderness trials have been significant, so we thought it prudent to inform you. Is that so? Su Yun furrowed his brow. He was indeed unaware of this. Yes, the information is absolutely reliable. Organizing talented martial artists to the wilderness for trials is an annual tradition of the Qingcheng base city, Qing Yuan explained. Su Yun fell into contemplation. During this process, he absent-mindedly picked up a fallen leaf, flicking it with his fingers. The leaf, imbued with his true essence, pierced through the wall and embedded itself deeply within. A moment later, Su Yun smiled gently and said, summoning Huimao Tu back, "For this wilderness trial, let them be responsible for protecting my younger sister. They have idled away outside for too long. It is time to assign them some tasks, as there will be duties for them to undertake thereafter." Chapter 16, Number 007, Black Mirroring Huinmao 2. On the other end of the communicator, Qing Yuan felt a slight shock in his heart. As Su Yun's trusted confidant and chief steward, he usually managed the subordinates on Su Yun's behalf. Although his strength was not the strongest, no one dared to defy him, for he embodied Su Yun's will. However, there were those 12 individuals. Those 12 only heeded Su Yun's commands. Without Su Yun's orders, no one could mobilize them. Typically, no one even knew where they were or what they were doing, nor their true identities. Yet, what Qing Yuan understood was that each of those 12 was essentially a madman, a monster. Even he was reluctant to engage too much with those individuals. Nonetheless, since it was Su Yun's directive, Qing Yuan had no choice but to comply. Understood. Well, let it be. After saying this, Su Yun hung up the communicator. Before long, the device beeped again. Su Yuan furrowed his brow, wondering who it could be this time. Upon connecting, a deep and resonant voice came through. "Su Yun, it's me." Su Yun was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. "Teacher, what brings you to contact me?" I'm glad you still remember me." Hong Shua's tone was unfriendly, seemingly concealing anger. "You've been silent and disappeared for so long. I thought you had forgotten this old man." "Teacher, how could you say that?" Engulf lightly. Chuckling softly, "I could never forget you. I've just been a bit busy lately. By the way, teacher, I assume you're reaching out regarding the matter we discussed last time? Have there been any developments? Ongshu, the head of the Super Ancient Civilization Research Institute in Qingcheng Bay City, was one of the foremost experts in the field of super ancient civilizations, specializing in site exploration and the deciphering of ancient civilization documents. It was said that Hong Shua had been reassigned to Qingcheng Bay City due to his overly forthright nature, which had offended a powerful martial artist. He was now the head of a research branch. Simultaneously, he was Su Yun's mentor in the realm of super ancient civilizations. Su Yun joined the research institute partly because he had set himself up as someone devoid of martial talent. After graduating high school, he naturally sought a normal job to serve as a facade. On the other hand, Su Yun was genuinely fascinated by super ancient civilizations. He often pondered whether those accounts recorded in ancient texts, depicting scenes reminiscent of mythical eras, were merely exaggerations. Perhaps not. Just as martial artists, who are almost regarded as deities by ordinary people, exist today, why couldn't those ancient civilizations be real? If they were indeed real, how did the super ancient civilizations meet their demise? What connections could there be between the cataclysmic upheaval, the onset of the Tao calendar era, the revival of heavenly particles, and the rise of martial arts? The more he contemplated, the more enigmas surfaced. With that thought, Su Yun's eyes narrowed slightly. He had an inkling that the secrets contained within were likely extraordinary. As for the matter Su Yun had discussed with Hong Shua, it was about an artifact he had fortuitously acquired, inscribed with ancient script from the super ancient civilization. Hong Shua was an expert in deciphering such texts, so Su Yun sought his assistance. Oof. On the other end, Hong Shua snorted coldly and chose not to elaborate further. Su Yun indeed possessed talent in the study of super ancient civilizations, even qualifying as a genius. Hong Shua, harboring intentions for Su Yun to one day inherit his legacy, turned a blind eye to Su Yun's habitual laxity, even if he didn't visit the research institute for weeks at a time. Besides, he wasn't a fool. Though unclear about the details, he had begun to sense that this young man seemed to harbor some secrets. Now, let us get down to business. Hong Shua's tone grew increasingly solemn. The item you entrusted to me last time is not simple. The content is rather complex, and I'm still in the process of deciphering it. I will inform you as soon as I have news. The reason I've contacted you this time is actually about something else. He paused. Recently, in Guangyao City, the organization unearthed a small ancient civilization site and excavated an object. Unable to make sense of it, they passed it on to us. What kind of object? A black mirror designated as serial number 007. Whenever I gaze at it, I am overwhelmed by an odd sensation, as if my very soul might be drawn into it. Yet, despite various attempts, it shows no response whatsoever. Even calling in martial artists yields no results. It seems not to be a treasure at all. Hong Shua spoke solemnly. You are adept in researching relics of super ancient civilizations and often come up with unexpected insights. Therefore, after a few days, once the routine research is complete, I will send it to you and see what thoughts you might have. Su Yun pondered for a moment and agreed. All right, no problem. Good, that's settled, Hong Shua said. By the way, have you seriously reconsidered my previous suggestion? Although I am merely a branch director at the Research Institute now, I still have some connections from my past. If I put in some effort, it might not be impossible to procure a talent enhancement potion for you. While this potion cannot transform someone into a martial genius and may limit future development, there have been cases where individuals have managed to break through to the innate realm through diligent training if fortune smiled upon them. Hong Shua was somewhat familiar with Su Yun's circumstances. Su Yun pinched the bridge of his nose and chuckled helplessly. Teacher, there's no need for that. I feel I do not require such things. Oh well, it's your decision. Hong Shua Sigid, having devoted his life to the study of super ancient civilizations without marriage or children, he found himself inexplicably fond of Su Yun. He treated Su Yun as if he were his own son. The talent enhancement potion, although extremely precious, would be something he would be willing to leverage his connections for, should Su Yun consent. However, if Su Yun was unwilling, he had no intention of pressuring him. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they ended the call. An ancient civilization relic? A black mirror? The feeling of having one's soul nearly drawn in? Su Yin stroked his chin, genuinely intrigued now. Chapter 17, Wilderness Training, Unexpected Circumstances, Qingcheng Bay City, District 1. In the lobby of a certain office building in the administrative hall, over 100 individuals with diverse temperaments stood scattered. Each person bore a faint air of arrogance, for they all belonged to the illustrious genius ranks of Qingcheng City. Suddenly, a burly man in military uniform emerged from a nearby corridor. Without any pleasantries, he bluntly introduced himself. I am Tang Wei, commander of the 2nd Battalion of the Border Defense Forces in Qingcheng Bay City. You will be led by me into the wilderness for training. However, considering your experience and capabilities, we will only venture to the outskirts of the wilderness area. Even so, the periphery presents various unforeseen dangers. Every year, there are individuals who suffer severe injuries or even fatalities during training. If anyone wishes to withdraw, now is your final opportunity. However, those who choose to withdraw will be expelled from the genius ranks and stripped of all privileges and resources. The genius ranks are not merely an honor. They entail obligations. We do not require the inept. Speak up if anyone wishes to withdraw. The hall fell into silence. Many furrowed their brows. Yet none chose to step back. Having finally joined the ranks of the gifted, how could they easily give it up? Very well, Tang Wei nodded, then raised his arm and declared loudly, since no one has chosen to withdraw, you have 3 days to prepare. 3 days later, we will gather here, and I will lead you into the wilderness. With that, he strode out decisively. Su Xiaoyu stood in the left corner, taking a deep breath. Wilderness training. She clenched her fists, her gaze growing resolute. Su Xiaoyu, you can do this. Meanwhile, unnoticed by anyone, a figure hurriedly left the administrative building, heading into a nearby dim alley. Bathed in shadows, he stood for a moment before retrieving a communicator, trembling as he dialed a few numbers. Hello, it's me. Yes, as I mentioned before, everything is proceeding as planned. Do not forget the conditions we agreed upon. Rest assured, we still have some credibility. A gentle voice responded from the other end. May fairness be with you. 3 days later, Qingcheng Bay City, outside the defensive wall. Buzzing, accompanied by the deafening roar of machinery, a gravity transport helicopter, entirely black with a metallic sheen, descended near a defensive point beyond the wall. This defensive point was essentially a small base surrounded by alloy walls, equipped with various unknown weapons. The stern barrels pointed menacingly toward the wilderness beyond, exuding a chilling aura of impending violence. Such defensive points numbered in the hundreds, densely encircling the protective wall. In the event of a beast tide, they would form a fierce line of firepower. However, the extent of damage they could inflict on the beasts remained uncertain. Su Xiaoyu and her companions, each carrying backpacks and weapons, disembarked from the transport helicopter, initially overcome with awe. Having grown up within high walls, they had never encountered such a scene. This group of gifted martial artists, once adorned with an air of superiority, now felt an unfamiliar sense of tension. Look outside, someone exclaimed, pointing into the distance. Su Xiaoyu turned in that direction and saw a solitary beast a few hundred meters from the defensive point, howling ferociously, their eyes glinting with malice as they prowled restlessly. Roar! The piercing cry descended from above. Countless avian beasts swooped overhead, a flurry of wings, before swiftly fleeing. The group felt a stir of apprehension. Was this truly the world beyond the city? Even near the defensive wall, stray beasts were a common sight. What sort of terrifying spectacle awaited them at the most pressured borderlines? At that moment, their leader, Tang Wei, descended from the helicopter, gesturing toward the distance. His voice resonant. Do you see? The area within a 50-mile radius from this defensive point is the arena for your training. Team formations are prohibited. After defeating a beast, you must retain a part of its body as proof. The more beasts you slay, the higher your evaluation and the greater your rewards. I emphasized this yesterday. If anyone is afraid and wishes to withdraw, now is your final chance. For those who remain, come forth to collect your gear. The training will commence shortly. A military man, Tang Wei was decisive and did not linger on words, simply waving his hand. Xiaojiang, Wu Su, Su Xiaoyu. In the plaza within the defensive point, names were called, and soon everyone collected their weapons and gear, streaming out of the defensive point into the wilderness. A minor incident occurred when one martial artist from the genius ranks, seemingly intimidated by the beasts outside, chose to withdraw. His decision was recorded, and his status as a genius martial artist was revoked. The soldiers distributing the equipment regarded him with disdain. Tang Wei said nothing, merely gesturing, "Close the door." The wilderness training officially begins. Within the defensive point, in a spacious conference hall, Tang Wei and several others sat at the conference table. A large three-dimensional projection displayed the scenes of over 100 martial artists engaged in wilderness training. A group of novices. Tang Wei shook his head at the images. At that moment, the genius ranks who had ventured deeper into the wilderness were encountering numerous beasts. Yet the ferocity of these beasts was a far cry from the sparring sessions within the confines of their school. The beasts possessed an innate instinct for combat and showed no fear of death. As soon as they engaged, many sustained injuries. The most severe case involved a martial artist who lost an arm to a blood-striped tiger. Indeed, a brawny man beside Tang Wei remarked, in terms of martial prowess, "They are geniuses, but in combat against beasts, they are mere novices. Can we truly rely on this group for the future frontline battles? They are still young. There is time for them to hone their skills," Tang Wei replied, though a flicker of concern crossed his eyes. "Time? Do we truly have enough?" Suddenly, his gaze landed on a particular area, and his expression brightened. "Oh?" After a moment of surprise, he broke into a smile. "Although most are temporarily unfit for duty, there are still some promising talents. Look at Section 8. Upon hearing this, everyone's attention turned to Section 8. What is this? In the 8th projection, a figure was engaged in combat with a beast. This was a creature covered in hard scales, resembling a tiger, with a foot-long golden horn extending from its forehead. The troublesome golden horn scale beast, one of the more challenging lower-tier beasts. The silver spear gleamed ominously, not only skillfully evading the beast's charges, but repeatedly striking at its most vulnerable waist. The golden horn scale beast struggled wildly, yet the attacks from the silver spear were relentless and precise. Boom! At a certain moment, grasping the silver spear, a forceful thrust pierced through the abdomen of the golden armored scaled beast, penetrating its vital organs. A resounding roar escaped the creature as it collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the tumultuous smoke of battle dissipated, the figure wielding the silver spear stood tall, their features gradually coming into focus. It was Su Xiaoyu. Wait, is it truly over? Su Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, a sense of astonishment washing over her. Internally, she felt an odd dissonance. Was it not said that these beasts were ferocious and terrifying? Strangely, during the confrontation, she found herself not in a state of panic, but rather exhibiting an extraordinary calmness, acutely aware of every detail amidst the chaos of battle. Regardless, she resolved to collect proof of her victory. Swiftly, Su Xiaoyu approached the fallen golden armored scaled beast, severing its left ear and stowing it away in her backpack as evidence of her triumph. Splendid. In the conference room, a burly man could not contain his admiration, exclaiming that she had not only deftly evaded the creature's attacks, but had also exploited every opportunity to strike, with each blow landing in the same precise spot, ultimately delivering a fatal blow. Though it seemed simple to recount, those who had truly faced these beasts understood the monumental difficulty of achieving such a feat. "Who is this person? I demand her information," the robust man bellowed, slamming his hand on the table. "If the opportunity arises, I must recruit her into my unit." Tang Wei shook his head with a smile. "Yi, it is a first to see you this excited." "Umph." Yi shook his shoulders. "One cannot let such a promising talent slip away. If I do not act swiftly, she may be snatched up by the Inspection Bureau or the Martial Arts Department. What is wrong with the military? It is the quickest route to enhance one's strength." Before long, information regarding Su Xiaoyu was presented before several individuals. Su Xiaoyu, from the 5th district of the base city, came from a family devoid of martial arts talent, both parents being ordinary workers. Yi mumbled while perusing. She has an older brother working at the Ancient Civilization Research Institute, also an ordinary person. A rather unremarkable family background. Yi grinned broadly. I sense potential. It is precisely those talented individuals from humble beginnings that are easiest to recruit. Those scions of great families, descendants of the powerful, are all too proud. In due course, he contemplated making an approach to Su Xiaoyu. Just then, a person nearby abruptly stood, exclaiming with urgency, "Wait, something is amiss." The others were momentarily stunned, but soon realized without needing his explanation. The image on the screen suddenly froze, followed by a blinding white glare. The signal was lost. What is happening? Tang Wei's expression darkened, and in a matter of moments, he had traversed away from the defensive point and emerged outside. Then, he abruptly lifted his gaze. In the sky, two ominous figures soared through the air, emanating a terrifying aura. But rather than feeling a sense of relief, Tang Wei's heart sank. This signified trouble was afoot. Chapter 18. Who will let you go? Swish. Two formidable military figures, enveloped in a tempest, traversed the void with remarkable speed. Clad in dark military garb, one bore a long scar from his brow to the corner of his mouth, presenting a fearsome visage, while the other, with a square face and a stern expression, was none other than Chun He, the commander of the 8th Army, and Huang Yang, the commander of the 9th Army, stationed at the Qingcheng Bay City. Boom! As they advanced, their mental energies surged forth almost simultaneously, reaching out to probe the surroundings. Yet, scarcely had their powers extended 100 meters when they abruptly encountered an immense resistance. This is bad. Their expressions shifted dramatically. Boom! In the next instant, an impassable barrier materialized as two fists descended from above, crashing down with resounding force. The two commanders plummeted to the ground, creating a deep crater spanning over 10 meters. Swish! In the blink of an eye, Chun He and Huang Yang ascended once more, though their faces had turned grim. Two figures emerged before them. One radiated a chilling aura and sported a short beard, while the other was diminutive, with eyes devoid of color, evoking a sense of trepidation. Two ascendant realm beings, not merely ordinary ones, but exceptionally powerful. Suddenly, Huang Yang noticed an unusual and bizarre symbol etched upon their garments. His gaze sharpened as he lifted his head. "You are members of the Fairness Church." The one with entirely white eyes smirked slightly, introducing himself. "I am the 8-Faced Envoy, Bai Yan." The other, equally exuding a frigid aura, spoke softly. "8-Faced Envoy, Yin Zhu. Is indeed you." Huang Yang and Chun He's expressions darkened. "Are you here to retaliate for the previous siege of Tang Kingdom? Do you truly dare?" This is a declaration of eternal conflict. Clearly, they understood the weight carried by the 8-Faced envoys. However, their dismay deepened upon realizing that, for various reasons, only 3 of the 9 Ascendant Realm warriors stationed at the defensive wall were present that day, with one required to remain behind, unable to depart. Curse be it! How did this information leak? Otherwise, how could these fiends arrive so fortuitously? Chun He and Huang Yang exchanged glances, their countenances shrouded in darkness. The group of prodigious warriors participating in the trials in the wilderness. A heavy dread settled in their hearts. Boom! A rhinoceros-like beast collapsed thunderously. Ling Sun slowly sheathed his blade, exhaling deeply, a faint smile gracing his lips. This marks the 3rd one. Though not among the elite, it should at least rank decently. After severing a portion of the beast, Ling Sun prepared to continue his journey, but as he took a few steps, he halted abruptly. His brow furrowed. The ground seemed to tremble beneath him. Kneeling on one knee, he pressed his ear to the earth, listening intently. The tremors, once barely perceptible, grew increasingly pronounced. Resembling distant thunder, Ling Sun raised his head, his mouth agape, growing wider in disbelief. Before him, trees toppled, boulders shattered, and an innumerable horde of beasts surged forward. Roar! The cacophony of their cries stirred violent gusts. These beasts emanated an aura that signified they were at least at the peak of their vitality, with several possessing a presence comparable to human postnatal and innate warriors. No, this is impossible. Ling Sun could hardly believe his eyes. This is not the depths of the wilderness. How could there be so many high-level beasts, and in such numbers? His expression morphed with shock and fury as he fled in the opposite direction, shouting, "Help! But before the word could escape his lips, a beast caught up with him, cleaving him in two, blood spraying forth. With a resounding thud, his bisected body fell to the ground, instantly trampled into a pulp by the oncoming horde. Not long after, the trial area descended into chaos, as the prodigious warriors found themselves engulfed in fear and panic. Over half met a gruesome fate, torn apart by the beasts. The quicker among the survivors turned and fled desperately towards Qingcheng base city. What on earth is happening? Where are the military reinforcements? This has far exceeded the scope of the trials. Among the fleeing warriors was Su Xiaoyu. Moments earlier, she had slain a blood viper cat nearing the strength of a 7th-tier warrior and was then confronted with a cloud of dust as numerous powerful beasts charged toward her. Without hesitation, she discarded everything and turned to escape. What transpired? Had the beasts in the wilderness gone berserk? Su Xiaoyu was astounded. Gradually, the surviving prodigies began to regroup amidst their flight, but their numbers dwindled to less than 30. The fate of the others was all too evident. Yet at that moment, they had no mind to ponder the fallen. Despair still filled their hearts. Although the beasts, lacking the sense to evade obstacles, were slightly slowed by the dense forest and boulders, the distance between them and the fleeing warriors continued to close. At this pace, they would never reach Qingcheng base city in time. Just then, however, the horde behind them abruptly came to a halt. They lowered their bodies, growling softly, and began to retreat. They're leaving? The fleeing crowd was taken aback, unexpectedly fortunate to have salvaged their lives. Yet, before their relief could fully blossom, it quickly waned. For in their line of sight, a figure draped in a black cloak emerged from the void, stepping gracefully through the air. It was a middle-aged man, gaunt and with a square face, appearing younger, yet exuding an aura of fragility, accompanied by an overwhelming oppressive presence that felt tangible. The moment he appeared, every warrior felt their bodies freeze, immobilized in place. The participants in the trials gazed in horror at the figure gliding toward them from the air, an ascendant realm warrior. A suffocating atmosphere of despair began to permeate the air. Before such a being, they were scarcely more than ants. He chuckled darkly. "Ah, so you have all gathered. Excellent. It would be rather tedious to slay you one by one." The middle-aged man spoke in a raspy, breathless tone, yet his voice resonated, overpowering the tumultuous waves and roaring tides, reaching each ear with clarity. "Who are you?" One among them managed to stammer, struggling to articulate. "If you dare to kill us, you provoke Qingcheng base city, challenge Tang Kingdom. Can you bear the consequences? Cease now, and you might still." Boom! The middle-aged man raised his hand and flicked his finger, instantly reducing the speaker to a mist of blood. "I did not permit you to speak," he replied coolly. A chill swept through the hearts of the onlookers, their expressions fraught with terror, silencing any further utterances. "Warriors, prodigies, haha!" Observing their silence, he erupted into maniacal laughter, a frenzy that bordered on madness. "You are but bullies. Faced with those stronger than you, do you merely cower like turtles? Why should warriors rise above the law? Why should they monopolize everything, wielding life and death over ordinary folk? Why indeed? Why?" He roared. "Why must my daughter be subjected to the cruel indignities inflicted by a few warriors, leading to her untimely demise? What wrong has she committed?" Yet the perpetrators are not punished. They receive merely a warning and a fine, solely because they are warriors. This is utterly unjust. Television, advertisements, promotions, every corner of society lauds the warriors, extolling their virtues, but who bears witness to the malevolence they perpetrate? You should not exist in this world. Warriors, warriors. Warriors are the most malignant tumors in our society, and all warriors deserve death. Now, the Church of Fairness has bestowed upon me the strength to enact divine retribution in the name of justice. The middle-aged man's entire visage twisted in fury. A chill gripped the hearts of the onlookers, their expressions filled with terror. He was nothing short of a madman. They longed to refute him. Yet when they opened their mouths, no words emerged, not merely from fear, but from an inability to counter his claims. Unable to refute? He sneered maniacally. "Because everything I speak is the truth." Su Xiaoyu fell silent, sensing something amiss, but unable to articulate her dissent. "Savor this well. It is the retribution of the common folk. Suddenly, the man's lips curled into a sinister grin. However, I shall not leave you without a single chance. Let us play a game. Every 5 seconds, I shall randomly take a life, and the last 3 remaining shall be set free. As his words hung in the air, the crowd's faces paled instantaneously. Enshrouded in a black cloak, the middle-aged man stood amidst the void, arms outstretched. He had long abandoned his former name. Now, he bore but one identity, the 8th envoy of the Church of Fairness, Decayed Wood. The expression of Decayed Wood was one of fervor and exhilaration. By dictating the warrior's fates through this game, he experienced an unparalleled thrill, his heart brimming with an indescribable joy. Is this the sensation of wielding power? Look at the once mighty warriors, now faced with death, reduced to the same state of humility and despair. Their lives now rest in his hands. He began to grasp the feelings of those exalted warriors from before. Yet now, this power belonged to him. Daughter, do you see this? This sensation is utterly intoxicating, ensnaring one in its grasp. Decayed Wood's smile was chilling, frenzied, and entranced. Come, let us see whose fortune prevails. The last 3 standing shall be spared. Let the game commence. Decayed Wood casually pointed, his finger landing precisely on Su Xiaoyu's position. A slight smirk appeared on his lips. You shall be the first. In the next moment, he suddenly froze. For within Su Xiaoyu's eyes, there was no trace of the fear, despair, or pleas for mercy he had anticipated. Instead, she wore an expression of sheer astonishment, her gaze fixed intently behind him. Decayed Wood could not help but scoff. How laughable! Attempting such a trivial trick with his prowess. How could he possibly miss any anomaly? Yet suddenly, Decayed Wood's body went rigid, for a delicate, frost-white hand gently rested upon his shoulder. Accompanying, it was a peal of laughter, clear and bell-like. Hee-hee, hee-hee-hee, hee-hee-hee. So, who will grant you mercy? Decayed Wood stiffly turned his head, and what met his gaze was a petite, slender figure, her face obscured by a rabbit mask. Yet the eyes behind the mask glowed a hellish red, reminiscent of a fiend from the abyss. Chapter 19. The shocked military powerhouses who... At this moment, the head of Su Mu turned stiffly, his mind stirred with tumultuous waves, when that slender, delicate hand rested on his shoulder. The only part of his body that could move was his head. In that instant, he felt as if he had reverted to being that frail, ordinary person. But how could this be possible? He was now at the void ascension stage. Even if this power did not belong to him, even if his life was fleeting, he was still in the void. What kind of force could render him utterly defenseless in his current state? Su Mu could hardly believe it. His cultivation felt hollow, his foundation unstable. It seemed as though this power had been forcibly injected into him. In those crimson eyes, there was no trace of the middle-aged man, but rather an all-seeing gaze directed at something behind him. Intriguing. A chill enveloped Su Mu's heart. The woman behind the rabbit mask merely glanced at him. Yet it felt as if she had pierced through his very soul, unveiling all his secrets. Before her, he felt utterly exposed. The arrogance and confidence that once governed him vanished in an instant. Stripped of the power that was not his own, he was merely an ordinary man. At this moment, his last bastion of reliance had crumbled. All that remained was an overwhelming sense of dread. Beneath the rabbit mask, those scarlet eyes slowly turned to rest upon Su Mu's face. You enjoy playing games, don't you? How delightful. I too share that passion. Let us play together. I shall grant you 1 minute to escape with all your might. If you manage to flee, I shall spare your life. What say you? Her laughter chimed like silver bells, resonating in the air. Then let the game begin. Suddenly, an inexplicable ringing echoed around them. Where did that bell sound come from? However, Su Mu had no time to ponder this. He realized that the woman had indeed relinquished her control over his body. An opportunity. He must flee. The 8-sided envoy showed no hesitation as the wind whipped around him, propelling him forward like an arrow released from its bow, darting into the wilderness. Run, run, run. At this moment, the only thought occupying Su Mu's mind was escape. He had forgotten revenge, forgotten humiliation, even forgotten his daughter. In the face of death, everything else paled into insignificance. He simply did not wish to die. As time slipped away, the minute passed. Su fled frantically, having covered dozens of miles in this span. It seemed he had truly shaken off his pursuer. Turning to glance behind him, Su Mu discovered he was alone. A flicker of joy lighting his eyes. He had escaped. Yet wait, something was amiss. Su Mu's expression turned to one of sheer terror as he realized that the ringing sound, which had first resonated earlier, was still echoing in his ears. What a pity! The rabbit-masked woman sighed softly. Beside her, Su Mu's aura surged wildly, his expression shifting, his body taut. He believed he had escaped far. Yet in reality, he had not moved an inch. Time was up. A hint of regret flashed in the rabbit's eyes as her hand descended, gently resting upon Su Mu's head. Creak! Su Mu's head twisted grotesquely, contorting in circles until it snapped, falling to the ground, rolling a few times before finally coming to a halt, his eyes reflecting the terror of awakening just before death. As for the talented warriors of the sequence, they had long since lost consciousness at the sound of the bell, standing in a daze. Mount 2, a deep voice resonated. A phantom figure appeared beside the rabbit, slowly becoming clearer and more substantial. It was a towering man over 2 meters tall, his body exuding an aura of immense strength, adorned with a roaring tiger mask. Mount 2, it is time to leave. Stretching his waist, Mount 2 spoke lazily. Inhu, have you resolved your side? Inhu remained silent, simply retrieving something from his waist and tossing it aside. It was only then that they realized what he had thrown: 2 severed heads. One with a short beard emanated a chilling aura, while the other had eyes devoid of color, frozen in shock at the moment of death. Boring. Let us depart. Mount 2 shook his head, stepping into the void, with Inhu following closely behind. Their figures soon vanished. Minutes later, 2 figures soared through the air, rapidly approaching. It was Chun-He and Huang-Yang from earlier. What is this? The 2 gazed in horror at the 3 severed heads on the ground and the recently awakened talented warrior, who wore a bewildered expression. The 8-sided envoy had effortlessly slain 3 individuals. The 2 military powerhouses exchanged glances, each reflecting the apprehension and shock mirrored in the other's eyes. What had transpired here? They had been intercepted by the 8-sided envoy and were unclear about the events. They could only wait to inquire of the survivors. However, the scene they had just witnessed remained vividly etched in their minds, replaying incessantly. They had been entangled with by Yin and Yingzhu when the man wearing the tiger mask suddenly appeared, and before anyone could react, he swiftly executed by Yin and Yingzhu as if they were mere livestock. In that fleeting moment, the aura emanating from the assailant instilled in them an incredulous thought. This person seemed even stronger than the city lord, but the city lord was a transcendent warrior. Who were they? In the Bishi community, in the living room, Su Wencheng and Feng Shui were huddled together, whispering. Meanwhile, Su Yun was amusing himself with the 2 parrots they kept, his ears perked to capture snippets of their conversation, his expression turning to one of exasperation as he listened to Su Wencheng and Feng Shui planning a future marriage home for him, growing increasingly animated as they debated the characteristics of his future bride. Su Yun pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling immensely awkward. It seemed that whether in Blue Star or this world, as long as humanity existed, one could never escape such discussions. He feigned ignorance, tuning out their chatter, focusing instead on his surroundings. In the central part of his storage space lay a multitude of amassed elixirs and treasures, upon which rested a pitch-black mirror, quietly waiting. This ancient, unadorned circular mirror appeared unremarkable, lacking any embellishments or patterns. It was the artifact that Hong Shuo mentioned had been unearthed from the ruins of an ancient civilization in Guanyao City. Su Yun had spent considerable time studying it, but had gleaned no understanding. Whether through mental probing or infusing true essence, it yielded no response whatsoever. Yet, its lack of reaction only underscored its peculiarity. Otherwise, not to mention an ordinary mirror, even the most resilient alloy weapon would have been reduced to rubble under the onslaught of his unrestrained mental power and true essence. However, this mirror remained unscathed. In fact, when Su Yun attempted to destroy it, employing every method at his disposal, he was left astounded to discover he could not harm it at all. Despite his cultivation level, he could not leave even the slightest mark upon this mirror. This mirror undoubtedly possesses a significant origin. However, what purpose does it truly serve? And how should it be activated? Could it be that my current abilities are insufficient? Suyunpander deeply perplexed. Nevertheless, time was abundant, and he could explore its mysteries gradually. He had no intention of returning this mirror, as the researchers at the Institute would likely glean little from it. Thus it was better to keep it for himself. At that moment, the door creaked open. Su Xiaoyu stepped inside, her demeanor markedly different from her usual vivacious self. Her complexion was pale, and she appeared somewhat frail. A mere glance from Su Wenxin and Feng Shui revealed something amiss, prompting them to hastily conclude their ongoing discussion and approach her with urgency. Feng Shui immediately stepped forward to support Su Xiaoyu, her voice laced with concern. Xiaoyu, what is wrong? Why do you look like this? Come in quickly, what has happened? Su Wenxin, though more restrained, stood by anxiously, fixated on Su Xiaoyu. Indeed, what has transpired? For them, having spent over a decade together, any deviation in Su Xiaoyu's demeanor was instantly recognizable. At this moment, Su Yun also ceased his playful interaction with the two parrots and approached, his brow furrowing unconsciously. What is the matter? Father, mother, brother, I am fine, Su Xiaoyu reassured. Aware of her abnormal state, she mustered her strength, forcing a smile that barely graced her lips. I'm all right. Perhaps I am just fatigued from my recent training. Feng Shui, still worried, replied, My dear, I know you train diligently, but you must also take care of your health. The road ahead is long. There is no need to rush, and you must not neglect your well-being. Indeed, your health is of utmost importance. Su Wenxin nodded in agreement, his eyes revealing concern. Father, mother, perhaps we should allow my sister to rest in her room, Su Yun suggested at that moment. Yes, Su Wenxin and Feng Shui realized the necessity, quickly guiding Su Xiaoyu into her room, attending to her with utmost care. With a soft click, the door closed. Su Yun remained outside, his expression serene. Yet, within the calm depths of his eyes, a hint of peril began to surface. Unable to protect even one person, a group of inept individuals. In that instant, every piece of furniture within the room trembled slightly before returning to tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. Only in the corner, within the parrot cage, did the two ordinarily lively parrots huddle in fear, trembling violently. Chapter 20. The Despairing Chasm. An hour later, Feng Yu stepped into the tranquil courtyard. Led by Qin Yuan, dozens of figures already stood respectfully within the courtyard. Upon the arrival of Su Yun, their expressions stiffened. My lord, what is the situation with the Fairness Church? Qin Yuan responded with utmost respect. The Fairness Church was established 20 years ago, venerating the so-called God of Fairness. Its doctrine asserts that all are equal and advocates for fairness. They believe that martial artists, as geniuses wielding power, hold dominion over all, distorting order and becoming a cancer to this world. Over the past decade, the Fairness Church has incited conflict between martial artists and commoners within Tang Country, repeatedly assassinating unripe talents, leading Tang Country to classify it as a cult. The Silver Moon Province has mounted numerous efforts to combat it, yet it always manages to rise from the ashes. The recent attack on the talented martial artists is likely an act of vengeance. They particularly favor recruiting followers who have suffered oppression from martial artists and harbor deep-seated hatred towards them. Qin Yuan's expression grew grave. What is most concerning is that many of these ordinary people, once absorbed into the church, have astonishingly transformed into martial artists in a remarkably short time. While most attain the blood qi realm, some have even become acquired martial artists, innate martial artists, and even ascended to the skies. The followers of the Fairness Church fervently believe this is a manifestation of divine miracles. However, Su Yun turned his head. Qin Yuan continued. However, without exception, those who have suddenly transitioned from ordinary individuals to formidable martial artists do not live long. They age rapidly, with many surviving only 2 or 3 years, while some barely last a month. Su Yun ceased to speak, slowly advancing forward. He then sat in a chair, his eyes gently closing as he quietly recuperated. He appeared remarkably relaxed, his demeanor utterly serene. Yet, not a single person around dared to relax. The more calm Su Yun seemed, the more they trembled in fear. Qing Yuan stepped forward, his mouth moving as if to say something, but ultimately refrained. After years of service, he understood well. The more tranquil Su Yun appeared on the surface, the more furious he was within. For Su Yun, family, especially his sister Su Xiaoyu, was his Achilles heel. Thus, even Qing Yuan dared not utter a word at such a moment. In the profound silence, time gradually elapsed, and cold sweat began to bead on some foreheads. At this juncture, a rumble echoed. The air above the courtyard began to warp, and two figures slowly materialized. One was petite and delicate, donning a rabbit mask, Mao Tuesday. The other was a towering figure, skin like bronze, wearing a fierce tiger mask, Yin Hu. They descended to the ground and knelt before Su Yun, stating, "We pay our respects, my lord." Yet, Su Yun did not respond. He remained with his eyes gently shut, merely curling his index finger and lightly tapping the table. "Top, top, top." After a moment, Su Yun spoke indifferently. "I require an explanation regarding this matter." The faint pressure enveloping Yin Hu compelled him to bow his head. "It is my subordinate's failure. We were delayed due to unforeseen circumstances, resulting in our late arrival." Su Yun remained silent for several seconds. "That excuse is insufficient, my lord." At this moment, Mao Tu raised her head and slowly stood, her voice as clear as silver bells, tinged with indignation. "Though we were slightly late, the young lady is unharmed, is she not? Must it be so severe?" Su Yun's eyes snapped open the moment Mao Tu attempted to rise. An overwhelming force restrained her, heavy as a mountain and relentless as a tsunami, crashing down upon her. She fell to the ground, immobile. Mao Tu instinctively struggled, a terrifying aura erupting from her without reservation. The ethereal chimes of the celestial manor resonated once more, reverberating through the realm of spirits. However, in the next moment, the illusory bridge of heaven and earth behind her shattered, and the boundless darkness within her being, illuminated by the celestial manor, was abruptly suppressed back into the abyss by a colossal hand descending from above. The eerie chimes, as per usual, wafted through the air, attempting to invade her spiritual sea, much like they had against the withered wood among the eight-faced envoys. Yet all Mao Tu could see were a pair of inky black eyes. Thus, the chimes collapsed in the air and were extinguished. Her mind felt as if struck by a hammer. Blood began to seep from her 7 orifices. Her body struggled desperately, yet remained utterly immobile. A tempest surged, binding her head, limbs, and vital essence, sealing her spiritual sea completely. All vibrations and sounds were ensnared by an invisible force, confined within the courtyard, unable to escape. Meanwhile, Su Yun remained seated, quietly observing. He simply opened his eyes. Mao Tu could hardly believe it. Su Yun had not summoned them in many years, nor had he demonstrated his power before them in ages. Since her ascension to the first level of divine powers and her successful acquisition of a skill, she had felt that even if there was still a gap in strength between them, it was no longer insurmountable, and she could at least contend with him. Thus, her fear of Su Yun had diminished. Yet at this moment, faced with reality, she realized how ludicrous her thoughts had been. The disparity between them was not merely vast. It was akin to the chasm between the bright moon and a firefly, as despairing as a bottomless abyss, leaving no room for resistance whatsoever. He merely cast a glance her way. Creak! At this moment, Su Yun finally moved. He slowly raised his right hand, resting it on the armrest of the chair, as though he were an ordinary person standing up. However, the instant he did, everyone instinctively knelt on one knee, none daring to stand before him. In the face of such overwhelming despair, Su Yun approached with measured steps. He spoke softly. "Have I been too lenient these years?" Maltua's body trembled, her eyes rolling back as her consciousness began to waver. She could even sense her life force being slowly stripped away. "When I speak, when was it permissible to retort? Who allowed you to stand just now?" Su Yun's rhetorical question struck her mind like a hammer. Blood flowed from her 7 orifices like small streams. "My lord." Yin Hu's eyes reddened with fury. Su Yun turned his gaze upon him. Yin Hu beheld deep, unfathomable eyes, akin to a dark sea, and an uncontrollable surge of fear and trepidation rose within him. Yin Hu fought against his terror, gritting his teeth as he spoke. My lord, please temper your anger. We acknowledge our faults, and no matter how you wish us to make amends, we shall comply. Please spare Mao too this time. If you insist on punishment, let fall upon me. As he spoke, Yinhu clenched his jaw, raising his left hand, condensing his vital essence into a blade, and swung it fiercely toward his right arm. Clang! A crisp sound erupted. Yet, it was Su Yun's finger that intercepted the blow, flicking it aside, causing the condensed blade of vital essence to disintegrate instantly. Su Yun replied indifferently, once rendered a cripple. How can you make amends? This arm shall remain intact. Consider it a debt to me. Should such an occurrence arise again, a mere arm will not suffice. Having said this, Su Yun turned and returned to his chair. The oppressive aura, akin to a rising tide, gradually dissipated. The rabbit of the year finally sensed that she had regained control over her body. Her form trembled slightly, nearly succumbing to weakness, when the tiger hastily approached her, offering support. The rabbit lowered her head deeply, her brows quivering. My lord, I acknowledge my mistakes. Please allow me and the tiger to rectify the error in safeguarding the young lady by confronting the fair church. It is unnecessary, came the cold voice of Su Yuan, echoing as if from the heavens above. The reason for summoning you back is to assign you other tasks. As for the fair church, he paused momentarily, then softly added, I shall personally address that matter. The latter half of Chapter 18 has been slightly revised by the author. Esteemed readers may wish to revisit it. Chapter 21. The Path of Martial Arts and the Heart Nightfall, within the confines of his home. Su Yun sat cross-legged on the balcony of his room. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a radiant glow. With each breath he took, the immense power of the lunar essence was absorbed into his being, merging seamlessly with his flesh and blood. His bones, flesh, and blood shimmered with a faint silvery light, as if a resplendent moon resided within him. Under the nurturing influence of this lunar force, Su Yun's body was gradually, yet resolutely, transforming into that of a lunar being. Knock, knock. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the stillness. A spark of awareness flickered in Su Yun's eyes as his mental energy instinctively radiated outward. To his surprise, the one at the door was none other than Su Xiaoyu. Brother, it's me. What brings you here at this hour? Su Wen is gaze sheathed. Yet he paused his cultivation of the lunar body refinement technique, rising to open the door. Clad in a nightgown, Su Xiaoyu stood outside. How are you feeling now? Su Duning Kuayir. Much better, really. I just overexerted myself while training. It's nothing serious, she responded with a smile. On the surface, her spirit indeed appeared much improved. Her complexion no longer pale and haggard, yet a lingering daze clouded her eyes, as if she were ensnared by some perplexity. After a moment's hesitation, Su Xiaoyu spoke. Brother, I'd like to seek your counsel on something. Su Yun refrained from probing further, inviting her in. At that moment, he recalled how, during her childhood, she would often come to him at night, seeking solace whenever troubled, pouring out her heart while he listened patiently, a gentle smile adorning his face. He led Su Xiaoyu to the balcony, where a small round table and several chairs awaited. They sat across from each other, and Su Yun remained silent, as he always did, quietly awaiting her words. After nearly a minute of silence, Su Xiaoyu finally broke the stillness. Brother, do you truly believe the existence of martial artists is beneficial to this world? She detached herself from the narrative, recounting the earlier incident beyond the city gates involving a middle-aged man who had attacked his deceased daughter, and the helplessness and despair he felt in the face of martial artists, echoing his anguished cries of why. These thoughts lingered in her heart, an inescapable obsession. Su Xiaoyu understood that her question might seem absurd to others, perhaps even laughable, yet she could not shake it from her mind. She yearned for an explanation that resonated with her understanding. Listening attentively, Su Yun suddenly erupted into silent laughter, which soon gave way to audible mirth, growing louder. What are you laughing at? Su Xiaoyu was utterly bewildered. Holding his stomach, Su Yun laughed for a while before finally calming down, pointing at Su Xiaoyu and saying, You came all serious at this late hour, just to ask me this? Rising from his seat, he gazed out at the twinkling neon lights and the myriad of homes illuminated in the night. Sister, much like in this world, there are no absolute good or evil people, Every matter lacks definitive right or wrong. That man, driven by anger and resentment, ventured into extremity, harboring hatred for all martial artists. He was wrong, yet simultaneously, he was right. His daughter had done nothing to deserve her fate. Su Yun spoke softly. In this world, everyone has their own standpoint. Once you become a martial artist and embrace that identity, the reality cannot be altered or decided. However, you can choose who you become. With a serene demeanor, Su Yun continued, what we can do is steadfastly pursue our own path, remaining true to ourselves. To determine oneself. Su Xiaoyu gradually fell into contemplation. You ask whether martial artists should exist? Su Yun's expression remained tranquil. When that man sought vengeance against martial artists, yet wielded the very power of those he despised, you should understand, should you not? The existence of power cannot guarantee fairness. Yet it allows you to reclaim the justice that is rightfully yours in the face of injustice. Suddenly, a glimmer of realization flickered in Su Yun's eyes. Su Xiaoyu, lost in thought, seemed to enter a peculiar state, a subtle wave enveloping her. In his perception, she had not yet breached the barrier of the 7th level of qi and blood, yet it appeared to be loosening. With just one more session of training, she could likely break through with ease. Is this the awakening of the martial heart? The awakening of the martial heart is an extraordinarily rare state, akin to the enlightenment found in tales of old, where one transcends to a harmonious union with the heavens. Achieving this state not only facilitates the breaking of boundary barriers, but significantly benefits future martial cultivation. Yet, such an awakening typically only manifests among high-level martial artists. And even then, it is exceedingly rare. As for the qi in blood realm, such occurrences are virtually unheard of. Su Yun's expression turned peculiar. My sister's talent in certain aspects may surpass my imagination. After half an hour, Su Xiaoyu finally emerged from her reverie, her eyes sparkling. Brother, I understand now. Thank you. At her words, Su Yun chuckled softly. Little one, do you really need to thank me? With a playful giggle. Su Xiaoyu's earlier confusion seemed to dissipate in an instant. Her spirits lifted. I'll head back to sleep now, so I won't disturb you. Brother, you should rest as well. Creak. The door closed. Silence enveloped the room once more. The gentle, warm smile on Su Yun's face gradually faded. The entry of the martial heart at the qi and blood realm indicated a sharpened martial spirit, a double-edged sword. If she could consistently navigate this state, it would greatly benefit her future training. Yet, if unable to do so, it could lead to a devastating collapse of her martial spirit, halting her progress indefinitely. The teachings of fairness. Su Yun's gaze turned profound. A flicker of unsettling light momentarily flashed in his eyes. After a prolonged silence, just as he turned to resume his cultivation, a tremendous aura erupted from a certain direction within the Qingcheng Bay City. Chapter 22 Departure from Qingcheng Bay City. A powerful aura flickered momentarily before vanishing without a trace. However, neither ordinary citizens nor even the martial artists within the city seemed to perceive the eruption of this energy. It appeared as though this force was merely intended for the demonstration to a specific individual, conveying a certain signal. Su Yun turned his gaze toward the window, raising an eyebrow. In that moment, the air stirred without wind. Clad in black, he donned a white mask that emerged from his storage space, enveloping him instantly. He pushed open the window and stepped out, treading upon the void. By the time his second foot touched the ground, he had already disappeared into the night. Whoosh! In District 1, beside an imposing skyscraper, Su Yun's figure suddenly materialized. With a population exceeding 10 million, Qingcheng Bay City was vast. An ordinary person, without the aid of transportation, would take days to traverse the city. Yet for Su Yun, the entirety of Qingcheng Bay City was but a single step away. On the rooftop, a robust figure stood with his hands clasped behind his back, facing the night wind. Short beard, hair tied back, dressed in simple martial attire. His demeanor exuded an innate authority. The lord of Qingcheng Bay City, Qin Wu. Initially, Qin Wu stood at the edge of the rooftop, his expression stern as he gazed into the distance. However, a fleeting glance caught sight of Su Yun, who had already appeared in the void beside him, startling him momentarily. Hiss! Qin Wu's eyes twitched. Black-clad, when did you arrive? Just now, Su Yun replied, stepping forth from the void and landing a short distance from Qin Wu. His voice steady and unperturbed. Qin Wu scrutinized him closely. Might you share your current strength with me? Standing beside you now, I am utterly unable to perceive your true essence. As Qin Wu's spiritual energy settled upon Su Yun, it was as if a mud ox had sunk into the sea, instantly silent and lost. This stark contrast illustrated the immense gap between them. Ordinarily, even if one were weaker, there would be some semblance of detection, yet complete failure of perception typically occurred only when crossing significant realms. However, in the realm of divine powers, each level represented a chasm of difference, comparable to the vast divide seen among lower-tier martial artists. Such a situation, while surprising, was not entirely unacceptable. Feel free to take a guess, Su Yun replied with a faint smile. Qin Wu shook his head helplessly. How could I possibly guess such a thing? Everyone believed Qin Wu to be the sole practitioner of divine powers in Qingcheng Bay City, the unquestionable strongest, and indeed, this had been the case over a decade ago. Yet 10 years prior, they had clashed, and Qin Wu had suffered a thorough defeat at the hands of the black-clad figure. In the ensuing decade, what heights had this individual reached? Qin Wu was uncertain, but given the latter's innate talent, it was impossible for him to have remained stagnant. He must have at least ascended to the second or even third level of divine powers. In Qin Wu's estimation, this was already a rather optimistic assessment. After all, breaking through a level within the realm of divine powers was akin to scaling the heavens. He had spent 20 years within this realm, yet had not progressed beyond the first level. This was not due to a lack of talent. Those capable of becoming divine power practitioners could hardly be deemed lacking in that regard. It was simply that the cultivation beyond this realm was exceedingly arduous. Since their initial encounter, they had come to know each other over the course of a decade. Yet Su Yun had never unveiled his true identity nor revealed his face, remaining shrouded in black attire, hence Qin Wu's moniker for him. Setting that aside, your sudden display of power in the city. What do you seek from me? Is it not permissible for me to seek you out without reason? Qin Wu laughed heartily, stepping away from the rooftop's edge and beckoning Su Yun inside. Cool, let's converse. The rooftop boasted a grand swimming pool, a transparent glass lounge, and a resting area, among other amenities. At this late hour, you summoned me from afar, just for a chat? Is it not normal for friends to share heart-to-heart conversations? Qin Wu grinned, though a sigh soon escaped him. In truth, aside from those of equal standing, who else can we converse with? On the surface, we appear to bask in glory, yet the reality is often quite dreary. Upon hearing this, Su Yun nodded in agreement. It was indeed a fact. Those like Qing Yuan and others regarded him with reverence akin to a deity. Ordinary people and martial artists belonged to two distinct worlds, and the path of martial arts was rife with hierarchical distinctions. Between each realm existed vast chasms, insurmountable barriers. Just as Qin Wu was perceived as cold and authoritative by all in Qingcheng Bay City, including his subordinates, he could not exhibit such a smile and engage in equal conversation as he did now. Ultimately, it was a matter of differing levels and perspectives. For the nascent Su Yun, concealing his strength stemmed from the immense secrets of the system. Should he reveal them, he would undoubtedly attract insatiable scrutiny and watchfulness. However, even now, such reasons remained pertinent. When the disparity in strength became too pronounced, barriers could emerge even between strangers, friends, and even family. Meanwhile, Qin Wu continued to speak animatedly. Cough. Suddenly, Qin Wu cleared his throat and sat upright, stating, in truth, I called you here today not merely for idle chatter. There is another matter at hand. Indeed, just as Qin Wu finished speaking, he noticed Su Yun watching him with a bemused smile, which made even his thick skin feel somewhat uncomfortable. He cleared his throat again and said, You are aware of the recent attack by the Fairness Church, correct? Su Yun raised an eyebrow. I have heard whispers. At the time, I was leading several airborne practitioners from Qingcheng Bay City on duty outside the city, unaware that those vermin would seize the opportunity. Qin Wu's gaze turned frosty, a killing intent emanating from him. How could I possibly swallow this grievance? The Fairness Church has grown so audacious. I have already proposed to the governor of Silver Moon Province to unite the forces of several Bay cities to jointly eradicate the Fairness Church. This time, we must ensure their complete annihilation, leaving them no chance of resurgence. However, given the vastness of Tang Nation, maintaining the 10 primary defenses and guarding against demonic beasts is already a formidable task. It is impossible to divert too much strength to this matter. Currently, we can only muster a few mid to high tier forces from several cities, and I fear it may not suffice. He sighed heavily. The concepts of complete eradication and mere defeat were not synonymous. To obliterate the Fairness Church entirely, one must prepare a force far exceeding their own. Qin Wu turned to Su Yun. Thus, black-clad, we have known each other for nearly a decade. I hope you can assist me in this endeavor to subdue the Fairness Church. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them. Su Yun paused and could not help but chuckle. An invitation to join the campaign against the Fairness Church? How intriguing. And what say you? Qin Wu's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Yet to his disappointment, Su Yun gently shook his head. However, Qin Wu was not entirely taken aback. Although Tang Nation had attempted to eradicate the Fairness Church multiple times, the organization had proven itself resilient, capable of revival from the ashes. This upcoming action could very well harbor dangers. To expect Su Yun to join without reservations was indeed asking too much. So be it. Qin Wu sighed. This matter is indeed somewhat unreasonable. If you choose not to participate, I shall consider it as though I never spoke. At that moment, Su Yun slowly rose and walked toward the exit, murmuring, Lord Qin, if I may speak frankly, it would be wise for you to abandon this plan. Qin Wu furrowed his brow, his tone growing chilly. Am I to swallow my grievances in silence? This matter transcends my personal dignity. It concerns the honor of the Tang Nation. How could the illustrious Tang allow these petty clowns to act with such impudence? No, that is not my intent. Su Yun's voice, ethereal and distant, conveyed no hint of emotional fluctuation as it reached back. The reason I urge you to relinquish this pursuit is simply, it is no longer necessary. Qin Wu was momentarily taken aback. No longer necessary. What could that possibly mean? Yet, Su Yun's figure had already vanished. Above, dense clouds drifted slowly, obscuring the radiant moonlight and plunging the surroundings into darkness. The wind began to stir. Without attracting anyone's attention, having traversed this world for 2 decades, it was the first time Su Yun personally departed from the confines of the Qingcheng Bay City and its surrounding wilderness. Chapter 23. The 800 Miles of Wilderness. Martial artist? The Tang Kingdom is situated in the southeastern part of the continent, bordered to the northwest by the Anyang Kingdom. Both nations are traversed by the mighty Red River, which flows for thousands of miles, while the narrow boundary between them is separated by the vast expanse of the 800 miles of wilderness. Despite its name, the 800 miles of wilderness is a misnomer. It is not a desolate wasteland overrun by monstrous beasts, but rather a vital transit point connecting the 2 kingdoms. Although referred to as 800 miles, its true length extends for several thousand miles, vast and immeasurable. As a crucial border region, countless supplies and resources for cultivation are transported between the 2 nations by numerous caravans traversing the 800 miles of wilderness. Decades ago, the Tang Kingdom and the Anyang Kingdom launched a joint military campaign, mobilizing 1 million troops over several years to nearly eradicate the beasts dwelling within the 800 miles of wilderness. While complete extermination was impossible, they at least managed to limit the threats to a controllable level. Scattered throughout the wilderness are several small human settlements, with caravans frequently seen transporting various resources, and wilderness hunters occasionally hunting the stray beasts. Deep within the 800 miles of wilderness lies the Black Dragon Valley, a place where cold winds howl and snow blankets the land. Since the great catastrophe, as the particles of the world have revived, the continent has undergone significant changes, with bizarre phenomena emerging. The Black Dragon Valley is one such manifestation. At this moment, although it is not winter, the valley is engulfed in swirling snow, with snowdrifts exceeding 1/2 meter. Near the entrance of the Black Dragon Valley, a small caravan has made camp in the snow-covered area. with 5 or 6 trucks and off-road vehicles forming a protective circle against the wind and snow. The snow in the center has been cleared, and sturdy tents rise from the ground, with warm bonfires blazing. Around the bonfire, several individuals huddle for warmth. Damn this weather. A few years ago, it wasn't this cold, and the snow wasn't this heavy. At this rate, soon vehicles won't be able to pass through here, one man complains, stomping his feet against the ground, shivering from the cold. Indeed, an elderly man with a face etched with wrinkles replies hoarsely, shaking his head in lament. This used to be a shortcut, but if we can't pass, we'll have to go around the back of Black Dragon Mountain and take Route 16. That will mean a long detour and additional expenses. With his words, a sense of helplessness permeates the air, and many sigh in unison, the atmosphere around the bonfire growing increasingly heavy. In these times, earning money is already challenging, and any increase in expenses would be dire. Sensing the somber mood, a middle-aged man among them attempts to shift the conversation to lighten the atmosphere. By the way, have you heard of the Fairness Church? Fairness Church? Isn't that a cult from the Tang Kingdom? They've been suppressed several times over the past decade, but they've never been eradicated. Why bring this up now? You may not know. After several crackdowns, the headquarters of the Fairness Church has reportedly moved out of the Tang Kingdom, and now it seems to be right in Black Dragon Mountain. Is that true? Why would I lie? I have friends who claim to have seen figures emerging from the valley, walking on air. Who else but a martial artist could do that? And that's not all. There are other pieces of evidence. What else? As the conversation unfolds, the middle-aged man grows animated, turning towards the direction from where the skeptical voice originated. However, upon looking, he is met with the sharp features and languid smile of a young stranger. What else? At that moment, the middle-aged man feels a chill run down his spine, his body freezing in place. Despite being near the warmth of the bonfire, an icy sensation creeps up from his feet, culminating at the crown of his head. After several seconds, he suddenly leaps up. Who are you? What's wrong? The others are drawn to the man's shout, turning to see the unfolding situation. The middle-aged man pulls out a gun from his belongings, and the others quickly rise, weapons drawn. The palpable chill of fear grips them all. Having spent years in the wilderness, they're always wary of both beasts and the marauding wild night factions. Thus their vigilance is naturally heightened. Yet, after chatting by the bonfire for so long, they failed to notice the presence of someone who should not have been there. What is happening? Tension fills the air as they brace for danger. Suyin slowly stands, a soft smile gracing his lips. Do not be alarmed. I merely passed by and found your tales intriguing, so I could not help but listen. He gestures towards a valley. By the way, is this Black Dragon Valley? If I pass through, will I reach Black Dragon Mountain? Yes. After a moment of silence, someone finally responds. However, everyone remains fixated on him, muscles taut, eyes brimming with suspicion. In the wilderness, those who lack vigilance do not survive to see another day. Thank you, Su Yun replies nonchalantly, turning to walk towards the valley. After a while, the middle-aged man suddenly calls out, Hey, the Black Dragon Valley and Black Dragon Mountain are separated by an unfathomable chasm. You cannot cross here. You need to go around the back to reach Black Dragon Mountain. Did you not hear me? Black Dragon Mountain is the headquarters of the cult. It's dangerous. Suyin offers no reply, gradually moving away. Don't blame me if you get into trouble. The middle-aged man mutters in irritation. The others watch Suyin depart, gradually relaxing and sheathing their weapons. Then, as if struck by a realization, they turn to the elderly man, whose face is lined with deep wrinkles and who has remained silent throughout the exchange. What's wrong with you? Silence. The elder hisses, his face pale and body trembling uncontrollably. If you wish to live, do not utter unnecessary words. Do you not sense something amiss? Amiss? The group is momentarily stunned, then instinctively turns to gaze at Su Yun's distant figure once more. In that moment, their hearts clench with alarm. The earlier shock had left them momentarily dazed, but now, with focused scrutiny, they discern the anomaly. The temperature outside is perilously below freezing, and even clad in thick winter attire, they shiver with cold. Yet that young man is merely dressed in black. Moreover, he is alone, without any means of transport or supplies. How did he traverse to this place? The nearest settlement is clearly over 80 miles away. What chills them the most is that Su Yun walks away, hands clasped behind his back, leaving no footprints in a half-foot thick snow. The swirling winds and falling snow seemed to consume him, leaving no trace, as if he were swallowed by an abyss. Untouched by dust. Is this sorcery? Their hearts race, faces pale with fear. The elder, relatively composed, took a deep breath and spoke with profound reverence. We must have encountered the legendary warrior. Moreover, given the level of prowess displayed, this individual is likely a postnatal warrior. For those residing in the base city, such as the sprawling Qingcheng, with a population exceeding 10 million, warriors, though exalted and revered, are not an uncommon sight. One might encounter a warrior at any moment while traversing the streets. However, for those who dwell beyond the city's confines, scraping a living in the wilderness, warriors are akin to deities residing in the heavens above. The likelihood of encountering a warrior in the wild is minimal, and moreover, in that untamed expanse, warriors are bound by no constraints. They possess the power of life and death, capable of controlling the fate of ordinary people at a mere thought. The common folk stand utterly defenseless. Thus, those living outside the city harbor a deep-seated awe for warriors. To provoke a warrior could lead to one's demise, and no one would come to your aid. Upon hearing the mention of warriors, the expressions of several individuals shifted dramatically. The middle-aged man tightened his grip on his firearm, a wave of dread washing over him. Fortunately, they had refrained from taking action moments ago. Had anyone fired a shot, it is likely that all present would now be severed from their bodies. Chapter 24. A single punch shakes the heavens, erasing the Black Dragon Peak at long last. The headquarters of the Fair Church is situated atop the Black Dragon Peak. Su Yun, with a serene demeanor, gazes into the valley, where, at an immense distance, he perceives a towering mountain standing majestically beyond the gorge. He continues his advance across the snow, appearing to move at a leisurely pace. Yet with each step, he traverses hundreds of meters. Just as he reaches less than halfway through the valley, a piercing shriek echoes, and several figures swiftly traverse the thick snow, hurtling towards Su Yun's position. The foremost among them reveals his innate power, unmistakably a congenital martial artist. The identity of any martial artist present here is self-evident. They must belong to the Fair Church. Who approaches? State your origins and intentions, or face merciless death. The leading congenital expert exudes a malevolent aura, his internal energy palpable, his voice booming. In the next instant, Su Yun steps forward, flicking his fingers towards the congenital warrior. Bang! An invisible force, spanning hundreds of meters, strikes forth, obliterating the warrior in a burst of crimson mist. What? The figures following him abruptly halt, their eyes wide with disbelief, utterly astonished by the scene. That was a congenital martial artist. Yet, this young man from hundreds of meters away has extinguished him with a mere flick of his finger, reducing him to a mere cloud of blood. What kind of power is this? Fearful and aghast, the remaining figures turn to flee. But before they can take more than a few steps, Su Yun's fingers flicker again, and the rest are similarly reduced to mere pulp by an unseen force. It is clear now, this is indeed the right place. Su Yun retracts his hand, his expression remaining unperturbed. With a mere thought, his spiritual energy surges forth like a tidal wave, sweeping across the vast expanse of Black Dragon Valley and the towering Black Dragon Peak, which looms over a precipice beyond the valley entrance. His spiritual presence even brushes past the bodies of Fair Church warriors, yet none perceive any anomaly. What a well-chosen location. Here, the army cannot penetrate, and the treacherous terrain is easily defensible. Only powerful martial artists can mount a direct assault, and even if they are defeated, escape is manageable. To completely annihilate them without leaving a trace, one would need at least several times, if not 10 times, the force. Let me see. 1 at the second level of divine powers, 2 at the first level, and a dozen at the soaring realm. As for those below the soaring realm, he disregards them entirely. Su Yun raises an eyebrow. In terms of high-tier combat strength, the Fair Church exceeds that of Qingcheng Bay City. No wonder they dare to act with such audacity, openly assassinating the talented martial artists of the Bay City. It is also no surprise that Qin Wu is so cautious. seeking to unite the forces of other Bay cities in the Silver Moon province for a concerted strike. However, for Su Yun, it makes no difference. Who, when stepping on an ant, would concern themselves with how many they have crushed or whether the ants are large or small? Who approaches? Su Yun is comedy, his spiritual energy resonating forth, carrying his voice like thunder to the distant black dragon peak. The one who approaches is Su Yun. He does not conceal his identity, for there is no need. Today, all who hear this voice shall meet their demise. With his hands clasped behind his back, the first mansion of the celestial 9 houses within him suddenly radiates a brilliant light. He merely takes a step forward, and, as he does, the surrounding wind and snow reverse course, propelling him across dozens of miles to hover above Black Dragon Peak. Only ripples in the air remain, slowly dissipating. The first mansion's divine ability, the distance of a step. In the high skies, Su Yun's black hair flows like ink, his black robe billowing, and his gem-like eyes resemble profound voids. His body, akin to a piece of white jade, now emanates a faint silver glow, radiating a chilling aura. After achieving minor success in cultivating the tiny body, the frigid environment does not inflict any adverse effects upon Su Yun. Rather, it enhances his strength. Su Yun's gaze lifts slightly, recalling his younger sister, Su Xiaoyu, who used to follow him like a shadow, calling him brother and clamoring for his company and play. To Su Yun, it feels as though only a few months have passed since that mischievous little girl transformed into a graceful young woman. He can allow Su Xiaoyu to encounter normal trials. After all, growth is essential. Under his command, unless facing life-threatening situations. Even if injured or heavily wounded in trials against beasts, as long as life is not at risk, neither the rabbit nor the tiger need to intervene. Yet Su Yun cannot tolerate the fair church daring to assassinate his sister during the trials, nearly disrupting her martial heart and affecting her future path in martial arts. This is Su Yun's forbidden zone, a line that must not be crossed. Thus, there is no need for probing, for intelligence gathering, or for discerning who is the true culprit or who is merely a misguided pawn. Su Yun demands that the entire fair church pay the price for his wrath. Consequently, Su Yun raises his right hand, fingers curling into a fist. Without even aiming specifically, he strikes downwards at Black Dragon Peak. At this moment, the frigid winds that had filled the valley and mountains suddenly cease their howling. At the headquarters of the fair church, atop Black Dragon Peak, a towering octagonal altar stands resolute against the howling blizzards. The altar, constructed of dark stone, glistens with a primal, rugged elegance, piercing the clouds. A massive statue of a man stands upon the altar, beneath which dozens of figures sit cross-legged. The foremost figure, with a grim countenance, mutters rotten wood, ink candle, and white eye. All 3 8-sided envoys are dead. His voice barely conceals his seething rage. A terrifying aura sweeps across the altar like a tempest. All present lower their heads, trembling, too fearful to speak. Some even cry out in panic, "Master, quell your rage. Master, quell your rage." A bunch of useless fools. With a wave of his hand, he sends one flying dozens of feet, crashing against the cliff. The leader of the fair church gradually suppresses his fury. His expression darkens. Regardless of the situation, Rottenwood and those individuals at least possess the peak of the soaring realm. Even if they could not unleash their full power, sending them to ambush some Blood Realm geniuses should have sufficed. How could they fail to escape? One among them hesitates, suggesting, could it be that the information was incorrect? Qingwu did not leave the city at that time. Logically, that should not be the case. But that is the only possibility. The leader of the fair church's gaze darkens. This matter cannot simply end here. Otherwise, who would still dare to join the fair church in the future? Master, do you mean we should attack Qingcheng Bay City? You fool. The leader of the fair church pauses, then erupts in anger. Regardless of the circumstances, Qingcheng Bay City is a major city in the Silver Moon province of Tang Country, with profound foundations. Even a small-scale beast hide may not be manageable. A minor surprise attack is one thing, but you dare suggest we lay siege? The speaker hastily falls silent. The leader of the Fairness Church cast a cold glance at him and said with a chilling smile, "We can dispatch some martial artists of acquired and innate realms from within the church to infiltrate the Qingcheng Bay City. lurking in wait to find the surviving prodigies of the talent sequence. They can hide among them and then seize the opportunity to strike together and eliminate them. This will send a message to everyone that those we intend to kill cannot be protected. These prodigies, if allowed to grow, will oppress countless others and continue to poison this world. Thus, they must be extinguished in the cradle, for the sake of fairness. His expression was indifferent. Instantly, the crowd's eyes blazed with fervor, and they shouted in unison, for fairness. However, after the operation, how would the infiltrating martial artists escape the city? The leader of the Fairness Church glanced at him dismissively and replied slowly, "At that time, I will devise a way to assist them. A group of mindless fools, even after receiving the inheritance of power, remain useless." To assist them? What a joke. If they die, we will just replace them with another batch. The leader's gaze fell upon the statue on the altar. By the time the master can truly revive, these individuals will merely be of trivial significance. He murmured softly, his eyes filled with excitement and fervor. The former identity of that master was unfathomable, even now, when his powers have not yet been restored. He possesses various incredible abilities. What kind of scene will it be when he fully regains his strength? By then, what significance will Qingcheng Bay City, or even the Tang Kingdom, hold? As he seemed to envision a future scene, the leader of the Fairness Church took a deep breath, feeling an uncontrollable surge of excitement. At that moment, an intruder, Suyun, a tremendous roar suddenly descended, shaking the entire altar. Below the Void Realm, everyone clutched their ears in agony. The martial artists of the Void Realm could barely resist, but turned pale, their bodies swaying precariously. Even the leader of the Fairness Church felt a momentary dizziness. But being a martial artist of divine abilities, he quickly regained his composure. He abruptly rose and shouted in anger, Suyun? Who is Suyun? I did not even know him. Yet, to dare invade the headquarters of the Fairness Church so audaciously takes immense courage. The leader's eyes turned icy. At this moment, chaos erupted among the crowd on the altar. What now? A flicker of anger flashed in the leader's eyes. These useless individuals, even after receiving the inheritance of power, behaved just like ordinary people, constantly shouting in panic, utterly worthless. But when he looked up, his body froze, and his eyes became vacant. What is this? Above, the swirling snow suddenly solidified. A colossal fist shadow appeared in the sky, slowly descending from above. The fist shadow was so immense that it obscured the sun, carrying a heavy, imposing, and chilling aura that pressed down upon them. The entire sky trembled, the dark heavens shattered by this punch. The leader of the Fairness Church no longer hesitated, unleashing a furious roar as his true essence coalesced, his body soaring as the ethereal shadow emerged behind him, attempting to escape the fist's looming presence. Flee! Fear gripped his heart. When had he provoked such a being? Could it be that a true powerhouse of the Tang Kingdom had taken action? Yet, he had merely assassinated a few prodigious martial artists in Qingcheng Bay City. In the grand scheme of the Tang Kingdom, what did those few amount to? Beside him, two other martial artists of divine abilities wasted no time and fled with all their might. Anyone who felt the aura of this fist shadow would harbor no thoughts of resistance. Only escape. How could mortal strength withstand divine might? Leader, save us. Under the terrifying pressure, even the martial artists of the Void Realm could not move an inch, while only those at the divine level could barely act. At that moment, dozens of figures below were in a panic, crying out for help, but the leader of the Fairness Church had entirely disregarded them. His own survival was paramount. Yet, as the fist shadow moved, the terrifying fist wind approached. In an instant, it swept across the sky, pressing down the flowing clouds for miles, including the leader of the Fairness Church. The three martial artists of divine abilities had just taken to the air when they were again forced back to the altar by the overwhelming wind pressure, rendered immobile. The entire headquarters was engulfed in chaos and terrified screams. At this moment, the leader of the Fairness Church was so frightened that his very soul quaked. All the ambitions he had harbored seemed to dissipate along with this terrifying fist shadow. Despairingly, he gazed towards the sky, never imagining that as a divine-level warrior, there would come a moment when he felt like an ant, What level of power is this? In the leader of the Fairness Church's eyes, filled with despair, the fist shadow finally descended. Countless buildings of the Fairness Church headquarters, along with everyone within, disintegrated into dust with a resounding boom. Then, the howling fist wind expanded, covering the mountains, and suddenly, the entire Black Dragon Peak vanished. It was as if a block of wood on the ground had been taken away by a mischievous child, leaving behind only a deep pit. In the distance, the previously stationed convoy on the snowy plains now gazed towards the direction of Black Dragon Peak, their mouths trembling, eyes devoid of focus. An elderly man, his face lined with wrinkles, suddenly knelt to the ground, trembling as he crawled towards Black Dragon Peak, reverently exclaiming, "O heavens! O divine beings! That must be the deity sent from above to punish the Fairness Church. I am fortunate to behold a divine master. Black Dragon Peak is gone." The middle-aged man's complexion turned ashen, his teeth chattering in fear. If Black Dragon Peak has vanished, then the Fairness Church clearly has also ceased to exist. An overwhelming punch from the heavens had obliterated it. What was that shadow that enveloped heaven and earth? There was no concrete evidence, yet inexplicably, a flash of lightning coursed through the minds of nearly everyone in the convoy, and a figure gradually emerged. The young man who had entered Black Dragon Valley, clad in a single garment, untouched by the wind and snow. Is it him? What kind of existence was that young man they had encountered just moments ago? By the campfire, several individuals fell into silence. From this moment forth, the scene that unfolded today would forever be etched in their memories, an indelible mark that they would find difficult to forget for the rest of their lives. In the year of the Tao, 126, Su Yun ventured beyond the confines of Qingcheng Bay City for the first time after crossing into this world. At the border between the Tang Kingdom and the Anyang Kingdom, amidst the 800 miles of wilderness, a single punch obliterated the Fairness Church, erasing Black Dragon Peak from the continent. It was over. High above, Su Yun slowly retracted his fist. What required Qin Wu to exercise utmost caution and unite the strength of multiple cities to devise a detailed plan before daring to strike against the heretical organization. Su Yun accomplished with a single punch, not even needing to employ his offensive divine abilities. He scanned the area for any potential survivors. Su Yun extended his mental energy, meticulously scanning the entire expanse of ruins beneath his feet. Only after confirming that no life remained did he take a step forward and vanish from the spot. 10 minutes later, at the site where Black Dragon Peak once stood, a tremendous deep pit created by Su Yun's punch erupted suddenly. Boom! Countless ruins exploded forth. The statue that had stood on the altar emerged from the ground, a faint glow shimmering upon its surface. The statue trembled, shaking off the dust covering it. Then, a deep and intermittent voice emanated from the sculpture. Did we fail? It seems I must find a new agent. Damn it, but what about me? A voice, laced with a subtle smile, responded. The statue trembled violently, abruptly turning to gaze behind itself. In what was once an utterly tranquil and empty void, waves suddenly rippled as Su Yun stepped forth with measured grace. Her gaze settled upon the quivering statue, her eyes deep and enigmatic, a subtle smile gracing her lips. At last, I have found you. Chapter 25. The Warrior of the Ancient Civilization? Are you deceiving me? The statue trembled incessantly, its deep and resonant voice imbued with a hint of surprise and anger. Su Yun remained non-committal, a faint smile gracing his lips. It appears that the figure behind the Fairness Church is you. So you are the so-called god of fairness they venerate? What exactly are you? The statue fell into silence abruptly. No words? Very well, it matters not. I can sense that your current strength is exceedingly feeble. Should I destroy you, your essence would be inconsequential. Su Yun raised his hand, seemingly preparing to strike. Wait. Sensing the threat, the statue finally broke its silence once more. Why resort to violence? There exists no irreconcilable conflict between us. The Fairness Church was indeed established under my guidance, yet I have never meddled in their affairs. I merely utilized them to aid in the restoration of my powers. Regardless of your reasons for annihilating the Fairness Church, I would remain indifferent. Moreover, perhaps, we could collaborate. Collaborate? Su Yun raised an eyebrow. Indeed, collaborate. Do you not wish to uncover the secrets of this world? The resurgence of beasts, the awakening of celestial energies. Are you not curious? By partnering with me, you shall obtain the answers. The statue's voice resonated, ethereal and alluring. Su Yun's expression shifted. You know? Indeed, I. Before he could finish, Su Yun suddenly scoffed. Nonsense. You are deceiving me. How could you possibly know such things? As he spoke, a surge of energy erupted from his being. I truly know. The statue's voice took on a sharper edge, laced with a hint of panic. It was perplexed by how quickly Su Yun had turned against it, deviating from the expected script. I am a relic from the previous era of warriors, and thus I possess knowledge of many secrets. The techniques and powers I hold are innumerable. If we collaborate, I can share them with you. Su Yun's expression tightened. Initially, he had merely sought to intimidate the statue to elicit information, but it appeared he had stumbled upon a grand revelation. The previous era of warriors. The ancient civilization. Such a civilization belonged to a time long past. Could a warrior from that age truly exist today? Although it appeared in a lamentable state, perhaps it still retained consciousness. The statue fell silent once more, seemingly aware that it had divulged too much. After a brief pause, it spoke again. I have revealed my identity to you and expressed sufficient sincerity. This is my greatest secret. What say you? Consider it. If we collaborate, I can aid you in ascending to the pinnacle of martial arts, while I require your assistance in restoring my powers and finding a suitable vessel. Su Yun seemed somewhat swayed. It sounds like a mutually beneficial arrangement. Precisely. Ponder it well. If you persist in hostility, I shall not remain idle. I am not without the strength to fight. This world is vast yet small. There is no need for us to engage in a life or death struggle here. As the statue spoke, it observed Su Yun, who was deep in thought. Suddenly, whoosh, a beam of light surged forth from the statue, hurtling toward Su Yun's brow. Without warning, there was no time to react. During their conversation, the statue had gradually closed the distance to Su Yun, unnoticed. You have been deceived. The low voice caused the air to tremble. The tone emanating from the statue had shifted from panic to a calm, assured demeanor. The recent negotiation with Su Yun had not merely been a stalling tactic. It had been subtly disorienting and relaxing Su Yun's vigilance. Its aim was to seize the opportunity, a decisive strike. It sought to claim Su Yun's body. A surge of barely concealed excitement coursed through the statue's emotions. If it could obtain Su Yun's youthful and powerful physique, the time required for its restoration would be significantly reduced, potentially saving it a century of arduous effort. It seems that it has partially cultivated the body of the lunar essence. Excellent. Since the soul belongs to the Yin, this body is ideally suited for my residual spirit to inhabit and nurture. The departing spirit radiated an urgent emotion. At that moment, Su Yun lifted his head. Yet, his gaze betrayed no hint of panic, only an oceanic calm. Before the spirit could reach him, a dark light suddenly emerged from Su Yun, quietly hovering in the air, obstructing the spirit's path. It was an ancient black mirror, with a whoosh. Instantly, the mirror emanated a terrifying force, beginning to draw the spirit toward it. The spirit that had burst forth from the statue suddenly hesitated, its expression one of shock. No, what is this? It could hardly believe it, hastily altering its direction, desperately attempting to flee. However, the gravitational pull proved insurmountable. After a brief struggle, it was dragged into the mirror with a scream. How could this be? No. The spirit was absorbed into the mirror. Accompanied by a sickening, tearing sound, it vanished without a trace. Thud. After absorbing the statue's spirit, the mirror buzzed and trembled for several seconds before losing its luster and falling to the ground. Bang! At that moment, the statue, seemingly carved from stone, contorted its face in an expression of agony before shattering into fragments. Amidst the debris, something appeared to fall. Su Yun stepped forward, reaching down to pick it up, discovering it was a piece of gray beast hide, the surface inscribed with faint golden ancient script. Su Yun studied it for a while, but could not decipher its meaning. It seemed to be inscribed with characters from the ancient civilization. He would take it back to show his mentor. With that thought, he willed the beast hide into his storage space and then turned his gaze to the black mirror. He gently beckoned, and the black mirror fell into his palm. That creature was devoured? Suin's gaze flickered. Moments ago, while scanning the ruins with his mental energy, he had detected no anomalies. Nor had he uncovered the statue beneath the ground. Just as he was about to depart, the black mirror in his storage space had suddenly trembled violently, as if drawn by an unseen force, exuding a powerful emotion. That emotion was desire. Thus, Su Yun discreetly retrieved the black mirror. Following that mysterious pull, he finally uncovered the enigmatic statue. Could this being truly be a warrior who had survived from the ancient civilization to the present? Su Yun narrowed his eyes, pondering. If it is true, it surely possesses considerable secrets. However, that entity's spirit has been extinguished. Pondering further would be futile. Moreover, even if its identity were genuine, there is no one to validate it. Su Yun could not ascertain the truth of its claims. Engaging in a rash transaction could lead to dire consequences. After all, that creature had just attempted to seize his body. Clearly, it was not to be trusted. What a pity. I had intended to inquire how it could bestow power upon ordinary individuals. Su Yun shook his head. Yet, with the statue's demise and the spirit absorbed by the black mirror, all such inquiries would remain forever unanswered. Lowering his gaze to the black mirror in his hand, its exterior remained unchanged, dark, ancient, and unremarkable. However, Su Yun could distinctly sense that this mirror had transformed in essence. If we consider the previous black mirror to be in a state of sealing and silence, then now, after absorbing the remnants of souls, it seems to have been awakened. Finding a suitable location, Su Yuan took a step forward, his form flickering like a wraith, swiftly arriving atop a colossal stone covered in ice and snow, several miles away. There, Su Yun sat cross-legged upon the great stone and retrieved the black mirror. Initially, he attempted to infuse it with his true essence. Yet, as before, there was no response. Was the true essence still unresponsive? Undeterred, Su Yun proceeded to probe it with his mental energy. This time, he was not let down. As his mental energy extended and collided with the black mirror, the long-dormant artifact finally stirred. Chapter 26, The Mirror World, the Realm of Illusions at this moment. Su Yun felt his consciousness detach from his corporeal form, gradually floating upwards, suspended in midair. Lowering his gaze, he was astonished to witness his own body, eyes tightly shut, sitting cross-legged. What is happening? Thoughts raced through Su Yun's mind. Has my consciousness truly left my physical body? Is this mirror attempting to devour me as well? Before he could ponder further, the next instant, the world around him spun violently. Darkness engulfed him, an interminable void. Su Yun opened his eyes, or rather, he could not even ascertain whether he had truly opened them, for all he beheld was an abyss of impenetrable blackness, devoid of any reference point. There was no sensation, no sight, no awareness, only a faint sense of intent. He attempted to move, yet found the endeavor exceedingly arduous. After considerable effort, he managed to achieve a minuscule advancement. Time flowed slowly, and Su Yun's memories seemed to fade. He forgot why he was here and what his intentions were, lost in a haze of confusion. Then, at a certain moment, amidst the endless darkness, a glimmer of light emerged. The light coalesced into a blazing black-red sun. Su Yun was certain he had never encountered this sun before, yet upon seeing it, a surge of realization washed over him. Two words surfaced in his mind. The key. The key. Su Yun seemed to grasp something profound. He exerted his will, slowly moving closer to the black-red sun. In this realm, the sun was the sole object of illumination. Time appeared almost non-existent, as if millennia had passed. With considerable effort, he drew near, and then he reached out, extending his consciousness towards the black-red sun. In the next moment, infinite darkness and blinding light enveloped him. Boom! Within the vast void, a grand and gentle voice resonated in Su Yun's ears. Insufficient true essence feedback. The realm of myriad calamities is sealed. The platform of laws is sealed. The platform of expounding the Tao is sealed. The debate platform is available. Suddenly, countless points of light appeared, illuminating the world before him. Memories returned, and Su Yun blinked, looking down at himself. He finally possessed a body again, no longer a formless and nearly uncontrollable essence. The senses of smell, touch, and sight returned sequentially, as if he had truly entered the flesh, feeling remarkably real. Surveying his surroundings, Suyin discovered he stood upon a dense, hazy, and indistinct gray mist. The mist flowed like water, and stone pillars adorned with intricate engravings rose from the fog, soaring upwards as if supporting a grand hall. Yet, gazing upward, even Suyun's composed nature was stirred with awe. Above him was not a vaulted ceiling of a hall, but a dazzling river of stars. The celestial river hung inverted, traversing the void, radiating colors that shimmered with countless mysterious stars swirling and moving into the distance. Retracting his gaze, he looked ahead. Beneath the star river, above the gray mist, stood a young boy. He appeared around 15 or 16 years old, with bright eyes, a high nose, and a gentle, refined expression. Clad in a plain blue robe, devoid of embellishment, his vacant gaze lacked vitality, seemingly devoid of true intellect. Was the voice he heard earlier his? Suyin pondered. Where exactly was this place? As he contemplated, the myriad stars in the vast sky suddenly surged, and an entire river of stars rushed towards him. At that moment, a flood of information coursed through his mind. A flicker of realization dawned upon Suyin. This was the world of the realm of illusions. The space he occupied was a part of this realm. Moreover, such spaces seemed to exist in multiples. To enter the realm of illusions and access the corresponding space, one required a specific key. In the realm of illusions, one entered as consciousness, yet all sensations were nearly indistinguishable from reality. The young boy in the blue robe served as a guide within the realm of illusions, though lacking genuine intellect. He could assist in activating various functions and answering simple queries regarding the realm. The realm of illusions held numerous functionalities, but currently, only the debate platform could be activated. Anyone capable of entering the realm could engage in combat and philosophical discourse upon this platform. All other functionalities remained sealed due to his insufficient strength. Suyin was somewhat speechless. According to the realm's assessment, he appeared too weak. Taking a deep breath and surveying his surroundings, Suyin suddenly furrowed his brow. Not far ahead, two black portals stood erect. However, the information that had flooded his mind earlier did not mention these two doors. Thus, Suyin turned to the blue-robed boy and inquired, "What are those two doors?" The boy's eyes flickered slightly, and then his gentle voice responded, "They do not belong to the realm of illusions. I cannot answer." Suyin was taken aback. They do not belong to the realm of illusions? This implied that the doors were not originally there. Someone must have placed them here. Who could it be? The previous master of this place? It seemed highly probable. Resolving to investigate further, Suyin approached the two doors. First, he attempted to open the left door. He encountered no resistance, and it swung open effortlessly. Inside, however, lay emptiness, an abyss of darkness, nothing at all. No items? Suyin frowned, then proceeded to open the right door. This time, it was not devoid of contents. Instead, a colossal pillar that seemed to support the heavens floated within. The pillar was cylindrical, yet the face facing the door was smooth and flat, resembling a gigantic mirror. Another mirror? Suyin extended his mental energy, confirming there was nothing amiss before stepping inside. He approached the mirror, gazing into it. However, the surface reflected nothing of Suyin. He could see nothing clearly. What was this? Just as Suyin tightened his brow, intending to leave this door, suddenly, the mirror began to tremble violently. Buzz! The surface of the mirror quivered, a white light shimmering upon it. Then, a voice emanated from within. "Is the Crimson Emperor present?" Though the volume was not loud, it resonated in Suyun's ears as though the heavens themselves were roaring. The voice contained an overwhelming, terrifying power. Even with the mirror between them, merely listening made Suyun feel as though his will would be utterly shattered. Suyun's heart raced. The Crimson Emperor? Who was that? In neither the previous world nor this one had he ever heard this name. The crucial point was the tone of the speaker. Did they believe the one beyond the mirror was indeed this so-called Crimson Emperor? This indicated that the Crimson Emperor was the former master of the realm of illusions and the one who established these two portals. Suyun's mind raced. The voice from the mirror presumed itself to be the true entity? Where had this Crimson Emperor gone? Had he perished, or was there another circumstance? It must be dead. Otherwise, this object could not have fallen into my possession. So, should I respond or not? If I choose silence, will it arouse suspicion? Yet, if I remain unresponsive for too long, it may appear rather peculiar. Judging by the current signs, both the Crimson Emperor and the voice emanating from the mirror possess a level of power that vastly exceeds my imagination. At the very least, it is beyond what I can currently reach. Su Yun's thoughts whirled rapidly, ultimately leading him to a decision. Remain silent and observe the unfolding events. The retreat has not yet concluded. It seems that this millennium of seclusion has yielded significant gains. In that case, let's proceed with our few companions. A grand voice resonated once more, gradually becoming ethereal, as if it were receding into the distance. Have I made the right choice? Su Yun held his breath, focusing intently. It appears the person on the other side of the mirror cannot ascertain the precise circumstances on my end. Indeed, judging by the tone, the former master of this place and the speaker are likely of the same caliber. Were I in their position, I too would not permit others to pry into my stronghold. This Crimson Emperor, did he previously claim to be in seclusion? Has something gone awry during his retreat, leading to his disappearance? Or perhaps some other unforeseen event has led to his fall, resulting in this fortuitous acquisition of the place. However, a millennium of seclusion? Su Yun's expression shifted slightly. Embarking on the path of martial arts, a warrior's lifespan exceeds that of an ordinary person, yet it is not limitless. According to various studies and speculations, the lifespan of powerful martial artists rarely surpasses 350 years, a millennium of seclusion. The implications contained within this notion are terrifying. On the other side, the mirror trembled for several seconds before gradually settling into calm, though the white light upon it continued to flicker. With unwavering focus, Su Yun leaned closer to the mirror, peering once more. Before him, the confusion dissipated, revealing 5 towering pillars that supported the heavens, suspended in the void, mirroring his own and forming a hexagon. At this moment, the cross-sectional surfaces of the other 5 pillars began to tremble violently, glowing brightly as they transformed into immense luminous screens. These screens interlinked, forming a colossal wall that connected the heavens and the earth. Upon closer inspection, the 5 towering pillars were identical. Yet the light at the edges of the mirror varied. Some were dark as night, others a somber gray, azure blue, and white adorned with twinkling stars. As for Su Yun's side, the edges exhibited a hue of black and red. Boom! In the next instant, the void erupted with a thunderous roar. Within the 5 luminous screens, a colossal, majestic figure suddenly materialized. The figures appeared hazy and ethereal, as if the entirety of space could not contain their visages. The 5 figures stood in alignment with the towering pillars, reaching nearly to the heavens. In that moment, the trembling screens fell still, and the entire world seemed quiet. The Qingcheng gathering is set to commence once more in 20 years. Following the customary order, this session should be held in the Tianyu realm. What are your thoughts? From the first luminous screen on the left, a voice resonated with authority, akin to the very laws of heaven and earth. Yet in the second and third screens, powerful voices emerged, expressing their intentions. This generation's leader will be decided by my side. A voice as chilling and domineering as that of the underworld echoed from the fourth screen. The fifth and final screen, a vast and ethereal female voice, proclaimed, "Each shall rely on their own means." This was the final pronouncement. As the words faded, the 5 immense luminous screens dimmed simultaneously, reverting to the dark mirror, and the towering figures vanished without a trace. Chapter 27. Rewind. The terrifying backlash as the 5 figures on the towering pillar departed, the 5 resplendent, luminous screens extinguished abruptly, akin to flames deprived of fuel, reverting to a shadowy, obscure mirror. Meanwhile, the mirror before Su Yun ceased its trembling, its brilliance gradually fading. Exercising caution, Su Yun remained silent, making no movement, resembling a statue, standing there in tranquil stillness. It was not until 5 minutes had passed, confirming that everything had concluded, that he took a final, deep gaze before quietly pushing the door open to leave. Upon stepping outside, Su Yun meticulously contemplated all that had transpired since his entrance. Countless thoughts flickering in his mind, accompanied by various conjectures. However, reason dictated that this was not a realm in which he could meddle. He could only proceed step by step. Exiting through the door on the right, he then approached the door on the left, pushing it open. Inside, the scene remained unchanged, still an expanse of nothingness. Thus, he closed the door once more and departed. Standing atop the nebulous gray mist, Su Yun pondered for a moment before declaring, "Activate the debate platform." This was, thus far, the only function he could initiate within this ethereal realm. In the next moment, a warm and grand voice of a young Taoist in a blue robe resounded, seemingly imbued with the profound truths of heaven and earth. Current quantity of jade Garo. Insufficient to reach 10, unable to activate the debate platform. The information received from above the galaxy included an explanation regarding the jade. The utilization of numerous functions within the ethereal realm predominantly required jade, which was primarily acquired through debates. Victorious debates would yield a certain quantity of jade, while defeats would incur a deduction. Moreover, the master of the ethereal realm could generate a small amount of jade daily. Yet, the minimum requirement to initiate a debate was 10 points of jade, and the parties involved could modify and increase the wagered quantity of jade. Insufficient jade? Su Yun felt a twinge of frustration. Having just become the master of this ethereal realm, he had yet to produce any jade. But he had not anticipated that the pre-existing stock of jade was, in fact, 0. Was the master truly this impoverished? There was nothing to be done but to wait 10 days before attempting again. Silently lamenting, Su Yun reluctantly murmured, "Exit." Boom! With a jolt of thought, he returned. Slowly opening his eyes, he found himself no longer amidst the dazzling, celestial river of the ethereal realm, but rather in the vast expanse of a snowy wilderness. Leaning down, he was taken aback. Where was the mirror? The black mirror that he had held in his hand was now nowhere to be seen. Wait, could it be? Su Yun's expression shifted, his consciousness probing into the sea of his spirit. Sure enough, within the calm and expansive sea of his psyche, an ancient black mirror floated gently, adorned with a peculiar and resplendent black-red sun pattern at its center. It had unexpectedly ventured into his sea of spirit. Su Yun found himself in a mix of amusement and exasperation. The Sea of Spirit was one of the most secretive and vulnerable areas within a martial artist's body. Had he not already mastered the mirror, it would have been a source of great concern. Letting out a long breath, Su Yun reflected that had it not been for the unexpected incident of devouring that remnant soul, activating the black mirror, he might have taken an extensive period to uncover the secret, the resplendent, ethereal realm of the celestial river. The two mysterious portals above the mist. After 2 decades traversing this world, and with the enhancement of his strength, Su Yun had gradually become composed. Yet at this moment, a subtle excitement coursed through him. By a stroke of fortune, a grand world seemed to unveil itself before him. It was time to depart. Su Yun slowly rose, shaking off the accumulated snow from his body, and then leapt into the air, stepping into the swirling snowstorm. After obliterating the Fairness Church, Su Yuan had slowed his pace considerably on the return journey, taking his time. As he traveled, he also engaged in checking in while leisurely taking in the scenery along the border of Anyang and Tang nations. Apart from the arduous training and the study of martial arts, reading extensively, and traveling far, this too was a form of cultivation. Were an ordinary person, or even a martial artist, to learn of this, they would undoubtedly find it astonishing. In the desolate wilderness, who was not cautious, treading carefully as if walking on thin ice, always prepared for a confrontation with ferocious beasts, facing life and death, who could afford the luxury to leisurely admire the scenery. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Since Su Yun's annihilation of the Fairness Church and the eradication of Black Dragon Peak, 10 days had swiftly elapsed. At this moment, the tranquility of Black Dragon Valley was once again shattered. Rumble. The ground began to tremble. Armored vehicles rumbled in, blocking the entrance to the valley, their dart gun barrels and cannon muzzles aimed menacingly at the entrance, exuding a chilling aura of death. Thousands of soldiers clad in standard military attire braved the snowstorm, dispersing to seal off all potential escape routes from the mountain. Their combat attire was light, yet all wore expressions of calm determination. What was particularly striking was that none of them wielded firearms. For them, such weapons bore little significance. This was a force entirely composed of martial artists. The entire martial artist army was disciplined, their auras resonating, exuding an overwhelming murderous intent that surged skyward. In stark contrast to the various loose martial organizations, a national martial artist army was an entirely different entity, which was why the Fairness Church had hidden in the shadows, narrowly escaping annihilation on multiple occasions, daring only to target some immature, low-level talents. It was not that they could not, but rather that there was no need. Had it not been for the necessity to allocate most of their strength towards combating beasts, the Fairness Church could have been extinguished with a mere flick of a finger. Whether in the age of firearms or the era of extraordinary martial artists, aside from a handful of truly powerful individuals who could transcend the rules, the mightiest forces within the rules would always be the nation. Whoosh! The air howled. Above Black Dragon Valley, dozens of powerful figures soared through the skies. Below, the soldiers looked up towards the heavens, their eyes filled with reverence and admiration. The ability to traverse the air indicated that these individuals were, at the very least, martial artists of the ascending realm. Among the throng, the six figures at the forefront bore a magnificent celestial palace behind them, their auras unabashedly revealed. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, the swirling snowstorm was dispersed. Celestial martial artists. Qin Wu, the lord of the Qingcheng Bay City, was among these six. He clasped his fists toward the other five. I appreciate your assistance in this matter. Qin Wu, there's no need for such formality. We all belong to the Tang Nation, and are comrades, especially since this endeavor has the endorsement of the governor of Silver Moon Province. Boomed a robust man, his voice resonant as a bell. Do you think we traveled all this way for you, Qin Wu? The Fairness Church is an enemy of the Tang Nation. Indeed, the lord of Tianmen Bay City laughed heartily. Qin Wu, do not flatter yourself. We are not here for you, so there is no need to feel indebted to us. Expressing gratitude at such a time would be an affront to us. Qin Wu was taken aback for a moment, and then felt a surge of camaraderie. Laughing heartily, it seems I've been somewhat petty. Very well. This time, we shall join forces to uproot this malignant tumor. With that, he ceased to dilly-dally and bellowed. Attack. The thunderous sound reverberated not only for those nearby, but also for the nearly 1,000 warriors below. We shall depart, commanded Qin Wu, along with 6 other formidable martial artists, as they tore through the air, their bodies enveloped in an aura of malice, hurtling directly towards Heilong Peak. As they soared over the valley, the 6 martial artists unleashed an overwhelming force, creating an illusion of 6 suns appearing in the sky, their terrifying presence pressing forward with great intensity. Qin Wu, leading the charge, channeled his inner energy, his voice resonating with a booming declaration. The army of Tang has commenced the siege. Those who surrender shall be spared, but those who resist shall face merciless slaughter. As he uttered these words, his aura intensified, and his techniques began to operate in the shadows, preparing him to strike with lethal force against the heretics. However, at that moment, he abruptly halted, his expression shifting to one of disbelief. What was happening? The leaders of Guangyao Bay City, witnessing Qin Wu's reaction, felt a chill run down their spines, sensing the impending danger. Could it be that the heretical warriors had anticipated their arrival and set up an ambush? Or had they already fled, leaving Heilong Peak desolate? That would indeed pose a significant problem. In the next instant, as the leaders of Guangyao Bay City approached, they did not wait for Qin Wu's response, for they had already deduced the cause of his alarm. The lord of Guangyao Bay City widened his eyes in shock. Well, what happened to Heilong Peak? What was going on? Wasn't this supposed to be a towering mountain? Why is there only a massive pit? How could such a grand peak simply vanish? Surely, we Haven Tea come to the wrong place. No, it's impossible. They could not have all made such a fundamental mistake. This must be Heilong Peak. At that moment, the lord of Tianmen Bay City gazed down at the enormous, dark pit below and an involuntary shiver coursed through him. After several moments of silence, he finally spoke with uncertainty. "Wait, doesn't this deep pit resemble something?" Upon hearing this, everyone focused intently on the ground. Gradually, a sense of dread enveloped them. What was this? Their expressions turned pale in horror. Just moments ago, they had been lost in thought, oblivious to their surroundings. But now, from their lofty vantage point, they realized that this was no mere pit. It was an unfathomably vast fist imprint. Radiating from the center of the imprint were countless cracks and fissures, reminiscent of a cataclysmic disaster. With a gulp, the Lord of Guangyao Bay City found himself at a loss for words. The others mirrored his shock. Those who could witness this scene from above were all-powerful warriors, including Qin Wu and the 6 other formidable martial artists. Yet, before the enormity of the fist imprint, they all felt a chill to their very core. Had the Fairness Church been annihilated? After a prolonged silence, the Lord of Tianmen Bay City stammered. Is it even necessary to question this? The entire Heilong Peak has been obliterated. Do you really believe anyone from the Fairness Church could have survived? Another martial artist, bearing the title of City Lord, managed a bitter smile. But who could have done this? Did the Fairness Church inadvertently provoke a formidable enemy? Or could it be that one from the Tang state was responsible? He did not name any specific individual, yet all present felt the gravity of the situation. Who else could instill such dread in the hearts of seasoned martial artists that they would not dare to utter his name? It was inconceivable. How could that individual, who had been overseeing the borders of the Beast Battleground, possibly have time to come here? Someone shook their head in disbelief. Who could it be? At that moment, Qin Wu suddenly turned to the Lord of Tianmen Bay City and said, "In such circumstances, there is no need for secrecy. The technique you acquired is precisely what is needed now, isn't it?" The Lord of Tianmen Bay City's expression shifted. "You know about that?" He then sighed in resignation. "Very well, let us see." He descended closer to the fist imprint, standing directly above it. Some among them understood his intent, while others remained puzzled. Taking a deep breath, the Lord of Tianmen Bay City transformed his left eye into a brilliant white and his right into a pitch black. Within those dual-toned eyes, a fierce light erupted. Rewind. In his mind's eye, scenes began to unfold. The majestic Heilong Peak towered high, piercing the clouds. This was before its destruction. In the next instant, the image trembled, and a vague silhouette appeared above Heilong Peak, raising a fist with effortless grace, causing the swirling snow to come to a halt. The details were obscured, yet it seemed not to be that individual. Who could it be? "Let me see clearly," the Lord of Tianmen Bay City muttered, the light in his black and white eyes deepening as if transforming into 2 inky abysses. Suddenly, was it merely an illusion? The Lord of Tianmen Bay City noticed that the blurry figure in the vision appeared to have come to a standstill. What was happening? Why had it ceased? He was taken aback. Had his technique faltered? Boom! He fully unleashed his power, the radiance of his black and white eyes nearly spilling over. Rewind. Yet in the following moment, he understood. The image had not frozen. Rather, the indistinct figure had turned its head slowly, glancing in his direction. It exuded an air of profound depth coldness and an unmistakable indifference. Bang! The vision erupted violently. Gasp! The Lord of Tianmen Bay City felt an overwhelming force shatter his technique. His mental sea quaked violently. His body trembled, and he could not suppress the spurt of blood that escaped his lips. Qin Wu, alarmed, flashed to his side, placing a broad palm upon his back, channeling waves of vital energy into him. The Lord of Tianmen Bay City's complexion improved slightly, but his pallor remained, and he gasped for breath, his eyes still reflecting an indescribable terror. No, he could not continue to rewind. Deep down, he sensed that if he pressed on, he would certainly perish. He had only glimpsed a few seconds of the past, yet that terrifying force had nearly crushed him. Techniques were not invincible. Rewind was not absolute. If the past being revisited exceeded the wielder's power, not only would the attempt fail, but the practitioner would also suffer severe backlash. Did it fail? Qin Wu inquired gravely. Breathless, the Lord of Tianmen Bay City replied with great difficulty, "It failed. However, It is certain that the annihilation of the Fairness Church was not at the hands of that individual, but rather someone else. Not that individual? If it was not him, then who could it be? The crowd fell into stunned silence, gazing at the ground where the fist imprints lay distinct and pronounced. Their breaths grew labored as they bore witness to an incomprehensible force, instinctively generating a sense of dread. A single fist? The obliteration of the Fairness Church. The erasure of Heilong Peak. A single fist? Merely a glimpse into the past, and a martial artist of great renown lay gravely wounded. Regardless of the circumstances, the destruction of the Fairness Church, coupled with our lack of casualties, could indeed be seen as a fortunate outcome. Qin Wu inhaled deeply and declared, "However, this matter is beyond our capacity to handle. We must report it." The crowd nodded in agreement, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Since it was not that particular individual who intervened, it was highly plausible that an unknown, formidable entity was responsible. The annihilation of the Fairness Church raises questions. Was there a profound significance behind it? Was it a declaration of intent, or perhaps a warning? The involvement of such a powerful being is not a trivial affair. It could very well stir the neighboring nations. Many were set on edge, their minds rife with speculation. Yet, none could fathom that the reality was far less intricate than they imagined, even shockingly straightforward. This was merely an act of retribution. The entire Fairness Church stood as a mere casualty of Su Yun's wrath. Chapter 28. Su Wudi, Feng Bubi at the same time, in the Qingcheng Bay City, District 1, Mingwei Community. This is an upscale neighborhood composed entirely of detached villas. In the era of Dao, as the Bay City era commenced, land became incredibly precious. The price of each standalone villa soared to outrageous heights, and even wealth could not guarantee ownership. At this moment, a handsome young man, seemingly around 18 or 19 years of age, entered the community and unlocked the door to one of the villas. As soon as he stepped inside, a disheveled middle-aged man, slumped on the sofa, sprang to his feet, his eyes lighting up as he rushed forward. "My son has returned, and you've brought back so many delicious treats." The middle-aged man rubbed his hands together, grinning widely to reveal a mouthful of yellowed teeth. "So, you truly make me proud. You become a martial artist and join the ranks of geniuses, and recently you've earned so much money. After living in this dilapidated apartment building for so many years, I never imagined I would have a chance to dwell in a legendary detached villa. Oh, your father's later years will depend on you." And Qingcheng felt a surge of anger upon seeing the man's demeanor. Yet, as if recalling something, his fury quickly dissipated, and he merely replied, "Yes, I'm back." No matter how disappointing this man was, he was still his father, his own blood. Despite his alcoholism and gambling habits and the constant verbal abuse during childhood, could he truly abandon him? With his mother long gone, his only remaining kin were his younger brother and this man. The middle-aged man rubbed his hands again, awkwardly inquiring, "How is your brother?" At these words, and Qingcheng's gaze turned icy. "You don't need to concern yourself. I just visited him and arranged for the best hospital and the finest doctors. Remember, without my permission, you're not to see him. If it weren't for your negligence and the gambling debts that drained our savings, his condition would not have deteriorated to this extent." This man had the audacity to bring it up. If he weren't his father, he would have been the first to strike him down. All right, the middle-aged man stammered, sensing in Qingcheng's anger. "I understand, I want to go." And Qingcheng exhaled, suppressing his wrath. "I'll prepare dinner. Just wait here." With that, he carried the ingredients into the kitchen. While cooking, and Qingcheng's mood gradually calmed. Everything would turn out well. He had secured enough money from that group of people. His brother's illness could be treated, and as for the middle-aged man, though he was incorrigible, as long as he did not cause trouble, that would suffice. Perhaps he could even purchase some potions and elixirs to help his brother become a martial artist and embark on the path of martial arts. Suddenly, a thought struck in Qingcheng, causing his body to tremble. He paused momentarily before resuming his cooking. Don't blame him, he was left with no choice. Though he had joined the ranks of geniuses, he was still merely a prodigy, not a true powerhouse. Despite the generous subsidies ensuring his basic needs were met, he lacked the ability to amass substantial wealth. But he needed money. Moreover, the matter he had executed was flawless. There was no way it could be traced back to him. Gradually, and Qingcheng's mood lightened. Moments later, he carried the dishes into the living room. Here, eat. His body suddenly froze. Unbeknownst to him, a slender man with short hair was already seated on the sofa, leisurely sipping tea with his back turned. Who was this person? When did he enter? As a martial artist, he had not sensed a thing, and Qingcheng quickly glanced at the middle-aged man. At that moment, the middle-aged man, noticing Qingcheng's presence, smiled ingratiatingly. Son, this gentleman says he knows you and has come see you. I took the liberty of letting him in. You two can talk freely. I can step out. He began to leave. No need. The short-haired man set down his teacup and slowly stood up, a smile playing on his lips. You can stay. It makes no difference where you go. The middle-aged man, confused yet compliant, nodded repeatedly. Qingcheng turned to Qingcheng, his expression indifferent. You were the one who leaked information to the Fairness Church, weren't you? With those words, the last vestige of Qingcheng's hope shattered. You're from the inspection division? Or the martial artist division? Are you here to kill me? Despair washed over his features, replaced suddenly by madness as his eyes turned crimson. Why? Why must you come for me? I merely needed money and sold a bit of information. I just wanted to save my brother. What is wrong with that? Even without me, the Fairness Church would act. I merely provided a sliver of intel. Qingyun's expression remained unchanged as he extended 2 fingers. 2 mistakes. Firstly, I am not an official. Secondly, let me clarify. I am not here to kill you, but rather to eliminate everyone connected to you, everyone. Oh, and don't worry about your brother. He will join you shortly. What? And Qingcheng's eyes widened in horror, filled with rage. No, you. But in the next instant, a surge of energy pierced through his head, leaving his body stiff and collapsing to the ground. Nearby, the middle-aged man was paralyzed with fear, collapsing onto the floor. His pants soaked. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Bang! Qingyun's fist struck, shattering the middle-aged man's skull. Then he picked up a nearby cloth and wiped his hands clean. Blame your son for leaking information, nearly endangering the young lady. Such a sin warrants 1,000 deaths. Yet it is still insufficient to atone. Why must one die only once? It is truly too lenient for you. With a cold demeanor, Qingyun retrieved the communication device and dialed a number. It's done. Come and handle it. How is on your end? He.S. dead. A voice devoid of emotion replied. His condition worsened, and he succumbed to respiratory failure. I administered anesthesia beforehand. He felt no pain. What a pity. His brother saved him, but also doomed him. However, this life was never meant to continue, as it was traded for the young lady. Now, it is time to reclaim it. Qingyun chuckled softly. You truly are compassionate. With that, he ended the call. Qingyun's gaze turned somber. There were matters the higher-ups did not mention, but that did not mean he could evade them. For Su Yun's sake, he was willing to stain his hands with blood. At the border city of the Tang Kingdom, outside Chiu City base, in a desolate wilderness, on a remote and barren hillside, Su Yun sat cross-legged, having effortlessly slain all the beasts within a 1,000-meter radius. He seemed to sense something and suddenly turned his head in a certain direction, his eyes narrowing slightly. It appeared someone was probing him. Moments ago, the 5th celestial palace within him had burst forth with brilliance. A probing force had been severed by his 5th divine ability. Su Yun observed for a moment, then withdrew his gaze. The intruder had suffered a backlash. Let that serve as a lesson. Some things are not meant to be pried into. After 10 days, the collected jade was finally sufficient to activate the debate platform. A faint smile graced Su Yun's lips. Immediately, he projected his consciousness into the sea of spirits, connecting with the black-red sun pattern upon the mirror. The world around him spun violently once more. In the blink of an eye, Su Yun found himself standing above the mist. He wasted no time and declared, "Activate the debate platform." In the next moment, the voice of the Taoist boy in azure robes resounded. The debate platform is now activated. Would you like to engage in debate within the same realm? Yes. Shall we proceed with a random matching of debaters? Yes. With a flourish. A scroll unfurled before Su Yun. Debaters, please inscribe your names to formally commence the debate. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yun delicately inscribed 3 characters upon the scroll. Su Wudi. In an instant, the scroll transformed into a stream of white light and vanished. The galaxy surged. and the starlight roiled as the surrounding environment began to twist and change incessantly. Su Yun pondered, uncertain of what adversary awaited him and whence these debaters hailed. As the tumultuous starlight gradually settled, Su Yun, upon regaining his focus, found himself beneath an inverted river of stars, standing upon a seemingly endless, mottled battlefield. A plump figure materialized 100 meters away. At that moment, both parties beheld the names hovering behind them amidst the sea of stars, Su Wudi and Feng Bubi. A profound silence enveloped them. Is it truly this casual? Chapter 29. The insidious fat man. Upon signing in, a figure known as Feng Buffet appeared, clad in a white robe of indeterminate material. This rotund individual slightly clasped his hands. Fellow Taoist, it is a pleasure to meet you for the first time, and I hope. Before he could finish, the fat man suddenly erupted, thrusting his palm forward into the void. In an instant, an endless stream of sword light surged forth, converging and descending toward Su Yun. What seemed to be a gentle and amiable fat man unleashed a thunderous strike. In an instant, the sword energy swept across the mottled debate platform, threatening to engulf Su Yun. Yet, at the very last moment before the sword energy could cover him, Su Yun stepped forward and, in the blink of an eye, found himself directly behind the fat man. Without uttering a word, he struck downward with a palm. Boom! The void trembled. Caught off guard, the fat man was struck directly and sent flying. However, a golden small sword burst forth from his chest, hovering before him and forming a golden shield that enveloped him. Crack! 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 Su Yun's palm struck the shield, unleashing a terrifying force that caused the golden barrier to tremble, yet it ultimately did not shatter. Good heavens! The fat man exhaled in relief, but he was the first to cry foul. How dare you sneak attack me? Alas, my cultivation is profound. Your trivial skills cannot harm me. Nevertheless, the faint shadow of a celestial palace that began to materialize above his head suggested he was not as unfazed as he claimed. He had already invoked his divine ability. Go! The fat man steadied himself and pointed forward. The golden small sword at his chest suddenly expanded several feet, transforming into a beam of golden sword light imbued with terrifying power, hurtling towards Su Yun. The space quaked violently in the wake of the sword light, as if even the debate platform could not endure such ferocity. Yet, Su Yun merely took a step forward, silver light swirling around his palms. To the fat man's astonishment, he trapped the golden sword light between his hands. What in the world? The fat man widened his eyes in disbelief. That was his divine ability, caught by mere flesh. But quickly regaining his composure, the fat man's expression turned grave. He dared not hold back any longer, stamping his foot heavily in the air, causing the void to tremble once more, and shouted, "Halt!" The golden sword light in Su Yun's grasp suddenly blazed with intensity. Flames roared to life upon the sword light, erupting like a blazing sun from within. Numerous smaller sword lights surged along Su Yun's palms, attempting to envelop his entire body. Begone! Su Yun snorted coldly. With a mere tremor of his form, the multitude of golden sword lights that surrounded him instantly dissipated. Then, silver motes began to emerge from his bones, muscles, and even blood, coalescing towards his palm to extinguish the flames engulfing the golden sword light. Buzz! The golden sword light struggled fiercely. Yet, Su Yun's hands were like two colossal mountains, rendering it utterly unable to escape. Soon, the golden sword light itself was gradually suppressed and extinguished. Damn it! The fat man cursed, his face filled with helplessness as he frantically waved his hands. I surrender. I surrender. I shall not fight anymore. I admit defeat. Sujun Biman silent. In the next moment, he suddenly turned and delivered punch. Behind him, a rotund figure was sneaking up stealthily, while the fat man who had just declared his surrender began to fade from existence. It turned out to be merely an afterimage. Boom! The punch struck, unleashing a tempest. As Su Yun's fist soared forth, his aura transformed. Fearless, unyielding, invincible. Like a roaring ocean, akin to a mountain crashing down. The second divine ability. The Wujian killing punch. Boom! Once again, the golden small sword that had surged towards Su Yun was obliterated in an instant. My goodness. The fat man panicked. What kind of monster is this? He began frantically layering defenses upon himself, but all were utterly futile. The punch swept through, shattering everything in its path. The final barrier of true essence crumbled with a mere touch. The force of the punch remained undiminished, and, as the Wujian killing punch descended, the fat man's body, foam buffet, exploded into countless specks of starlight. The victor, Su Wudi, 20 jade, 20 pieces of jade, half derived from the 10 jade spent by Su Yun to initiate the debate, the other half coming from the fat man. Soon, the stars swirled, and the scene before him shifted. Su Yun found himself back amidst the towering stone pillars, shrouded in dense gray mist. Aveling, Su Yun muset denyade. Not too shabby. The outcome of this battle had been rather predictable. An absolute disparity in strength could not be compensated by any underhanded schemes. At this moment, a beam of white light suddenly descended from the starry sky, transforming into a sheet of white paper that unfurled before Su Yun. This time I was careless. We shall battle again. It was signed, Foam Buffet. Su Yun was speechless. Dare you challenge me again? A sense of exasperation washed over him. Indeed, shamelessness was a peculiar talent. With a casual wave, the white paper vanished. He paid little mind to this individual, finding him unworthy of further engagement. Though the fat man's strength was not particularly formidable, his insidious nature was unparalleled. If he were to face an opponent of equal or slightly superior strength, the chances of falling into a trap were significant. Thus, Su Yun was reluctant to engage with him further. One could never tell when they might find themselves ensnared. However, after a brief contemplation, he considered that since the fat man had approached him voluntarily, it might be beneficial to extract some necessary information from him in the future. With a thought, Su Yun exited the realm of illusion. His primary aim in entering had been to test the functionalities of the debate platform, and he chose not to continue the conflict. As his consciousness returned to his body, Su Yun opened his eyes and slowly rose. I just remembered I haven't signed in today. The opportunities for signing in must not be squandered. With that in mind, Su Yun promptly declared, System, sign in. Ding. Host sign in successful. Reward, 1 vial of moon spirit elixir. Surprised, a glimmer of satisfaction crossed Su Yun's face. The moon spirit elixir contained the essence of the moon and the power of the Taiyin, serving as an aid for cultivating the Taiyin body refinement technique. Previously, he had to wait until nightfall, under the full moon, with sufficient lunar energy to practice, and the amount of Taiyin energy he could draw was quite limited. Now, however, with the moon spirit elixir, he could consume it to cultivate the Taiyin body refinement technique at any time, significantly shortening the time required to fully refine his Taiyin body. Earlier, when he shattered the fat man's divine ability, the golden sword light was primarily due to the suppression of his Taiyin body. The practical test had revealed that the power of the Taiyin body seemed to exceed his expectations. Yang excels in offense, while Yin excels in defense. Achieving the full Taiyin body would not only enhance his prowess in casting Yin attribute techniques and divine abilities, but would also prove remarkably effective in suppression and sealing. At present, Su Yun had only cultivated approximately 30% of the Taiyin body. If he were to fully realize it, its power would rival that of a formidable divine ability. Chapter 30. Prohibition of air, speech, and movement. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. As night deepens, the wilderness resonates with the incessant howls of monstrous beasts, instilling a chilling apprehension. On a small hillside, within a radius of several hundred meters, lies a gruesome pile of beast carcasses, their blood flowing like a miniature stream. At the center of this chaotic assemblage of corpses is a pristine patch of ground. In a silver-white radiance, Su Yun sits cross-legged, clad in dark garments, his eyes tightly closed. His features are sharply defined, reminiscent of exquisite sculpture. His brow, profile, and forehead exude a sword-like sharpness, while an almost tremulous aura emanates from his gentle demeanor. At this moment, his physical form resembles a piece of translucent crystal, radiating an exceptionally soft glow from within. The immense power of the Taiyin flows continuously around him, manifesting as silver-white luminescence. In the next instant, Su Yun opens his eyes, and a sudden tremor courses through his entire being. Consequently, the particles of energy in the universe surge violently. An endless torrent of energy floods into Su Yun's body as though a dam has burst. This colossal energy, capable of overwhelming even the most formidable practitioners, is swiftly subdued by the circulating silver light upon entering Su Yun's form, rendering it docile and seamlessly integrating into his flesh and blood. As time marches on, the influx of energy gradually diminishes until it ceases entirely. It has been a month. Su Yun reflects, a faint smile gracing his lips. The several azure jade vials at his feet lie empty, having consumed the last of the moon spirit pills he acquired through his sign-ins. A month's investment has not been in vain. He gazes at his palm, which resembles a piece of flawless silver jade, pure and immaculate. With a focused mind, he examines his inner self. His skin is translucent like ice crystals, and his bones radiate light akin to exquisite white jade. As his heart beats, the blood coursing through him has completely transformed into a silvery hue. Ice skin, jade bones, silver blood. Su Yun clenches his fist and thrusts it forward with sudden force. Boom! At the moment of impact, thunderous roars erupt, causing the air to tremble and fissures to spread as the atmosphere shatters. A small hillock 1,000 meters away suddenly quakes and disintegrates into a cloud of fine dust. Indeed, a satisfied smile plays upon Su Yun's lips as he nods. Having perfected the Tang body, combined with the first layer of the undying trait, he now possesses the strength to challenge even the most powerful practitioners solely based on the might of his corporeal form. It is only now that Su Yun notices the chilling aura of the Tang body enveloping him, casting a layer of frost over the fallen beast corpses nearby. Exhaling deeply, he immerses his spirit, gradually regulating the Tang power within him. In no time, his physique returns to its original state, and the penetrating coldness dissipates. Without deliberate control, the power of the Tang body would instantly obliterate any low-level practitioner who merely brushed against him. If he were to encounter Feng Bubi again, as he did in the realm of the divine void, he would not even need to employ his no self-killing fist. The mere manifestation of the Tang body would suffice to annihilate him. Su Yun smiles faintly. It is time to depart. Although he fabricated a reason about a mission assigned by the Research Institute, a month has elapsed, and it is indeed time to return. Moreover, he glances at the communication device he has just retrieved from his storage space. Over the month, Hong Shua has attempted to contact him several times, but engrossed in his cultivation, he had been oblivious to it and thus did not respond. Su Yun pinches the bridge of his nose. Given Hong Shua's volatile temper, he must have been livid after being ignored for so long. Could it be that there is progress regarding the matter he had entrusted to him? As these thoughts swirl in his mind, he propels himself into the air, intending to return to the Qingcheng base city at once. However, just then, he instinctively extends his mental energy outward, sensing something intriguing. Initially, he intended to disregard it, but suddenly, a flicker of interest overtakes him. Oh, it appears I have stumbled upon something fascinating. Su Yun muses, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in his eyes. He steps forward, his figure soaring into the misty void. In the star-moon plains, the sound of rumbling fills the air as wheels crush stones and ravines, creating a cacophony of friction. A fortified off-road vehicle races through the wilderness, heading towards the nearest Chiu City base city. Inside the vehicle are 5 individuals, 4 men and 1 woman. How much further? The woman in the passenger seat, clad in streamlined combat attire, inquires, her cool demeanor accentuated by her chic short hair as she leans against the window. The burly man at the helm, steering the vehicle, leans forward to observe their surroundings. Captain, we'll be there shortly. Once we exit the Star-Moon Plains, it won't be long before we reach Chiu City base city. We should arrive before dawn. The woman nods. Let us keep up the pace. Everyone, remain vigilant. Understood. The 4 reply in unison. Before long, someone in the back row chuckles. By the time we return, once we split the earnings and add it to my savings, I could buy a villa in the 4th district. Hiss, who would have thought you were so discreet, quietly saving up all this money? It's mainly thanks to the captain's brilliant leadership. The woman playfully scolds, you chatterbox. You'd better treat us. Absolutely. The group. Members of the Chiu City-based city's hunter team, known as the Fire Squad, consists of 5 members including their captain, Qingcheng, a mid-stage practitioner of the postnatal realm, while the others are a beginner practitioner and 3 at the 9th level of Qi and blood. In the context of the Chiu City-based city as hunter teams, they are of moderate standing. At present, the Fire Squad has just concluded an expedition and is returning to rest while also planning to sell the materials gathered from their recent hunt. This time, they have been fortunate, having exploited advantageous terrain to slay a saber-toothed tiger beast of the peak postnatal realm, acquiring numerous valuable body parts that could fetch tens of millions in the underground black market. For the Fire Squad, this is an extraordinary bounty, resulting in an upbeat mood among the 5 members, including Captain Qingcheng. Screech, the modified off-road vehicle comes to an abrupt halt, leaving deep tracks in the ground. Qingcheng furrows her brow. What is happening? If they were not practitioners, they would have surely been thrown from their seats. A man in the passenger seat is sweating profusely, managing a wry smile. The engine has stalled. There seems to be a malfunction. Damn it, of all times. Qingcheng curses, issuing orders. Quickly get out and fix it. The rest of you, stay alert. Got it. The squad members scramble out of the vehicle. Qingcheng takes a deep breath. Being stranded in the wilderness is no trifling matter. This place is a paradise for monstrous beasts. The Star Moon Plains, in particular, is notorious for the frequent presence of mutated beasts, posing a significant danger. However, surely our luck isn't that bad. Qingcheng reassures herself inwardly, including Qingcheng. The entire Fire Squad gazes around in trepidation. Roar! Surrounding them are the chilling howls of beasts, their green, luminous eyes piercing through the darkness, illuminating the wilderness and igniting a deep-seated fear within their hearts. If it were merely an ordinary encounter with beasts, while troublesome, they would not be daunted. After all, they are all martial artists, and among them, 2 are postnatal warriors. They are more than capable of handling typical unforeseen circumstances. Yet at this moment, they find themselves surrounded by thousands of ferocious lion-dog beast monsters. In the sky, sharp roars echo, and enormous shadows circle above. Aerial beast monsters. It is over. We have attracted the attention of mutated beasts. The man in the driver's seat appeared horrified. Qingcheng's body tensed, her complexion pale. How could this happen? They had merely paused for a brief moment, and now both the ground and the sky are filled with threats. There are only 5 of them. Is such a massive response truly warranted? The members of the Fire Squad were perplexed. This defies all logic. However, at this moment, words were futile. Qingcheng clenched her teeth, her eyes reddening, and growled, "Wait for my command. We will fight to the end, even in death. We shall take a few down with us." As martial artists, they could not simply await their demise. With a fierce roar, thousands of lion-dog beasts charged forward, their sharp claws extended. From above, dark shadows dove down. Qingcheng and her companions, filled with despair, nevertheless gritted their teeth and charged forth. The scent of death loomed large. Are we to perish? Such was the collective thought of the Fire Squad members. Just then, Qingcheng, the captain of the Fire Squad, was taken aback as she gazed skyward. The clouds roiled ominously. To her utter astonishment, a second moon appeared in the heavens. It was a moon of unparalleled brilliance, radiating a silvery light. The moment it manifested, the temperature in the entire star-moon plain plummeted sharply, and within an instant, frost coated the ground for 100 miles around. Boom! A tremendous force erupted, soaring into the sky, casting a fleeting shadow over the heavens. Within the area enveloped by this aura, all beasts, regardless of their strength, trembled and collapsed to the ground. The aerial beasts, previously soaring above, now plummeted. A silver-crowned eagle of innate prowess, amidst its piercing scream, crashed violently to the earth, creating a resounding tremor. The beasts roared and struggled with all their might. Yet, an invisible force weighed heavily upon them, silencing their cries. The airspace was restricted. Speech was forbidden. Movement was prohibited. The entire star-moon plain was encompassed in this domain. At this moment, the star-moon plain fell into an eerie silence. The once ferocious beasts trembled in fear. Though most beasts lack intelligence, akin to ordinary wild animals, they too possess emotions. These creatures, acutely aware of danger, sense the impending doom. All the beasts pressed to the ground, unable to move, shivered uncontrollably in terror, convinced they were on the brink of death. Amidst the stillness, a calm, yet grand voice resonated. Descend. Before the astonished eyes of the fire squad, billions of silvery threads cascaded from the moon, intertwining like a radiant rainbow, spilling forth like a silver waterfall, landing upon each beast immobilized by the overwhelming pressure. Consequently, thousands of beasts were utterly purified, reduced to ashes without leaving a trace behind. This was the divine power manifested by the body of the moon's cycle. Chapter 31. The Hunter Squad and the Eerie Bloodstone What? The members of the Blaze Squad gazed in disbelief, their eyes wide as if struck by lightning. So many beasts, had they truly perished just like that? Their expressions reflected a sense of bewilderment. When beasts congregate to form packs, or even more fearsome hordes, it is not merely a matter of numerical accumulation. Their destructive capability and threat escalate exponentially. Typically, the lowest-tier bloodthirsty beasts are easily dispatched by postnatal warriors. Yet when their numbers swell, even innate masters must flee in disarray. However, the scene before them had utterly surpassed their wildest imaginations. With the moon hanging high, it cast a resplendent glow. It resembled a radiant moon traversing the sky, where countless silver threads descended, instantly reducing thousands upon thousands of beasts to ashes. It was nothing short of a miracle. Although they were warriors, it was only at this moment that they truly comprehended the sheer power a warrior could wield. The beast horde, which had appeared as a calamity to them, was obliterated with effortless ease. Qingcheng and the others stood frozen in place. They had been awaiting death in despair, yet everything had turned upside down. Shock, confusion, and disbelief engulfed them, as if caught in a dream. Finally, a member of the Hunter Squad broke the silence with an exclamation, pointing in a specific direction. Look! Qingcheng followed the direction of the finger. In the air to the right, Su Yun stepped lightly upon the void, his tall figure seemingly able to support the heavens. Beneath the pure, white mask, his profound eyes exuded both the innocence of youth and the depth of the ocean. A single glance felt as though one might be drawn into their depths. Powerful, eerie, mysterious. The words instinctively surfaced in the minds of the Blaze Squad members. Although the overwhelming aura that had once dominated the surroundings had dissipated, his approach still left them breathless. This was the might that belonged to a true master, an innate authority that required no anger to command respect. Qingcheng, the strongest among the Blaze Squad, was the first to regain her composure. With a respectful demeanor, she stepped forward and said, "Qingcheng, I pay my respects to you. My lord, thank you for saving our lives." The others quickly followed suit, expressing their deference. "We pay our respects, my lord." Their attitude was one of utmost reverence. Su Yun, a being that could hover in the air, was undoubtedly an extraordinary entity, yet none among the five perceived him as merely an aerial warrior. The power he had just demonstrated was far too terrifying. Who but a legendary master could possess such formidable might? The thought sent shivers through the hearts of the Blaze Squad. A master of the divine realm, they had never encountered such a being in their lives. It was worth noting that within the Chiu City base, the strongest warrior was merely an aerial realm fighter. With a population of 3 million, Chiu City was not among the largest base cities in the Tang Kingdom, especially when compared to Qing City, which boasted over 10 million inhabitants. In the central provinces, the capitals often had populations reaching tens of millions, with some exaggerating to over 100 million. In contrast, Chiu City was merely a small border town. Fewer inhabitants naturally meant fewer powerful warriors. Generally, only base cities with populations exceeding 10 million would have a divine master stationed. Glancing at the group, Su Yun casually remarked, "You are a hunter squad out to slay beasts?" Qingcheng, unable to conceal the truth, respectfully replied, "My lord, we are the Blaze Squad from Chiu City. Slaying beasts is the duty of hunters." However, as those words left her lips, she felt a strange awkwardness before him. How could the Blaze Squad dare to claim they hunted beasts? Su Yun nodded. He had certainly never heard of a hunter squad of this caliber. Nonetheless, he had developed a newfound respect for their prior performance in the face of the beast horde. Since his arrival, he had been led to believe that warriors were exalted beings, wielding life and death over ordinary folk. Yet today, his perception had shifted slightly. Warriors were never afraid of battle. In the face of life and death, where great terror loomed, it was rare for anyone to maintain composure. Yet these five had not thought to use others as a means of escape during the crisis. Instead, they had risked their lives to seize a glimmer of hope. They dared to fight, dared to struggle. Upon reflection, it became clear. If warriors were truly the malignant tumors as proclaimed by the Fairness Church, oppressing the common people and only defending against beasts for self-preservation, how could they have turned the tide in humanity's direst hour during the Great Catastrophe? They would have likely faced extermination long ago. However, this was not the true reason Su Yun had chosen to save them. His gaze shifted to the modified off-road vehicle behind them. Are the items inside your hull from this venture? Indeed, Qingcheng confirmed, though she felt perplexed for them. This was the culmination of weeks of intense battles, treasured beyond measure. Yet could a divine master truly be interested in such trivial spoils? Su Yun offered no further explanation. With a flick of his hand, the vehicle's rear compartment opened automatically. A crimson light shot forth, rushing towards him, ultimately hovering before him. It was a rough, irregularly shaped stone, blood-red and about the size of a thumb, with indistinct blood-colored lines visible within. Qingcheng cautiously explained, "My lord, we discovered this within the body of a slain beast. We are uncertain of its nature, but it seemed unusual, so we placed it in the vehicle with the intention of identifying it during our return to the base city." A sense of unease washed over the group. Had they known this object would attract the attention of a divine master, they would have dared not keep it. Found within the beast's body? Su Yun raised an eyebrow. Previously, his dispersed spiritual energy had inadvertently captured a peculiar aura. It seemed likely that it originated from this bloodstone. Suddenly, a brilliant light flickered in Su Yun's dark eyes as his spiritual energy surged forth, sweeping over the bloodstone. The members of the Blaze squad felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon them, their knees buckling involuntarily. Their faces flushed crimson, their blood surging. Yet they barely managed to maintain their footing. Su Yun's spiritual energy was not directed at them, yet its proximity was enough to render them nearly breathless. Was this the might of a divine master? Qingcheng was astounded. Little did she know, if Su Yun unleashed his full spiritual power, not even the strongest lesser divine master could withstand his overwhelming pressure. A faint energy fluctuation emanated from the stone, peculiar, yet not overwhelmingly strong. Su Yun's spiritual energy meticulously probed every detail, revealing the energy contained within the bloodstone to be unfamiliar. It exuded a sense of anomaly, as though it were being repelled by its surroundings. How strange, Su Yun mused. What on earth is this? As time passed slowly, he eventually concluded his investigation, flipping his hand to store the bloodstone in his spatial pouch. Though he had collected some spoils, they were not substantial. At this moment, Su Yun's gaze fell upon the five below, who were struggling to withstand the pressure of his spiritual aura. With a decisive wave of his hand, the lingering spiritual energy in the air dissipated instantaneously. Qingcheng and another practitioner of the acquired realm fared relatively well, while the other three gasped for breath, as if on the verge of collapsing to the ground. Su Yun spoke calmly, "I shall accept this." Naturally, Qingcheng and the others had no objections. In comparison to their lives, a mysterious stone of uncertain purpose was of little consequence. Su Yun cast a glance at the group. The inexplicable assault by numerous beasts on this hunting team was likely connected to this bloodstone. However, there was no need to disclose such matters to them. In the next moment, he directed his gaze southeast and transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the void. The members of the fire team stood rooted in place, gazing at Su Yun's departing figure. In their eyes shone a fervent yearning and admiration. This was the true embodiment of strength. Would they ever ascend to such heights? The events of this night would be indelibly etched in the minds of the fire team, continually inspiring them to strive toward greater martial realms. Decades later, they would all emerge as formidable figures renowned in their own right. And in that future, they would come to realize that they had once stood face to face with that person, a paragon of strength who had seemed insurmountable, an opportunity unattainable through connections or means. As they grew older, reminiscing about the past in front of their descendants, it would become the crowning glory of their lives. Of course, these were matters for another time. Chapter 32. The disturbance of the Black Mirror and the emergence of the Crimson Emperor on the other side. 100 miles away from the Starry Moon Plain, Su Yun, having just departed, suddenly experienced a stabbing pain in his head, as if his mental sea were in turmoil. With a swift motion, he descended to the ground, furrowing his brows in concern. Could it be? With a focused thought, he entered his mental sea. In that instant, the Black Mirror, which had been quietly suspended in the mental sea, began to tremble violently, causing the mental sea to surge and roil. Without hesitation, Su Yun reached out with his thoughts to touch the black-red solar patterns on the Black Mirror, entering the realm of the illusory mirror, standing amidst the gray mist. He advanced directly, pushing open the portal to his right. Buzz. As expected, behind the door, the colossal pillar of heaven bore a massive reflective surface that shook violently, as if it were on the verge of shattering, with blinding white light flickering. Approaching the mirror, Su Yun peered into it. As the mirror's tremors reached their peak, a chilling voice resonated through the surface, echoing ominously, causing the void itself to quiver. The Crimson Emperor has yet to emerge from his seclusion. A contemplative gleam passed through Su Yun's eyes. This voice, he recognized it. It must have originated from the fourth reflective surface, counting from the left. Gazing into the mirror, indeed, 5 towering pillars stood in the void. Among them, 4 silent, their surfaces dull and lifeless, while the fourth mirror from the left glimmered with a dark gray light, trembling slightly, exuding an icy aura reminiscent of the depths of the underworld. He truly has not yet emerged. The chilling voice fell silent for a few seconds before continuing. Could it be that something has gone awry during his seclusion, rendering him unable to respond? If so, I might just pay a visit. A sudden heaviness enveloped Su Yun's heart. A visit? He was not the Crimson Emperor. He had merely stumbled upon the Black Mirror, activating it through a remnant soul, thus occupying a space that did not belong to him. Based on the information he had gathered, the Crimson Emperor referred to by this entity should be the original master of this realm. If this visitor intended to approach the Crimson Emperor's abode, that would be acceptable. However, if this visit implied tracing some connection to the Black Mirror, or worse, directly invading his domain, a shiver ran down Su Yun's spine. He could not ascertain the true strength of the other party. But one thing was certain. He was not currently capable of contending with them. The first time he had arrived here, a mere voice transmitted through the mirror had resonated so powerfully that his thoughts nearly shattered. This cold voice must exist on the same level. If the true entity were to descend, he would undoubtedly be unable to withstand it. If they truly sought him out, what would they do? Retrieve the Black Mirror? And in the process, eliminate him? Su Yun was uncertain. Yet, he was unwilling to leave his fate in the hands of another. In such circumstances, remaining silent was no longer the wisest choice. Thoughts raced through Su Yuan's mind, ultimately leading him to make a decisive resolution. He would take a gamble. He redirected his internal essence, speculating on the nature of the Crimson Emperor based on the tone of the voice. Then, he attempted to obscure his own voice, addressing the colossal mirror that supported the heavens for the first time. Begone, 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 begone. As Su Yun uttered that word, countless echoes erupted simultaneously, shaking the very void. The thunderous roar reverberated, sending tremors through the pillars of heaven, the mirror booming as if it were about to shatter. The surrounding space twisted as his voice transformed into a strange, colossal, and imposing masculine tone, leaving even Su Yun momentarily stunned. This was clearly not his voice. Not only Su Yun was taken aback. The chilling voice emanating from the mirror fell silent for a few seconds before resounding once more. You have emerged from seclusion? It seems there are no issues after all. I was worried for nothing. Now that you've emerged, why do you not show yourself? However, this does align with your character. With the voice echoing, the void trembled. Su Yun inhaled deeply, analyzing the information conveyed within the words. Moreover, He keenly perceived a hint of apprehension within that cold, domineering tone. The other party seemed to harbor some fear towards him. No, it was not him they feared, but the Crimson Emperor, based on the words and tone. The image of the Crimson Emperor gradually took shape in Su Yun's mind. Solitary, domineering, and undoubtedly immensely powerful. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he felt a sense of relief. He had indeed taken the right gamble. Oomph. Su Yun scoffed softly. The space warped, and once again his voice was transformed. What have you gained from this seclusion? The chilling voice rumbled. What have I gained? Why not? Try for yourself. Su Yun's tone was calm, yet exuded an undeniable authority. Haha, the conference of the Kung Su approaches. Let us postpone our sparring until after. The chilling voice showed no sign of anger, as if already accustomed to the way the Crimson Emperor spoke. By the way, since you have emerged from seclusion, do take care of your few fence-sitters, lest it result in an embarrassing situation for us all. With those final words, the chilling voice gradually receded. The mirror before Su Yun finally ceased its violent shaking, and the radiant light began to fade. Phew! Su Yun exhaled deeply. This time, he had managed to navigate the situation. He had no doubt that if he had remained silent, or his tone had been even slightly weaker, the other party might have truly sought him out to probe his reality. And Su Yun harbored no illusions that such an approach would be motivated by goodwill. However, why had his voice been transformed into that of the Crimson Emperor? Su Yun's expression was one of confusion. Was it because he was situated in the space created by the Crimson Emperor behind the door that his words were transmuted into the other's voice? No, that explanation was far too far-fetched. Su Yuan furrowed his brow. A more plausible scenario was that the Crimson Emperor had anticipated his potential prolonged absence, thus establishing this mechanism to deal with situations like the current one. However, if that were the case, the Black Mirror should have been under the control of someone else, rather than falling into his hands. Had the original master truly perished, rendering the contingency plan ineffective? Or had unforeseen circumstances arisen? Chapter 33. A storm approaches. Su Yun stroked his chin, deep in contemplation. Additionally, the last words spoken by the other party before departing lingered in his mind. What do they mean by wall grass? After pondering for a while, without gaining any clarity, Su Yun gently shook his head. His current grasp of information was still too limited. Moreover, he was not truly the Red Emperor. There was no need to overthink. The actual protagonist might have fallen. So why should he, an imposter, worry? Furthermore, even if he understood what the so-called wall grass entailed, what could he possibly do about it? Su Yun was even unaware of the whereabouts of these individuals. At that moment, he recalled the first mirror on the left, the one that had initially called out to him with a voice that resonated with authority, as if establishing the laws of heaven and earth. It seemed to have mentioned something about the celestial oracle realm. The name echoed in Su Yun's mind. This term appeared to be absent from any texts or historical accounts. Was it another world? After sitting quietly in the darkness for a while, Su Yun rose and exited through the door. Upon leaving, he first approached the portal on the left, pushing it open to glance inside, hoping to observe any changes. However, it remained an expanse of emptiness, unchanged. Inside the right portal, there were towering pillars that connected 6 mirrors, each representing a formidable existence. Could it be that the left door was entirely useless? That seemed unlikely. It was more probable that it held significance. It was just that Su Yun remained unaware of it. Was it a lack of strength on his part? Or perhaps missing some triggering conditions? Ultimately, gazing into the void beyond the door, Su Yun chose not to linger, closing the door and returning to the gray mist above. Suddenly, dozens of beams of white light descended from the suspended galaxy above, landing before Su Yun. They transformed into sheets of white paper, unfolding in an orderly manner. Come to the battle platform. I've made progress these days and will surely crush you. Friend, where are you? Are you there? Are you there? Are you there? Could it be that you're afraid of me? Su Wudi, hasten to duel with me. What nonsense! The information on the dozens of sheets of paper surfaced in succession. They were messages from the Star River within the divine illusion realm, all signed by the same individual. Feng Bubi. This fellow. Su Yun fell silent, pondering whether this divine illusion mirror had a blocking feature. If it did, he would undoubtedly reserve his precious first encounter for Feng Bubi. After perusing the meaningless messages, the sheets of paper gradually transformed into specks of starlight and vanished. Just as Su Yun intended to depart, he suddenly felt a shift in his expression. After a moment of thought, he waved his hand, and a sheet of white paper appeared, unfolding in front of him. Su Yun's index finger glided across it, leaving behind a message. Then, with a flick of his finger, the paper instantly rolled up, transforming into a stream of white light that shot upward, merging into the galaxy above and disappearing from sight. Upon completing this, Su Yun seemed to sense something. With a thought, he exited the divine illusion realm. As soon as he returned to the real world, he glanced at his wrist. Beep, beep, beep. The communication device on his wrist was ringing incessantly. At this moment, he had distanced himself from the star-moon origin and was nearer to another base city, thus able to receive communication signals. After entering the divine illusion realm, if there were any disturbances in the outside world, the thought entity could perceive them and swiftly exit. Su Yun answered the device. Hello? Immediately, a cold snort from Hong Shua erupted from the other end. You brat, you've really made progress, ignoring my communications for an entire month. The voice was filled with fury. You've left me hanging for a month. This damned thing almost made me throw my communicator. Su Yun remained silent, merely listening to Hong Shua rant in anger. Once he had vented sufficiently, Su Yun chuckled softly. Teacher, calm down. I have matters to discuss. Is there any news regarding what I previously gave you? Sort of. Hong Shua huffed again. All right, you need to come over quickly. Besides this matter, there's something else I need to tell you. By the way, I don't know what you're busy with all day, but don't go running around aimlessly. If you die out there, I want to collect your body. All right, that's it. With that, the communication ended. Is this what they call a sharp tongue, but a soft heart? Su Yun chuckled and shook his head. Intended to visit Hong Shua anyway. He planned to consult him about the ancient script inscribed on the beast's skin that had fallen from the sculpture. Moreover, it had been a while since he last visited the Research Institute. In the Silver Moon Province, within the jurisdiction of the 6th Defense Line, Qingcheng Bay City. Whoosh! In the high school, Su Yun streaked through like a meteor, entering the city without drawing anyone's attention. Upon returning to Qingcheng Bay City, Su Yun did not rush home nor go to Hong Shua. Instead, he first landed in a small courtyard in the 5th District. As soon as Su Yun descended, the air in the courtyard began to ripple and twist, and two figures slowly materialized. Mao Tu, Inhu, Master. The two stepped forward, kneeling on one knee. Compared to before, their demeanor toward Su Yun was noticeably more respectful, especially Mao Tu, who bowed deeply, her expression concealed by her rabbit mask. But the fear in her eyes was undeniable. After being subdued by Su Yun that day, Mao Tu dared not harbor any further thoughts. Others present that day might have thought Su Yun was merely using this method to instill fear in them. However, recalling the chilling, murderous intent that had enveloped her that day, Mao Tu felt a shiver down her spine. She understood that Su Yun had genuinely harbored intentions to kill. She had been but a step away from death. No matter how mild-mannered and kind Su Yun appeared, Mao Tu recognized that should he become enraged, even their 12 lives would be inconsequential to him. Mao Tu bowed her head even lower. Su Yun settled into his seat, his expression calm as he inquired, "How have you progressed with the task I assigned you?" Mao Tu and Inhu exchanged glances before responding in unison, "In accordance with your command. We have traveled to the 10th Defense Line to conduct reconnaissance." "What is the situation?" Inhu raised his head, his voice grave. "The situation is not very favorable. In recent years, the battlefield between humans and beasts has been fiercely contested, with many casualties. It's not just Tang Kingdom. The borderlines of many nations are in dire straits. It is said that some smaller nations have already had their border-based cities destroyed by beasts. The 10th Defense Line of Tang Kingdom has already been forced back 300 miles this year alone." This man, who appeared as robust as an iron tower and was usually focused solely on battle, revealed a hint of solemnity in his eyes as he spoke of the slaughter and warfare. Beasts are the archenemy of all humanity, and even more so, the nemesis of warriors. Since the advent of the Tao history era, warriors have risen to the challenge, resisting the beasts and gradually establishing humanity's foothold. Yet, The war between humans and beasts has never ceased. Though beasts may be mere animals, they do not solely know how to kill. They attack warriors and ordinary people, but they do not launch large-scale assaults until they coalesce into a flood of beasts. Thus, the inland beasts, those wild and untamed areas segmented by various nations and base cities, though perilous, do not pose the greatest threat. The borderlines are the true battleground. There, beasts surge like tides, continuously launching offensives. Should they breach the inland, a true calamity will descend. By then, no miracles will occur, for that would signify the defeat of the warriors. Suyun sighed quietly to himself. Recent arrangements and actions within the Qingcheng Bay City had aroused his suspicions, leading him to send the rabbit and tiger to the border defense line for reconnaissance and confirmation. It now appeared that his instincts were indeed correct. The situation at the border was deteriorating rapidly. After a moment's contemplation, Suyun finally waved his hand and instructed, "Continue your investigations at the border, and report any developments to me at once." The challenges of this era lay in such matters. Most communication devices could only be used within the confines of the Bay City or even a specific district. Instruments capable of cross-Bay City communication were exceedingly rare. Moreover, even these devices required both parties to be within or near a base city. Near the border defense line, where fiendish beasts congregated, countless warriors clashed with these creatures, causing energy fluctuations that disrupted the magnetic field, thereby complicating communication further. Understood. The rabbit and tiger moved in unison, vanishing from the courtyard. After their departure, Suyun's fingers gently tapped rhythmically on the table. He lifted his gaze towards the sky, which was clear and bright, with not a cloud in sight. The entire base city thrived amidst its bustle and clamor, yet Suyun sensed a subtle weight of solemnity beneath the surface. His eyes wandered far into the distance, as if traversing countless miles to the very edge of the battlefield between humanity and the fiendish beasts. A faint sound dissipated above the courtyard. A storm is brewing. Chapter 34. Sign in. Soul-binding divine weapon. The Institute of Super Ancient Civilization Research, Qingcheng branch, occupies a vast expanse and is adorned with numerous towering edifices. In the era of Tao history, martial artists are held in the highest regard. Their status is paramount, and the exploration and excavation of super ancient civilization relics are intricately intertwined with the advancement of martial arts. This endeavor frequently yields valuable technological insights, ensuring that funding allocated to the study of super ancient civilizations has never been lacking. Suyun, it has been quite a while. Indeed, Professor Hong mentioned you had been assigned a task, hence your absence these days. We must go out for a drink sometime. Upon entering the central building of the Institute, Suyun griti numeris familiar faces. As the favored disciple of Professor Hong, the head of the Institute, he was well known among the staff. His gentle disposition made him approachable, and colleagues were eager to engage with him. With a smile gracing his lips, Suyun exchanged pleasantries as he made his way to the elevator. Ascending to the top floor, during the elevator ride, idly contemplating, Suyun recalled that he had yet to utilize his sign-in opportunities for the day. He silently commanded, "System, initiate sign-in." Ding. Sign-in successful. You have obtained the soul-binding divine weapon. A divine weapon this time? Suyun's expression brightened. Divine weapons are wielded by martial artists of innate prowess. For those of the blood qi and acquired realms, sturdy alloy weapons suffice. However, no alloy weapon can withstand the force exchange between innate martial artists. Only divine weapons possess that capability. The crafting of divine weapons predominantly involves materials derived from the bodies of mystical beasts, combined with some peculiar ores discovered since the resurgence of the energies of heaven and earth. Divine weapons are immensely resilient, able to endure tremendous impacts, and some even possess unique abilities. With a thought, Suyun accessed his storage space. Scanning with his mental energy, he discovered the reward from his sign-in, the soul-binding divine weapon. Upon examining its form, he was momentarily taken aback. What is this? Within the storage space lay what appeared to be a fishing rod. It was primarily grayish-white, with a pitch-black hook exuding an eerie aura. Is this the soul-binding divine weapon? A fishing rod-shaped divine weapon? At this moment, Su Yun was both amused and bewildered. What on earth is this? In the next instant, a memory surfaced in his mind, providing information regarding the soul-binding divine weapon. After absorbing the knowledge, Su Yun's expression shifted. It turned out to be a divine weapon specifically designed to attack souls and mental energies. Very well, this could serve as a hidden ace. With that realization, Su Yun no longer cared about the peculiar form of the divine weapon. A faint smile graced his lips. Ding! Just then, the elevator doors slid open. Su Yun concealed his satisfaction and stepped out, arriving at Professor Hong's research room. Knock, knock, knock. A robust male voice emanated from behind the door. Come in. Su Yun entered. The research room was spacious, approximately 200 square feet, filled with an array of cataloged ancient artifacts, each meticulously organized. Professor Hong, in his 50s with graying hair, was busily engaged at his workbench. Upon noticing Su Yun, he let out a dismissive grunt and set aside his current task. Back already? Professor Hong was not one for pleasantries. After removing his experimental gloves, he spoke directly. Regarding that item you gave me, I have examined it. It does not appear to be an extraordinary artifact. It may have once been, but its power has entirely dissipated. As for the ancient script inscribed on it, much of it is illegible, and lacking a reference, my findings were minimal. Ultimately, I deciphered only one phrase, which happens to be the last sentence. Su Yun paid little heed. It was merely a trivial item he had stumbled upon, and he had no expectations for it to be anything remarkable. However, Professor Hong's demeanor shifted to one of curiosity. Yet, the last phrase I deciphered has piqued my interest. What does it say? Su Yun inquired, surprised to see such a look on Professor Hong's face. He opened his mouth but hesitated. Finally, he retrieved paper and pen and swiftly wrote down a few words. It was a phrase, albeit consisting of only 4 characters. See for yourself. Su Yun looked down at the smooth white paper, where 4 simple black characters caused his brow to furrow. Beware of the starry sky. He lifted his gaze abruptly. What does this mean? Uncertain, Professor Hong replied, pinching the bridge of his nose. Just 4 standalone characters, devoid of context. Who can say what they imply? Beware of the starry sky. Su Yun pondered these words. Suddenly, he recalled the ethereal realm of the divine void and the inverted starry sea above him, which was indeed a starry sky. Starry sky. Why the warning? Could it be that the downfall of the super-ancient civilization is linked to the starry sky? Is this starry sky truly the one above? Or does it symbolize something else? The secrets hidden within the super-ancient civilization seem numerous. After a moment of contemplation, he ceased his ruminations, since clarity eluded him. Further pondering would yield no benefit. Shaking his head, Su Yun focused his thoughts. Summoning the gray fur inscribed with faint golden characters that he had acquired from the statue of the Fairness Church. By the way, Professor, could you take a look at this? Where do you find so many peculiar items? Professor Hong queried, albeit accepting the fur and moving to the workbench to examine it with various tools and methods. As he worked, he continued, indeed, the inscriptions are ancient characters, yet not overly complex. They have mostly been deciphered. When you retrieve the book I provided on ancient script translation, you can compare and translate at your leisure. It won't take long, as it is not complicated. Su Yun nodded. Is that all it takes to resolve this? It appears seeking Professor Hong's expertise was the right choice. Though the contents remain a mystery, clarity will soon follow. Being preserved by such a statue is surely significant. Chapter 35. Fishing the shadows beyond 100 miles. Hong Shuo returned the gray bee skin to Su Yun and continued. Additionally, I have summoned you today for another matter. Recently, a site of an ultra-ancient civilization has been discovered in the Wild Barbarian Zone. The Qingcheng Bay City and the Tianmen Bay City are the 2 closest to this site, making us the primary forces for exploration and development. The expedition is set for 3 days hence. It is important to note that this site is somewhat different from previous discoveries. It is shrouded in a formation that, though now considerably damaged and chaotic in energy fluctuations, poses a risk. Should a martial artist of significant strength enter, their aura could potentially lead to the immediate collapse of the site. Therefore, this operation will primarily involve ordinary people, with only a few martial artists below the innate level permitted to enter. If any danger arises within the ruins, it will be challenging to ensure everyone's safety. Hong Shuo spoke with a grave demeanor. That is the situation. I have an exploration slot available. Would you be interested in participating? Su Yun felt a flicker of interest. He indeed held a profound fascination for ultra-ancient civilizations. However, Hong Shuo's subsequent words extinguished the spark within him. If even those above the innate level were deemed too dangerous to enter the ruins for fear of destabilizing the formation, what would that mean for him? With a resigned sigh, Su Yun coughed lightly. Teacher, I believe my theoretical studies are still insufficient. There is no need to rush into the ruins. I merely sought your opinion. If you think it unwise, then I shall not go. Hong Shuo did not press further, assuming Su Yun was merely apprehensive about potential dangers. Given the instability of the ruins and the restriction against stronger martial artists, safety was indeed a valid concern. Each life is precious, after all, and not solely one's own. A solitary old man without kin could be deemed expendable. Acknowledging that Su Yun was not suited for such an endeavor, Hong Shuo waved his hand dismissively. Well then, that was all I wished to discuss. If there is nothing further, you may leave. Teacher, wait. Su Yun suddenly paused, contemplating for a moment before revealing a thumb-sized crystal-like object in his palm. This was gifted to me by a friend. It has the properties of enhancing clarity and vitality. Given your extensive research and labor, it would be beneficial for you to keep it close. Why are you giving me gifts? Now off with you. I still have several ancient artifacts to study. Hong Shuo's expression grew impatient, promptly ushering Su Yun out. However, once Su Yun departed, Hong Shuo refrained from studying any artifacts and instead could not resist picking up the crystal. Instantly, a refreshing chill coursed through him, awakening his senses. It seems to possess some merit, he muttered. That little rascal has a bit of thoughtfulness after all. 3 days later, on a crisp morning, Su Yun awoke to conclude his meditation. A thought crossed his mind. Given the time, they must be setting out now. He gently waved his hand, causing the void before him to ripple and transform into a mirror-like surface. Slowly, scenes began to materialize within. A vast convoy was seen racing through the wilderness, filled with fully armed soldiers, formidable martial artists, and researchers garbed in lab coats. The exploration teams from Qingcheng and Tianmen Bay cities. Hong Shuo was unmistakably aboard one of the vehicles. Su Yun's expression shifted. The crystal he had given Hong Shuo indeed held the power to enhance vision and vitality, for it was a fragment of his own mental energy. Through this shard, Su Yun could perceive distant happenings with remarkable clarity. The convoy journeyed for several hundred miles before finally arriving at the site of the ruins. This newly uncovered site lay within a cave in the wild barbarian zone, concealed deep underground and protected by an enormous formation, which had only recently been uncovered. At the cave's entrance, a shimmering white light flickered and twisted, forming a portal-like structure, the entrance to the formation enveloping the ruins. The exploration of ultra-ancient civilization sites had a history spanning decades, developing into a well-established system. Surrounding the ruins, fully armed soldiers wielded various weapons, while powerful martial artists formed a protective perimeter to thwart any beast incursions that could jeopardize the exploration. Researchers set up an array of intricate, unfamiliar detection instruments to continuously monitor fluctuations from the ruins. Beside Hong Shuo stood an elderly man with silver hair, who remarked, "I hope this exploration will proceed without incident." Indeed, Hong Shuo agreed with a nod. The silver-haired elder acknowledged his sentiment and fell silent. Before long, the preparations at the perimeter were complete. Hong Shuo, along with the researchers and martial artist guards, stepped together through the luminous portal. A wave of dizziness washed over them, and when they opened their eyes again, they found themselves within a vast underground cavern, illuminated by a magnificent chandelier that cast light throughout the space. Remarkably, despite the passage of time, it continued to radiate brilliance. Having spent years exploring ultra-ancient civilizations, both Hong Shuo and the silver-haired elder were unfazed by such phenomena. The walls of the cavern were adorned with murals and inscribed with ancient script. After a careful examination, the elder stated, "This appears to be the ancestral ground of a minor family. Most likely, Hong Shuo replied, his voice resonant. These murals depict the family's history and lineage. With the nature of the ruins confirmed, both Hong Shuo and the elder felt a wave of relief. Such sites typically posed little danger. Had it been a perilous location without the presence of powerful martial artists, they would have faced real jeopardy. The exploration proceeded methodically until they reached the cavernous end, where a gray stone door loomed before them. A martial artist stepped forward, delivering a powerful punch that shattered the stone door. It appeared that the formation once present had eroded over time, rendering it ineffective. Beyond the door lay a spacious hall, presumably the deepest part of the ruins. The hall was barren except for a stone platform at its center, upon which rested a fist-sized, iridescent stone. Is this all there is? The silver-haired elder expressed disappointment. Was this the culmination of their efforts? Though they had uncovered some items prior, the exploration had yielded little in the way of substantial findings. The gathering of so many people only to discover the site, nearly empty, was disheartening. He hoped the colorful stone would prove to be something of value. As the elder approached the stone platform to inspect what lay upon it, Hong Shuo's attention was drawn to the intricate patterns etched into the hall's floor. This as he instinctively crouched down to observe closely, a vague familiarity tugging at his memory. As recollections began to resurface, Hong Shuo's mind buzzed with realization. He abruptly raised his head and shouted at the silver-haired elder, "Old Chun, come back." Startled, the elder hesitated, having been cautious enough not to touch the colorful stone directly, instead observing it from a distance of about 3 meters. Beside him stood a practitioner of the acquired realm, who, at that moment, sensed the impending danger. Instinctively wishing to retreat, he suddenly discovered that his body had become immobile. A look of horror flickered across his face, but before he could react further, he stiffened, his eyes devoid of all vitality, collapsing helplessly to the ground. The acquired practitioner felt a chill run down his spine, his body covered in a cold sweat. Dead? He hadn't perceived anything. Almost instinctively, he retreated, but at that moment, the multicolored stone erupted with a dazzling brilliance. A figure, blurred and ethereal, began to materialize from within, a terrifying aura sweeping through the grand hall like a storm. The practitioner, who had barely taken a step, was instantly obliterated, transformed into a mist of blood that surged toward the apparition. Heaven, assist me. Has the great battle come to an end? After years of hiding within this soul stone, evading calamity, I thought I would dissipate like this. Little did I expect that today, someone would finally enter. A voice, weak yet brimming with barely contained excitement, resonated. By absorbing the vitality and spiritual force of these beings, I can partially recover, then inhabit one of their bodies. Emerging from here to plot my future. Was this? A wave of dread washed over everyone in the hall. How could such a ghastly entity manifest within the ruins of an ancient civilization? As for Hong Shuo, his complexion paled slightly. It was only in that final moment that he recognized, through the patterns on the ground, that this grand hall was, in fact, an altar. As for the offerings, a shiver ran through Hong Shuo's heart. Were they not precisely these individuals? Everyone, together, let us fight. A few warriors shouted in unison, their feet smashing the ground as they charged toward the stone platform, intending to attack the apparition. Humph! Accompanied by a hoarse scoff, an overwhelming pressure rose suddenly, enveloping the entire hall. In that instant, all within, whether ordinary individuals or warriors, felt their minds thrum, consciousness fading into oblivion, rendered utterly immobile. The distorted, shadowy figure regarded them with indifference, as if observing a swarm of ants. To assist in my revival is your honor, yet you dare to resist? The people of the future truly do not understand the concept of hierarchy. In the next instant, the blurred fingers of the apparition flicked, sending dozens of dark rays hurtling toward everyone. But just then, boom, a brilliant light erupted from Hong Shuo's pocket. A transparent shield formed, materializing above, as the dark streaks collided against it, shattering and dissipating instantly. Who? A crystal, transparent and shimmering, suddenly flew from Hong Shuo, hovering in midair. A faint voice emanated from within. Do ancient warriors of civilization prefer to become lingering souls? Is it not preferable to die peacefully, on the verge of dissolution? Why manifest as something neither human nor ghost to wreak havoc upon others? In the next moment, the crystal suspended in the air blazed with radiant light. It abruptly transformed into a small sword, and before anyone could react, the tiny blade shot forth with unimaginable speed, piercing into the forehead of the apparition. No! With a scream of agony, the once shadowy form of the apparition began to lose its opacity. Ha ha! I'm not dead. Ha ha! I'm not dead. The apparition's expression twisted in pain, yet it gazed upon the dwindling sword with a rasping laugh. Though I am weakened, I see that you are merely a projection of spiritual force. Do you think you can use this to slay me? You cannot. Even if your true form were to descend, I would have long since killed everyone and escaped. Or do you truly believe your true form dares to enter? With your strength, should you enter, the formation here would shatter in an instant, obliterating everything, including that old man you just protected. The apparition, having just revived, immediately recognized the flaw in the formation. Both their confrontations were on the level of spiritual force. If a physical entity were to enter, the emitted aura would trigger the formation's collapse. Just before the small sword vanished, a final voice echoed. Is that so? You thought I intended to kill you? That was merely to pinpoint your location. Furthermore, I would not allow you to dissolve so easily. You are a fine delicacy, after all. And remember, I detest being threatened. Understood? The calm voice carried a chilling essence that pierced the soul. Boom! The spiritual sword dissipated. The apparition in the hall paused momentarily, perplexed. What does this mean? Food. For some inexplicable reason, an ominous premonition grew ever stronger within it. Flee! The apparition transformed into a streak of black light, attempting to escape the ruins. It had to run. The warning resonating from deep within had intensified. It sensed that if it did not flee now, it would lose all chances. Simultaneously, in a small courtyard within the Qingcheng base city, Su Yun sat cross-legged, his expression serene. A black fishing rod inexplicably appeared in his hand. Within him, the first heavenly palace soared, its celestial light dazzling. However, this time, it was not Su Yun himself being transported through the vast expanse. With a flick of his wrist, the fishing rod cleaved through the void. The dark, ink-like hook vanished in the blink of an eye. After the spiritual sword had pierced the apparition, delivering a grievous blow, the power that had once enveloped the grand hall was forcibly dispersed. The dozens of individuals whose forms had been frozen and whose minds had been plunged into chaos instantly regained their senses, only to be met with a splitting headache. What has transpired? As they awakened, a fleeting moment of confusion passed, quickly replaced by the recollection of the recent events, their eyes widening in terror as they turned toward the stone platform. Then, a collective gasp escaped their lips. The once overpowering apparition that had immobilized them in an instant was now frantically transforming into a streak of black light, attempting to flee from above. The crowd was profoundly shaken. What had just occurred? Why had the apparition suddenly relinquished its hold on them, now appearing to flee? A swarm of ants. In the air, the apparition observed the bewildered and fearful expressions of those below, filled with fury. Yet at this moment, it could not afford to concern itself with them. Its speed reached its zenith, just as it was about to soar over the crowd. Suddenly, several warriors on the ground blinked, questioning their vision. Above the apparition, was there not a fishing hook? Did they see that incorrectly? Just as they pondered this, the next moment, a deafening scream pierced the ancient ruins grand hall, sending shivers down the spines of all present. The void rippled, ultimately coalescing into a vortex. From within, a pitch-black hook, exuding a chilling aura, shot forth, piercing the apparition's indistinct head and snagging its brow. No, what the hell is this? A fishing hook? The apparition could hardly believe its eyes, filled with incredulity and terror. In its current state as a remnant soul, it possessed only spiritual force, lacking a physical form. How could it be ensnared by an inexplicable fishing hook? A cold dread enveloped it, and it struggled fiercely. As it thrashed, terrifying waves of spiritual energy surged forth. But before they could spread, They were entirely absorbed by the dark hook. In the next moment, accompanied by an even more anguished wail, the hook yanked back, and the apparition was dragged into the swirling void, akin to a fish caught in despairing cries. For those who feel unsatisfied, you may delve into the completed works featuring hamsters, Urban, transmigrating as a villainous tycoon from the start, in Urban, initial newbie gift pack of 2 billion. Both have reached their conclusion, guaranteeing quality and ensuring an enjoyable read. Chapter 36, The Left Door, Ruins Hall. What is happening? What transpired? Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, their hearts filled with terror. What was that just now? The distorted, dark shadow, judging by its previous utterances, seemed to be a remnant of an ancient civilization. Its power was unfathomable. Even a mere breath from it caused the consciousness of all present to resonate, rendering them completely immobilized, unable to even move a finger. What did they witness? The twisted shadow was ensnared by an eerie hook emerging from the void, and in an instant, it was subdued and dragged into the abyss, vanishing without a trace. The bodies of everyone present became rigid, an uncontainable chill gripping their hearts. The existence of that shadow surpassed their imagination, and the entity that casually fished it away from the air was beyond their comprehension. Many felt a profound sense of dread. This ruin was not a place they were meant to be. Their survival was solely due to the mysterious force that had intervened and removed the shadow. At that moment, amidst the crowd, Hong Shua, whose complexion had slightly improved yet still bore a pallor, seemed to suddenly recall something and reached into his pocket. Moments later, he fell into silence. He retrieved a circular pendant, but the diamond-shaped crystal that had once dangled from it was nowhere to be found. Within the Qingcheng Bay City, in District 5, at a small courtyard, Su Yun remained composed, gripping the soul hook and stirring it continuously. The void rippled, and within it, a distorted figure seemed to materialize, drawing ever closer. "Let me go, bastard, let me go." The space trembled, and a piercing scream echoed, mixed with a furious growl. However, shortly thereafter, the curses transformed into pleas for mercy. I was wrong, spare me. I can submit to you. I can assist you." The roar shifted again into a cry for salvation. Su Yun's expression was serene, unaffected. His fishing rod continued to tug until, at a certain moment, his fingers clenched tightly, seizing the soul hook and yanking it outward. Boom! The void erupted. The twisted, phantom-like figure, akin to a lifeless fish, was reeled in by Su Yun from hundreds of miles away. "You!" The shadow was both astonished and enraged. But before it could fully comprehend its surroundings, a black mirror suddenly flew before it. Dark, ancient, with a black-red sun pattern adorning its surface. Buzz! The black mirror trembled, an immense gravitational pull emanating from it, gradually drawing the shadow inside. No! No! The figure's expression morphed into sheer terror and despair. How could this be? After enduring a protracted slumber, it had meticulously planned to evade the cataclysmic war, avoiding the apocalypse that had obliterated countless once great beings, yet it remained alive. Today, someone had finally entered the altar. According to its plan, it was supposed to devour them all and be reborn. Why had the outcome turned out thus? All its painstaking efforts had come to naught. Even now, it had yet to see who had laid hands upon it. I refuse. I refuse. It roared in fury. Yet, the outcome would not bend to its will. In an instant, the shadow was absorbed into the black mirror, torn to shreds and consumed. Buzzing, having devoured the shadow, the black mirror shook violently, transforming into a stream of light that entered Su Yun's brow, returning to the sea of consciousness. Su Yun gazed at the fishing rod in his hand. The power of the soul hook exceeded his wildest imagination. Truly, it was a divine weapon obtained through system rewards. Though the shadow now existed only as a spirit and was exceedingly weak, Su Yun could sense that its former level was undoubtedly high. However, once ensnared by the soul hook, it had no power to resist. Of course, against a corporeal powerhouse, the effectiveness of the soul hook would be considerably diminished. Yet, in an unexpected confrontation, the combination of the soul hook and the black mirror could serve as a formidable trump card. The soul hook could draw out spirits, while the black mirror could consume disembodied spirits. The two complemented each other perfectly. Indeed, a smile played at the corners of Su Yun's mouth. With a flick of his hand, he stored the soul hook in his spatial storage. His thoughts were now primarily focused on the black mirror. After it had consumed the remnant spirit of the statue, the black mirror had activated, granting Su Yun access to the realm of illusions. This time, although the absorbed shadow was somewhat weaker, in terms of essence, it did not seem to be significantly inferior to the previous remnant spirit. Would the black mirror undergo a transformation this time? Perhaps. The left door? Su Yun did not hesitate. With a thought, he descended into the sea of consciousness. Above the sea, the trembling black mirror gradually settled, seemingly having digested the shadow. He effortlessly connected with the black-red sun pattern, and the world spun before him as he re-entered the realm of illusions. Upon arriving, Su Yun made a beeline for the left door. He pushed the door. It trembled slightly, but remained shut. What was happening? Why wouldn't it open? Su Yun's gaze sharpened. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. Was it due to the absorption of the shadow that some change was occurring? Once the transformation concluded, he should be able to open it. It was highly probable. With this thought, Su Yun relaxed. He was not in a hurry. Whoosh! A flash of white light appeared, and a scroll descended from the heavens, unfurling before him. Feng Bubi requests a duel with you. Do you agree? Chapter 37, the 10th defense line, has fallen. Su Yun glanced over and immediately replied, agreed. With a flash, the scroll transformed into a beam of white light and vanished. The galaxy surged, stars swirling in a cosmic ballet. The surrounding environment began to warp and shift continuously. Moments later, Su Yun found himself once again atop the vast and mottled debating platform. Emerging from the gray mist, a figure clad in a white robe, rather rotund, was already waiting 100 meters away. Who else could it be if not Feng Bubi? Brother Invincible, you have finally arrived. Upon seeing Su Yun approach, the plump figure darted forward in a flash, prompting Su Yun to instinctively raise his hand. Whoa, fellow Taoist, hold your horses. Feng Bubi exclaimed, his ample flesh trembling in fright as he stumbled back, calling out from a distance, I'm not here to fight. I merely wish to converse. Su Yun raised an eyebrow and slowly lowered his hand. Cautiously, Feng Bubi approached once more, waving his hand to conjure 2 stone pedestals and a stone table that appeared out of thin air on the debating platform. Su Yun was left speechless. This fellow truly had a flair for the dramatic. The rotund man grimaced. Damn it, the Divine Void Realm is a ripoff. Just manifesting this little bit cost me 23 jade points. A jolt ran through Su Yun's mind. 23 jade points? He had only accumulated 20 jade points thus far. His gaze toward the plump man shifted, realizing he was indeed a wealthy individual. Feng Bubi was arranging the stone pedestals when, for some inexplicable reason, he suddenly felt a shiver run down his spine. What was going on? Did a rogue wish to harm me? Beneath the starry sky, Feng Bubi and Su Yun sat facing each other. The plump man chuckled. I presumed you were reaching out to challenge me, but instead, you mentioned the Qingcheng assembly. It makes sense. With your prowess, you would not miss such a grand event. The Qingcheng assembly. Feng Bubi's eyes sparkled with yearning. It is a monumental gathering of the 6 great Tao realms, where the strongest young talents are chosen to represent their realms in Qingcheng, witnessed by countless spectators, vying for the prestigious title of the foremost youth among the 6 Tao realms. What glory it would be to emerge from a sea of geniuses, representing a Tao realm in battle. Moreover, Feng Bubi lowered his voice conspiratorially. You must have heard, right? The Qingcheng assembly is intertwined with certain intrigues among the 6 sovereigns of the Tao realms. He refrained from elaborating, as if apprehensive of breaching a taboo. Su Yun realized, are you implying? I'm suggesting. Feng Bubi did not receive the anticipated response. Indeed, Feng Bubi grinned, you comprehend. Su Yun was utterly perplexed. The 6 Tao realms, he mused. The pillar of heaven, along with his own, added up to precisely 6. This was no mere coincidence. It meant that the 5 figures he had seen in the mirror each represented a realm under their dominion. It seemed these realms were part of a higher, more expansive world. Feng Bubi had also mentioned that beneath the 5 Tao realms lay numerous smaller worlds. Was he situated within one of those smaller realms? Yet why had he never heard of the 5 Dao realms before? Confusion washed over Su Yun, and then he recalled the figure that had appeared from the first mirror, who had mentioned the Tianya realm. Which Dao realm did he belong to? Given that he had acquired the Black Mirror, it was likely he was within the Dao realm controlled by the Qi Huang. Otherwise, if Qi Huang had perished in another realm, those figures would undoubtedly be aware of it. They would have reclaimed the Black Mirror long ago, leaving him with no chance. As Su Yin pondered, Feng Bu-Bai interjected, "By the way, my invincible brother, I haven't asked yet, which Dao realm are you representing in the competition?" Su Yin contemplated briefly and, with utmost caution, uttered 2 words, "Qi Huang." Feng Bu-Bai immediately responded, "Qi Huang, the Qiming realm? It seems we shall not have the opportunity to clash unless we both rise to the forefront of our respective realms." Feng Bu-Bai chuckled, shaking his head. "But the probability of that happening is nearly 0. He shook his head with deep sentiment. The two continued their conversation for quite some time. Eventually, the rotund man, brimming with enthusiasm, challenged Su Yun. "I've just learned a new move. Watch me obliterate you." Then, in the face of Feng Bu-Bai's incredulous gaze, Su Yun merely employed the Tang body, the moon hanging high above, effortlessly suppressing him. Each bout lasted only a few exchanges before Feng Bu-Bai was easily overwhelmed, dissipating into starlight. Again, once more. Ultimately, Su Yun departed the debating platform, having amassed nearly 100 jade points, feeling immensely satisfied. What a delightful experience. With a flicker, the stars swirled, the scene shifted, and he returned to the gray mist once more. Su Yun attempted to push the door again, but found it still unyielding. It seemed he required more time. He must not rush. With that thought, he focused his intent and withdrew from the divine void realm. Su Yun exhaled deeply and opened his eyes. At that moment, his communication device buzzed. He picked it up and glanced at the screen. Qing Yuan? What would he want at this time? Su Yun tapped the device to connect the call. "What is it, my lord?" On the other end, Qing Yuan hesitated, the air seemingly thickening with tension. "What is it? Speak." Su Yun frowned, growing impatient as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. "Yes." After a pause of several seconds, Qing Yuan finally spoke. He took a deep breath, his voice grave. "We have received urgent intelligence from the Rabbit and Tiger sectors. The 10th defense line has fallen. The Divine Strategy Army and the Righteousness Army from the 9 Great Martial Corps of Tang have perished in battle. The 36 cities along the border have all been engulfed by the beast tide." Chapter 38. The Onset of Chaos, signing in at the necropolis of beasts. What? Su Yun couldn't help but pause, doubting his own hearing. The 10th defense line has fallen. One of the 9 military legions of the Tang Kingdom, the Divine Strategy Army, and the Evil Banishment Army have perished. The 36 base cities along the border have been completely engulfed by the beast tide. Each statement carries a weight that sends shivers down the spine. At this moment, even Su Yun's steadfast nature was shaken by the sudden revelation. "How many lives were lost?" Su Yun inquired. Qing Yuan's voice was somber. "In the 36 cities along the border, the number of safe evacuees does not exceed 20 million. 20 million. Su Yun fell into a contemplative silence. The combined population of the 36 cities exceeds 200 million, yet only a mere 20 million survived. This stark reality underscores the urgency and brutality of the situation. Have the beasts launched a full-scale assault? Qing Yuan responded gravely. All survivors among the 20 million are ordinary citizens. The Divine Strategy Army, the Evil Banishment Army, and the regular forces fought valiantly to cover the evacuation of civilians, standing their ground until the last man. With a sigh, Su Yun remained silent for a few seconds before asking again, "What is the official response from the Qingcheng base city to prevent nationwide panic?" "All information has been temporarily sealed. Only a select few are privy to the news, and any leaks will result in severe penalties for the offender's family. Meanwhile, under the guise of drills, preparations for the defense against the impending beast tide are being made." Su Yun refrained from questioning how Qing Yuan obtained such information under strict confidentiality. Instead, he continued, "What is the situation along the other sections of the border defense?" "The situation is dire. The large-scale outbreak of the beast tide came as a complete surprise. Among the 5 great nations guarding the border against the beasts. Both the Tang Kingdom and the Anyang Kingdom have suffered breaches of the outermost 10th defense line and are now gathering forces to hold the second line. As for the remaining 3 nations, they were caught off guard and have consecutively lost 2 lines of defense, suffering heavy casualties. Su paused slightly. His voice calm. I understand. Inform Mao Tu and Yin Hu to continue monitoring the situation at the front lines and report any updates to me immediately. Understood. The communication cut off. Su Yun's expression grew grave, his countenance darkening. Since the revival of energy particles and the rise of warriors, the nearly extinct human race had found new vitality, driving the beasts back and establishing a relative balance between humans and beasts along the border. This equilibrium had persisted for a century. Yet now it has been shattered. The 10th defense line has fallen. How much longer can the others withstand? The devastation of the 36 Bay cities and the fact that 3 of the 5 nations have lost 2 lines of defense testify that this is not a mere trial run. Su Yun slowly rose, standing in the small courtyard with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing outward. Before him stood towering skyscrapers, unevenly scattered and amidst the dense buildings. Lightweight floating trains blazed blue flames, rumbling past. On the streets, throngs of people bustled about, a cacophony of noise and prosperity. Due to the official information blackout, everyone, immersed in decades of stability and peace, remained blissfully unaware. Disaster has already begun to unfold. Thousands of miles away, at the 10th defense line, the scene had morphed into a hell on earth. The cities reduced to ruins, the ground stained with blood and flesh. A massive beast tide, roaring with a bloodlust that shook the heavens, surged towards the 9th defense line. The news cannot be concealed for long, Su Yun murmured. He understood that with the collapse of the defense, the front line's news would inevitably sweep through the interior like a tempest. Yet for now, this was the only course of action. To make the news public? That would only incite panic, leading people to flood towards the interior lines. Order would collapse in an instant. As for the organized evacuation, where could they retreat to? The resources and land within the inner lines are limited, unable to accommodate an infinite influx of people. Moreover, willingly abandoning the vast defense lines is not a wise course of action. It would only lead to the remaining base cities being besieged by the beast tide. Su Yun closed his eyes. Chaos is upon us. Fortunately, he was no longer the defenseless infant he once was upon his arrival. After 20 years of seclusion, signing in, he had transcended his initial weakness. However, even as a practitioner at the 9th level of divine ability, capable of extinguishing countless beasts with a mere gesture, individual strength remains finite. Faced with millions upon millions of beasts, sheer numbers would result in a qualitative change. Under the tide of beasts, even those at the divine level would feel insignificant. Furthermore, among the beasts beyond the border, there exist formidable creatures that could rival divine practitioners. While a practitioner at the divine level can alter the fate of a city or region, it cannot change the larger picture. After a century of human martial arts rise, would there not be high-level practitioners stationed within the 5 great nations? If it were possible to reverse everything, they would have launched a counterattack against the beasts long ago, exterminating them entirely. Why establish 10 defensive lines only to adopt a passive defense? Unless there are beings beyond the divine level. Does such power exist in this world? If so, why have they seemingly never appeared in the public eye? What are they doing? Su Yun did not know, but he realized that perhaps only by ascending beyond the divine level could one truly possess the power to shift the overall situation. He exhaled deeply. Through his own insights, research into ancient martial texts, and hints gleaned from Feng Bubi, Su Yun had come to understand the realm beyond the divine level. He had attained the 9th level of divine ability for quite some time, and with 9 divine abilities mastered, his foundation surpassed that of anyone else. Yet, he always felt a lingering deficiency, a missing piece that prevented him from breaking through to that realm. He sensed that what he lacked could not be compensated for by pills, techniques, or divine abilities. After a lengthy contemplation, Su Yun finally opened his eyes. At that moment, his gaze reflected a profound tranquility akin to a deep pool. In such times, overthinking serves no purpose. For him, The only path forward is to continue strengthening his power. The stronger he becomes, the more leverage and choices he will possess. Thus, casting aside distracting thoughts, he took a deep breath and silently intoned, "System, sign in." Today's sign-in opportunity remains unused. Ding. Host sign-in successful, acquiring the innate divine ability. Necropolis of Beasts. Shall be extracted now. Chapter 39. The Setup. An army of 200,000 lost souls. Innate divine powers? Su Yun's expression shifted dramatically. The records of ancient civilizations speak of individuals who, by the very nature of their bloodlines, possessed extraordinary powers that, once awakened, were boundless in their might. These were referred to as innate divine powers. However, since the fall of the ancient civilizations, there have been scarcely any accounts of individuals manifesting such abilities in the present Tao calendar era. Speculations abound. Some suggest it may be due to the prolonged dormancy of the energy particles in the universe, leading to a degradation of human bloodlines. Others hypothesize that the current environment is no longer conducive to the awakening of such powers. In short, opinions vary widely, and no definitive conclusion exists. Su Yun's eyes brimmed with astonishment. To think it was innate divine powers. Is it not something that passes solely through bloodlines? Could the system truly accomplish such a feat? He inhaled deeply. Without further hesitation, he declared, "Extract." The name Necromancer's Beast Tomb struck him as peculiar. What abilities could it possibly possess? Could it truly have the capacity to resurrect the deceased? Su Yun's thoughts wandered aimlessly. Boom! In the next instant, a mass of black mist emerged from the void and instantly surged into Su Yun's body. At that moment, he sensed an extraordinary power coursing through his veins, akin to the limbs of his body, ready for his command. A vast array of memories flooded his mind. Necromancer's Beast Tomb. The bearer of this innate divine power can extract source souls from the corpses of beasts they have slain. With these source souls, they can summon powerful and utterly loyal necromantic beasts. Summoning necromantic beasts consumes the caster's mental energy, and the number of beasts they can control depends on their mental energy capacity. As the information settled within him, Su Yun's gaze grew increasingly intense. The Necromancer's Beast Tomb. To extract source souls from slain beasts and summon necromantic beasts? This implies he could utilize this innate divine power to forge a legion of undead loyal solely to his command. The number he could control would rely on his mental energy limit. How many necromantic beasts could he summon with his current mental capacity? If the number reached a significant threshold, it would wield tremendous power. Su Yun's gaze drifted towards the distance, his eyes deepening. It seemed as if he could see the vast, desolate wilderness beyond the base city, stretching for hundreds of miles. Chaos was approaching. It was time to prepare. Nightfall. 20 miles outside the Qingcheng base city, atop the watchtower's rooftop, an ultra-long-range electronic telescope stood silently, aimed towards the western wilderness of Qingcheng base city. Today marked another of Chun Ying's watch duty days. Since that fateful day, Chun Ying had repeatedly volunteered for watch duty at the tower. Others were perplexed by her willingness to undertake a task that most deemed perilous and thankless. Chun Ying offered no explanations, instead quietly maintaining her vigil at the watchtower. Since that day, each time she stood guard, she hoped to catch another glimpse of that figure. The scene from before was indelibly etched in her mind. On that day, clad in black with a white mask, he stood alone, and with a mere snap of his fingers, the skies were filled with a sea of swords. The pack of purple-bearded giant wolves, a high-level threat that could endanger Qingcheng base city, was obliterated under the onslaught of countless sword lights, as if they were mere ants. Chun Ying understood she should not dwell on it. They were beings from different worlds, destined never to intersect. Yet, the grandeur, the mystery, and the power of that figure captivated her, occupying her thoughts relentlessly. She harbored no illusions, only the simplest desire, to see him again, to gaze upon him once more. Since that moment, during her daily watch, apart from her routine vigilance, Chun Ying had been peering through the ultra-long-range telescope, hoping to spot that figure once more. Yet, time and again, she returned with disappointment, her hopes dashed. Would he never appear again? She sighed. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, her communication device chimed. A glance revealed it was her sister, Qingcheng. Their parents had passed away when they were very young, leaving them reliant on one another. After enduring many hardships, they had finally persevered through the years. Chuning had joined the border defense forces of Qingcheng Bay City, while Qingcheng had gone to Guangyao Bay City, forming a hunter squad, and had since become a postnatal martial artist. Sister, Chen-Ing answered the call. On the other end, Chun-Chien's cool voice inquired, "How have you been lately?" "Quite well," Chen-Ing replied. Chun-Chien scoffed lightly. "It's been so long since you've reached out to me." "Oof. You're starting to forget your sister. What could it be that you found a man?" Chen-Ing chuckled. "What are you talking about? If you really found someone, I'd be thrilled for you. You're no longer a child. When do you plan to get married?" The candidates I introduced to you were all quite promising martial artists, with a high likelihood of advancing to postnatal or even innate levels. Yet, you seem unimpressed. What are you truly looking for? Chen Xian's voice was tinged with exasperation. "Sister," Chen Ying's tone was resigned. At that moment, she suddenly thought of that powerful, otherworldly figure and sighed inwardly. Having encountered such an existence, even knowing it was impossible to achieve any outcome, let alone see him again, how could she ever allow herself to entertain thoughts of another? By the way, let me tell you, encountered a super strong individual at Xingyue Yuan, possibly a legendary practitioner of divine powers. After chiding Chen-Ing, the usually composed and calm Chun Qian spoke with unexpected reverence. When he appeared, a second full moon rose in the sky, and where his presence loomed, myriad beasts fell from the heavens. However, regrettably, I didn't see what he looked like. He was dressed in black and wore a white mask. Chen-Ing was taken aback. Black clothes, white mask. It must be that person. A surge of indescribable emotion coursed through Chen-Ing. At that moment, her brow suddenly twitched as if sensing something. Instinctively, she stepped to the ultra-long-range telescope, gazing toward the desolate wilderness. As her sight fell upon a certain direction hundreds of miles away, her body froze. Her heart began to tremble. It was him, that person. She would never forget that figure. "Who?" On the other end of the communicator, Chun Qian asked, puzzled. "Who has arrived?" She had never heard Chen-Ing sound so excited. Taking a deep breath, Chen-Ing replied, "It's the super strong individual you just mentioned." Chun Qian was stunned. "What?" At Shattered Stone Ridge, night had fallen, and the moon hung solitary in the sky. In midair, Su Yun's figure emerged slowly from the depths of the wilderness. Clad in black, with an enigmatic white mask, the moonlight cascaded upon him, enveloping him in an ethereal glow. Behind him, the vast, starry sky seemed to serve as a backdrop. A streak of blood stained his mask, and more blood dripped continuously from his robes, emanating a terrifying aura reminiscent of a hellish realm. At a certain moment, Su Yun came to a halt, suspended in the air. Thump, thump, thump. In the distant watchtower, Chun Ying's heart raced violently as her eyes widened, fixated on the figure in the distance. What was he planning? What was the meaning of the blood staining his attire? Was it from the beasts? Yet, on that fateful day, with a mere flick of his fingers, he had tilted the sea of swords, vanquishing countless beasts, his form remaining untainted, akin to a celestial swordsman. What could have transpired today for him to be drenched in such blood? A tremor coursed through Chen Ying's heart. Above the crushed stone ridge, Su Yun slowly raised his hand. In the next moment, luminous orbs began to emerge from his being. Soul sources, extracted from the very beasts he had slain, utilizing his innate divine ability. At this moment, the void was filled with innumerable soul sources, densely packed, nearly beyond counting. Unbeknownst to him, where his feet tread, a thick, black mist seemed to materialize from thin air, enveloping the ground beneath him. With a wave of his hand, the soul sources shattered, transforming into minute specks of light, all vanishing into the black mist below. Divine ability, Necromancer's beast grave. Boom! At that instant, the ground trembled violently. From within the black mist, colossal figures began to emerge, casting sinister and chilling silhouettes upon the earth. Their towering forms, shimmering with a ghostly gray light in their eyes, were enshrouded in dense gray mist. Their sharp claws seemed capable of cleaving through steel and tearing down city walls. Undead blood, moon demon wolves. undead gray-scaled horned rhinoceros, undead nightblade leopards, undead. Countless deceased beasts transformed into the undead within the black mist, rising anew. Chunying's eyes widened in disbelief. These were beasts? No, they were not mere beasts. They were undead beasts. But how could this be possible? Apart from the nether plains in the far north, where an enigmatic force had emerged from the depths of the earth after the resurgence of cosmic energy, giving rise to many undead, there had never been any reports of the undead existing elsewhere in this realm. Pairs of eyes, 1 pair, 2 pairs, 3 pairs. In the gaze of 200,000 undead beasts, ghostly gray flames burned like torches, rending the darkness. Even Su Yun, with his formidable mental prowess, felt a piercing pain in his brain, the strain immense. Yet, the corners of his mouth began to curve upward. 200,000 undead beasts. In his quest to gather these soul sources, he had nearly swept clean the beast congregations scattered within a radius of several hundred miles, the ground stained with blood. Su Yun maintained a tranquil demeanor. He raised his right hand and pressed downward. Boom! The clash of bone against earth resonated. The metallic clang echoed thunderously. 200,000 undead beasts knelt upon the ground, bowing their heads in submission to their master. Su Yun's hand lifted slightly. Roar! Countless undead raised their heads, unleashing a cacophony of furious howls. Boom! 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 In an instant, a chilling aura surged forth like a colossal wave, rolling outward, seemingly endless. The grand, dark, and mysterious essence of the undead pervaded the sky, tearing through the clouds, transforming the vast starry expanse into a shade of gray. The terrifying aura swept across the land like a tempest. Blood Dragon Valley, Blackwood Forest, Bone Marsh, each a territory forbidden to humans, inhabited by powerful and ferocious beast clans. Yet at this moment, all the beasts within these domains lay prostrate on the ground, trembling, emitting mournful cries. In the watchtower, Chunying trembled, unable to halt her retreat. What kind of formidable being was that? Although merely at the Bloodchi realm, she was a warrior. She had heard tales of certain warriors possessing special abilities or practicing unique techniques that allowed them to command beasts, but the numbers were typically in the low thousands. Yet, what had she just witnessed? Before her, 200,000 undead beasts roared, their malevolence tearing through the clouds. Bowing before that figure, it was akin to worshipping a deity with the strength of one, controlling an army of 200,000 undead beasts. Should this army be unleashed upon the Qingcheng base city, it would undoubtedly raze the entire city to the ground. Chunying's body trembled even more intensely. Yet, it was not solely fear. It was a potent mix of excitement, yearning, admiration, and myriad emotions. She understood that even from hundreds of miles away, the figure could undoubtedly sense her scrutiny. Yet, she would adhere to the warning given long ago. Witness all, know all, and keep all secrets. In the year 126 of the Daoli era, in the month of July, Su Yun summoned an army of 200,000 undead beasts at Crushed Stone Ridge. The overwhelming malevolence tore through the celestial expanse, sending shockwaves through the 6th defense line, causing countless martial artists to feel a sense of dread, shaking dozens of base cities to their core. A grand chapter of 3,000 words has finally reached 100,000 words. I seek your encouragement for more updates and 5-star reviews. Furthermore, a forewarning of the first great climax of the book, approximately 100,000 words in, is imminent. Should I fail to leave you in awe and exhilaration, I shall not bear the surnamed song. Chapter 40. The Path of Su Xiaoyu. Su Yun lowered his gaze, observing the 20,000 undead beasts that had knelt before him in submission. With a gradual lifting of his arms, he issued his command. Through the undulating waves of his mental energy, his will descended with an authority that could not be defied. Hidden within the stone ridge, none shall act without my command. None shall harm. Should any beast intrude, they shall be met with merciless slaughter. A malevolent aura began to spread and envelop the area, followed by a thunderous roar that erupted. The earth trembled violently, as if an ancient dragon were stirring. The sinister atmosphere continued to permeate, and the 20,000 undead beasts, with their dimly glowing eyes, moved in disciplined formation, reminiscent of an ancient army from a bygone era, slowly advancing into the stone ridge. The dense gray mist they carried began to disperse, shrouding the entire stone ridge. As the roars faded, an eerie silence descended, transforming the landscape into a realm akin to an infernal abyss. Summoning such a vast army of undead was an immense drain on his mental energy. Yet it was a temporary expenditure, one that would gradually replenish. The control over these 20,000 undead beasts, however, had not yet reached the limits of his mental capacity. What, he wondered, might his true limits be? With a profound gaze, Su Yun took a step forward, his form flickering and slowly dissipating. He required time to recover his mental strength before he could summon more of the undead legions. In the stone ridge, the gray mist enveloped everything in silence. Yet, should anyone pass through, they would sense an indescribable trepidation, as if an ancient, ferocious beast were stirring beneath the earth, slowly raising its colossal head and opening its mountain-like eyes to peer at them. If one could pierce through the gray fog, they would discover the 20,000 fierce, powerful, and otherworldly undead beasts lying in wait, their hollow skeletal eyes fixed on the wilderness, igniting with ghostly flames as they awaited their great master's command. Then, they would surge forth like a tide of death, tearing their enemies to shreds. At the Bishi community, when Su Yun returned home, the overwhelming aura of malice and murderous intent that had once enveloped him had entirely dissipated. A gentle smile graced his lips as he announced, "I'm back." As he opened the door, Feng Shui swiftly pulled him inside, her face etched with urgency. "You're finally back. You must persuade your sister." Su Wencheng stood nearby, his expression mirroring a subtle concern. Su Yun was taken aback. What has happened? Soon, through Feng Shui's explanation, he learned of the unfolding events. Su Xiaoyu wished to join the Border Defense Army. It was no surprise that Su Xiaoyu sought to leave school and align herself with a faction. For a prodigious warrior, remaining in school was no longer necessary. The institution had long ceased to impart any further knowledge to them. Joining a faction for practical experience, earning money and resources, and swiftly transforming talent into strength was the path they ought to pursue. For prodigious warriors, all factions would roll out the red carpet to welcome them, even going to great lengths to recruit them. These individuals were likely to become formidable forces in the future, whether in the administrative headquarters, the inspection bureau, the military law bureau, the war bureau, or any of the 9 subordinate offices. Moreover, private conglomerates and influential families were also eager to recruit young martial talents, pouring resources into their development. As for the Border Defense Army, though it was indeed one of the options, it was not a popular choice. The benefits offered by the Border Defense Army paled in comparison to those provided by private factions. In terms of safety, the Border Defense Army could not compete with the 9 offices of the administrative headquarters. Their duties extended beyond merely guarding the walls. They frequently ventured out to eradicate beasts and often faced casualties. Nonetheless, for those aspiring to grow stronger, the Border Defense Army was indeed a primary choice. Feng Shui and Su Wencheng were both perplexed. In their minds, Su Xiaoyu's best option should have been to join the administrative headquarters. Comparatively, joining one of the 9 offices under the headquarters promised better benefits, higher status, and significantly less danger. Wasn't he that preferable? Su Yun turned away, saying nothing. He merely regarded Su Xiaoyu, who sat on the sofa, and inquired, "You wish to join the Border Defense Army?" Su Xiaoyu fell silent for a few seconds, taking a deep breath. "I believe this is the path suited for me. Although the Border Defense Army is perilous, it offers greater opportunities for training and combat, allowing me to grow stronger more quickly." She longed for strength. The feeling of helplessness and insignificance she had experienced during the wilderness training, under the hands of a powerful adversary, remained etched in her memory. She no longer wished to feel her life hanging by the thread of another's will. Moreover, the sooner she became stronger, the quicker she could earn money to provide a better life for her family, to obtain potions that could enhance her talents. She also required both strength and wealth. Furthermore, Su Xiaoyu's gaze hardened with resolve. "I believe that being a warrior encompasses not just power, but also responsibility. The predecessors of humanity martial arts sacrifice their lives for the peace we enjoy today. The government promotes martial arts and allocates abundant resources. Is it merely to allow talented warriors to evade danger and flaunt their prowess before ordinary people? Absolutely not. To venture forth, slay beasts, protect the civilians, and safeguard the base city. This is the duty of a warrior. Her expression was earnest. You once told me to steadfastly pursue my path with a clear conscience. This is my answer. It was a response to Su Yun, an explanation to herself, and a rebuttal to the past sentiments of the withered wood from the Fairness Church. This was the road she chose to walk. In a world teeming with warriors, it was inevitable that a few would be rogue. Perhaps from his perspective, his hatred was justified. Yet warriors were not the scourge of society. Without warriors, how could there be peace in the present world? Upon hearing her words, Su Yun was momentarily taken aback, then fell into silence before suddenly bursting into laughter. The once naive child had grown up. It seemed that the previous inquiry into martial arts had indeed borne fruit, helping her find her path. Gone were the confusion and uncertainty in her demeanor. Only determination remained. He felt a mix of emotions, realizing that now that Su Xiaoyu had embarked on the path of martial arts, she was destined to endure trials and grow. Living under his protection would never allow her to truly flourish. He had no reason to impede her. As long as he ensured her safety and that she faced no threats, the rest was for her to navigate. Su Yin turned to Feng Shui and Su Wencheng, smiling as he said, "Mom, Dad, my little sister has grown up and formed her own thoughts. This is a good thing. I understand your concerns for her safety. But in this world, where is there an absolutely safe place? If one merely seeks stability, why embark on the path of martial arts?" Feng Shui and Su Wencheng exchanged glances, their expressions wavering between hesitation and uncertainty. After a long pause, they finally sighed deeply and nodded. Their children had grown up and made their own decisions. They would allow them to forge their own paths. Su Yin turned to Su Xiaoyu, raising an eyebrow. In response to this familiar gesture, Su Xiaoyu paused for a moment before returning an equally familiar, discreet thumbs up, her face radiant with a brilliant smile. "When are you going?" "Have you already contacted the Border Defense Army?" "Su Xiaoyu nadith." The officials organized us previously, with representatives from various factions introducing themselves and presenting their conditions for our free selection. At that moment, I chose the Border Defense Forces. As for the timing, I will report tomorrow. Su Yin was taken aback. So soon? However, the military style is indeed characterized by its swift decisiveness. Speaking of the Border Defense Forces, it has been quite some time since our family last dined together. After being persuaded, Feng Shui ultimately agreed with Su Xiaoyu's choice, seemingly feeling much lighter, and remarked with a smile, before Xiaoyu departs, "Shall we gather for a meal? Let it be a farewell for her." Su Wencheng nodded in agreement. "That means my brother needs to find a place," Su Xiaoyu said with a smile, a mischievous glint in her eyes, before leaving. "I must treat him to a good meal." Of course, her tone was playful. Warriors never lack for money. Even the stipend for those in the genius category surpasses 99% of regular salaries. Su Yun was momentarily stunned, then shook his head and chuckled softly. "All right, I will make the arrangements. We shall go to the finest place to behold the most splendid scenery." However, in his heart, Su Yun could not help but sigh. Under ordinary circumstances, although the Border Defense Forces pose some danger, they are indeed an excellent avenue for rapidly enhancing one's strength and honing one's resolve. Yet now, amidst the crisis along the border between the demon and human races, the Tongwa's 10th defense line has already fallen. The flames of war may spread here at any moment. There is no longer ample time left for her to grow. Chapter 41. The Fall of the 9th Defense Line. Midnight. Qingcheng Base City, District 5. The entire city gradually illuminated. Amidst the pitch-black night, mechanical airships glided slowly, their tails emitting blue flames that lit up the night sky. In the central commercial street, the orange building stood tall. At the pinnacle of the 108th floor, Crystal Night presided, almost above the clouds. Crystal Night, the most opulent and distinguished restaurant among the 18 districts of Qingcheng Bay City, should have been situated in the bustling 1st District. Yet it inexplicably found its home in the 5th District. The enigmatic proprietor of Crystal Night is a martial artist named Xiang. According to rumors, he is a deeply sentimental man who established this restaurant in memory of his late wife. Consequently, he imposed peculiar rules. Only married couples may dine at Crystal Night, and no other family members are allowed. This is a strict regulation of Crystal Night. Once, a congenital martial artist, dissatisfied with this rule, forcefully brought his beloved daughter into the restaurant, only to find his head displayed on the building's exterior the following day. The martial arts community of Qingcheng Bay City was shaken to its core. It was then that everyone realized the owner of Crystal Night was a transcendent martial artist. From that moment onward, no one dared to defy the rules of Crystal Night. What do you mean? At the entrance of the Orange Building, on the 99th floor, a middle-aged man of advanced years stood at the door with his elegantly dressed, still charming wife. Before them stood a young attendant, impeccably dressed in a suit, tie, and neatly combed hair. It appeared they were embroiled in a dispute. What do you mean by this? The middle-aged man's expression darkened. I made a reservation a month in advance, and now you refuse us entry? Sir, I sincerely apologize, the young attendant replied apologetically. We have encountered an emergency situation, and the restaurant is closed for the night. We will refund your deposit in full and offer you double the amount as compensation, along with priority for future reservations at Crystal Night. The wife, seemingly dissatisfied, turned to her husband, tugging at his sleeve. Humph, casting a glance at his wife. The middle-aged man turned away, his expression grim. Do I look like someone who is short on money? Today is our wedding anniversary. How can we leave like this? He was unwilling to lose face, especially in front of his wife. The attendant maintained his apologetic demeanor. I regret to inform you, but Crystal Night is truly not operating tonight. At that moment, the elevator doors opened. A burly man with a short black beard respectfully led a family of 2 men and 2 women past them and directly into Crystal Night. The middle-aged man's face darkened instantly. Wasn't it said that the restaurant is closed tonight? Furthermore, according to the rules of Crystal Night, only married couples were permitted to enter. Yet the 2 younger individuals in that group hardly appear to be spouses, more like children of the family. When had Crystal Night begun to violate its own regulations? With a change in expression, the middle-aged man's demeanor shifted to one of authority. He produced a gilded business card, his expression cold and voice low. You all need to provide an explanation today. The card bore his identity, a prominent figure in a well-known conglomerate in Qingcheng Bay City. Although he himself was merely a 5th-level martial artist, bolstered by resources, his cultivated martial forces included several postnatal practitioners, even one congenital warrior. In Qingcheng Bay City, he was not without influence. When had he ever been subjected to such indignity? He might not be able to provoke the owner of Crystal Night, but he deserved a reasonable explanation. Under normal circumstances, facing a guest of such status, the attendant would have been deferential, patiently explaining the situation, perhaps even considering whether to report to the manager. However, today, the attendant merely wore a professional smile as he leaned closer to the middle-aged man and whispered something in his ear. The middle-aged man's expression shifted dramatically. The fury that had surged within him was extinguished as if doused with water. Without uttering a word, he turned and left hastily with his wife, taking the elevator down and exiting the Orange Building. Outside, the bewildered wife finally reacted, pulling her hand away and exclaiming, "What just happened? Are we just leaving? Don't forget what today is." The middle-aged man's expression was stiff. "I will find another way to make it up to you later." His wife remained unsatisfied. "But," I said, "this matter ends here." The cold edge in the middle-aged man's voice was unmistakable. "Unless you wish for today as anniversary to become our day of mourning." At that moment, the wife finally grasped the gravity of the situation. "What's going on? Those people, are they of significant status?" Significant status? The middle-aged man's lips curled into a bitter smile, his eyes reflecting disbelief. He lowered his voice, saying, "Do you remember the person who guided those 4 individuals just now?" The guide? His wife was puzzled, recalling the burly man who had respectfully ushered the group into the restaurant. Wasn't he a mere attendant? Didn't he seem to dress like one, or perhaps he was their bodyguard? What about him? The middle-aged man's smile was laced with bitterness. "A bodyguard? Do you know what that attendant whispered to me? That man is the owner of Crystal Night." What? His wife was taken aback. The owner of Crystal Knight was rumored to be a transcendent martial artist, was he not? The middle-aged man ceased speaking, turning instead to gaze up at the 99th floor with a mix of reverence and dread. A transcendent martial artist, wherever they may be, even in major cities of the central region, would undoubtedly rank among the strong, capable of ruling a domain even in smaller cities with populations in the millions. Yet now, to have a transcendent martial artist personally intervene and graciously host guests. Transcendent martial artists are typically proud beings. Even the city lord, Qin Wu, would not necessarily command such respect from them. What kind of identities did those individuals possess? The middle-aged man scarcely dared to contemplate further. Had he acted impulsively and caused a scene earlier, he couldn't help but shudder. Inside Crystal Knight restaurant, Su Yin waved his hand, and the burly man in martial attire turned to leave. Now please, Dad, Mom, little sister, have a seat. At that moment, Su Xiaoyu seemed to awaken from her daze, her face filled with astonishment. Brother, how did you manage to secure a reservation at Crystal Knight? Being a martial artist and a prodigy, her knowledge exceeded that of ordinary individuals like Feng Shui and Su Wenqin. She had heard of Crystal Knight, renowned in the martial artist community. It was said that the owner was a transcendent martial artist, one of the foremost in all of Qingcheng Bay City. Countless martial artists, tycoons, and wealthy individuals lacked the qualifications to reserve a table at Crystal Knight, and she had never heard of the restaurant being available for private bookings. Su Xiaoyu was utterly astonished. Feng Shui and Su Wenqin, while not understanding the intricacies, could perceive the restaurant's extraordinary nature from their surroundings. Glancing about with a hint of unease. This place must be quite expensive, right? Feng Shui's expression was tinged with concern. Can we really afford this? So Unchallenged softly. Actually, this restaurant previously held an event where they randomly selected a guest to reserve the venue for an entire evening. A friend of mine from the Research Institute was fortunate enough to win, and he graciously gifted the opportunity to me. Su Wenqin and Feng Shui nodded in realization, their faces reflecting understanding. So that's how it is. Only Su Xiaoyu, seated nearby, remained puzzled. Is that true? Does the Crystal Knight still require an event? At that moment, Su Yun urged Su Xiaoyu to take a seat, and a waiter entered, presenting an array of exquisite dishes on the table. Su Xiaoyu shook her head, dismissing her doubts. The dishes were comprised of many ingredients that the three had never even heard of, including the flesh and blood of rare, mythical beasts. As they became accustomed to their surroundings, the initial shock and reticence of Su Xiaoyu and the others gradually dissipated, giving way to a lively and harmonious atmosphere. Laughter and conversation flowed among the family. Before long, the meal came to an end. Su Wenqin, having consumed a fair amount of wine, appeared somewhat inebriated and was settled onto the sofa, typically composed and reserved. He murmured softly words he would never usually voice. The children have grown up, more accomplished than I. I'm proud of you all. Meanwhile, Feng Shui and Su Xiaoyu leaned together, engaging in hushed conversation, with Feng Shui earnestly giving advice. Before the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, Su Yun stood, holding a glass of red wine, sipping gently while gazing at the scene before him, a smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, a beep sounded from the communicator. Su Yun glanced at it before answering. On the other end, the respectful and robust voice of Hao Renqiang resonated. My lord, are you satisfied with tonight's arrangements? Su Yun replied, his tone laced with playful irony. In such a hurry to contact me, are you perhaps seeking a reward? Hao Renqiang's heart skipped a beat, and he hastily clarified. No, my lord, I was just. All right, just a jest to lighten the mood. I see I've startled you. Su Yun chuckled lightly. I'm always clear about rewards and punishments. When matters are handled well, rewards are due. Moreover, this time, you have somewhat breached the regulations of the Crystal Knight. So compensation is indeed necessary. I would dare. Hao Renqiang swallowed hard. What did his own established rules signify? Su Yun himself was the embodiment of the rules. In his eyes, as long as Su Yun wished, not only could the minor matters of the Crystal Knight be altered, but the very regulations of the entire Qingcheng Bay City, the vast Silver Moon Province, and even the whole Tang Kingdom could be reshaped. Everyone in Qingcheng Bay City knew that Hao Renqiang was the proprietor of the Crystal Knight, a powerful entity of mysterious standing. Yet, he understood his true position. He was forever but a subordinate to Su Yun. Without Su Yun, how could he have attained his current status? Su Yun could bestow everything upon him or strip it all away. All right, return and seek Qing Yuan for a blood essence pill. Su Yun's calm voice resonated. Thank you, my lord. Hao Renxiang was momentarily taken aback, then elated. The blood essence pill, even for a warrior of his caliber, was immensely beneficial for cultivation. Overcome with excitement, he dared not disturb Su Yun further and promptly ended the communication. After exhaling deeply, he realized that their brief conversation had caused a fine sheen of cold sweat to form on his forehead. At the grand windows, just as Su Yun intended to put away the communicator, it beeped once more. His brow furrowed slightly. However, this time, the caller was not Hao Renxiang. Qing Yuan, what is it? He answered calmly. My lord, the 9th defense line has fallen. I understand, Su Yun replied, disconnecting the call. He stood in the shadows, his eyes narrowing as he looked out the window, taking in the dazzling lights of the 5th district and a significant portion of Qingcheng Bay City. The 9th defense line has fallen? How many days had it been? His gaze deepened, and he inhaled deeply. It seemed the news could no longer be contained. He too must hasten his pace. Chapter 42. 500,000 undying beasts in the wilderness after severing the communication with Qing Yuan. Su Yun gazed out the window. The 10th and 9th defensive lines had fallen. How much longer could the 8th and 7th hold out? Moreover, as the tide of beasts gradually encroached upon the inland, the policy of information blackout would soon prove untenable. At that moment, in the restaurant, Su Xiaoyu concluded her whispered conversation with Feng Shui. Turning her gaze, she spotted Su Yun standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, a glass in hand, and she rose to approach him. Brother, her voice pierced through his reverie. Su Yun turned. Finished chatting? Yes. Su Xiaoyu exhaled deeply, twirling a strand of hair, and complained, Mom is so verbose. She just keeps reminding me to stay safe. But it goes on forever. Oh, and she even said that if I get a boyfriend, I must inform her in advance so she can vet him and prevent me from being deceived. What on earth is that about? I'm one of the border troops to slay beasts, not to date. She puffed up her cheeks in frustration. Su Yun chuckled softly. It did seem like Feng Shui's style. Thank goodness for you during the day. Su Xiaoyu shook her head. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to persuade Mom and Dad. They're just worried about your safety. Su Yun smiled, his gaze drifting into the distance as he spoke. However, since you have chosen your own path, then walk it boldly. Remember, no matter what happens, I am here for you. Those simple words, yet they conveyed an overwhelming sense of authority. In that instant, Su Yun's demeanor seemed to transform, as if a mere pebble had suddenly become a towering mountain. Su Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, but when she regained her composure, the feeling faded. What had just happened? Was it merely her imagination? As night deepened and Su Wensheng grew intoxicated, they opted to remain in a private room at Crystal Night rather than return home. Soon, Su Xiaoyu and the others fell asleep. Meanwhile, Su Yun sat cross-legged, eyes closed, his consciousness diving into the sea of spirit, touching the crimson and black sun patterns on the black mirror, entering the realm of the ethereal. Before him, the scene shimmered. Su Yun's consciousness traversed above the gray mist, making its way directly to the left portal. He pushed it open, and with a creak, the door slightly swayed before slamming shut. Su Yun's expression shifted subtly. Progress. The last time he had pushed it, it had not budged at all. Just now, if the resistance had been even slightly less, he would have succeeded in opening it. Evidently, some changes had occurred behind the door following his absorption of the phantom. Confirming this, Su Yun did not linger and exited the ethereal realm. In reality, he flipped his palm, retrieving a bottle of spirit-nourishing pills from his storage space. After consuming several, he focused his mind to refine the medicinal power, restoring the spiritual energy he had expended. Time flowed slowly. In the dead of night, Su Yun gradually opened his eyes, and it was as if he had summoned a bolt of lightning from the void. His spiritual energy was restored. Though the spirit-nourishing pills had lost much of their efficacy in enhancing his spiritual power, they remained effective in recovery. Su Yun nodded in satisfaction. He then stood, donning a black outfit and white mask that flew out from his storage space, enveloping him in an instant. The window opened without a breeze, and he stepped out, transforming into a streak of light as he departed. Time was of the essence. There was no room for delay. In the Blackwood Forest, within the wild, lawless regions of the Qingcheng Bay City, a notorious human forbidden zone, 30,000 black-scaled giant lizards reigned supreme, exhibiting unparalleled ferocity. All who dared to intrude, be they warriors or caravans, were mercilessly torn to shreds. However, this night, a figure clad in black with a white mask slowly entered the Blackwood Forest. The black-scaled lizards erupted into chaos, their furious roars echoing as they sensed a human daring to intrude upon their territory, affronting their dignity. Roar! The king among the black-scaled lizards, a behemoth several yards long with a head towering like a two-story building and blood-red pupils, lunged forth from the depths of the Blackwood Forest, bellowing in rage. It barreled through, crashing into dozens of sturdy trees, and within mere moments, it stood before the intruder. In the reflection of its crimson gaze, the seemingly insignificant human remained remarkably calm, raising a finger towards it. With a soft pop, a fist-sized hole was punctured through the lizard king's hardened skull, piercing through to the back of its brain, extinguishing all semblance of life. Su Yun withdrew his finger and stepped into the depths of the Blackwood Forest. Time elapsed, and soon, all sounds within the Blackwood Forest ceased, leaving only the silent bodies of 30,000 black-scaled lizards sprawled upon the ground. A dark mist began to emanate from Su Yun's feet, rolling and enveloping the entire Blackwood Forest, transforming it into a realm of death. Suspended in midair, Su Yun's expression remained tranquil. 30,000 soul fragments floated around him before shattering, merging into the black mist. The necropolis of the undying beasts. Crack, crack, crack. The chilling sound of bones grinding together echoed ominously. One after another, undead black-scaled lizards emerged from the black mist. Their eyes glowed with a ghostly gray flame, their skeletal forms bowing in reverence towards Su Yun hovering above. Guard the Blackwood Forest and slay any passing beasts. His spiritual energy radiated as he issued a low command. Next, Su Yun's demeanor was as calm as the sea as he turned in midair and vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he found himself above an expanse of barren land. Beneath him lay 3,000 silver-tailed wild wolves. His expression remained unfazed as he raised his hand and unleashed a punch. A terrifying shadow of his fist enveloped the entire wasteland. Fearless, unwavering, invincible. The divine ability, Wraith's killing fist. Amidst the anguished howls, the 3,000 silver-tailed wolves were reduced to mere dust beneath the weight of his fist. Then, turning again, he disappeared once more. Blood Dragon Valley, Bony Swamp, Cracked Earth Peak. One after another, the human forbidden zones fell to his might, with all the beasts within reduced to mere bones, replaced by surging black mist and countless undead rising from it, their chilling presence palpable. Finally, as his spiritual energy neared depletion, Su Yun's complexion grew slightly pale, prompting him to cease. The relentless slaughter had accumulated an aura of terror around him that was nothing short of chilling. Suspended in the high skies, Su Yun closed his eyes slightly, his thoughts moving to enter the vast ocean of his spirit. Within this realm, apart from an ethereal bridge constructed by his manifested spiritual power, the black mirror floated quietly, surrounded by countless glowing points. These points, each the size of a thumb, drifted continuously above the sea of spirit. Upon closer inspection, each glimmering point was connected by nearly invisible threads to unknown destinations. Each point represented an undead beast. At this moment, a staggering 500,000 glowing points hovered in the air above the sea of spirit. 500,000 undead beasts. With a mere thought, the 500,000 lights suddenly expanded, radiating brilliance. Shattered Stone Ridge, Blackwood Forest, Bony Swamp. The 500,000 undead beasts collectively raised their heads, unleashing a thunderous roar. Roar! Boom! Boom! The essence of the undead surged into the heavens. An overwhelming chill, a magnificent aura of life and death, spread across the skies. For hundreds of miles around, the heavens appeared to be painted gray. The watchtower. What is this? Chunying's expression was one of horror. Through the ultra-long-range electronic telescope, she was struck by the sight of waves of ashen death energy surging into the sky. At that moment, a thought struck her, and she suddenly spread out a map on the ground, meticulously comparing it with the distant horizon. Soon, her body began to tremble uncontrollably. She was not mistaken. Every location from which the earth-shattering roars emanated, shrouded in deathly energy, corresponded to a human forbidden zone teeming with colossal beast hordes. That individual had obliterated these zones, slaying the ferocious beasts and transforming them all into the undead. A terrifying notion surged forth. Thump! Chunying's heart raced wildly. What on earth was he plotting? What were his intentions? She could not comprehend it at all. What was she truly witnessing? In the Tang Kingdom, in the capital of the Silver Moon Province, the city of Silver Base. As the capital of the Silver Moon Province, Silver Base boasted a population exceeding 100 million, making it the largest city in the province. The administrative headquarters of the entire Silver Moon Province was situated in Silver City. At this moment, within a room at the headquarters, the governor of the Silver Moon Province stood with a grave expression, gazing towards the defensive line. Suddenly, he turned sharply to another direction. Boom! His figure tore through the air. The governor of the Silver Moon Province had already left the headquarters, standing in the void, his eyes suddenly ablaze with light. Behind him, 6 towering phantoms emerged. In that instant, the governor's expression was one of utter shock, even from 1,000 miles away. He sensed the overwhelming tide of death energy near the location of Qingcheng Bay City, almost ready to engulf everything. His eyes felt as though they were being pierced. This formidable being, a 6th-tier master of supernatural abilities, was shaken to his core. How terrifying is this death energy? With the front line in crisis, besieged by waves of beasts, the defenses crumbling one after another, now an unimaginable horror from the undead was emerging in the interior. Is the present world truly on the brink of chaos? Chapter 43. The art of Qi observation and the shielding of calamity winds in the vast wilderness. Atop a colossal stone, Su Yun sat cross-legged, his eyes tightly shut, absorbing and refining the medicinal power of the spirit-nourishing pill to restore his mental strength. Summoning 300,000 undead beasts had taken a considerable toll on his psyche. As time drifted by, the night gradually receded, and the first light of dawn broke on the horizon. After a night of cultivation, Su Yun had managed to recover about 30% of the mental energy expended during his summoning. Is it dawn already? Su Yun slowly opened his eyes. Today, Su Xiaoyu was to depart for the border guard to report for duty, and he felt it necessary to see her off. The sign-in count has refreshed. I'm a sign-in first. Suddenly recalling that he hadn't signed in yet, he silently intoned, "System, sign me in." Ding. The host has successfully signed in and received the technique Qi observation. Would you like to extract it now? Qi observation. Su Yun raised an eyebrow. Extract. Boom. The void trembled as immense memories surged into his mind. In an instant, Su Yun mastered this technique, understanding it as if he had studied it for years, comprehending its intricacies and nuances. After thoroughly reviewing the technique, a smile crept upon his face. It was indeed a practical auxiliary skill. Apart from defensive and offensive techniques, there are various auxiliary arts with unique effects. Qi observation is one such auxiliary technique. Everything possesses a vital energy. Not only do humans have it, but also beasts devoid of intelligence. Plants, trees, and even the environment itself possess their own vital energies. The Qi observation technique can detect, track, and analyze these energies. For instance, by a marking of vital energy, one can trace a person. As long as Su Yun has encountered and deliberately sensed a particular aura, he can utilize his mental strength to activate Qi observation, allowing him to lock onto it even if separated by hundreds or thousands of miles. Moreover, by employing Qi observation to probe the surrounding vital energies, one can gain a certain degree of insight into fortunes and misfortunes. It can even reveal the weaknesses of adversaries through observation of their vital energies. A technique with myriad applications, powerful indeed. Su Yun felt a surge of excitement. He focused his mind and, with a thought, Activated Qi observation according to the memories of the extracted technique. Qi observation, activate. Instantly, the world before Su Yun transformed. As he gazed outward, countless strands of vital energy appeared, intertwining, some thick, some thin, some strong, some weak, each distinct. Turning to the direction of Qingcheng Bay City, he observed the towering defensive walls. Boom! Within the massive barriers, innumerable strands of vital energy rose from all directions, representing the millions of inhabitants within the city. Their vital energies were as fine as threads, exceedingly weak, indicating ordinary people, while others were robust as pillars, signifying martial artists. Quite impressive, Su Yun mused with satisfaction. Under many circumstances, the Qi observation technique could prove invaluable. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. He noticed a certain area in the distance where previously stable vital energies had erupted into chaos, with countless yellow strands intertwining violently, exuding a ferocious aura. What is this? Blackwater Town, one of the settlements under Qingcheng Bay City. The population within the Bay City is limited, and the land alone cannot yield sufficient food and resources. Thus, as the population grew, many Bay cities established auxiliary settlements within the safe zones to alleviate the pressure on the main city. Blackwater Town is one such settlement, home to nearly 100,000 residents and a small team of 50 martial artists tasked with monitoring beast threats. However, due to the constant patrols by the border guards, the likelihood of beasts intruding into the safe zone was nearly non-existent, making the martial artist's duties relatively easy: routine patrols, maintaining order, and occasionally apprehending criminals. Today, Blackwater Town was as tranquil and uneventful as usual. At the entrance, the leader of the station martial artist team, Yin-Yang, a peak postnatal martial artist, was concluding his training, sipping wine while laughing and chatting with a fellow martial artist. "Ha! Let me tell you about that last time." Suddenly, Yin-Yang's vision darkened, as if the entire sky had dimmed. "What is happening?" His expression turned serious as he sprang to his feet. The residents of Blackwater Town instinctively looked up, bewildered by the sudden darkness despite it being broad daylight. In an instant, the temperature plummeted, turning frigid as if it were the depths of winter. A thunderous roar echoed from afar, shaking the very earth. The distant landscape transformed into a barren wasteland, enveloped in swirling yellow mists, accompanied by howling winds, resembling a sandstorm. Yet, at that moment, Yin-Yang wished it were merely a common sandstorm. He stood transfixed, feeling the brutal, terrifying force of the tempest, his face draining of color. Growing pale. Yellow gales, how could it be the yellow gales, the yellow gales? Like the frigid snowstorm at Black Dragon Peak in the scorching heat of July. It was one of the 9 catastrophic winds unleashed after the awakening of natural energies, notorious for its destructive power. Not to mention ordinary people. Any martial artist below the innate level who inadvertently entered would meet a swift demise, torn to shreds in an instant. Even innate martial artists, if they failed to escape swiftly, would face fatal consequences. The 9 catastrophic winds are rarely seen, and when they do appear, they come without warning, leaving desolation in their wake. In the 78th year of the Tao calendar, a base city in central Tang experienced the Black Demon Wind, which was so immense that it obliterated the entire city, leaving no ruins behind. And now, how vast was the area of the yellow wind that had suddenly arisen in the distance? Yin-Yang had no answer, but with his peak postnatal vision, he could not discern its limits. It's over. At this moment, including himself, the entire martial artist team stood frozen, unable to move, their hearts icy, devoid of even the thought of fleeing. In the face of such a colossal yellow gale, escape was but a futile struggle. The ordinary citizens of Blackwater Town stood in stunned silence, their eyes reflecting fear and despair. Although the vast majority were not martial artists, they were aware of the existence of the yellow gale and recognized it in this moment. Some were in a panic, others terrified, while some ran aimlessly. Yet, deep within their hearts, they all understood the same grim reality. Blackwater Town was doomed. Everyone would perish here. Just then, from the sky, a figure descended, wielding a dark spear, thrusting forward with tremendous force against the yellow gale. Yin-Yang, initially frozen in shock, suddenly reacted, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. "It's General Lin Su," he exclaimed, recalling that today was the day he routinely inspected the various settlements outside the city, his gaze filled with utmost reverence. Lin Su was a legend in the martial realm of Qingcheng Bay City. At the age of 19, he reached the pinnacle of vitality and energy. By 22, he achieved the realm of the acquired, setting a record for the Qingcheng Bay City. Noticing his potential, a formidable figure from the Border Defense Army took him under his wing as a direct disciple. Over the course of more than a decade within the Border Defense Army, his brilliance remained undiminished, continuously breaking through barriers. By the age of 37, he soared to the heights of martial prowess, ultimately becoming the commander of the 6th Army within the Border Defense Forces. Such accomplishments shine brightly even among the many prodigies of the Central Region. For the Border Defense Army of Qingcheng Bay City, Lin Su is almost universally regarded as a goal and an idol. Bai Yin was ecstatic. Lin Su had arrived. There was hope. Yet, before the smile could fully form on his lips, it froze once more. He witnessed Lin Su's thrusting spear, which, under the howling tempest of a yellow wind, merely diminished in speed by a fraction. The difference was so subtle that it could easily go unnoticed. The overwhelming yellow wind continued to roar, relentlessly advancing. With a thunderous roar, Lin Su's veins bulged as a bridge between heaven and earth subtly emerged, continuously siphoning energy from the surroundings. The dark spear erupted in radiance. However, this defense appeared exceedingly feeble. No in the air. A flicker of helplessness and reluctance appeared in Lin Su's eyes. Not only could he not disperse this yellow wind, but he was also unable to halt its advance. From a young age, he had been hailed as a genius, basking in accolades, and now, as a martial arts master of the soaring realm, he found himself feeling insignificantly small before the tumultuous yellow wind for the first time. This was the overwhelming might of the heavens. How could mere mortals withstand it? The martial artists who had just begun to harbor hope, along with the ordinary citizens of Heishui Town, once again turned pale with despair. Was it truly hopeless? Indeed, how could human strength possibly resist the might of the heavens? It seemed that Heishui Town was destined to face calamity this time. Amidst this extreme fear and helplessness, someone suddenly rubbed their eyes and murmured, "Look over there. Is there someone?" Someone? At the entrance of the settlement, Bai Yin widened his eyes and gazed. Then he beheld a figure clad in black, donning a white mask, who had mysteriously appeared before the crowd, standing against the swirling yellow wind that obscured their vision with a cloud of dust. The figure then slowly raised his right hand, extending his palm forward. Buzz. In an instant, it felt as though the world had come to a standstill. This force, capable of annihilating the 100,000-strong Heishui Town and rendering even the soaring realm experts powerless, and stretching endlessly for miles, was halted before a single individual. The boundless might of the heavens ceased abruptly in his presence. The next moment, beneath the mask, a face of cold, resolute contours appeared, calm yet commanding, as he softly uttered a single word, "Go." Thus, the tempestuous yellow wind was swiftly repelled. Two chapters merged, not to be separated. Chapter 44, in the southwestern lands. 13 strands of crimson energy traversed the heavens and the earth. The yellow wind howls, obscuring the sun and sky. This ominous force, emblematic of divine wrath and tyrannical power, sends tremors through the hearts of onlookers, rendering them nearly incapable of harboring any thoughts of resistance. Yet, at this moment, one individual stands tall and resolute before the storm, raising a hand with a gentle motion and pressing forward. As the command roll escapes his lips, the terrifying gale, which stretches beyond the reach of sight, retreats at a speed tenfold, 100-fold, collapsing in a thunderous roar after receding over 10 miles. Just one person has halted the yellow tempest. Bai Yonggao trembles at the sight. Indeed, this yellow gale, while fierce, pales in comparison to the dark demonic winds that once engulfed and obliterated a Central Bay City. Nevertheless, it remains a manifestation of the natural forces of the world. How could it be so effortlessly extinguished? before this sweeping yellow wind. The figure before him stands as immovable as the vast ocean. Bai Yonggao feels he will never forget this scene. Suddenly, he recalls Qin Wu, the lord of Qingcheng Bay City. He had the fortune of meeting this ruler, a master of countless lives, whose aura was as profound as the abyss, terrifying in its presence. How does he compare to the person before him? Su Yun slowly withdraws his hand, his palm, as pure as jade, radiating a silver glow. Though the power of the yellow wind is fierce, it cannot breach the defenses of his tiny body. However, the latent strength within this gale causes his eyes to narrow slightly. Even an ordinary master of supernatural abilities might struggle to withstand such force. The formation of this yellow gale appears utterly chaotic and perplexing. If he had not fortuitously activated the gaze of Qi technique and detected the sudden turmoil in this area, he might not have anticipated the emergence of this disaster. After all, this is a settlement of over 100,000 people. Having perceived the danger, Su Yun could not stand idly by. But how exactly did this yellow gale come into being? Su Yun furrows his brow. Even with the gaze of Qi technique, he could only sense the chaotic energy, failing to uncover the true source of the yellow wind. Alas, he shakes his head, deciding not to dwell on it further. Throughout the ages of the Tao, countless researchers have failed to decipher the origin of the 9 great calamities. Surely, he cannot expect to unravel such mysteries with a mere glance. Suddenly, the air howls as a figure descends from the sky, clad in black military attire, wielding a dark divine spear. It is Lin Su, the commander of the 6th Border Army, who has just arrived to valiantly resist the yellow gale. With a serious expression, he lands and, for the first time, reveals a rare demeanor of humility, slightly cupping his fist in salute. "Thank you for your assistance, esteemed elder." Esteemed elder? Su Yun glances at him, his expression a blend of amusement and intrigue. "You are Lin Su, the rumored prodigy of martial arts?" Upon seeing Lin Su for the first time, Su Yun immediately recognizes his identity. Not long after his arrival in this world, he had been inundated with reports and interviews about Lin Su, the genius who shattered numerous cultivation records and, after being taken as a disciple by another prodigy, continued to rise to prominence. Now, after more than a decade, he encounters the man in person, who regards him with reverence, addressing him as esteemed elder. The affairs of this world are indeed marvelous. Furthermore, Lin Su's brother, Lin Xiu, seems to be among the same cohort of gifted martial artists as Su Xiaoyu, whom he had heard mentioned before. This familiarity aids in his swift recognition. And no need for such titles. Lin Su waves his hand, his expression awkward. "Before you, esteemed elder. How could I dare to claim the title of genius?" Facing Su Yun's peculiar gaze, Lin Su feels a pang of anxiety. Did he say something amiss? Little does he know that Su Yun's strange demeanor stems from his choice of address. From Su Yun's perspective, given Lin Su's earlier display of strength against the yellow gale, he is undoubtedly a master of supernatural abilities. Anyone who could ascend to such heights would typically be at least 50 or 60 years old, making it entirely reasonable for Lin Su to refer to him as esteemed elder. After a moment of silence, unable to fathom Su Yun's thoughts, Lin Su musters the courage to inquire. "Might I ask your name, esteemed elder?" "The city of Qingcheng will certainly express its gratitude for your intervention in saving Heishui town." "No need," Su Yun replies with a light chuckle, his tone unassuming. "Just relay to Qin Wu that he owes me a favor." With that, he utters no more, taking a step forward, leaving only a faintly dissipating silhouette in his wake. Lin Su stands frozen in place for a long moment before finally comprehending. Qin Wu, the city lord? This mysterious powerhouse knows the city lord? However, matters of such stature are beyond his purview. He can only follow the instructions given. After dispelling the yellow gale that had beset Heishui town, Su Yun wastes no time, soaring through the skies directly back to Qingcheng Bay City. Though his speed is remarkable, utilizing supernatural abilities demands a considerable expenditure of energy, far beyond the capacity of ordinary aerial flight. Thus, when necessary, Su Yun refrains from employing his powers for travel. Whoosh! As Su Yun crosses the defensive barrier of Qingcheng Bay City, he suddenly halts midair, a flicker of realization crossing his face. With a thought, he delves into his storage space, searching intently. Moments later, a blood-red stone appears in the palm of his hand. This peculiar stone, obtained from a hunter team in Xingyue Plain, seems to attract nearby beasts. In the aftermath, Su Yun had researched various texts and records, but found no relevant information. Having yielded no results, he set the matter aside. Until now, an idea sparks within him. Could he, using the gaze of Qi technique, trace the source of this stone through its energy? With this thought, Su Yun focuses on the bloodstone's energy, activating the gaze of Qi technique. His eyes darken momentarily as he simulates the energy of the stone, seeking a similar, primordial essence. However, he holds little hope in his heart. After all, the origins of this stone remain shrouded in mystery. No one knows when or where the beast consumed it. The detection range of the gaze of Qi technique is limited. Standing at the lofty heights above the city wall, Su Yun begins to channel the technique, sensing the energy until he gazes toward the distant southwestern lands. There lies the territory occupied by the Demon Clan, where the human-demon front line stretches across the continent's southwestern border. With the 10 defensive lines of the 5 bordering nations arrayed towards the northeastern interior. As Su Yun focuses on this direction, he instantly perceives 13 radiant, blood-red energies, identical in hue to the stone, rising majestically. Despite the vast distance, he can still sense them, like 13 crimson stars illuminating the southwestern sky. Chapitre 45, Ethereal pendant. The uprising of the undead, the previously nonchalant expression of Su Yun suddenly turned grave. What is this? Deep within the southwestern territory of the Demon Clan, 13 blood-red auras flickered, almost identical to the aura contained within the bloodstone in his hand. However, the intensity of those distant auras was on an entirely different scale. Despite the vast distance, likely tens of thousands, perhaps even 100,000 miles away, he could still perceive them clearly. This was not due to Su Yun's formidable strength, allowing him to extend his probing range so far, but rather because those 13 blood-red auras were overwhelmingly immense. Su Yun's gaze deepened as he looked southwestward. His eyes seemed to solidify, and the air before him crackled as if his sight pierced through space, striving to discern the circumstances at that great distance. Ultimately, he abandoned the attempt. Even with his prowess, it was utterly impossible for him to see that far. He suddenly recalled that the bloodstone appeared to possess an extraordinary allure for the demonic beasts. Thus, could these 13 blood-red auras be linked to them in some manner? Did the human warriors possess knowledge of this matter? A thought to inquire of Qin Wu flickered in his mind, only to be swiftly extinguished. Never mind. Given Qin Wu's strength, he was unlikely to have access to secrets of such magnitude. Su Yun shook his head. As for him venturing forth to investigate, no matter how confident he was in his abilities, he did not believe it feasible to traverse the demon-occupied territory alone. That would indeed be a foolish dream. How many demon beasts resided within the occupied territory? No one could say for certain, but the figure was undoubtedly an unfathomable astronomical number. If he were to advance to a higher level of supernatural ability in the future, he might have the opportunity to delve deeper into the demon-occupied realm and uncover the truth. Silently, Su Yun cast one last glance towards the southwest, ceased his practice of gaze of Qi, and turned to descend from the city wall towards the direction of the 5th district. After bidding farewell to Feng Shui and Su Wensheng, Su Xiaoyu arrived at the headquarters of the Border Defense Forces to report in. Following a series of brief formalities, she officially became a member of the Border Defense Forces. The military bureaucracy preferred brevity and efficiency. Su Xiaoyu was assigned to the elite warrior unit of the Qingcheng base city, Qingcheng Army. As a prodigious martial artist, it was only natural that she would not be grouped with ordinary individuals. After undergoing a period of rigorous training within the Qingcheng Army and enhancing her strength, she would be appointed to an officer position to lead troops. Welcome to the Border Defense Forces. The person receiving Su Xiaoyu was none other than Tang Wei, who had previously led her wilderness training. At this moment, Tang Wei's demeanor had shifted. He no longer wore the stern and cold expression, but instead greeted her with a warm smile. The earlier facade was reserved for outsiders. now that Su Xiaoyu had officially joined the Border Defense Forces. She was one of their own, and he naturally could not maintain a stern countenance. Tang Wei chuckled. During the wilderness training, we noticed you. Who would have thought you would truly join the Border Defense Forces? Trust me, you will not regret this decision. While the conditions here may be somewhat harsh, it is undoubtedly a prime environment for honing one's skills and aiding martial artists in rapid advancement. He patted Su Xiaoyu on the shoulder and said, "Come, let me take you to the city wall for a tour. Only those who join the Border Defense Forces are permitted to ascend the walls." Su Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Tang Wei led her to the base of the city wall, where they ascended to the towering defensive rampart via a mechanical lift, reaching a height of 100 meters. Upon her first visit to the defensive rampart, most individuals would be struck with awe, gazing out over the vast wilderness. A blend of magnificence and peril enveloped her. The rampart was equipped with various formidable siege weaponry, exuding a chilling aura of death. Furthermore, it was only from this vantage point that one could discern the dense distribution of fortress-like defensive points beyond the rampart, at least 30% of which were unleashing firepower to eliminate the sporadic incursions of demon beasts. Explosions of flames erupted with a resounding boom. In the wilderness, figures occasionally darted out, delivering powerful punches or striking with blades, blood droplets spraying forth. Experiencing this for the first time, Su Xiaoyu was inevitably astonished, just as many others had been. Tang Wei smiled gently. He had witnessed this reaction countless times. Every newcomer ascending the defensive rampart for the first time exhibited similar emotions. This was distinct from standing on the ground and stepping into the wilderness. Only from this elevated perspective could one truly witness the brutality of combat and the hidden depths of humanity's vulnerability. In comparison to the vast wilderness, the Qingcheng Bay City, divided into 18 districts, seemed like a small iron box to an ordinary person, a place they might never fully traverse in their lifetime. Humanity resembled ants hiding within a box. Tang Wei's fists clenched slightly. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that Su Xiaoyu, absorbed in the spectacle before her, failed to notice the black jade pendant gifted to her by Su Yun before his departure, etched with two ancient characters, suddenly shimmered. Those were two archaic, majestic characters, reminiscent of swirling clouds and startled dragons, Ethereal. At that moment, Su Xiaoyu sensed no anomaly. Neither Tang Wei nor the airborne warriors stationed on the rampart detected anything amiss. Yet, the instant she stepped onto the city wall, the vast wilderness surrounding the Qingcheng Bay City, extending hundreds or even thousands of miles, suddenly transformed. Boom! Boom! Within the wild expanse, from the once human forbidden zones, an overwhelming aura surged skyward, awakening countless dormant, undead demon beasts. They all turned their gaze towards the direction of the city wall, howling and roaring towards the heavens, their feet pounding the ground, raising clouds of dust as the earth trembled with thunderous echoes. In their perception, atop the city wall of Qingcheng Bay City, a celestial aura shot into the clouds, faintly coalescing into the form of an immensely grand phantom. The clash of bones against the ground reverberated, accompanied by the metallic clangor of weapons. They all knelt upon the earth, bowing in reverence towards the city wall, for they sensed the presence of a great sovereign. Meanwhile, within Qingcheng Bay City, Su Yun sat cross-legged in a small courtyard in the 5th district, retrieving the beast hide inscribed with golden ancient characters that he had previously acquired from a statue. Chapter 46, Deciphering the Beast's Skin. Re-entering the debate arena, the gray beast skin unfurled and was placed upon Su Yun's lap. Ever since he consulted Hong Shuo and took away the ancient text deciphering books, Su Yun would, in his free time, endeavor to decode the golden characters inscribed upon the gray beast skin. He refrained from hastily examining the content, wary of being misled by incomplete information. With the final piece of the puzzle remaining, it wasn't long before he completed the last deciphering task, the Great Sun Body Refinement Technique. As he delved deeper into the text, Su Yun's gaze gradually transformed. The content inscribed within was, astonishingly, a body refinement method, a young attribute cultivation technique. Su Yun's heart leaped with joy. This was fortuitous. After cultivating the lunar body, Su Yun had encountered problem. Although the lunar body refinement technique was formidable, the excessive accumulation of yin energy within him could lead to an imbalance between yin and yang. In the short term, it posed little threat, but over time, it might present serious risks. Now, with the Great Sun body refinement technique, he could remedy this flaw. However, upon meticulously reviewing the details of the technique, Su Yun's brow furrowed. To practice the Great Sun body refinement technique, certain special materials were required. Yet, many of these materials were unfamiliar to him, some even sounding utterly alien. Items such as the crimson dragon fruit and star rivergrass. If their names had merely changed with the passage of time, it would be one thing. But what if these items had become extinct since the fall of ancient civilizations? If that were the case, it would pose quite a conundrum. He decided not to rush. Casually, he stored the gray bee skin containing the Great Sun body refinement technique into his storage space. Subsequently, he immersed his consciousness into the sea of his spirit. Expertly, he touched the black and red sun patterns upon the floating black mirror. With a brief moment of disorientation, he found himself within the illusory realm of divine void. Following the trail of gray mist, Su Yun arrived at the left portal and raised his hand to push it. Suddenly, a realization struck him. The door felt even looser than before. Perhaps after a short wait, it would open. With that thought, Su Yun opted not to fidget any longer. He seated himself cross-legged in front of the left portal, closed his eyes, and awaited the moment the door would officially swing open. As time passed, a sudden thought crossed Su Yun's mind. Since he was idle, why not visit the debate arena? How foolish of him! Immediately, he silently invoked, "Open the debate arena." In the distance, a Taoist in a green robe spoke in a booming voice. As if embodying the principles of heaven and earth, the debate arena is now open. Do you wish to engage in a debate of the same realm? Yes. Do you wish to randomly match with an opponent? Yes. The debate begins. In an instant, the stars rolled and the scene transformed. Before long, he found himself standing upon the expansive and modeled debate arena. 100 meters away, his opponent slowly materialized. It was a tall, young man clad in a dragon robe with gilded edges, his expression remarkably aloof. His purple hair was casually tied, and the robe was adorned with mysterious lightning patterns, exuding an imposing aura akin to that of an emperor. The atmosphere was formidable, with a terrifying pressure radiating from him. Purple light swirled around him, hinting at his formidable might. Above the starry river, his name materialized, Lei Jiutian. The young man in the purple dragon robe glanced at Su Yun with indifference. Now that you see me, you must already know the ultimate outcome, right? There's no need to waste time. I randomly matched for this debate merely to earn some jade. Surrender and leave the debate arena. His tone was cold, reverberating through the heavens, exuding an air of absolute dominance that brooked no dissent. Su Yun raised his head, regarded him with a sudden smile. His smile was as warm as a spring breeze, radiating kindness. Yet, anyone familiar with Su Yun would tremble at this sight, for it indicated that he was angry. With a smile still gracing his lips, Su Yun spoke. What if I say no? What? Lei Jiutian's gaze turned icy. In the realm of divine void, how dare anyone provoke him? Such audacity could only stem from either ignorance of his identity or an overwhelming strength that allowed them to disregard all else. Yet, such individuals were exceedingly rare, and most of them he recognized. Therefore, it could only be the former. It seemed he was a novice who had just entered the illusory realm of divine void, truly unwise. His gaze turned sharp as ice. If you refuse to leave, I shall force you out. However, since you wasted my time, I will ensure you endure a painful torment before I end your life. Within the illusory realm of divine void, all sensations mirrored reality. With a glacial gaze, Lei Jiutian stepped forward. In that moment, Su Yun remained calm, his eyes deep and profound. You'd best unleash your strongest technique. Otherwise, you may find you have no chance left. Arrogance. Lei Jiutian's expression grew frigid, clearly infuriated. He waved his dragon robe, and the flames surrounding him began to coalesce, transforming into a colossal, ancient beast of lightning, charging towards Su Yun with tremendous force. The onslaught was magnificent, reminiscent of a rampaging dragon. Yet, Su Yun simply raised his hand, placing his palm against the head of the lightning beast. A silver light shimmered as the furious lightning dragon roared, but could not advance another inch. With a gentle squeeze, the terrifying lightning beast shattered into countless fragments. Su Yun's expression remained placid. Did I not make myself clear? Use your strongest technique. What? Lei Jiutian's gaze sharpened. Yet, he did not panic. He swiftly summoned a purple lightning blade from the void. Immediately, he poured his true essence into it, causing the lightning blade to swell, transforming into an incredibly radiant blade of light, as if wielded by a deity, slicing through the void. He possessed some skill, but it was insufficient to warrant such arrogance. Slash! He bellowed. The lightning blade descended, shaking the very fabric of reality, threatening to rupture it. However, Su Yun merely uttered a single word. Beneath the starry river, the bright moon hung in the sky, radiating unparalleled elegance as beams of silver light cascaded down. The fearsome lightning blade, illuminated by the moonlight, instantaneously froze in midair. In Su Yun's eyes, an indomitable aura surged forth. Wuji killing fist. The intent of his fist coiled around his translucent, jade-like hand. With fingers clenched, he thrust his fist forth, striking directly at the frozen lightning blade. Clang! The lightning blade erupted, scattering into myriad shards of lightning. Simultaneously, not only the formidable blade, but also Lei Jiutian's figure was forcibly anchored in place by the descending silver light. Su Yun stepped through the void, the space around him rippling as he crossed the distance, arriving inches from Lei Jiutian's face. Their gazes locked, mere inches apart. Lei Jiutian's hair stood on end, and he struggled against the binding silver light, but was unable to free himself. I'll help you. Su Yun grinned, then delivered a punch. Bam! His fist shattered the confinement of Yin power, while simultaneously sending Lei Jiutian hurtling 1,000 meters away, the void trembling violently as blood spurted from his mouth. Seeking death. A thunderous roar erupted. Lei Jiutian, furious, nearly lost his composure, his roar resonating through the void, unleashing countless arcs of lightning. How could he, Lei Jiutian, sustain such humiliation? In the past, the arena of the divine realm was a place where many fearful souls would retreat at the mere mention of its name, unwilling to engage in battle. Today, however, those who entered the arena sought only to earn some jade, preparing for the forthcoming functionalities of the illusory realm. Unexpectedly, the first opponent encountered was exceedingly arrogant, refusing to concede and even injuring himself. Lei Jiutian's face flushed red, his aura chilling as if encased in ice. Death! He had utterly lost his patience. A staggering force of destruction surged behind him, causing the heavens to shift and the fabric of space to tremble. A vast sea of purple lightning erupted, accompanied by a sound akin to a tsunami. Within this tempest of lightning, an array of weapons, swords, blades, spears, halberds, and polearms, materialized continuously, all forged from the condensed purple lightning. A domineering and ferocious aura radiated, sweeping across the void. Bloodline talent, countless lightning soldiers. In his fury, Lei Jiutian unleashed his ultimate move. Within the arena, he had torn apart countless foes with this technique. Boom! The void quaked as thousands of weapons forged from lightning, imbued with boundless power, surged forth, turning the world upside down. Transforming into a deluge of thunder, they engulfed Su Yun. Lei Jiutian's gaze turned frigid, to provoke my innate divine power. You should feel proud. In his mind, once his strongest divine ability was unleashed, the outcome was no longer in doubt. Yet Lei Jiutian felt no joy. Being forced to this juncture was a humiliation. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted. In the midst of Lei Jiutian's incredulity, the surging sea of lightning suddenly roiled, parting to reveal Su Yun emerging from its depths, unscathed, as the tempest of lightning failed to even disturb his garments. His expression was as serene as the ocean, his eyes wide open, possessing pupils as dark as black holes, unfathomably deep. Over the past 2 decades, how many techniques had Su Yun mastered? Countless, beyond enumeration. For an ordinary person to excel in one or a handful of techniques is already a remarkable feat, and the same applies to divine powers, for human energy is finite. Yet under the infusion of the system, every technique in Su Yun's hands was comprehended thoroughly, seamlessly integrated. Techniques were not merely techniques. Behind each lay the creator's understanding of martial arts, the essence of their craft, the nature of combat. How profound was Su Yun's insight into battle, having amalgamated countless techniques. Even he could not say. Su Yun raised his head. I apologize. I must retract my previous statement. It appears you did not hold back, but rather. This is all you are capable of? No, how could this be? In Lei Jiutian's icy gaze, disbelief flooded in. His innate divine power had been so easily dismantled by a nameless individual who seemed to spring from nowhere. This was inconceivable. It is time to conclude this. I have granted you your chance. Now, it is my turn. From a distance, Su Yun spoke with indifference. As his words fell, his eyes ignited to a fiery red, as if the very essence of the netherworld had manifested. Within the void of darkness, brilliant stars of divine power shone forth, illuminating the second celestial palace. The second divine ability, the hell of five senses. As Lei Jiuqian met Su Yun's gaze, he felt, in an instant, that he had lost all sensory perception. He was as if cast out from this world, plummeting into an abyss of despair. Eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, all five senses restrained. Lei Jiuqian attempted to struggle, yet he did not even know how to resist. He could not perceive his own body or his own strength. How could one struggle? An unprecedented terror began to surge within Lei Jiuqian's heart. Then, in the next moment, a grand voice resonated. The victor is Su Wudi, Jade +20. In a distant expanse, a resounding curse echoed. Su Wudi, within a colossal palace entwined in lightning, a thunderous roar erupted, causing countless individuals to kneel in terror, trembling uncontrollably. Why did His Highness, the Eighth Prince, suddenly erupt in fury? They did not know, but they understood that each time the Eighth Prince lost his temper, calamity would surely follow. Chapter 47. The Crimson and Black Star. As for Su Yun, he was blissfully unaware of these matters. Having garnered 10 points of jade, he departed from the debate platform and returned to the mists above, closing his eyes in contemplation as he replayed the recent battle in his mind. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, rose to his feet, and approached the door on the left. He raised his hand and pushed with all his might. This time, surely it would suffice? With a surge of strength, the door frame trembled violently, a gap forming that widened progressively, until at last, boom, the door swung open. Without hesitation, Su Yun stepped through the threshold. Upon entering, a peculiar lightness enveloped him, as if he had transformed into a feather, floating effortlessly upwards. Time slipped away, and when the strange sensation dissipated completely, Su Yun found himself no longer amidst the void. Beneath him lay a swirling expanse of dense gray mist, rich and indistinct, while before him hovered numerous crimson and black points of light, akin to stars adorning the night sky. They varied in size and intensity, some near, others far. Su Yun held his breath. What were these luminous points? The door on the right connected to terrifying entities through 5 mirrors. What purpose could the left door serve? The thick gray mist and the glimmering crimson-black lights? Ever cautious by nature, he refrained from rash actions and instead extended his mental energy, probing meticulously. After a considerable time passed without any sign of danger or anomaly, Su Yun's gaze flickered with determination. He cautiously reached out to touch the nearest crimson-black point of light. In an instant, upon contact, the star-like point flared dramatically, reminiscent of a candle's flame erupting. What does this mean? Su Yun was somewhat perplexed by the current situation. In pursuit of further information for comparative analysis, he extended his hand once more to touch another crimson-black point. In that moment, this point too burst forth in brilliance. In the crimson bright realm, in the eastern domain of Yinzhou, a towering peak, shaped like a sword and soaring thousands of feet into the sky, pierced the clouds. Atop the summit, a middle-aged man clad in a blue Taoist robe gazed into the distance, his eyes seemingly gathering myriad sword intents, as black fissures began to materialize in the space before him. Swish! Just then, a figure appeared behind him, slightly bowing as he respectfully announced, "Elder Gio. The sect master has summoned the elders of each peak to convene in the Grand Hall." Qingcheng's brow furrowed imperceptibly, yet he did not turn around. With a casual wave of his hand, he replied in a measured tone, "I understand. You may leave." "Yes." The figure retreated slowly, departing with due respect. Qingcheng's gaze remained fixed on the horizon, his expression grave, lost in thought. At that moment, a crimson-black radiance suddenly emerged from the void, enveloping his entire being. In the Crimson Bright Realm, in the chaotic sea region, on the outer Tower Island, to the southeast, stood an ancient academy of green bricks and tiles, majestic and imposing. A towering Tao monument rose from the highest point of the academy, shimmering with golden ripples, seemingly inscribed with countless secrets. Within the academy, in an elegant chamber, a young man clad in a white scholar's robe, with striking features, lay propped up at a table, engrossed in a scroll. After a while, feeling fatigued from reading, he set the book down and gazed towards the door, a flicker of confusion and anguish crossing his eyes. When can he exact vengeance for his grievances? His adversaries were backed by the top-tier forces of the Tao realm, and in their eyes, he was but an insignificant ant. To seek revenge? If others were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly mock him for his folly. Yet, how could he dare to forget the deep-seated enmity? Jiang Wuzi composed himself, but his fists clenched tightly. At that moment, a crimson-black radiance erupted from the scroll, swirling around him like a vortex, drawing him into its depths. Chapter 48. As you wish. The space behind the door as Su Yun attempted to touch the two crimson-black light points, the entire space underwent a sudden transformation. The two light points ignited swiftly and began to expand. The remaining suspended crimson-black light points started to separate to the sides. Concurrently, in the void left by the light points, a grand avenue of bronze materialized, rising dramatically from the gray mist, extending deeper into this mysterious realm. A resounding roar echoed through the air. At the end of this bronze avenue, a colossal black throne, also forged of bronze, emerged majestically. At that moment, the two crimson-black light points Su Yun had touched had expanded to the size of human figures, gradually revealing two silhouettes. Both figures were enveloped in a faint crimson-black glow, rendering their exact features indiscernible. Only their general shapes and facial outlines could be discerned. One was a tall man clad in a blue robe, while the other was a youthful figure dressed in white scholarly attire. Initially, both were taken aback, abruptly glancing around, their eyes betraying an uncontrollable sense of confusion and dread. "Where are we? They were perfectly fine. How did they suddenly end up here?" The shock in Qingcheng's heart was particularly profound. Just moments ago, he had been atop the sword peak within his sect. How had he been transported to this place? The sect was enveloped by a colossal formation that spanned the vast mountains. Any unusual force intruding would trigger a counterattack from the formation. This formation had been established since the sect's inception and had been reinforced by successive generations of powerful beings. Even a figure of the sect leader's caliber would require considerable time and immense cost to breach it. Yet, this time, the sect's grand formation showed no reaction. Silently, he had been transferred here. A chill coursed through Qingcheng's heart. Meanwhile, Jiang Wuzi, clad in white, was equally astonished. Here, his perception seemed severely restricted. He could only sense a few meters around him. Beneath him lay thick gray mist, while the distance was consumed by an impenetrable darkness. Beside him, there lingered an indistinct figure. Jiang Wuzi turned slightly, eyeing Qingcheng with a hint of wariness. On the other side, Su Yun was suddenly struck with surprise. "It seems these two cannot see me." He stood merely a few meters away from them, and while they clearly recognized each other, they appeared utterly oblivious to his presence. They also seemed unable to perceive the bronze avenue beneath their feet or the grand bronze throne at the end of the path. A glance around revealed that he was enveloped in a layer of elusive gray mist, distinct from the crimson-black glow that shrouded the other two. Could this be the reason? He pondered, contemplating whether, by opening this door, he had become its master. Su Yun's mind raced as he analyzed the current situation. Judging by the demeanor of the two, it was evident they were equally bewildered, which provided him with a modicum of relief. Initially, when the two figures emerged, he had speculated whether the countless crimson-black light points were all connected to the Crimson Emperor, perhaps as his subordinates. That would pose a significant problem, for he was not truly the Crimson Emperor. Even shrouded in mist, should discussions arise, wouldn't he be exposed in an instant? However, it appeared that the two had never been here before and were entirely unaware of his sudden arrival, caught in a state of panic. Suyin chose not to speak immediately. Since these two could not see him, it would be prudent to let them stew for a moment. As time passed, their anxiety and unease would undoubtedly intensify. Perhaps he could leverage this psychological advantage to steer the situation in his favor. Furthermore, regarding the origins of these two, Suyin had formed a rough hypothesis. The Crimson Bright Realm? It seemed highly probable. Firstly, the previous owner of this black mirror could be confirmed as the supreme being of the Crimson Bright Tao Realm, the Crimson Emperor. The two doors within should be his creation. If these crimson-black light points could draw individuals into this space, then they were most likely from the Crimson Bright Realm, as it was the Emperor's dominion. Would other Tao Realm Supremes remain indifferent if he could effortlessly snatch individuals from distant realms? It seemed unlikely. On another note, the indistinct silhouettes revealed through their clothing styles were evidently not from the world Suyin currently inhabited. Who are you? A deep voice shattered the silence. Qingcheng, regaining his composure, looked toward the silhouette of Jiang Wuzi and spoke. It seems you are also unaware of what has transpired. So, you two have been abruptly brought to this cursed place? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Wuzi nodded. Qingcheng continued. I am from the Beiming Sword Sect. What about you? Jiang Wuzi hesitated slightly. Qingcheng frowned, his tone turning cold. We cannot discern each other's exact appearances. What is there to conceal? Revealing our identities will aid us in assessing the current situation. After a brief silence, Jiang Wuzi replied, I hail from the Qingcheng Academy. What? Qingcheng's expression shifted dramatically, his heart trembling as he struggled to conceal his astonishment. He had heard of this name, known to be a force within the chaotic seas. However, the true reason for his discomposure was not merely that Jiang Wuzi was from the Qingcheng Academy, but rather that the chaotic seas lay north of the northern region, while he was in the eastern region of Yin Prefecture. The distance between the two was unimaginably vast, far exceeding billions of miles. The Tao realm was boundless. Even traversing a single region often required the use of long-distance teleportation formations, let alone crossing multiple regions. How could they, separated by such immense distance, be brought here at the same time? What kind of existence could achieve such a feat? The implications were too terrifying to contemplate. Jiang Wuzi seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation as well, his expression shifting slightly. The notion of being transported here, crossing the eastern region and the chaotic seas, without even a chance to struggle, surpassed their wildest imaginings. Such a level of existence must undoubtedly rank among the most formidable in the entire Tao realm. Taking a deep breath, Qingcheng composed himself, adopting a tone he hadn't used in years, respectfully addressing, May I inquire which esteemed elder has brought us here? And what instructions may you have? I implore you to enlighten us, for otherwise, I am but a dullard, incapable of fathoming your intentions. Suyin thought to himself, it is nearly time. In the next moment, his calm voice resonated throughout the space, reverberating through the void. Upon his utterance, it was unmistakably transformed into the voice of the Crimson Emperor. Just a simple phrase emerged, indeed. In such circumstances, maintaining composure was commendable, indicative of one worthy of cultivation. Qingcheng and Jiang Wuzi both stiffened. Indeed, someone was present. An unimaginably powerful being had summoned them here. Greetings, esteemed elder. Despite not having seen the figure, the two hastily replied. By this point, Jiang Wuzi had already become thoroughly convinced, whereas Qingcheng's gaze flickered with rapid intensity. His life experiences far outstripped those of the younger Jiang Wuzi. Though compelled by circumstance to display respect, a sliver of doubt lingered in his heart. Why had this powerful elder chosen to remain concealed? Initially, one could rationalize that their absence allowed for an assessment of their conduct. However, now, remaining merely a voice without revealing a form provoked unwarranted speculation. The owner of that voice, could it be that for certain reasons, he is perhaps not as formidable as he appears, merely a facade of strength? Or is it possible that he too was drawn here, albeit earlier than the two? Now, merely posturing? A fleeting glimmer of doubt crossed Qingcheng's eyes. In the briefest moment, he contemplated extensively and then, maintaining an air of humility and respect, spoke once more. Might I inquire which esteemed elder this is? Perhaps I have heard tales of you. Su Yun's gaze shifted. Indeed, the world is not devoid of clever minds. This individual seemingly harbors doubts about him. Though appearing respectful, the request carries an undertone of probing. In such a moment, should he fail to respond judiciously, it is likely he would swiftly lose the grip on the initiative he had just seized, leading the situation toward chaos and an irretrievable conclusion. Yet, Su Yun remained unfazed, simply lifting his head to gaze toward the throne at the end of the Bronze Avenue. Arriving at a judgment, a light chuckle escaped him. A subtle laughter resonated around him. This laughter encapsulated myriad emotions: tranquility, dominance, a mocking amusement akin to watching children at play, and an aloof indifference from on high. In the next instant, Qingcheng and Jiang Wuzi suddenly heard footsteps. They looked up in unison. Clap, clap, clap. It was as if unseen figures were traversing an invisible path, slowly advancing toward a certain direction. Standing before the bronze throne, Su Yun extended his hand, gently caressing the armrest, and without hesitation, he took a seat upon it. In that instant, both Qingcheng and Jiang Wuzi were taken aback. What is this? They suddenly beheld an ancient bronze avenue materializing from the gray mist beneath their feet, extending forward as if reaching the ends of the world. At last, the bronze avenue came to an abrupt halt. The imposing bronze throne appeared at the road's terminus, and a figure shrouded in mysterious gray mist sat upon it. In that moment, Su Yun's presence seemed to soar infinitely. In the perception of the two, the indistinct figure appeared to transform into a colossal giant. Simultaneously, dark, profound eyes, akin to black holes, gazed down upon them. Boom! The entire space erupted. An indescribable aura of terror and overwhelming power swept through everything, even engulfing human perception. It was beyond description, beyond articulation. That was the aura of the Crimson Emperor. In that instant, Qingcheng and Jiang Wuzi felt their bodies slip from their control. A deafening roar echoed in their ears, and their very essence threatened to explode. A faint smile graced Su Yun's lips. At this moment, he felt an absolute dominion over this space. It seemed his conjecture was correct. This place was akin to the situation behind the door on the right, set with some mechanism. As long as he sat upon it, he was the Crimson Emperor. Su Yun slightly reclined against the bronze throne, his gaze directed downward, and spoke softly, yet his voice carried a tempest, reverberating throughout the entire space. Thunderous echoes resounded. The tone was indifferent, yet commanding. Did you not wish to see me? As you desire. Chapter 49. Trials of Each. What is this? Qingcheng's body trembled slightly. Identity, appearance, voice, physique, these can be fabricated. But one's aura cannot be feigned. The pressure emanating from above was so overwhelming that it dwarfed even the patriarch of their Beiming sword sect by thousands or even tens of thousands of times. It instilled in him a profound sense that the figure before him was akin to the boundless heavens themselves. At this moment, all doubts dissipated from his heart, and he dared not harbor even a hint of provocation. Instead, he bowed respectfully and said, "In my moment of folly, I beseech your forgiveness, esteemed elder." Upon the bronze throne, Su Yun lightly tapped the armrest with his fingertips. Tap, 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 tap. Qingcheng felt as if he were drowning under an ocean of pressure, nearly unable to breathe. After a prolonged silence, a faint voice finally resonated. No harm done. Qingcheng's heart eased significantly. If such a being had uttered these words, it implied that he would not pursue retribution for the earlier slight. Standing to the side, Jiang Wuzi appeared utterly bewildered. What just transpired? Why was he struggling to comprehend it all? He hesitated to speak, his face flushed with confusion, ultimately opting for silence and standing anxiously beside Qingcheng. At this juncture, Qingcheng steadied his thoughts and clasped his hands, inquiring, "Esteemed elder, may I ask why we have been brought here? What is it that you require of us?" "Ha ha, Suyin leaned back slightly, his tone calm, his voice low yet resonant. At your current level, you are not yet worthy of that knowledge. When the time is ripe, you shall understand. For now, you remain too weak. Qin Ding's expression reflected his helplessness. What difference did it make whether he spoke or remained silent? As for the remark regarding their weakness, in the presence of such an entity, receiving any assessment, however disparaging, felt remarkably generous. However, Qin Ding remained oblivious to the peculiar expression concealed within the gray mist that shrouded Suyin. Once seated upon the bronze throne, Suyin sensed an absolute mastery over this space. The black and red radiance enveloping them did not obscure his vision. The cultivation levels of both individuals were laid bare before him, without concealment. The young man clad in white robes had merely entered the realm of divine abilities. Yet, upon glancing at the man in blue robes, Suyun's brow furrowed. He was above divine abilities. If this were not his territory, he would likely struggle to contain this individual. Suddenly, Suyun curled his fingers and flicked them lightly. 2 sheets of white paper materialized from thin air, floating into the hands of the indistinct Qin Ding and Jiang Wuzi. What is this? Both Qin Ding and Jiang Wuzi were taken aback. Suyin leaned back slightly, his palm resting casually on the armrest of the bronze throne. This is merely a small task I entrust to you. It is not difficult. Consider it a minor test. Should you fail to accomplish even this, I shall have to consider replacing you with others. Replace? Although the phrase seemed innocuous, it sent a chill down the spines of Qin Ding and Jiang Wuzi. Did this imply they could withdraw? Or perhaps face a more dire fate? Before either could react, Suyin had already risen slowly from the bronze throne. Let's conclude for today. I shall contact you again after some time. When I do, I will provide advance notice, so you may prepare. I hope you will have completed your trials by then. As his words fell, he waved his hand, and their figures immediately vanished without a trace, condensing once more into 2 black-red light points, absorbed into the countless stars around them. Suyin exhaled deeply. In truth, there were many inquiries he wished to explore. However, in such a situation, the more one spoke, the greater the risk of missteps and suspicion. It was wiser to be succinct. Without allowing the two any time for contemplation, he maintained the upper hand in this exchange. Suyin was unconcerned about the potential for information leaks, even though both men seemed to have their own influential backgrounds. A wise individual would refrain from such folly. Having effortlessly traversed the distance and cultivation levels to bring them here, any rational person would recognize that if he intended to take their lives, it would be child's play. Furthermore, should any mishap occur, even if his true identity were inadvertently revealed, he possessed his final means of escape, a swift retreat. With his gaze slightly lowered, Suyun's attention drifted to the endless black-red light points below. Several of these points flickered momentarily before igniting, only to extinguish abruptly, returning to tranquility. Could it be that there was a limit on the number of light points that could be activated within a certain time frame? Or perhaps his current strength only permitted him to summon 2 individuals. Thus, he endeavored once more to trigger the light points associated with Qin Ding and Jiang Wuzi. Whoosh! The light points suddenly expanded, and the prior stalling did not occur. Suyin promptly severed the connection. Evidently, it was a limitation of his strength. For now, he could only summon 2. He exhaled, closing his eyes slightly, pondering what the door to the left might bring him. Maintaining this communication, from both a short-term and long-term perspective, would prove advantageous. In the short term, this left door would grant him substantial insights into the vast and enigmatic realm of the 6 great Tao worlds. Besides the unyielding fatty foam, he had now acquired a more reliable channel. The 6 great Tao worlds. He would inevitably venture there one day, though that time was not yet upon him. Moreover, in the long term, he might leverage this opportunity to clandestinely establish his own influence, ultimately to shake the foundations of the Tao realm. The Red Emperor had fallen, and he would rise in his stead, returning to the 6 great Tao worlds with a new visage. Suyun's gaze was profound, as if he found this all quite intriguing. He departed from the bronze throne, walking outward with each step. The bronze pathway behind him gradually faded away until a black portal materialized before him. He raised his hand and pushed the door open. Su Yin re-emerged above the swirling gray mist. Sensing his mental power had significantly recovered, it was time to continue summoning his army of the undead. The battlefield between humanity and the demon race was pressing. The 10 major defenses were perilously close to collapse, and he needed to ensure he held more trump cards and strength in his hands. Thus, with a thought, he exited the realm of the divine mirage. The clouds roiled like a tempest, and as Qingcheng regained his senses, he discovered himself once more atop the peak. He abruptly looked up at the sky. The position of the clouds had changed. A tremor coursed through his heart. It was real. This indicated that everything that had transpired was not an illusion, but a genuine experience. He had indeed been drawn into a mysterious realm by a powerful being, engaged in conversation, and had received a task to gather a drop of the immortal phoenix's blood. This was the task assigned to him on the paper moments prior. Immortal phoenix blood? This task, while seemingly simple, was as daunting as ascending to the heavens. Qingcheng pondered deeply. Obtaining a low-concentration sample of immortal phoenix blood was within his means, but acquiring a high-concentration, legendary source blood would likely provoke even the most formidable figures to seize it for themselves. Was this then a test? Su Yin had not provided specific criteria, leaving it entirely to his interpretation. What, then, constituted completion? Indeed, the existence in question possesses profound significance in every gesture and movement, their celestial might inscrutable. What could their true intentions be? Qingcheng murmured softly within himself. A potent sensation surged through him, suggesting that this might be an unimaginable opportunity, one that could aid him in realizing the ambitions that resided within his heart. In the elegantly appointed chamber, the furnishings remained unchanged. Yet, the tea upon the table had begun to cool. Jiang Wuzi inhaled deeply, his mind embarking on a journey of recollection. The crimson dragon fruit, the starry rivergrass, the sun vine, these are rare spiritual herbs, exceedingly difficult to procure. Is this the trial set before him? His gaze flickered with determination. He pondered whether, through the power of this formidable being, he might one day exact his revenge. What once appeared utterly hopeless now seemed to glimmer with a hint of possibility. Of course, he understood the stature of this existence. How could they concern themselves with his plight? Unless he could substantiate his worth, demonstrate his potential, and fulfill his role. This task represented his first step toward that goal. Jiang Wuzi closed the book that lay open upon the table, rose to his feet, and resolutely pushed the door open. This trial, he vowed, he must complete. Chapter 50. Duan Luo, disillusioned with life, at the very moment Su Yin entered the realm of Xinshu. In the bustling heart of the Qingcheng Bay City, District 1, stood the city lord's mansion, a towering edifice reaching 100 meters into the sky. On the rooftop, Qin Wu gazed upwards, his expression tense. The situation at the borders was dire. The 10th and 9th defense lines of Tang Country had been breached by waves of beasts. The major defense lines were in a state of emergency, and Qingcheng Bay City, as one of the core cities of the 6th defense line, had decided to dispatch powerful warriors to provide reinforcements. Time was of the essence. They should be arriving soon. Suddenly, Qin Wu's expression shifted. They're here. In that instant, a figure appeared in the distance, initially a mere speck, but in the blink of an eye, it was upon him. The newcomer was tall and robust, with a bronzed physique that exuded strength, resembling a demigod. Duan Luo? This is the reinforcement sent from above? Qin Wu felt a headache coming on. He had not anticipated that the one arriving would be Duan Luo, a renowned warrior, notorious for his obsession with combat and somewhat blunt intellect. Many were familiar with him. To put it simply, he was brawn over brains. With a thunderous crash, the burly man landed, his heavy military boots striking the rooftop with such force that it left a deep crater in the solid surface. Qin Wu's expression darkened as he admonished, Duan Luo. What are you doing? Is it just the ground? Don't be petty. I'll compensate for it. The giant responded nonchalantly, brushing off the concern. Forget the trivialities. Come on, let us spar. He cracked his neck with a series of audible pops, grinning at Qin Wu. Furrowing his brow, Qin Wu replied, the situation is extremely urgent. You know how much I have to deal with. I can't waste time sparring. I don't care, Duan Luo retorted, his fierce gaze fixed on Qin Wu. If you want my help, it's simple. fight me. Those above 1T let me head to the front lines on my own. Otherwise, I'd have already jumped into the fray against the beasts. Qin Wu sighed in resignation. Allowing you to charge in a battle? One misstep, and you'd be lost among the beast horde, and we wouldn't even find your remains. I've told you, I don't have time to fight. Qin Wu replied curtly. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he suggested, however, if you're itching for a fight, I could recommend someone. Who? Duan Luo's interest peaked, a hearty laugh escaping him. If they're not strong, it doesn't count. Qin Wu chuckled. Rest assured they're formidable, at least. Stronger than I am. His name is Hate, and he is a friend of mine. Duan Luo's curiosity grew. Quick, tell me where he is. Qin Wu provided an address and cautioned. He usually trains there, but his temper isn't the best. Be mindful of your demeanor and don't act recklessly. Enough of your rambling. Duan Luo scoffed, his figure disappearing in a flash. Also, don't barge in recklessly. Qin Wu watched as Duan Luo vanished, sighing, this guy's going to regret it. He shook his head. As the city lord of Qingcheng Bay City, there were far too many matters needing his attention. If it weren't for the arrival of Duan Luo, he wouldn't even be here. With a swift movement, Qin Wu too vanished from sight. Whoosh! In the skies above District 5, Duan Luo streaked through the air, having quickly traversed the entirety of Qingcheng Bay City, an effortless feat for a warrior of his caliber. This should be the place, he muttered, hovering above, aligning himself with the location Qin Wu had described. Oddly enough, he sensed no presence within. Were there no one here? Never mind, I'll just go in and see. Casting aside Qin Wu's warnings, Duan Luo descended directly into the courtyard below. Boom! At that moment, Duan Luo realized the scenery around him began to shift. Instead of landing in the courtyard, he found himself on a serene path leading to an unknown destination. Is this a formation? Duan Luo furrowed his brow. Then his eyes sparkled with intrigue as he grinned. How interesting. Are you testing me? Let me see what your formation can do. He strode confidently down the path. 10 minutes later. Wait, haven't I been here before? Duan Luo halted, frowning. Is this the effect of the formation? He snorted. Although he was a battle fanatic, it did not mean he lacked intelligence. In fact, he possessed a remarkable talent for combat. Not only had he engaged in direct confrontations, but he had also faced off against warriors skilled in formations. Learning from his defeats and dedicating time to studying formations, thus gaining a profound understanding of them. First, locate the formation's focal point. Duan Luo meandered through the formation, occasionally sitting cross-legged to keenly sense his surroundings. Before long, he sprang to his feet, joy lighting up his face. Found it. Open. With a fierce glare, akin to a demigod, he unleashed a powerful punch toward a specific direction. As his fist struck, ripples spread outward, and the scenery within the formation transformed abruptly. A leftward path branched off ahead, accompanied by a stone tablet inscribed with flamboyant characters. Walk left. Duan Luo laughed heartily. Is that all? In his eyes, he had successfully broken the formation. This must be a mechanism set by the formation's creator. Only after breaking the formation could one see the true path. As soon as his words left his mouth, he strode confidently toward the left path. However, upon reaching the end, he found no one there, only another stone tablet. It read, walk left. Duan Luo's smile began to falter. What does this mean? Could it be that this was a necessary step after breaking the formation to reach the endpoint? Duan Luo hesitated, but continued left as the tablet instructed. Once again, he encountered a stone tablet. Turning left again, Duan Luo gazed at the eerily familiar scenery. A sense of foreboding crept into his mind. Left, and yet another left? His face flushed with realization. Damn it, they dare to toy with me. The focal point he had identified was incorrect. Infuriated, Duan Luo declared, if I can't find my way out, then I'll smash this formation to pieces. With a roar, he leapt into the air, his true essence surging. The very air around him tinged with crimson. A colossal fist launched forth. Bang! The entire formation trembled violently, as if unable to withstand the force. And a massive black fissure appeared in the air. Did I break it? Duan Luo exclaimed in delight. Laughing, had I known it would be this easy, I would have wasted so much effort. He dashed towards the black fissure and plunged inside. What greeted him was yet another stone tablet. It read, "Walk left. Duan Luo." Chapter 51. Summoning the 12 Divine Generals in Reality. Su Yun's consciousness withdrew from the realm of illusion and returned to the present. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow, sensing an intruder had breached his array. With a flick of his hand, the spatial fabric of the courtyard began to ripple. The situation within the array gradually became visible, and upon closer inspection, Su Yun quickly spotted Duan Luo in one corner, sitting on the ground with an expression of utter desolation. "What is this?" Su Yun glanced over and discerned the other's cultivation level. He was merely at the first tier of divine power. This surprised him. When had another practitioner of divine power emerged in Qingcheng base city, aside from Qin Wu? Moreover, how had this individual managed to infiltrate his home and fall into the trap he had set? After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Yun subtly curved his index finger and flicked it lightly. Buzz! The entire array trembled and hummed. Duan Luo abruptly lifted his head. It seemed as though the array was dissipating. No, that was not the case. Someone had deactivated it. The scene twisted and transformed. The dim path vanished. Duan Luo turned to see a figure clad in black, reclining casually in a chair, his posture relaxed. One leg was bent gracefully like a bow, while the other extended straight out like a spear. Leaning languidly against a wooden table, he poured tea into a cup. With a gentle sip, Su Yun raised his gaze. "Who are you? Is this a raid you're doing?" Duan Luo's face darkened. "Humph. All you know is to employ these petty tricks. Do you possess the courage to engage me in a fair fight?" He was nearly driven to madness by the array. Su Yun paused, finding the situation amusing. How intriguing. "You invade my home, yet you dare blame me? Answer my question. Who are you, and what is your purpose? My patience is limited. If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, then you shall remain here today." Duan Luo was inherently hot-tempered, and upon hearing Su Yun's tone, he instinctively bristled. However, when he met Su Yun's deep, dark eyes, he found himself unable to voice his anger and instead offered a straightforward explanation. "Qin Wu sent me," he said. "You are incredibly strong." Qin Wu? Understanding the context, Su Yun frowned slightly, maintaining a calm exterior while inwardly cursing the man for bringing trouble upon him. He had yet to repay the last favor. "Leave," Su Yun dismissed with a wave of his hand. "I have no interest in sparring with you. If you seek a battle, find someone else. Do not waste my time." He could tell that this brawny man was somewhat of a martial fanatic, rather straightforward in disposition, and thus felt no need to engage further. "Leave?" Duan Luo protested. "Having come this far, how can you just tell me to go? If you defeat me, I will naturally depart." He shouted, "Are you afraid?" "Afraid?" Su Yun, just lifting his teacup, suddenly paused in midair. "If you're not afraid, then fight me." Duan Luo laughed heartily. In the blink of an eye, Duan Luo stepped forward, traversing the void. A brilliant golden light emanated from within him, enveloping his body, while his aura surged at a terrifying pace. Divine power, battle god. This was a technique born for combat. Activating the battle god not only significantly enhanced his strength, but also allowed him to grow stronger with each battle until his death or complete exhaustion. With this technique, Duan Luo, despite being merely at the first tier of divine power, had previously defeated practitioners at the second tier. Even those at the third tier would find him a formidable opponent. "Kulme." Duan Luo laughed boisterously. He sensed that Su Yun was exceptionally strong. Exceedingly strong, yet he felt no fear. The mightier the foe, the more exhilarated he became, and the stronger he grew. His heart brimmed with fervent battle intent, anticipating a thrilling confrontation. Provoked to such an extent, he believed no one would shy away from combat. Duan Luo raised his hand slightly, and in an instant, crimson flames began to swirl around his arms, the terrifying heat distorting the air as if the sun had descended. "This is troublesome," Su Yun sighed softly, striking his teacup against the table, causing it to tremble and spill a few droplets of tea. Before the tea could reach the ground, Su Yun's figure had vanished without a trace. Suspended in midair, Duan Luo's mind barely had time to react. At that moment, he felt an immense pressure descending upon him, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. Boom! The next instant, Duan Luo transformed into a streak of light, crashing into the courtyard and creating a massive crater. He could hardly believe it, roaring in disbelief, his golden aura glowing even more brilliantly, akin to a flame igniting the heavens. Yet, the hand resting on his shoulder merely pressed down lightly. Bang! The blazing golden form erupted violently. With a low grunt, Duan Luo's energy instantly waned, his complexion paling. This was the manifestation of his divine power being shattered, suffering a backlash. At that moment, the droplets of tea that had splashed from the cup finally made contact with the ground, shattering into pieces. As the dust settled, Su Yun appeared calm, releasing his hand from Duan Luo's shoulder. Duan Luo's face turned pale. I lost. No, the battle hadn't even truly begun. It had ended before it could start. The disparity was too great. The two were not even on the same level. If Duan Luo perceived himself as a small pond, then Su Yun, in his perception, was akin to an endless ocean without boundaries. Duan Luo's eyes held disbelief and despair. He thrived on battle, known as a battle fanatic, having won countless times in the past. Yet each defeat merely fueled his resolve to train harder, to refine his skills and techniques until he overcame those who once bested him. But this time, doubt crept into Duan Luo's heart for the first time. Did he truly have a chance to catch up? Meanwhile, Su Yun paid him no further heed, turning to take a step, his figure flickering out of the courtyard, leaving behind a distant voice. You will be responsible for the repairs of this damaged courtyard. Gazing at the large crater in the yard, Duan Luo's previously heavy heart couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Damn it, wasn't this clearly your doing? However, he dared not voice this thought in Su Yun's presence. After a few minutes of silence, Duan Luo flew out of the courtyard, not to seek enlightenment from the recent battle, but rather to find someone to repair the yard. While he could overlook the damage to the rooftop caused by Qin Wu, he dared not treat Su Yun's courtyard as if it had never happened. He may be straightforward, but he was not foolish enough to court disaster. However, he had no money. Thus, he would need to ask Qin Wu for help. On the other side, Su Yun had already departed from Qingcheng Bay City, re-entering the wilderness. For him, Duan Luo's incident was merely a minor interlude, not worthy of concern. Utilizing his innate divine power, the necromancer's tomb, to orchestrate a greater legion of undead and seeking breakthroughs beyond divine power were his current priorities. Time flowed on. In the blink of an eye, a fortnight has passed. Perched in the watchtower, the statuesque Qingcheng, clad in military attire, vigilantly surveys the wilderness through a long-range electronic telescope. Gone, all gone, she murmurs softly, wherever her gaze rests. Every known human forbidden zone and the lairs of monstrous beasts lie shrouded in an eerie silence. The creatures that once roamed outside the Bay City have nearly vanished. The defense points densely scattered along the city wall, which previously maintained a combat readiness of nearly 70%, have dwindled to less than 10%, leaving the area beyond the city walls enveloped in an unprecedented stillness. It seems that higher-ups in the border defense forces have noticed this anomaly and issued orders to investigate the situation, eager to uncover the truth of what has transpired. Chun Ying's expression is a complex tapestry of emotions, shrouded in silence. Yet, the truth resides solely within her knowledge. Someone, with singular might, has subdued all surrounding and even distant human forbidden zones, transforming countless monstrous beasts into a terrifying legion of undead, exuding an aura of dread. Such events are beyond anyone's belief, too insane and horrifying to fathom, surpassing the limits of imagination. Where now do these legions of the undead reside? Chuning muses silently. Uncertain, recently, she has not beheld the once prevalent, overwhelming aura of death or the earth-shaking roars. However, a deep-seated sixth sense within her whispers ominously that beneath this calm, something momentous is about to unfold, and she is destined to witness it. In the Qingcheng Bay City, within the wilderness zone, Su Yun stands quietly atop a precipice. Has he finally reached the zenith of his mental prowess? His eyes gently close as his consciousness delves into the fantastical and resplendent sea of the mind. Above this mental ocean, countless white orbs of light are densely arranged, their number startlingly totaling 1,000,000, 1,000,000 orbs, each representing a legion of undead beasts. Delicate white threads extend from the distant void, intertwining with the luminous spheres, symbolizing each undead beast. Through this intangible connection, Su Yun can receive constant feedback. The million-strong legion of the undead has been dispersed, transformed into countless scouts scattered across the vast wilderness between the 6th and 7th defensive lines, diligently probing the surroundings to avert unforeseen calamities. With his eyes tightly shut, Su Yun absorbs the information relayed from the million undead. Suddenly, his brow furrows, sensing something amiss, yet unable to ascertain its nature. Is this merely an illusion? His demeanor grows increasingly grave, a silence enveloping him. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieves his communicator and contacts Qingyuan with a succinct message, delivered in an exceptionally calm tone. Recall all 12 divine generals. After severing the connection, he gazes into the distance, lost in thought, hoping fervently that it is merely his imagination at play. Chapter 52, The Beast Tide, erupts, summoning the 12 divine generals. In a secluded courtyard, after the communication device was disconnected, Qingyuan stood in a moment of daze. Having followed Su Yun for over a decade, he was undoubtedly the one who understood Su Yun the best among all his subordinates. Thus, despite the simplicity of the message, Qingyuan grasped its gravity instantly. This was not merely a routine communication. It was an urgent summons for all 12 individuals, regardless of their locations or activities. With a deep breath, Qingyuan exhaled heavily. What could have transpired to warrant such a mobilization? Something must have occurred, or perhaps was about to occur. Yet, such considerations were beyond his purview. His sole responsibility was to execute Su Yun's orders meticulously, nothing more. Shaking his head, Qingyuan dispelled the distractions from his mind. Gathering those scattered across the realms within a short time frame would require extraordinary means. Thus, he reached for an object at his waist, revealing an unusual, dark golden token in the palm of his hand. The next moment, he inhaled deeply, clenched his fist, and forcefully shattered the token. Buzz! Suddenly, a resounding sword chant echoed through the heavens and the earth like the clash of metal. Accompanied by a command from Su Yun, the entire realm would tremble. In the capital city of Luo, the headquarters of the Underground Merchant Alliance was situated here. When the cataclysm struck and order collapsed, many prominent families formed a temporary alliance for self-preservation, pooling resources and strength to help one another through the calamity. After the era of Dao began, this temporary coalition gradually evolved into the present Underground Merchant Alliance, also known as the Hunter Alliance. All hunters and hunting teams must register with the Underground Merchant Alliance, which controls the trade and transportation of all beast materials. If one does not register here, one's goods would find no buyers. Almost every nation and base city hosts a headquarters for the Underground Merchant Alliance, but hunters prefer to refer to it as the black market. This organization commands nearly half of the world's wealth and wields immense influence, secretly nurturing powerful martial forces, holding a significant position globally. At this moment, within a room on the top floor of the Underground Merchant Alliance headquarters, a woman with long crimson hair stood quietly by the window, gazing into the distance. A golden veil obscured her face, rendering her ethereal and elusive, revealing only her eyes, tinged with a hint of crimson. Although her visage remained hidden, one glance was enough to imagine the unparalleled beauty concealed beneath the veil. However, the man behind her dared not steal a glance. Instead, his head nearly touched the ground, his heart racing with trepidation. The reason was simple. The woman before him was the supreme ruler of the Underground Merchant Alliance. Should she become enraged, the entire alliance would tremble beneath her might. No one dared defy her authority, for all who did met their demise, without exception. For nearly 3 months, the man, under immense pressure, reported on recent work, yet beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. Suddenly, buzz! Though there were no swords in the room, the sound of a sword resonated. The red-haired woman paused, glancing down at a dark golden token hanging at her waist. At that moment, the token had visibly cracked, a fine fissure appearing on its smooth surface. Without uttering a word, she decisively stepped forward, her figure transforming into a fleeting shadow as she shattered the room's glass and swiftly departed. In midair, a mask had appeared on the woman's face, obscuring the veil. From this moment on, there was no longer a ruler of the underground merchant alliance, only the mouse faced among the 12 divine generals. In the extreme northern region, one of the 3 forbidden zones of the realm lay before us, the boundless desert. Relentless sandstorms ravaged the expanse, but this was no ordinary tempest. It was a calamity with the ferocity of the 9 great disaster winds. In the heart of the storm, a seemingly insignificant black slowly emerged. The brutal sandstorm appeared utterly unfazed by this figure, which approached steadily and resolutely. As the distance closed, it became clear the black dot was a man. He walked against the howling tempest, stepping forth from the depths of the storm. Buzz! The dark golden token at his waist shattered. A fierce sword intent erupted from him, soaring into the sky. At the instant the sword's chant resonated, the surrounding sandstorm retreated violently, as if in fear. The man paused, raising his head as he murmured, "It is the summoning of that one. It is time to depart." His voice was slightly hoarse, as if he had not spoken in years. As he tilted his head, the eerie black ram-headed mask revealed his eyes, glowing with a mysterious light. Gurgle, gurgle. Atop an active volcano, the molten lava bubbled violently, releasing gas bubbles. The terrifying heat distorted the air, and the surroundings were engulfed in desolate darkness. With cracks splitting the ground, a lifeless wasteland. Invisible fire energy surged within this region, appearing calm on the surface. Yet those who carelessly trespassed would find themselves overwhelmed by the violent flames, leading to their demise. Clang! The sound reverberated through the heavens. As bubbles surfaced, the boiling lava surged violently. A man, clad in a red hooded garment and athletic trousers, his arms wrapped in bandages, appeared deceptively youthful, yet his true age was unknown. He stepped barefoot from the searing lava, each step deliberate, as molten droplets cascaded from him. He traversed the void, leaving a trail of crimson light that split the sky in twain. On the 8th defense line at the frontline battlefield, an overwhelming aura of malevolence permeated the sky, casting a dark pall over the expanse. 2 figures soaring from the heights suddenly decelerated, then reversed course, charging toward the opposite direction. Simultaneously, similar scenes unfolded in various locations across the realm. Accompanied by the resounding sword chants, terrifying figures ascended into the sky, transforming into streaks of light that traversed mountains and rivers. At that moment, within the human-occupied territories, in countless base cities, many strong individuals sensed something amiss and looked up in alarm. A profound shock washed over them. In the year 126 of the Tao era, September, 12 streaks of light tore through the sky, converging toward Qingcheng base city, unabashedly exuding their formidable presence, defiant and unrestrained. Outside Qingcheng base city, in the wilderness, a reconnaissance team of martial artists from the Border Defense Forces conducted routine patrols. Recently, not only had large-scale beast hordes diminished, but even the scattered solitary beasts had become scarce. The pressure on the Border Defense Forces had significantly eased. The martial artist reconnaissance teams in the wilderness felt the same relief. As this 6-member team completed their routine patrol and prepared to return to the city wall to clock out for the day, one member suddenly teased another. "Hey, Huang Can, why is your clothing trembling? Could it be that you're so frightened you're shaking?" "Shut up," Huang Can retorted with a roll of his eyes, irritated. "Don't point fingers at me. I can see your clothes are trembling too. Are you also?" Before he could finish his sentence, both of them froze, as if struck by a sudden realization, their expressions shifting dramatically. Rumble, roar. It was not their clothing that quivered. It was the very ground beneath them. Instinctively, the entire team turned around. The captain, reacting with remarkable swiftness, retrieved a specialized telescope from his backpack, directing his gaze toward the distance. Upon discerning the scene, he trembled slightly, disbelief etched across his face. "Impossible. How can this be? How could this happen? This is the 6th defense line. How could it be? How could it?" His meaningless murmurs revealed the tumult of emotions roiling within him. Before long, it was not just him. The entire team felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. The captain's face drained of color as he trembled violently, uttering two words that since the great catastrophe had instilled fear in all hearts: Beast Tide. Beast Tide. Chapter 53. Citywide Alarm. May humanity endure. Beep, beep, beep. Qingcheng Base City. Border Defense Army Headquarters, Information Compilation and Emergency Response Room. Many responsibilities of the city defense forces reside here, such as archiving, intelligence reporting from wilderness reconnaissance teams, and so forth. At a desk, a stout middle-aged man glanced down at the number, quickly smiling as he answered. Has the reconnaissance mission been completed? I have good news for you. Did you not say that the tasks of the reconnaissance team were too perilous? Now that you have children, you wish to spare your wife and kids from worry. So you plan to relinquish the position of team leader and relocate? My report for your transfer has been approved. After this mission, you can come directly to me, and your benefits will remain unchanged. However, the response from the communicator was not one of joy, but rather a hoarse and intermittent voice. Is this Commander L? This is the 7th Wilderness Warrior Reconnaissance Team. I'm not the team leader. I'm Member Huang Can. Unit number 98786. The middle-aged man's expression abruptly shifted, and he pressed for answers with urgency. What is happening? What has transpired? A beast tide. The beast tide has arrived. We were attacked by monstrous beasts. The captain fell in battle while covering our escape. Afterward, the others fought valiantly, but only I managed to escape to relay this message. The voice of reconnaissance team member Huang Can crackled through the communicator. A beast tide. Commander L's body suddenly chilled, and his grip on the communicator trembled. Where are you? Tell me your exact location. Hold on. I will arrange for someone to come to your aid. Don't waste time. I'm gravely injured. It is futile. Huang Can's voice was bitter, hoarse, and heavy, filled with a mixture of reluctance and resolute conviction. Before I perish, I will find a way to delay the beast tide, though I know it is of little use. But this is the only thing I can do now. Do not act foolishly. El Zheng roared in anger. Tell me your location. That is an order. At that moment, hundreds of miles away from Qingcheng Bay City, in an area of the wilderness, Huang Can lay bloodied and pale against a deep hollow in a massive rock. A faint yet menacing growl echoed nearby, seemingly searching for something. With great difficulty, Huang Can raised his hand, forcing the nearly depleted energy within him to gather. Clenching his fist, he struck down fiercely. Boom! The hard blue stone, impervious to bullets, erupted under the force of his last desperate blow, sending fragments flying and creating small craters in the ground, resembling the explosion of a grenade that echoed far and wide. The ground trembled. As the ferocious growls drew closer, Huang Can let his bloodied hand fall, inhaling deeply as if trying to draw the world into his lungs. Whispering his final words, May humanity endure. I have not brought shame upon the reconnaissance team, nor upon the warriors, have I? Hello, hello, Ed Zheng shouted, but all that answered him was the sound of the communicator shattering and the chilling echoes of growls. Damn it! He slammed his fist on the table in fury, startling everyone in the room. El Zheng fell silent. The voice of Huang Can seem to linger near him, echoing in his ears. Moments later, he softly replied, No, you did well. The rest, we shall handle. He slowly rose, and all eyes in the room turned to him. Issue a Level 3 citywide alarm, and notify the Lord's mansion and the administration hall. The faces of those present turned pale instantly. Level 3? They found it hard to believe. Citywide alarms were rarely activated. The highest level of a Level 3 alarm in this era could only mean one thing. A beast tide? A Level 3 alarm signified a beast tide. In recent decades, the entire Qingcheng Bay City had not even triggered a Level 1 alarm. Even a Level 1 alarm represented a significant upheaval for a Bay City. As for a beast tide, in this era, the activation of a Level 3 alarm almost guaranteed the city's annihilation. Everyone in the room stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend. I know you are all reluctant to believe this now. I wish it were all a mistake, but now, follow my orders. Each word was deliberate. The temperature in the room plummeted. This chubby, jovial man, usually without pretense, often teased by his colleagues for resembling the legendary Ethereal Buddha, who would quietly accept gifts and discreetly skim resources, now stood transformed in the face of impending war. The smile vanished from his face, replaced by a cold, fierce, and furious gaze that could chill any ordinary person to the bone. At that moment, they suddenly remembered that Zheng was a congenital warrior. Moreover, he had once been a member of the warrior reconnaissance team. The crowd awakened from their stupor. Quickly, notify the administration hall. Report to the central headquarters. Rapidly issue the citywide alarm. Prepare for evacuation procedures. Meanwhile, Zheng looked down at the approval document for the position transfer on his desk. His face twitching violently, his teeth grinding. In the Bishi community at home. Son, come help me bring the braised pork up. In the kitchen, Feng Shui called out. Okay, Su Yin replied with a smile. Rising from a sofa, he walked into the kitchen to serve the braised pork onto the dining table. At this moment, Su Wensheng was already seated at the table. Shortly after, Feng Shui removed her apron and joined them in the living room, pulling out a chair to sit down. The family was ready to dine. Su Wensheng looked at the delectable braised pork, swallowed, sniffed, and exclaimed, "So fragrant. Your culinary skills have improved again. May I dig in first?" Just then, a piercing alarm blared, shattering the tranquility of the city. Su Wensheng, about to grab a piece of pork, paused in confusion. What's that alarm? Is there a military drill today? But Feng Shui's face had turned pale with realization. Are you foolish? That is the citywide alarm. The alarm rang out 3 times, and as its sound reverberated, the entire city seemed to be draped in a crimson hue. 3 long wails. Su Wensheng came to his senses. The piece of braised pork he was holding fell to the ground. It is the beast tide alarm. A wave of cold swept through him. Su Yun halted, lifting his head to gaze into the distance, as if his vision transcended endless miles, perceiving the encroaching beast tide. Indeed, the strange feedback from the million lost souls was not merely an illusion. It had finally arrived. Chapter 54. The Method of Breaking the Stalemate. Millions of lost souls head to the battlefield the moment the citywide alarm resounded. Chaos engulfed the entire metropolis. Panic-stricken cries, roars, and desperate wails filled the air. Some stood frozen in disbelief, unable to accept the grim reality, while others sped away in their vehicles, frantically escaping, though they themselves had no notion of where they might flee. The official broadcast echoed throughout the Bay City. A beast tide is imminent. Citizens are urged to maintain order and remain calm. Families of warriors, students, and pregnant women are granted priority for evacuation. Those who meet the criteria should swiftly gather at the central squares of each district. The rest must wait for the priority groups to evacuate before proceeding. Warning: those impersonating students, pregnant women, or family members of warriors will be executed on the spot if verified. Those who attempt to breach the assembly points will be shot on sight. All warriors with a cultivation level above the 4th tier must adhere to the emergency conscription order and report to the city walls for registration to defend the city. No warriors are permitted to evacuate until all civilians have safely withdrawn. Violators will be executed. Repeat: warriors must not evacuate until civilians have completed their withdrawal. The repeated broadcast resonated throughout the city. Since the onset of the Great Catastrophe, humanity had already evolved a system of order amidst countless encounters with beast tides. No one could question or defy it. Families of warriors were allowed priority evacuation, but as a consequence, all warriors above the 4th tier were compelled to engage in battle against the monstrous beasts, while those below this level were required to remain within the city. Should anyone attempt to flee without authorization, they would face execution without mercy. The evacuation was often incomplete before the city fell. There were always those who questioned why warriors were afforded a status that transcended that of ordinary people, enjoying privileges, wealth, and resources. In fact, society had constructed an entirely new framework and system specifically for warriors. This was the reason only warriors could withstand the formidable onslaught of monstrous beasts. In the face of disaster, warriors must stand at the forefront. Peace, prosperity, leisure, comfort, shopping malls, factories, hospitals, schools, and streets suddenly transformed into chaos. Vehicles from the inspection department and border defense forces surged through, and registration points were established one after another. After registering, Warriors either ascended the city walls or waited at the gates. The familiar tranquility had seemingly evaporated, leaving behind a surreal dream woven from official guidance and self-deception. When the beast tide descended, everything was instantaneously torn asunder. People finally remembered that they were in the era of Tao history, and this was the apocalypse. In the Bai Shui community, Su Wencheng and Feng Shui gazed out the window, their faces pale. Suddenly, Feng Shui seemed to recall something, awakening from her stupor. She turned to Su Yin and urged, "Quick, contact your sister. Su Xiaoyu is at the Border Defense Forces." Without a word, Su Yin retrieved his communicator to reach out to Su Xiaoyu. Almost instantly, the connection was established. "It's me," he began, hesitating briefly before continuing. "I know someone who can help grant you permission to leave the city walls and evacuate early. You can come back." "Brother," Su Xiaoyu interjected firmly. "I cannot leave. I am a warrior. At a time like this, I must stand at the forefront. It is my responsibility and the path I have chosen. Do you know? Not a single warrior from the Qingcheng military has fled, even an old soldier who has long since retired and is now serving in logistics. Despite his diminished strength, he was granted priority for evacuation, yet he chose to don his combat gear and ascend the walls. So Yun felt silent. At least say a few words to Mom and Dad. They are very worried about you." "No, I fear I won't be able to hold back." Su Xiaoyu's voice trembled with unshed tears. "Brother, take Mom and Dad and leave quickly. Families of warriors have the right to evacuate first. You must survive." "Xiaoyu," Feng Shui called out. Beep. The communication was abruptly severed. At that moment, Su Wencheng and Feng Shui's eyes were already red-rimmed. Feng Shui stepped forward, adjusting Su Wen's Scarlet. Although he had long surpassed her height, in this moment, she resembled the nurturing figure from his childhood, her eyes glistening with tears. "Your father and I cannot leave. Your sister is fighting against the beasts on the walls. How can we abandon her?" Her voice cracked. "Son, you must go. Someone must survive." She pushed Su Yin forcefully, unable to suppress her sobs, urging, "Go quickly. Leave this city and head inland. The farther, the better." Su Yun remained silent, staring up at the sky. If he wished, he could easily escape Qingcheng Bay City with his family and reach the inner defenses. The so-called prohibitions were nothing more than a jest to him. Yet, where could they possibly flee? When a nest is overturned, how can the eggs remain intact? If all 10 defenses collapsed and humanity faced extinction, could he, no matter how formidable, stand against an entire world of monstrous beasts? Moreover, after making so many arrangements, would he truly abandon them all in a state of panic? No, he had fled once before. There would not be a second time. A resolution formed in Su Yun's heart. "Give me a little time. Wait for me." With that solitary statement, he turned and departed. At the moment the alarm sounded, countless warriors under his command had already surrounded the entire Bai Shui community. In a sense, this was one of the safest places in the entire Qingcheng Bay City. As for Su Xiaoyu, with that jade pendant, her safety was assured. No one understood Su Yun's words. Su Wencheng and Feng Shui merely turned away, trembling, unable to watch their son leave. Thus, they did not see that as Su Yun stepped forward, the air shimmered, and he vanished like a bubble, only to reappear in a small courtyard in the 5th district. His mental energy expanded for miles, and the vastness of the beast tide loomed before him. An insurmountable force that no single warrior could withstand unless they transcended the boundaries of divine powers. Su Yin had caught a glimpse of the breakthrough. Just a step away, just a single push. He inhaled deeply and stepped inside the house. "Wait for me." Meanwhile, in an unbounded wilderness, dozens of human forbidden zones lay shrouded in thick fog, obscuring all visibility. In the depths of the mist, countless colossal creatures lay quietly on the ground, slumbering, waiting. At a certain moment, they suddenly opened their eyes, their gray flames igniting, tearing through the fog. Orders were triggered. They sensed the presence of the enemy. Within their mental perception, an imposing figure loomed, a manifestation of the great dominator's command. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled. In the blackwood forest, trees as hard as steel collapsed en masse. In the shattered stone valley, countless boulders were violently torn apart and shattered. In the sky, enormous shadows flitted through the clouds. their massive wings casting shadows upon the ground. Roar! Howl! A magnificent, deathly aura spread across the heavens, obscuring the sky. Countless figures surged forth, roaring and rushing, forming a black tide that swept toward the direction of the Qingcheng base city, engulfing all in its path. Chapter 55. The Great War begins upon the city walls. Countless warriors stood, some atop the battlements, others below. A solemn, heavy atmosphere enveloped the entire fortress, rendering the air almost palpable. Silence reigned, broken only by the weighty sound of breaths. Suddenly, a figure descended from the heavens, landing upon the ramparts. It was Qin Wu. At the moment of his appearance, a flicker of light ignited in the eyes of all present. The lord of the Qingcheng base city, the legendary practitioner of divine powers, the guardian spirit of the entire city. Yet, at this moment, the protector's countenance was shrouded in dark clouds, his heart akin to a boulder sinking deep into despair. Creak! His clenched fist emitted a sharp sound. How could the beast tide manifest here? The 8th and 7th defensive lines had not yet been breached, and he had received no prior warnings. What in the world had transpired? A bitter smile graced Qin Wu's lips. The beast tide, it had arrived with alarming swiftness, catching the Qingcheng base city utterly unprepared. In truth, the entirety of the 6th defensive line was ill-equipped for such an onslaught. Indeed, this outbreak of the beast tide was not confined to Qingcheng alone, but extended to 12 base cities along the 6th line. Could Qingcheng endure this trial? Facing the myriad expectant gazes below, Qin Wu inhaled deeply, his voice resonating with authority. Esteemed warriors, I am Qin Wu, the lord of Qingcheng base city. The eruption of this beast tide may well be the gravest crisis we have faced since the city's inception. Today, many may perish, and the fate of our city rests firmly in our hands. Behind us stand millions of civilians, our friends, our families, our home that we have painstakingly built together over countless days and nights. Tell me, can we retreat? No, we cannot. We shall not. In the next moment, the roars of countless voices surged forth, creating a colossal wave of sound that reverberated through the walls. Qin Wu's eyes blazed with fury as he bellowed. Then what shall we do? Kill, kill, fight to the death. Qin Wu raised his gaze forward, drawing a deep breath, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, trembling with the weight of the impending storm. This time, there was no retreat for anyone. Only a fierce battle lay ahead. After the thunderous outcry, silence enveloped the walls once more. Only the faint sounds of breaths pierced the stillness, echoing clearly in the charged atmosphere. The warriors stood in quiet anticipation. An hour passed, then 2, then 3. Suddenly, without warning, the ground began to tremble lightly. Before their eyes, a dark tide surged across the vast wasteland, creeping ever closer to the Qingcheng base city. An overwhelming sense of dread washed over them. In times of peace, some might have marveled at the towering heights of the 100-meter defensive walls, questioning the necessity of expending such vast resources to construct such formidable barriers along the 6th line. Yet now, witnessing the grotesque wave of beasts stretching to the horizon, all felt the walls beneath their feet were insignificant and trivial. The beast tide had arrived. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of self-propelled artillery pieces erupted in unison, unleashing thousands of bombs that traced arcs through the air before crashing into the tide of beasts, exploding into fiery orbs. Simultaneously, the iron fortifications encircling the walls began to spew forth tongues of flame. War had commenced, or rather, the struggle of Qingcheng base city had begun. What would transpire? The warriors held their breaths, focused intently. As flames erupted and smoke began to clear, the sight that greeted them was a relentless ocean of beasts, remaining unchanged, the gaps created by the explosions filled within mere moments. The onslaught of monsters seemed endless. The faces of all present turned ashen. Boom! The city gates swung open. Orders rang out. A legion of warriors numbering over 10,000 surged forth from the walls to engage the beasts in brutal combat. Following closely were mechanized units, pouring firepower into the boundless tide, striving to alleviate the mounting pressure. In the skies beside Qin Wu, a figure suddenly appeared. It was Duan Luo. At this moment, Duan Luo bore no trace of worry or fear. Instead, excitement sparkled in his eyes as he grinned broadly. Old Qin, coming here was undoubtedly the right choice. What is the point of not fighting? Don't wear such a grim face. It's just death we're facing. Qin Wu looked at the carefree Duan Luo, momentarily taken aback, then broke into a smile. How true. If I die, you have to repay the money you borrowed from me. Qin Wu teased. Duan Luo's expression faltered, turning awkward. What was the money for? Of course, it was to pay someone to fix Su Yun's courtyard. However, he felt too embarrassed to admit such a shameful matter to Qin Wu, leaving him oblivious to the details. When asked about the results of his search for the black-clad figures, Duan Luo merely glossed over it. Seeing Duan Luo's discomfort, Qin Wu laughed heartily. Yet, the laughter gradually faded, transforming into a steely resolve. Kill. In an instant, including Qin Wu and Duan Luo, dozens of warriors of extraordinary strength surged into the air, charging towards the tide of beasts. The reinforcements sent to the front lines consisted of more than just divine practitioners. With a piercing shriek, dozens of flying beasts swooped in. Get lost. Qin Wu's expression turned icy, unleashing terrifying energy as dozens of beasts were obliterated, reduced to mere clouds of blood mist. He extended his hand, and a blood-red divine blade materialized, which he then swung downward. As the blade sliced through the air, it seemed to teleport. Boom! An earth-shattering roar echoed. The ground beneath Qin Wu vanished, transforming into a vast, dark pit. In an instant, the earth was obliterated, not a speck of dust disturbed, and within this radius, all beasts vanished, leaving no remnants behind. Duan Luo, clad in heavy military boots, glimmered with golden light as he stomped down. Beneath his feet, hundreds of beasts trembled, turning to mere pulp. Yet, even for the two of them, the number of beasts they could slay paled in comparison to the infinite tide surging forth. Before such a vast onslaught, even divine practitioners appeared diminutive. On the battlefield below, tens of thousands of warriors battled fiercely. In the eyes of many ordinary citizens, the once self-serving, domineering, and indifferent warriors showed no signs of retreat. On the chaotic battlefield, a middle-aged warrior shattered a beast's skull with a single strike of his staff, then boldly advanced to another location. Nearby, with a low growl, another warrior hurled a beast aside with a punch, only to be impaled through the chest by a charging beast with a single horn on its forehead. Amidst the tumult, Chun-Ing bore countless wounds. After the eruption of the beast tide, the reconnaissance teams from the wilderness and the watchtowers were among the first to detect the anomaly, swiftly organizing an evacuation. Chun-Ing returned urgently and, upon the third alarm sounding, was integrated into the defending forces, becoming one of the first to be dispatched from the walls to engage the beasts in combat. At this moment, Chun-Ing's gaze was icy as she wielded her alloy weapon, the harsh scraping of her blade against bone echoing as she cleaved a low-level beast in two. Blood splattered across her face, yet she paid it no mind. Gripping the long knife, her veins bulged, a primal fury simmering beneath her calm exterior. From a tender age, she and Qingcheng were orphaned, relying solely on each other for support. Her parents met a tragic fate on the battlefield, succumbing to the onslaught of a beast tide. Thus, she harbors a profound loathing for the monstrous beasts and their relentless waves. Although she has yet to avenge her parents by slaying those creatures, this time, as the beast tide approaches, she will not falter. She is resolute in her determination to battle the beasts to the bitter end. Kill. This singular thought consumes her mind. Today marks the opportunity for her vengeance. After vanquishing a lowly beast before her, Chun-Ing gasps for breath, her entire being resonating with the tumult of her life force. As a low-ranking warrior, she is unable to commune with the energies of heaven and earth to replenish her strength, rendering her susceptible to exhaustion amidst fierce combat. With each labored breath, an uncontrollable vision manifests in her mind, a figure cloaked in black, adorned with a white mask, exuding an aura of mystery, allure, and formidable power. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignites within her. She recalls the multitude of beasts that fell silent, the sight of them kneeling before that man, and the resounding roars of the spectral army, shrouded in a chilling miasma. It is as if a veil has been lifted. Could it be that he has been preparing all along? Chuning whispers softly to herself. Can he truly alter the course of fate? Chapter 56. The slaughter on the battlefield continues unabated. The only way to halt the beast tide is either to exterminate all the monstrous beasts or for humanity to be utterly decimated, thus satiating the onslaught. The chief commander noted that the ammunition reserves in the base city were dwindling rapidly. On the city walls, the messenger's voice trembled as he delivered the grim news. The commander gazed down at the chaos below, and indeed, the fireballs erupting within the beast tide were gradually diminishing. Yet, without the support of heavy artillery, the advance of the beast tide surged forward with alarming speed. After a moment of silence, the commander spoke. From this moment forth, the regular troops from the 1st Army to the 9th Army will take turns charging forth to repel the beast tide, alleviating the pressure on our martial forces. The messenger paused, taken aback. Regular troops, charging, while ordinary soldiers could be effective in hunting down scattered beasts. Throwing them into the fray against such a massive tide was tantamount to sending them to their doom. Commander, the civilians evacuating the city barely number 1/10. At the current pace of the beast tide, hundreds of thousands will perish alongside this city. The more time we can buy, the more lives we can save. The commander drew a cold, alloy-long knife, its blade reflecting his composed visage. I will exit the city alongside them. After uttering these words, he patted the shoulder of his adjutant. Should I fall, you shall take my place. Time passed, though the duration was indiscernible. Eventually, the messenger returned to the walls. His voice strained. 80,000 soldiers from the 1st Army returned with only 6,500. The rest have perished, including the commander. He could not bring himself to finish the sentence. However, the adjutant, standing quietly by, understood all too well. After a moment, he finally spoke, his voice hoarse. From this moment on, I will assume the role of commander. Relay the orders to continue with the previous strategy. In 15 minutes, the 2nd Border Army will replace the 1st Army and charge into the beast tide, covering the retreat of the martial forces and buying time for the residents of the base city. Understood. The messenger departed. The adjutant stood in silence for a long while before he slowly turned, gazing down from the city walls. His expression was devoid of emotion, yet his fists were clenched so tightly that they turned pale. The tears in his eyes evaporated before they could fall. Regaining his composure, he looked down at the battlefield once more, aware that many lives would be lost today. No one had the right to grieve, not even for the commander who had just fallen, his father. The 1st Army, the 2nd Army, the 3rd Army. Tanks and armored vehicles surged along the main road, bursting forth from the city with tens of thousands of troops, charging toward the beast tide. Yet, only a few thousand would return, perhaps even a mere few hundred. As border troops, they understood better than anyone the peril faced by non-martial individuals confronting the beast tide. Even if they fled with all their might, survival was not guaranteed, let alone engaging the tide with their frail bodies. No one was foolish, nor was anyone naive. Yet, at this moment, no one hesitated. Nearly all soldiers made what could be deemed the most irrational choice from a logical standpoint. They rushed toward the most dangerous front. Protect our homeland, protect our nation, protect our mountains and rivers. May humanity endure forever. The departing troops shouted, reciting the solemn oath every member of the Border Army was required to memorize upon joining. Hong Wensheng, an ordinary soldier among the border troops, possessed no martial talent. Merely an average man, he was mild-mannered and taciturn, unskilled in conversation. Yet now, he shouted loudly as he joined his comrades in exiting the city. Minutes later, on the battlefield, his ammunition exhausted, he drew his short knife and charged forward, until a pitch-black claw pierced through his chest. Hong Wensheng fell, a casualty of war at the tender age of 21. The beast tide had now encroached within 10 kilometers. Standing atop the city walls, warriors with vision far superior to ordinary men could discern the grotesque and ferocious forms of each monstrous beast. The air was thick with a palpable aura of menace and hatred. The smallest of the beasts measured several meters in length, while some reached over 10 meters. Their towering figures rivaled skyscrapers. The seemingly endless tide of beasts showed no signs of diminishing. The hundreds of thousands of troops previously deployed appeared to be mere sustenance for them. Yet, this meager offering was insufficient to satisfy their hunger. They sought to devour the entire Qingcheng-based city. Despite the cover and charges provided by the regular troops, the martial forces at the forefront, the Qingcheng army, suffered devastating losses. Gradually, the stronger warriors began to engage higher-grade beasts while the weaker ones faced off against lower-grade monsters. This balance was becoming untenable, as powerful beasts started to shred through the defenses of even the strongest humans. In one corner of the battlefield, Su Xiaoyu swung her spear, repelling a beast, but staggered slightly, barely managing to regain her balance. Just then, a warning cry reached her ears. "Watch out!" A purple-patterned leopard, exuding the aura of a post-human level threat, suddenly lunged at her from the shadows, its eyes filled with murderous intent, its sharp claws slicing through the air toward her head. Su Xiaoyu had no time to evade. The warrior who had warned her could scarcely bear to look on, believing her fate was sealed. Am I really going to die? Su Xiaoyu felt a sense of disorientation. She was merely 17, with dreams yet to be fulfilled. She hadn't yet moved into a grand villa with her parents, never experienced love, and had yet to see her elder brother marry and bring home a sister-in-law. At this moment, as the specter of death loomed, her heart swelled with anger and regret, but also with concern for her family. Dad, Mom, brother, you must survive. She closed her eyes, bracing herself for the inevitable. However, in the next instant, she suddenly heard a whistling sound. Was that the wind? She opened her eyes wide. The warrior who had issued the warning stood frozen in place, his body rigid with shock. What is this? The wind howled ominously. A massive shadow swept overhead, blotting out the sky. A colossal creature, composed of skeletal structures, soared through the air, lightning crackling between its teeth, while ghostly gray flames flickered within its eyes. Dark mist coiled around its iron frame, casting a chilling silhouette on the ground. The purple-patterned leopard froze, as if ensnared in a glacier, its body, from tail to scales to blood, becoming crystallized in ice. Just as it was about to retreat, a gigantic skeletal claw descended from above, precisely grasping the purple-patterned leopard. Lifting it high into the air, and with a gentle squeeze, it instantly transformed into a mist of blood. A howl erupted from the skeletal beast as it ascended, and above it swirled hundreds of similarly enormous figures, their wings spread wide. The warrior who had warned Su Xiaoyu murmured in disbelief, his eyes wide with terror. Is that a wraith? No, a wraith beast. Why is such a creature here? Somewhere on the battlefield, Chun Ying's heart raced, her body trembling with excitement and complexity. This aura, it truly is him. He has finally arrived. At that moment, Su Xiaoyu felt a warmth radiating from her chest. She looked down to see a pitch-black jade pendant, inscribed with ancient characters, suddenly glowing brilliantly. On the city walls, border troops were using equipment to monitor the distant movements. He suddenly sensed that something was amiss. What could it be? Furrowing his brow and murmuring, he adjusted the telescope's lens. As he moved it to the sides, his pupils constricted sharply, and his body began to tremble, not from the cold, but from a visceral fear. The ground trembled violently. To the sides of Qingcheng Bay City, 20,000 undead black-scale behemoths, like shadows incarnate, emerged as the most terrifying of lurkers, crawling silently through the gray mist. 100,000 undead iron wolves raised their heads high, their sharp claws glinting ominously. 200,000 undead earth-splitting behemoths, each weighing several tons, resembled small mountains or fortresses, causing the earth to shake and debris to scatter as they moved, as if even a small hill before them would be shattered. 80,000 undead mighty king apes, wielding colossal bone hammers, advanced with an air of suffocating power, dragging their hammers across the ground, sparking fiery trails. 70,000, the chilling white bones and the dim gray flames flickering in their eyes resembled malevolent spirits from the most terrifying nightmares, coalescing into a dense cloud of darkness. Their overwhelming death aura suffusing the sky. The path ahead was littered with boulders and dense thickets, with no passage available. Yet at this moment, The million-strong undead army forged a path through sheer force. Roar! The million undead army collectively raised their heads in a deafening howl, shaking the very void. Was this the heavens' decree to annihilate Qingcheng base city and humanity itself? On the city walls, an elderly man with white hair trembled, his voice filled with despair. Before them lay a tide of beasts, and on either side, the legendary undead that existed only in the forbidden lands of the far north. Wait, something fell off. At that moment, some on the city walls began to notice anomalies. In their frenzied rush, the black-scaled behemoths, iron werewolves, silver-tailed giant wolves, mighty king apes, and earth-splitting behemoths, various undead beasts shifted positions slowly. Some more expressions of astonishment. The undead army seemed to be rearranging itself. This did not resemble the mindless undead creatures of legend, but rather a disciplined, organized military force. A legion risen from the depths of hell. Could it be? A terrifying hypothesis surfaced in the minds of the crowd. Could it be that this million-strong undead army was being manipulated by someone who could possibly achieve such a feat? At that moment, Su Xiaoyu's mind was blank as she looked at the jade pendant resting against her chest. Then, from the pitch-black pendant, a voice seemed to emanate. It was a voice Su Xiaoyu had heard countless times before. As the voice emerged, a familiar face immediately materialized in her mind. It was a gentle, well-defined visage. Yet now, the familiar voice was not its usual soft tone, but rather resonated as if descending from the distant clouds, akin to a deity from the heavens. Utterly calm, it spoke a single word: kill. As the word echoed, the million undead army's dimly burning gray eyes suddenly took on a hue of crimson. In the realm of the spirit, their great sovereign, their mighty king, had descended and issued a command: kill. Amidst all the astonished gazes, the million undead beasts roared madly. The mysterious, dark, and chilling aura of death transformed into spiraling storms, sweeping across the land. Like a black sea, the undead army surged into the tide of beasts, commencing a massacre. Roar! The undead mighty king ape swung its bone club, sweeping across the chests of dozens of beasts, caving them in and causing them to perish instantaneously. Howl! The undead silver-tailed giant wolf, its glimmering claws, cleaved through beasts, splitting them in half. Hiss! The undead black-scaled behemoth, its eyes glowing ominously, opened its bony jaws and tore apart one beast after another. The undead, earth-splitting behemoth. Since the onset of battle, it had instilled despair in all, advancing with an unstoppable momentum against the tide of beasts. In this moment, for the first time, it halted its advance. Chapter 57. The Nation-Destroying Beast. A rumble resounded like thunder, as millions of specters surged forth, their presence monumental and awe-inspiring, trampling the ground beneath them. The earth trembled, and the magnificent walls of the Qingcheng Bay City seemed to quiver in response. The scene before them was almost surreal, bordering on the fantastical. Even in the most absurd imaginings or the tales spun by storytellers, nothing akin to this had ever existed. Since the dawn of the cataclysm and the commencement of the Tao history epic, such miraculous spectacles had never been witnessed. The legendary undead did not assault the walls or the human cities. Instead, they charged valiantly against the boundless tide of beasts. This force, if turned against them, would instill terror in all hearts. Yet, when a million undead stood as allies, they brought an unimaginable sense of security. The beast tide stretched endlessly, yet at this moment, it could not advance a single step. Sister? Su Xiaoyu was lost in thought, her gaze falling upon the jade pendant whose black light had just faded. The voice that had emanated from it was unmistakably that of Su Yun. But how could this be? On one side was her brother, with whom she had spent countless years, gentle and easygoing, a researcher at the Institute of Ancient Civilizations, rarely seen at work. On the other, a mysterious entity, cold and commanding, capable of directing millions of undead beasts with a mere word. No matter how hard she tried, Su Xiaoyu could not reconcile the two. Had she misheard? Yet, this jade pendant had indeed been entrusted to her by Su Yun before his departure. Su Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with confusion as her mind went blank. Before long, she felt a sudden tremor in her body, and from the depths of her memory, long-sealed fragments began to resurface. A flick of her fingers sent paper scraps dancing in the air as she recalled moments of joy, soaring in the sky, or standing by the window, gazing into the distance with deep-set eyes. The scattered memories, having faded over time, were now but a blur. Yet this moment acted as a key, unlocking those absurd and strange recollections. Su Xiaoyu's gaze gradually transformed into one of astonishment. Could it be that all those memories were indeed real? On the city walls, the onlookers stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding 10 miles away, their astonishment palpable. Even the martial artists were no exception. An army composed of countless skeletal undead beasts charged forth, ripping through their monstrous foes, crushing the fallen beasts in a mere pulp, blood splattering as they trod upon the remnants. The sight left everyone speechless. Heavens, what manner of undead beasts are these? They are extraordinary, unbelievable. The crowd gazed in awe at the various types of undead, enveloped in gray mist, leaving a path of carnage in their wake. For the first time, the beast tide was halted. In fact, it even began to retreat. Expressions of shock filled the faces of the spectators. A powerful and enigmatic force had emerged, commanding 1,000,000 undead beasts to stand against the tide of monsters. Even if the tide could not be entirely obliterated, sufficient time was gained for the civilians within the city to evacuate, perhaps even allowing them to survive. If given the chance, no one wished for death. There is hope. The elderly logistics soldier wept tears of joy. Qingcheng Bay City is saved. May heaven bless Qingcheng Bay City, the Tang Nation, and humanity. Victory for Qingcheng and the survival of humankind. In the next moment, the air was filled with deafening roars. Victory for Qingcheng and the survival of humankind. Victory for Qingcheng and the survival of humankind. In midair, Duan Luo was taken aback, glancing at Qin Wu. Qingcheng Bay City was Qin Wu's territory. If someone had orchestrated this entire affair, it could only be linked to him. Don't look at me. It's not my doing. Qin Wu shook his head, though a bitter smile crossed his lips. Deep down, he too was astonished. It was evident that someone was controlling these undead beasts. But who possessed such power to orchestrate this grand scheme? 1,000,000 undead beasts had been summoned to counter the tide of monsters. If the architect of this plan wished, could they not obliterate Qingcheng Bay City in an instant? Who could withstand 1,000,000 fearsome, ruthless undead beasts? Qin Wu's heart raced with trepidation. Who could it be? Who possesses such strength? Is this crisis truly resolved? Duan Luo could not help but voice his thoughts. I have a nagging feeling that something is amiss. Qin Wu frowned, a sense of unease creeping over him, despite knowing he should feel relieved. Yet, a foreboding feeling only intensified within him. Where was this sense of crisis emanating from? Duan Luo dismissed his concerns. I think you are overthinking it. Before he could finish, a roar akin to a mountain collapsing or tsunami crashing echoed through the air. As the roar erupted unabashedly, the entire Qingcheng Bay City seemed to tremble. Stray beasts collided against the specially crafted defensive walls, which were designed to withstand damage. Yet under the force of that thunderous roar, fine cracks began to spread across them. All humans, regardless of their cultivation levels, felt a buzzing in their heads. At the sound of that roar, all other noises faded into silence. The chaotic, frenzied beast tide, as if grasped by the throat, suddenly fell silent, and the earth-shattering roar from Qingcheng abruptly ceased as well. From the depths of the beast tide, a colossal figure slowly rose, soaring into the sky. Until that moment, no one on the battlefield had sensed its presence, not even martial artists like Qin Wu and Duan Luo. As it ascended, the sky itself seemed to be obscured. In that instant, the sun appeared to have been struck down, casting a shadow over the land. Its massive, fleshy wings unfurled, half emerging, half concealed within the misty clouds. It was a wolf-like beast with 3 eyes, its gigantic form exceeding 100 meters. The somber gray body of the 3-eyed demon wolf brushed against the gray heavens, its drooping tail nearly grazing the ground. On its fearsome head, 3 deep-set eyes glowed with a menacing gray light. Powerful enough to reduce martial artists to ashes with a mere glance, surveying the distant human forces and the Qingcheng base city standing firm on the earth below. Indifferent cold, as if gazing upon a mere flock of sheep. The roar that shook the entire Qingcheng base city erupted from its gaping maw, which seemed capable of devouring the very heavens and earth. A nation-destroying level, all color drained from Qin Wu's face, leaving only an overwhelming pallor and dread. Martial artists have their levels of cultivation, and beasts have theirs as well. Low level, mid-level, high level, lord level, and city-destroying level. Corresponding to the realms of martial artists from Blood Qi realm, postnatal realm, innate realm, soaring realm, to transcendent realm. The nation-destroying level corresponds to the realm beyond the transcendent. Chapter 58. The Realm of Enlightenment. In the tranquil courtyard of District 5, Su Yun sat with his eyes tightly shut, his mind whirling with thoughts. The pinnacle of divine abilities is known as the Realm of Enlightenment. To attain enlightenment is to comprehend oneself and to transcend the essence of one's being. Achieving this state requires two essential insights: the understanding of one's cultivation and the clarity of one's inner self. The construction of celestial bridges, the unlocking of the heavenly abode, and the extraction of divine stars all embody a quest for self-discovery and mastery over one's cultivation. In this regard, Su Yun, through a systematic approach, had absorbed countless techniques and integrated various insights from his training, ultimately attaining the form of the lunar body. At this level of divine abilities, he had nearly reached the zenith of his potential, his accumulation of knowledge and experience profound and unimaginable. What remained elusive was the completeness of his inner self and the exploration of his path. He felt the urgent need to seek answers. Quietly meditating in the courtyard, his consciousness detached from his corporeal form, soaring high above, transforming into a pair of immense eyes that surveyed the entire base city. Everything within the city came into sharp focus, revealing every detail. Once a vibrant and bustling metropolis, it now lay in chaos and tumult. The myriad expressions of humanity unfolded within the confines of Qingcheng Bay City. The piercing sirens echoed incessantly. Some wept, others laughed maniacally, some were paralyzed by panic, while others raged against the heavens in despair. In the central squares of various districts, evacuation points were established. The broadcast repeated urgently, "Hurry! The beast tide is imminent. Those eligible for priority evacuation, please swiftly proceed to the designated gathering points." Repeat. Martial artist families, students, pregnant women, and others meeting criteria will evacuate first. All other residents, please remain indoors and await further instructions. Anyone attempting to forge identities or force their way into evacuation points will be shot on sight. Amidst this turmoil, low-ranking martial artists who failed to meet the criteria for the front line, along with fully armed ordinary soldiers, wore grim expressions as they hastily organized their retreat. Yet, the sheer number of people overwhelmed the limited means of evacuation. With a population exceeding 10 million, the notion of a smooth evacuation was a distant dream. The crowd surged like ants, densely packed at the evacuation points, with lines extending down several streets. This was merely the cohort eligible for early evacuation. The majority remained at home, awaiting official directives. A man in his 40s trembled as he sat in the center of his living room, his shoulders shaking and gaze vacant. Tears streamed down his cheeks. After struggling for over 3 decades, he had finally moved from an outlying settlement to the city. Why? Why must I abandon everything now? Is there still a chance to escape? In a mid-range residential complex, a man kicked open his apartment door, rushing out with his elementary, school-aged daughter. Trembling, he gripped the steering wheel and pressed the accelerator towards the nearest evacuation point. Students had the right to evacuate first. Meanwhile, a woman on the 3rd floor could be seen, her upper body trembling and tears streaming down her face. In District 18, on a modest street, an elderly couple sat in their small courtyard. The old woman, listening to the cacophony outside, murmured softly, "It's so noisy. It reminds me of the great disaster years ago. It was just like this. My dear, let us stay here." "All right, we shall remain here. Nowhere else to go," the old man replied. Their gnarled hands, weathered by time and life's trials, clasped tightly together as they awaited the inevitable. Only death awaits. Fight to the last. A roar echoed from the city walls, rippling through the base city, gradually fading away. On both sides of the walls, martial artists faced death with unwavering resolve, engaging in fierce combat. A rugged man, his left arm torn asunder by a beast, grimaced in pain, yet wielded his knife in his right hand, cleaving the creature in two. A young martial artist, his chest pierced by claws, let out a furious roar as he lunged forward, his chest further torn, but managing to embrace the grievously injured beast, before exploding his life force in a final act of defiance. There were also seasoned veterans, their hair white as snow, yet their eyes ablaze with fury, engaging fiercely on the battlefield. The records of Qingcheng base city noted 675 registered martial artists. All were participants in the battle. None fled the city. All fought to their last breath. Su Yin closed his eyes, enveloped in silence. When he first arrived in this world, he believed that martial artists held their esteemed status due to their immense power and the authority over life and death. Before martial artists, ordinary people seemed like mere insects. Yet now, witnessing the blood-soaked earth and the unwavering resolve of the martial artists, he realized he might have been mistaken. What himself? Su Yin gazed upon the scene, probing the depths of his own soul. His spiritual energy cascaded like a gentle rain, enveloping Qingcheng base city. The city was shrouded in a heavy veil of despair and carnage. The distant roars of beasts, the furious cries of martial artists, the wails of children, and the anxious murmurs of adults filled the air. Why had he traversed into this realm? What was his purpose? In moments of contemplation, Su Yin had pondered these questions, yet found no answers. 2 decades had passed since his arrival in this world, yet an invisible barrier still lingered, separating him from it. With his eyes barely closed, he felt transported back to Blue Star, to a gloomy, rain-soaked day. The trembling ground and collapsing buildings loomed large in his memory. Run, his parents had shouted, pushing him away just as the structure above them was about to give way. In that moment of confusion, young Su Yin had fled, only to turn back and witness the ruins that had once been his home. That day, he became an orphan. Su Yin could never forget that fateful day. In the countless days and nights that followed, he harbored an intense hatred for himself, questioning why he had run. Even if he had stayed, they would have perished together, rather than him surviving alone. An overwhelming sense of guilt and regret engulfed him, forming a thick layer of ice around his heart. From that moment on, he became indifferent and aloof, shunning human connection until he crossed into this world. With parents and a sister, things he had never thought possible, and the care of mentors, the icy barrier within him began to thaw. Each connection marked his role in this new world. Having escaped once, could he truly allow a second escape? Leaving his family behind would be effortless, yet the human race was the root. Humanity was but leaves. If the root perished, could the leaves survive alone? Su Yin resolved not to allow himself to regret his decisions any longer. The questions that had once plagued him resurfaced. Why had he come to this world? What was his purpose? Who was he? Did the people of this world deserve his protection? As his spiritual energy surveyed the bustling city, he found there was an answer brewing within him. In my heart, a faint whisper emerges. Perhaps my arrival here is to safeguard this humble family. Perhaps I have come to ensure that this prosperous city continues to stand tall upon the earth. Perhaps my purpose is to alter the anxious and vulnerable fate of humanity, compelling all races to bow down, allowing humankind to endure eternally. Ultimately, the gentle murmur has transformed into a resounding roar. The sky is clear and boundless. Yet, deep within the heavens, it seems as though the sound of thunder reverberates. As Su Yin comprehended these thoughts, he felt the veil separating him from this world shatter silently. In Su Yin's perception, another version of himself materialized before him, a slender figure with sunken eyes, clad in a white sweatshirt. On one side lies the bustling calmness, with cars and pedestrians illuminating the human realm. On the other, the howls of beasts and the low cries of chaos, a blood-drenched sky. The two Su Yins raised their pitch-black eyes to gaze at one another, their stares locking in mutual recognition. The other self spoke, "I am Su Yin." Su Yin suddenly lifted his head and smiled. I'm also Su-Yun. In that instant, the two figures merged into one. The true essence became clear, thoughts resonating profoundly. The so-called barriers crumbled without confrontation. Beep, beep, beep. The communicator suddenly sounded. Su-Yun casually picked it up, revealing a recently received message. Be cautious, do not push yourself too hard, and strive to survive. The signature read, Hongshuo. Since the last relic exploration incident, Hongshuo had not been in contact, and Su-Yun understood. After all, he had revealed his strength to save Hongshuo during that event. Accepting all of this required time. My teacher truly understands me, he mused, unable to suppress a smile as he gazed at the message in his hand. He turned off the communicator. Slowly, Su-Yun rose to his feet. With a step forward, he transitioned from the realm of divine powers to the domain of true enlightenment. Chapter 59, Utter Despair. The catastrophic beast. As Qin Wu uttered these words with a pale face, even Duan Luo, who had previously been filled with fervor and fearless determination, was struck with disbelief. The three-eyed demon wolf. A national annihilation level, three-eyed demon wolf. How could this be possible? On the city walls, silence fell in an instant. Just a moment ago, someone had been shouting in excitement, raising their hands, and now, those hands remained frozen in the air, unable to lower. Impossible. What kind of creature is this? A demon beast? What level of demon beast could be so colossal? I have seen videos of those legendary great demons that rival the powers of martial artists, but none were as terrifying as this. Everyone's faces turned pale with horror. The haunting pupils of the three-eyed demon wolf emerged from the clouds, its tail nearly brushing the ground. Despite the great distance, its terrifying aura was suffocating. Roar! The fearsome roar echoed from afar, causing the city walls to tremble violently. The wings of the three-eyed demon wolf, as massive as mountains, flapped, and within its enormous gray pupils, blinding rays of light erupted, summoning torrents of black, demonic energy that rolled in from the wilderness, consuming everything in sight. The sky, the mountains, the horizon, everything. The black mist surged forward, revealing an endless tide of beasts, each demon beast's eyes suddenly turning a blood-red hue, their presence swelling at a terrifying pace. With a single force, it amplified the boundless wave of beasts. Boom! Boom! The surging tide of beasts began to advance once more. This time, not even a million undead demon beasts could halt their march. How could this be possible? On the battlefield, everyone was frozen in shock. A faint aura of despair permeated the air, a terrifying presence that seemed to choke every individual's throat. Was this power truly something mortals could withstand? In myth and legend, such a force is often referred to as divine. How could mere mortals contend with the divine? Yet at that moment, someone soared into the sky, charging towards the direction of the three-eyed demon wolf, Qin Wu. Kill! Qin Wu roared, transforming into a streak of light as he rushed toward the three-eyed demon wolf, enshrouded in thick black mist, resembling a moth drawn to a flame. He was not a virtuous man. He was tough, self-centered, and made unilateral decisions, having taken many lives. In the eyes of many, Qin Wu was cold and brutal. Yet he was a warrior. This was his city, his domain. He was the lord of the Qingcheng base city. Thus, at this moment, he had to rise and shoulder his responsibilities, even if it meant death. You think you can steal the spotlight alone? I cannot allow it. Amidst a deep and hearty laugh, Duan Luo also soared into the sky, enveloped in a rich golden light. The divine combat god, Qin Wu bellowed. Within the first celestial mansion, a sound akin to shackles breaking echoed. A brilliant star of divine power gradually ascended, illuminating his entire being. At this moment, Qin Wu had seized his own divine power. The two, empowered by their divine abilities, charged simultaneously at the three-eyed demon wolf. The gray pupils of the three-eyed demon wolf glanced down, casting a faint, mocking glance at the two. The black mist rolled in, obscuring the sky. In the previous instant, Qin Wu and Duan Luo, brimming with momentum, unleashed their divine powers to challenge the three-eyed demon wolf. But in the next moment, the golden light that enveloped them shattered. Duan Luo's right arm was completely mangled, and he plummeted from the sky in a Qingcheng-based city, crashing down and obliterating a central street, his presence dissipating, his fate unknown. The three-eyed demon wolf, shrouded in the rolling black mist, had, unbeknownst to them, slowly advanced 1,000 meters closer. Meanwhile, Qin Wu, facing its back, fell helplessly to one knee on the ground. Crimson blood gushed forth from Qin Wu's body, flowing incessantly, as though he were a block of ice left under the sun, transforming into a figure submerged in blood. Blood streamed from his eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth. His eyes filled with agony. His internal organs were nearly obliterated, and what flowed from his 7 orifices seemed to be not merely blood, but his very essence. Qin Wu trembled violently, struggling to lift his head. Through his blood-soaked vision, he vaguely discerned a towering shadow approaching Qingcheng Bay City. It seemed as though mocking eyes were fixed upon him. It could easily end his life, but chose not to, allowing him to kneel in despair, feeling his life being painfully stripped away, forcing him to witness the city he sought to protect, reduced to ashes in his final moments. Qin Wu quaked with rage, unwillingness, and madness, yet he was powerless, like an ant, crushed beneath a foot. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence, akin to the stillness that follows a meteorite's impact. How could this be? Everyone stood in shock, unable to believe what they had witnessed. That was a martial artist of divine power, a legendary existence, capable of guarding an entire base city, a bulwark of humanity. Yet why? In the face of the towering silhouette of the three-eyed demon wolf, did they seem so utterly powerless? A moment ago, the defenders had been fervent, shouting loudly, buoyed by the presence of a mysterious powerhouse summoning 1,000,000 undead demon beasts to combat the tide, yet now their faces were ashen. Within Qingcheng Bay City, at the various evacuation points, piercing alarms blared once more. Hurry, hurry! Leave everything behind and evacuate quickly. Quickly, quickly! Flee! Warriors and soldiers maintaining order shouted loudly. Flee! Escape! But at that moment, someone looked up and murmured, "What is that?" The sky suddenly darkened. Everyone looked up and nearly lost their sanity. A colossal black claw, vast enough to overshadow the entire city, descended slowly, indifferent and omnipotent. Behind the palm, a pair of enormous gray eyes gazed down coldly. Everyone stood frozen in place, gazing up in despair. Is this the beast tide? Is this the demon beast? For these ordinary citizens living in the base city, this was their first direct encounter with a demon beast, and that first encounter heralded nothing but death. The illusory dream shattered in an instant, awakening to a harsh reality. What era of martial prosperity, what peace and prosperity! It had never truly existed. It was merely self-deception. With the advent of the great disaster, since the dawn of the Dowli era, humanity and annihilation had always been but a hair's breadth apart. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. Some were filled with fear, trembling. Others were filled with unwillingness and rage. Yet in the end, all converged into a dense despair. What exactly are they? And what truly is humanity? It seemed that all resistance was utterly meaningless. Chapter 60, Return. The cold, gray gaze surveyed the entire city from above. A monstrous claw, emerging from the depths of an endless, darkened firmament, descended slowly, as if heralding the inevitable. It announced that everything had fallen into an irretrievable abyss. A terrifying gust swept through, shattering the glass of countless skyscrapers with a series of resounding crashes. In the eyes of the despondent onlookers, destruction seemed imminent. Chunning closed her eyes, relinquishing her resistance. Was it true that they had ultimately lost? Even that individual, was he powerless to alter fate? In the Bai Shui community, Su Wensheng and Feng Shui embraced gently, exchanging no words. In such moments, silence spoke volumes. At the Institute of Ancient Civilizations, Hong Shuo looked up at the descending claw with a countenance filled with complexity. Just as the claw unleashed by the three-eyed demon wolf was about to unavoidably descend and obliterate the entire city, Su Xiaoyu outside the city suddenly lifted her gaze inward. The black jade pendant in her hand trembled and vibrated, seemingly resonating with some unseen force. At that moment, a sound akin to a sword chant erupted in the ears of every individual, reverberating throughout the air. In that instant, the world appeared to freeze. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. People, trains, airships, everything felt as though it had been pressed in a slow motion. Even the colossal claw in the sky descended sluggishly. Simultaneously, an unrestrained aura erupted, soaring into the heavens. Then, the entire populace of Qingcheng Bay City witnessed an astonishing sight. From the direction of the 5th District, a brilliant silver light illuminated the surroundings, revealing 9 magnificent palaces that loomed like celestial abodes. Following that, an ancient, grand floating bridge materialized, dreamlike in its essence, extending across the city and into boundless voids, endlessly stretching forth. A figure emerged from the far end of the celestial bridge, advancing step by step. Clad in black, with a fair complexion and sharp, resolute features, his dark hair billowed, and his brows bore a sharpness akin to a blade. At first glance, he appeared no older than 20, with eyes as deep and dark as the cosmos, reflecting an unfathomable abyss, as if holding the fate of the universe in his gaze. Su Yin approached, unmasking neither his aura nor his visage, for there was no need to conceal himself. In that fleeting moment, the populace of Qingcheng Bay City, along with everyone on the battlefield, beheld a slender black figure that stood majestically against the sky, akin to a deity, in stark contrast to the overwhelming 3-eyed demon wolf. Su Yin appeared diminutive, almost insignificant. Yet at that moment, in the perception of the masses, his form ascended infinitely, transforming into a towering giant. With each step he took, the heavens and earth trembled, and the very air grew heavier. As he advanced, the colossal claws unleashed by the 3-eyed demon wolf came to a halt before the celestial bridge, descending slowly in the distorted flow of time. Su Yin gazed upward, observing the gargantuan claw magnifying in his reflective eyes, his expression remarkably tranquil. Only as it drew near did he finally raise a finger, gently pointing forward amidst the myriad of astonished and despairing gazes. The claw, vast enough to obscure the sun, threatened to annihilate the entire city. Yet his finger, frail and slender, resembled a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, an utterly futile endeavor. But when Su Yun's finger made contact, the overwhelming claw that loomed over Qingcheng Bay City suddenly came to a complete standstill, not merely slowed, but utterly halted. Su Yun lifted his gaze. The finger that stopped the claw bent slightly before he flicked it gently. Clang! Thus, the colossal claw transformed into a thick plume of black smoke, dissipating into the void. Silence ensued, leaving the entire base city in disbelief. Had a strike from a nation-destroying beast truly been nullified? Su Yun continued forward, and unbeknownst to him, he had reached the end of the celestial bridge. High above, the bridge no longer extended. The path ahead was blocked. Yet boom! A rumble echoed across the clear skies, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The very fabric of reality quaked as boundless energy particles spiraled into chaos. At the end of the celestial bridge, a phantom portal suddenly materialized in the endless void. It towered, ancient and wild, adorned with indistinct, shifting engravings. In that moment, not just within a radius of several thousand miles, but across the entire 6th defense line, countless individuals sensed something extraordinary, abruptly looking up to witness a sight that sent tremors through their hearts. A massive, ethereal portal stood in the void, radiating an ancient aura, like a celestial gateway shining over the world, spanning the expanse of the cosmos. The heavenly gate, warriors of the ninefold realm, those who discerned their cultivation and understood their hearts, could perceive the heavenly gate. Pushing open the heavenly gate represented a culmination of self-exploration, breaking free from constraints, allowing one to ascend to the realm of true enlightenment. The ease or difficulty of pushing open this gate often symbolized innate talent and the combat prowess that followed a breakthrough. According to the Invincible Seals, a staggering 9 out of 10 ordinary warriors, even when exerting their utmost effort, could only manage to pry open a crack, barely advancing. Within the vast expanse of the Tao realm, unparalleled geniuses could effortlessly open the heavenly gate with a mere finger, while some could even swing it wide during their breakthroughs. In the long-vanished era of chaos, it was rumored that an extraordinary prodigy, upon breaking through, could open the entire heavenly gate in a single bound. The realm of true enlightenment was a transformative threshold. Standing before the heavenly gate, Su Yun extended his palm, as if to push it open, but abruptly halted. Upon entering this world, he had resolved to ascend to the pinnacle, overlooking all. If he could not surpass his predecessors, how could he claim to be supreme and invincible? Furthermore, his path could not be constrained by a mere portal. Roar! The void shook as the three-eyed demon wolf let out a furious roar. Beasts of such caliber were no longer mindless brutes. They had begun to possess their own intelligence. In this moment, it felt an extraordinary rage, not merely because this individual had thwarted its attack, but because it sensed an affront to its dignity. This human dared to disregard it, even openly breaking through before its very eyes. This was a provocation to its authority, and it would demand retribution. Thus, the three-eyed demon wolf unleashed a furious roar and charged at Su Yun in an instant. At that very moment, from behind Su Yun, a terrifying mental force coalesced into a vortex, manifesting as an intangible, ethereal figure that grasped the portal suspended in the void. Unknown brilliance illuminated the realm. Boom! The ethereal portal began to tremble violently, gradually becoming more tangible and clearer, as if a drawing on parchment was being forcefully pulled forth. In the astonished gaze of the three-eyed demon wolf, Su Yun remarkably drew the heavenly gate from the unfathomable void with his own consciousness. Energy surged chaotically, and winds howled. Though Su Yun's figure was not particularly towering, he stood in the sky like a pillar supporting the heavens. His expression remained calm, and his voice, though gentle, resonated with an unyielding coldness and authority. Today, witnessing the Qingcheng defenders, unafraid of death, fighting valiantly, is truly inspiring. Thus, with this fist, I shall rally support for you all. Su Yun raised his eyes, staring at the approaching three-eyed demon wolf, shrouded in black mist, almost obscuring the sun. Yet now its pupils were filled with a human-like horror. This is the Qingcheng Bay City, a territory of the human race, where monstrous beasts are forbidden to enter. Thus, with a single, powerful punch, he shattered the gate of heaven and earth that had been forcibly drawn into reality. Su Yun truly stepped into the realm of Dongzhen, his aura soaring boundlessly, and then he struck the third eye on the forehead of the three-eyed demon wolf. Blood erupted forth, and the enveloping black mist dissipated. Subsequently, the once mighty, three-eyed demon wolf, which had loomed over Qingcheng Bay City with an overwhelming presence, intending to annihilate the city with a mere gesture, was forcefully struck down to the ground as if by a meteor. Back you go. Chapter 61. The nation's attention the scene reverts to shortly after the beast tide has erupted. In the capital of the Tang Kingdom, at the Longqing Bay City, within a certain building, a conference room is filled with a dozen individuals seated around a round table. Countless powerful auras hover in the air outside, with numerous presences of spiritual warriors. At this moment, the atmosphere in the conference room is extraordinarily tense. Has everyone arrived? In the highest position, an elderly man with white hair inquired. His vitality appeared feeble, and his energy fluctuations were pitifully weak, evidently marking him as an ordinary person rather than a warrior. Yes, Elder Qi, everyone is here. However, upon the elder's utterance, all others bowed their heads respectfully, concealing their own auras and energy fluctuations, revealing not a hint of their true selves. The respect they held was heartfelt. If it were not for this elder's far-reaching vision and exceptional talents, the Tang Kingdom, nay, perhaps the entire world, might not have reached its current state. The elder nodded and spoke. You should have received the news. The 6th defense line has suddenly encountered the beast tide, and the situation is dire. The 8th and 9th defense lines have yet to fall, but the 6th defense line is already under siege. Although the reasons remain unclear, this situation can no longer be concealed. The forthcoming war necessitates the strength of each individual. Every person has the right to be informed, rather than perish in ignorance. His voice grew somber. A total war must commence. In the name of the Tang Kingdom, I declare that as of this moment, the entire nation shall enter a state of war. His murky gaze swept across the assembly. What are your opinions? Seconded. 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 The elders slowly continued. This is a battle for the survival of humanity. May mankind endure forever. All present exchanged glances and took a deep breath. May mankind endure forever. 10 minutes later, centered around Longcheng Bay City, the 28 provinces of the Tang Kingdom and hundreds of Bay cities issued urgent announcements, sweeping across the nation like a hurricane. War has arrived. The news struck with the force of thunder, as prior official news had been suppressed, leaving internal regions oblivious to the beast tide. Now with the announcement, the populace was taken aback. War? Beast tide? Such terms seemed distant, yet now they had suddenly descended upon them. As the information blockade was lifted, various reports and information began to spread wildly across the internet. How could the beast tide have erupted so suddenly and torn through the Tang Kingdom's 10 defense lines? Hadn't there been peace for decades? Could this be a rumor? But this was official news. How could it be false? Countless messages danced across the internet. People were in disbelief, shocked, and panicked. This is real. I am a survivor from the 9th defense line. The 9th defense line has already fallen, and all base cities have become playgrounds for the beasts. Some have been reduced to ruins. Attached to the post was a photograph of a city that seemed to have been drenched in blood, its former glory replaced by desolation and death. The last shred of hope in everyone's heart was shattered. The beasts have launched a massive invasion. The beast tide has erupted. Not only the Tang Kingdom, but the entire border defense line, comprising 5 dominant nations, faced assaults. Total war has erupted. The focal point of concern for all was the 6th defense line, which had unexpectedly encountered the beast tide after the 8th and 7th lines. The 6th defense line is the last bastion on the outskirts of the Tang Kingdom. Should it collapse, the entire central region would plunge into peril. Troops and warriors from the central region have urgently rushed to the 6th defense line. But the Tang Kingdom is vast, and the distances between the major lines of defense are substantial, causing delays even for the most skilled of warriors. Just then, a live broadcast from the 6th defense line began, capturing the attention of countless viewers. The unclear images revealed a man in a hooded black top, appearing to be in his 30s, speaking in a deep, magnetic voice. Hello everyone, I am Wu Jun, a reporter. Currently, I am situated in the Qingcheng Bay City of the 6th defense line, where the Qingcheng garrison has already engaged in battle with the beast tide. As the scene shifted, a vast expanse of black mist stretched to the horizon, enveloping everything. Within the tumultuous sea of beasts, colossal creatures, each measuring dozens of meters, could be discerned. Is this the beast tide? Countless individuals held their breath, the malevolent aura emanating from their very souls, filled with hatred, could be felt even through the screen. What despair must those on the scene be experiencing? Boom! Explosive fireballs erupted as numerous powerful warriors clashed fiercely with the beasts. The roars and the sound of blades slicing through the air filled the atmosphere. Gradually, many viewers found their eyes reddening with emotion, tragic, furious, and powerless. On the battlefield, countless warriors perished tragically. They were compatriots of the Tang Kingdom, kin of humanity. Yet at this moment, they fell one after another. In this world, who could remain indifferent, untouched? Wu Jun's eyes too were red, his voice hoarse. I report all of this not for fame or fortune, but to document these events. All participants in this war should not fade into obscurity. They should be remembered by all. They are heroes. I am not a warrior, nor do I wield firearms, and cannot join the fray. But I will stand firm until the very last moment, documenting all of this. I will not retreat. I will persist until victory is achieved or the base city falls. As a reporter, this is my duty and the only thing I can do. Behind the screen, countless individuals felt a surge of frustration and anger, unleashing their roars. Damn it! Slay the beasts. Why are they so audacious? Cut them down. Tear them apart. We have so many. Let's counterattack the beasts. Numerous people switched off the broadcast, resolutely leaving their homes to head towards the recruitment points. Following the declaration of total war, various base cities initiated mobilization efforts, recruiting soldiers. Recruiting, recruiting, recruiting. Recruitment points were established everywhere. Ordinary citizens, warriors all were welcome. At the temporary recruitment points set up in the 5th, 4th, and 3rd defense lines, throngs of individuals stood in line, resembling a tidal wave. Peace and stability had reigned for decades. But in this world, in this nation, there was never a shortage of spirited individuals willing to fight against the beasts. Those waiting in line almost all raised their heads, gazing towards the central screen of the square. There, live footage from the Qingcheng base city of the 6th defense line was being broadcasted, and people anxiously followed the latest updates. As millions of spirits appeared, pushing back the beast tide, the crowd erupted in excitement. The comments online surged almost explosively. Esco, who is making this happen? Is it the true powerhouse of the Tang Kingdom, summoning millions of spirits to annihilate everything? Oriental Dragon, my heavens, is there really someone capable of such feats? Countryside of the town, may heaven bless the Tang Kingdom. May heaven bless humanity. However, just as the crowd was in a fervor, suddenly, all sound vanished from the screen. The countenance of reporter Wu Jun suddenly turned pale, his voice trembling. This. The roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth, as if a miniature city loomed over the skies of the Qingcheng base city. An aura of terror that rendered countless viewers, even those miles away, breathless, as though they were witnessing the scene firsthand. The transition from hope to despair was astonishingly swift. Duan Luo descended upon the city. The city lord, Qin Wu, bled from his 7 orifices, kneeling on one knee in the direction of Qingcheng base city. As the clouds churned and an endless sea of black mist transformed into a colossal, ominous claw descending upon them, a crackling sound erupted. The signal abruptly ceased. What the hell? The footage is gone. What is happening? At the conscription point in Qingcheng base city, inquiries arose, yet no one responded. In truth, such matters required no answers. All hearts understood that Qingcheng base city was doomed. Countless faces turned ashen. How could this be? Damn it. Some even slammed their fists against the walls, blood flowing freely. Yet more individuals silently bowed their heads, as if in mourning. At that moment, the Lord of Mu City, overseeing the conscription, suddenly wore a look of horror, gazing skyward. What was happening? The crowd, bewildered, followed the gaze of the Mu City Lord. In an instant, all eyes widened in shock. A middle-aged man stared blankly at the sky, his expression one of sheer terror. What unfolded before his eyes was a scene he would never forget. A massive portal gradually materialized from the void, its surface adorned with shifting, indistinct characters. Spanning the heavens above, thousands of miles away, it was clearly visible, illuminating the emptiness. Chapter 62. Slaying the 3-eyed demon wolf. The middle-aged man, immersed in shock, suddenly heard a recurring sound. It seemed to emanate from an immense distance, intermittent and excruciatingly slow. The word, its tone indistinct, appeared to be cut. Gradually, the sound grew nearer, echoing incessantly. It morphed into Guin. As the reverberations intensified, the voice became increasingly clear, as if a celestial deity was uttering a decree from the heavenly realm, cascading down layer upon layer from the 9th heaven until it finally reached the mortal world. The sound roared, mingled with countless thunders, resonating from the sky. At last, the word was discerned. It was neither cut nor woo in, but rather, roll. Roll. Roll back. The overwhelming voice exploded with force, echoing for miles. Concurrently, the colossal screen above the conscription square flickered back to life. The interference seemingly dispelled. The restored image unveiled to the crowd was that of a young man adorned in black, with black hair and eyes, his brows sharp as swords. With a single punch, he sent the colossal, 3-eyed demon wolf crashing to the ground. Thus, millions across the Tang Kingdom fell into a hush, rendered speechless. Who was he? Boom! The earth shattered. The immense form of the 3-eyed demon wolf plummeted like a mountain, creating an unfathomable pit in the ground, obliterating countless beasts in the wake of its terrifying tremor. Su Yun stood suspended in the void, as if a divine presence had descended. He even took a moment to sign in, for according to past patterns, the first sign-in after breaking through often yielded remarkable rewards. Ding! Host sign-in successful. Reward: Spatial Dao Pearl. Spatial Dao Pearl? Su Yun felt a flicker of confusion, but before he could ponder further, a cacophony of gasps erupted from the walls below. Be careful! Roar! The three-eyed demon wolf emerged from the abyssal pit, soaring back into the sky, its form enveloped in a swirling black mist. Advancing menacing litawar Suyun. Its gaze, a bloodthirsty crimson, blazed with fury and malice. Enraged, it bellowed. This insignificant human dared to wound it. Cursed, cursed, cursed. It had gone completely mad. The gray pupils emitted a scarlet glow, transforming into a crimson veil that cascaded from the heavens, summoning a terrifying tide of beasts. Their aura surging once more. The red light within its eyes blazed like an inferno, illuminating the entire battlefield. Roar! The three-eyed demon wolf howled, issuing a command to attack, and the frenzied horde of beasts charged forth. Simultaneously, it opened its massive maw, gathering a terrifying breath of crimson lava. It aimed to reduce this humble, arrogant human before it to mere dust. The inhabitants of the city would also face annihilation. From thousands of meters away, a breath erupted from the sky, instantly transforming into a torrent of black magma that surged toward the heavens, distorting the very fabric of space with its searing heat and accompanied by a formidable corrosive force. The breath effortlessly dispersed the thick clouds, carving gigantic voids within the towering cloud mountains. Be careful! A chorus of alarm arose from the walls below. Su Yun moved, ascending into the sky, piercing through the clouds. Roar! The three-eyed demon wolf flapped its colossal wings, stirring a tempest, its agile gray eyes brimming with mockery. Did this human believe he could evade its attack? The black lava breath did not follow a straight path. Instead, it arced through the air, pursuing the ascending Su Yun. Yet, Su Yun remained indifferent. Upon reaching a certain altitude, he abruptly halted, his pitch-black eyes serene as the abyss of the night sky. At that moment, the clouds churned violently, scattering in all directions. A beam of silver light pierced through the gaps, and soon, more light flooded in, growing brighter, weaving through the clouds until it revealed a silver moon. Despite it being daytime, the silver moon hung in the sky. The body of the sun evolved into a divine technique, the moon wheel. Su Yun spread his arms wide. The energies of heaven and earth surged, an endless brilliance cascading down upon him, as if drawn from the distant cosmos. His body became translucent. The destructive breath passed through him, leaving him unscathed. The three-eyed demon wolf emitted an enraged snort and lunged upwards. Once more, it opened its bloodied maw, gathering a terrifying breath of black lava. However, Su Yun stepped forward and struck down with his palm, uttering a few words. This place is fire-restricted. Consequently, the elemental particles of fire collapsed. The breath, still coalescing within the wolf's maw, spiraled out of control, exploding within its mouth, releasing a pitiful howl. Howl! Is this all you can do? Merely conjuring flashy fireworks? Su Yun lifted his foot and stomped heavily in the air. Below, the aura of countless beasts plummeted, their fiery pupils flickering like light bulbs extinguished in an instant. Snuffed out by Su Yun's single stomp. Roar! Howl! Deprived of the amplification from the three-eyed demon wolf, the vast tide of beasts' aura began to uncontrollably diminish, yet they continued to roar and charge forward. Once a beast tide commenced, it could not be halted. This was an ironclad rule established since the Great Cataclysm. To stop the tide, they must either be satiated or utterly destroyed. It was too loud. Su Yun gently closed his eyes. Let's first deal with these bothersome creatures, offering their blood as a tribute to the countless souls that perished in battle. The ethereal shadows of the 9 halls emerged behind him, their overwhelming aura seemingly tearing the heavens apart. Within the 4th celestial hall, a blinding light suddenly erupted. The brilliant celestial bodies surged upwards, resembling a great sun traversing the void. On the battlefield, everyone was astonished to witness the once clear sky abruptly darkening. instantly dividing into two colors, one half black, the other half white. The black was profound and devoid of light, while the white was filled with despair and helplessness. For the countless beasts upon the ground, not only did the sky vanish, but the earth, rubble, and even humans transformed into a chaotic blend of black and white, collapsing into a flowing essence, forming two chilling doors, one black and one white, consuming all space. The beasts roared, pressing onward, through either the white door or the black door. All deemed enemies by Su Yun were drawn into the chaotic realm defined by only black and white. One door, symbolizing life, the other death. Enter the door of life and survive. Enter the door of death and perish. Yet, relying on mere luck to escape was an impossibility. For if one could not discern the true method of escape from the chaotic world, even if they managed to rush through the door of life, they would only find themselves confronted by new black and white doors. In this realm of black and white chaos conjured by Su Yun's divine technique, time seemed to come to a standstill, infinite. Either escape or face death. This was the fourth divine technique Su Yun had harvested, known as the Door of Life and Death. At that moment, Su Yun suddenly took on a playful demeanor, reminiscent of a child's innocence. He extended a slender, pale hand, fingers gathered in a pocket-like formation. Clenching his fist, he softly called out, "Bang!" Suddenly, the warriors engaged in battle with the beasts were struck with disbelief as they witnessed an unforgettable scene. The beasts that had been fighting before them trembled violently, erupting into a mist of blood. Bang, 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 life I walk on to Sebastian fought. In an instant, the boundless tide of beasts transformed into a blood-soaked hell. The blood of the demonic creatures stained the earth, as Su Yun stood aloft upon the sea of crimson. The tide of beasts had vanished entirely. Suddenly, a streak of dark light shattered both the clouds and the void, leaving the onlookers in utter astonishment as the three-eyed demon wolf made its escape. With frenzied flaps of its wings, the creature harnessed the surrounding energy, its speed causing the air to collapse inward, forming whirlpools. Mountains, hills, and rocky cliffs whizzed past, quickly distancing it from the battlefield by several dozen miles. At such a level of power, this demonic beast possessed a considerable degree of intelligence, capable of independent thought and emotion. In that moment, it felt fear, beginning to comprehend the nature of its adversary. Yet it was perplexed. How could this human, who had only recently broken through, be so formidable? The crowd gasped in disbelief. The three-eyed demon wolf had fled. That accursed beast had evaded them. Pursue it, kill it. Yet it was already far beyond their reach. The speed of flying demonic beasts far surpassed that of human cultivators of the same realm. A chorus of disheartened murmurs filled the air. Su Yun remained calm, raising his hand gently. Suddenly, the heavens shifted in color. A sound like the ringing of swords echoed throughout the sky, reminiscent of thunder rolling across the nine heavens. The onlookers instinctively looked up, only to witness brilliant white sword light soaring, becoming increasingly dense and intricate around Su Yun. Countless strands of sword energy intertwined, transforming into a cloud of sword qi that filled the firmament. The sword energy was as dark as ink, with the sky serving as its canvas. Once, Su Yun had used this very technique to annihilate an entire clan of purple-bearded giant wolves in the Bone Gobi. Now, having broken through to the Dongzhen realm, its power was beyond comparison. His movements, in contrast to the three-eyed demon wolf king and the vastness of the world, were akin to a grain of sand. Yet, in that moment, his somewhat dim figure seemed to transcend the shackles of existence, rising above this realm. Suddenly, all the sword light dissipated, leaving only a singular white sword qi. Su Yun's expression remained serene. This sword bore a name, Sword Immortal. He then flicked his finger. In the high heavens, the solitary sword light transformed into a radiant rainbow, traversing the sky with great velocity. The heavens were cloaked in a sea of swords. The immortal sword descended to the mortal realm. The crowd instinctively closed their eyes. Merely gazing upon that sword light felt as if it could slice through their very souls. Meanwhile, 150 miles away, the three-eyed demon wolf felt its fur stand on end. A radiant white light suddenly appeared on the horizon, seemingly piercing through space. Swirling around it, its scales, harder than any known material, felt as fragile as paper at that moment. The next instant, a thunderous explosion reverberated across the heavens and the earth. The crowd looked up to see an illusory portal manifesting in the sky, only to shatter with a deafening roar. Terrifying energy erupted, as if a miniature sun had emerged, with torrents of cosmic particles surging forth, flooding the world. The energy concentration within hundreds of miles noticeably increased, causing all warriors to feel a jolt of spirit, their cultivation levels rising. Qin muttered in a daze, the collapse of the celestial gate. The tidal wave of energy, this is the harbinger of a dongjin being demise. As the battlefield's participants struggled to open their eyes amidst the fading light, their vision gradually restored. They beheld a scene that sent chills through their hearts. The once formidable, three-eyed demon wolf, an insurmountable force cloaked in black mist, now lay defeated. Its bewildered and terrified head pinned upon the city wall of Qingcheng Bay City by a silver-white sword. In the year 126 of the Tao calendar, in the month of October, Su Yun, outside Qingcheng Bay City, uprooted the celestial gate with a single punch and subsequently felled the nation-level three-eyed demon wolf with a single sword strike. The world trembled in fear. Chapter 63. A shocking revelation. Gratitude for the unwavering divine certification. Su Xiaoyu gazed vacantly upwards at Su Yun, who stood tall against the vast sky. With a mere gesture, the sea of swords collapsed, cleaving the three-eyed demon wolf asunder. Was this still the Su Yun she remembered? The one who moved languidly, often adorned with a gentle smile, and delighted in teasing the two parrots at home? In this moment, Su Yun's sword light radiated like brilliance, his lips betraying only tranquility and coldness, his fair hands wielding the most formidable power of the world. She should have realized it long ago. During the attack by the Fairness Church, two enigmatic and powerful warriors had appeared. The school had been harsh with other students, yet the guidance director, a pinnacle practitioner, had treated her with kindness. She had thought it was her talent that earned such regard, but now she pondered whether an unripe genius could truly evoke such obsequiousness from a peak practitioner. And then there was this jade pendant. Suddenly, Su Xiaoyu understood much. There were countless truths she had been too afraid to contemplate, yet upon realizing the reality, she could trace back through the years to uncover many subtle hints. At that moment, Su Xiaoyu saw Su Yun in the sky lower his head, his gaze directed at her, his lips moving slightly. A familiar voice thundered in her mind. "You have done well enough. Leave the rest to me." At this juncture, Su Xiaoyu was drenched in blood, utterly exhausted, the intense pain incessantly pounding in her brain. Her body swayed involuntarily, yet within her heart, an unexpected sense of relaxation washed over her. She was enveloped in an indescribable feeling of safety and reassurance, reminiscent of the figure that once stood before her in her childhood. No matter how the heavens might fall, he seemed capable of holding them up. Outside the Bichui community, as Su Yun's voice echoed, Su Wensheng and Feng Shui exchanged a startled glance and rushed out from their home. The couple stood frozen, gazing skyward, their minds nearly paralyzed. Expressions of disbelief etched on their faces. Their son? You know? In that instant, they were abruptly reminded of Su Yun's parting words. "Give me some time. Wait for me." At the Super Ancient Civilization Research Institute, the once vibrant facility had become deserted following the outbreak of the Beast Tide, leaving only Hong Shua behind. While others had homes to return to, he was left with nowhere to go. His parents had long passed, and he had never married. With no children to fill his days, he was utterly alone. The only bond he held was with Su Yun, his door-closed disciple. Within the institute, Hong Shua gazed skyward, his figure casting a shadow across the earth, his presence reverberating through the heavens. With a deep sigh, he mused, "What kind of disciple have I truly taken under my wing?" Meanwhile, Dong Qian, the head of the 6th Division of the Inspection Department and a practitioner of innate strength, wore a similarly complex expression. Though not young, her cultivation had preserved her youth, making her appear to be in her late 20s. "Little Su Yun," Dong Qian murmured. While the sword was not the same, the aura it emanated was profoundly familiar. Years ago, while pursuing a fugitive named Jiang Heng. She had nearly met her demise, only to be saved by a green sword light that pierced through the fleeing warrior's head, killing him instantly. It was suspected that an innate master had intervened. The distant sword strike had shaken her to her core, prompting her to temper her pride and strive to match that sword, to catch up with that mysterious savior. Could that person have been little Su Yin? Did he save me? But he was scarcely more than a child at the time, an innate practitioner under 10 years of age. Dong Xian's heart was tumultuous with unexpressed astonishment. Now, she had achieved her original goal, becoming an innate master admired by countless others. Yet, the one who had wielded that fateful sword remained a figure she could no longer even glimpse. Outside the city, Qin Wu knelt on the ground, struggling to lift his head, his eyes filled with incredulity. That voice belonged to the figure in black? Indeed, it was unmistakably him. When he first beheld Su Yun's countenance, his gaze momentarily lost its focus. So youthful? Could he truly be 20? As Qin Wu's attention shifted to a girl among the guards, he noticed a black token on her chest. Despite her grievous wounds, as a practitioner of divine powers, he could discern the fierce energy emanating from that token, soaring skyward. That aura resonated with Su Yun in the sky. They were of the same essence. So that was it, Qin Wu murmured softly. He recognized this girl, or rather, he was familiar with every individual on the genius roster. After all, each warrior on that list was a seed of strength, a potential cornerstone of the future Qingcheng base city. As a city lord, he had to be well informed. Having perused the records, Su Xiaoyu, 17 years old, born to an ordinary family, both parents were regular workers, and she had an older brother named Su Yun, who worked at the Super Ancient Civilization Research Institute. As he observed the striking resemblance between the two, many pieces began to fall into place in Qin Wu's mind. The mysterious strongman who had slain the eight-faced envoy in the wilderness trial, the obliteration of Black Dragon Peak and the Fairness Church headquarters. All the clues intertwined within his thoughts. Thus, the tumultuous reactions of neighboring nations, the heightened tension and extensive speculation surrounding the Black Dragon Peak incident, were merely the simple act of a brother avenging the assault on his sister? How foolish, Qin Wu thought bitterly. Reflecting on the past decade of addressing Su Yun as an equal and engaging in casual conversation, he now felt as though he had been an ant attempting to converse with an elephant. As the lord of a base city housing millions, a practitioner of divine powers, and a pivotal figure within the official framework of the Tang nation, how could Qin Wu fail to recognize that the force that had traversed the void was none other than the legendary gateway to the realm of truth, which only appeared upon entering the Tao of Truth? With the emergence of the gateway, the heavens trembled. Qin Wu coughed blood as he turned his gaze towards Su Yun. Oh, Qin Wu, how very foolish you have been. Chapter 64. No entry in a realm unknown to all. At the moment of the three-eyed demon wolf's demise, towering mountains, rising to tens of thousands of meters, stretched for 100,000 miles, exuding an ancient and untamed aura. Suddenly, from behind the mountains, several powerful auras surged forth in an instant. Useless. Indeed, a beast remains a beast. Even after breaking through, it is still of no significant use. Humans, how dare you breach our agreement? A colossal voice reverberated ominously. Ethereal giant figures began to materialize behind the mountains, their terrifying presence nearly fracturing the void itself. But at that moment, a calm voice echoed across the heavens and the earth. Return. From the opposite side of the mountains, a figure approached slowly. It was a frail old man, gaunt and with murky eyes, walking through the skies while holding a white paper lantern. The candlelight within the lantern burned dimly, yet the vast white glow emanated from it, uncontrollably spreading and instantly crossing the mountains to envelop the giant phantoms. The immense figures began to fade at a visible speed. Humans, do you intend to tear apart our pact? It is you who have broken the agreement. The voice of the old man, holding the white lantern, was hoarse. How is it that the boundary cannot be crossed, yet that three-eyed demon wolf is on the loose? You dare question us, as if we could be bullied? Go back. The old man intensified his tone slightly. Though his form was stooped, he seemed to fill the heavens and the earth, though he trembled. He exuded an aura as deep as the ocean. Those who cross the boundary will be met with merciless slaughter. Impudent. Humans, you are far too arrogant. Do you truly believe we fear crossing the boundary? A furious voice erupted from behind the mountains, penetrating miles and brimming with murderous intent. Upon hearing this, another voice resonated from the distant side of the mountains, shaking the void and echoing through the heavens. What if we try? If you have the courage, then cross the boundary. We are prepared to fight to the death. But do you dare? Powerful auras pierce through the heavens and earth, traversing endless distances. A resounding hum filled the air as colossal forces collided, creating a sharp sound that rippled outward from their point of convergence. Yet in the end, no one truly engaged in battle. Oomph. Accompanied by a cold snort, the towering phantoms gradually dissipated, and the fierce auras from the other side of the mountains also began to fade. Only the old man with the white lantern remained, stagnant in place, his murky gaze fixed on a certain direction. Has it ended? In the Qingcheng base city, the human defenders gazed out at the desolate land beyond the walls, murmuring to themselves. It seemed as though someone was responding, their eyes equally blank, still struggling to accept this reality. In the midst of silence, only the temporary commander, standing atop the city wall, cried out hoarsely, "We have won. We have triumphed. Won? Truly victorious?" Suddenly, light flickered in everyone's eyes, yanked from their self-doubt that had rendered everything a mere dream rather than reality. Thus, after a brief silence, fervent cheers erupted from both the top and bottom of the city walls. "We have prevailed. We have won. Ha ha! Our adversaries have been vanquished. They have achieved victory." Regardless of circumstances, surviving was undoubtedly a good thing. Even when faced with life and death crises in Qingcheng Bay City, they could risk everything, disregarding life itself. Yet when given a chance, no one wished for demise. On the battlefield, some warriors silently discarded their alloy weapons, lying on the ground and gasping for breath. Squinting, they gazed at the sky, staring into the blinding sunlight, savoring the hard-won peace. The blue sky and white clouds, usually taken for granted, now appeared so precious in this moment. Others embraced one another, weeping profusely, releasing the pent-up emotions within. The transition between hell and heaven was but a thin line. The commander stood quietly at the edge of the city wall, hands braced against it, eyes reddened, as teardrops rolled down slowly, forming a trail upon his cheek. "Did you see? The beast tide has receded. We have emerged victorious." Though tears streamed from his eyes, he smiled broadly, laughing, this time not using his vitality to evaporate the tears. Previously, on this battlefield, he had to force himself to uplift morale. But now, it was no longer necessary, for they had won. In midair, Su Yin flickered and vanished, reappearing beside Qin Wu. Cough, cough. Qin Wu, kneeling on the ground, was startled by Su Yun's sudden appearance, instinctively attempting to rise. "Do not move." Su Yun's hand rested on Qin Wu's shoulder, pressing down to halt his motion. His knee, which had begun to straighten, buckled again under the pressure, returning to its prior position. Qin Wu, although he understood Su Yun's concern for his injury, the gesture felt as if he were kneeling before Su Yun. Yet Su Yun paid no heed to Qin Wu's chaotic thoughts, scanning his body with his spiritual energy. Though Duan Luo, who had been forced into the city, appeared wretched with only one arm remaining, he had not suffered any critical injuries, and he sensed that someone was already attending to him, so he paid it no mind. However, Qin Wu's injuries were far more severe. His internal energy was in chaos, and his organs had suffered significant trauma. If left untreated, he would likely not last much longer. With a gentle lift of his finger, a drop of blood slowly emerged from Su Yun's fingertip. While ordinary blood is a vivid red, his was a shimmering silver, and upon exposure to the air, it emitted a sizzling sound as if burning. With a swift motion, he flicked the drop of silver blood into Qin Wu's mouth. Qin Wu instinctively swallowed, yet he struggled to say, "Do not waste your energy. I know my injuries. I fear I cannot hold on." Qin Wu was bewildered. This was a surge of searing energy coursed through his body, and under its influence, His injuries began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Not only that, but he also sensed an enhancement in his physical strength. Was it that drop of blood? Qin Wu was astonished. A single drop of blood held such miraculous efficacy. What manner of technique was this? Su Yun, however, remained unfazed. When he had absorbed the blood of the undying phoenix, he had gained the first level of immortality, enabling rapid recovery from injuries and making him difficult to kill. His own blood now possessed a portion of that effect, akin to a spiritual elixir, capable not only of healing, but also of enhancing one's physique. Thank you. Qin Wu stood up, his lips moving slightly. Black. Ah. Su Yin chuckled softly. Just call me Black as usual. I'm accustomed to it. What? Do you wish to address me as, sir? Qin Wu exhaled. Black. By the customs of the martial world, the strong are revered. Previously, it was acceptable to be unaware. But now, knowing Su Yun's strength, he ought to use a respectful title. However, after 10 years of acquaintance, changing the form of address felt quite awkward. Thankfully, Su Yun's demeanor appeared unchanged, even proactively addressing the matter, sparing them both from embarrassment and fostering a sense of gratitude in Qin Wu's heart. Black, you truly are a master of concealment, Qin Wu remarked with a sense of nostalgia. Although during their conversation, Su Yun repeatedly exuded a vibrant, youthful aura reminiscent of a spirited youth. Upon closer reflection, one would realize that in order to attain such a level of supernatural prowess, one must surely be over 50 years of age. Even the rarest prodigy would be at least in their 40s, wouldn't they? Such thoughts eluded him, as he dared not entertain them. Based on his recollections of the familial records of geniuses, Su Yun should be 3 years older than Su Xiaoyu, implying that a decade prior, at the tender age of 10, he was already a practitioner of supernatural arts. A 10-year-old cultivator. Good heavens! Qin Wu lamented inwardly, feeling his resolve waver. This was beyond mere talent. It was unfathomable. Had he been cultivating since the moment of his birth? He would never have guessed that he had inadvertently stumbled upon the truth. At that moment, Qin Wu suddenly fell silent, sighing deeply. The remaining 11 base cities along the 6th defensive line had likely succumbed by now. Reinforcements from the central region were expected to arrive shortly, but alas, it might already be too late. The beast tide had unleashed its fury upon the Qingcheng base city, which faced the brunt of the assault, compounded by the presence of the nation-destroying, three-eyed demon wolf. However, the Qingcheng base city boasted 1 million undead beasts as reinforcements, alongside Su Yun, a formidable being of the Dongzhen realm. Yet, reports indicated that other base cities had encountered formidable beasts rivaling high-ranking human practitioners of supernatural arts. The lords of the 12 base cities along the 6th defensive line were predominantly of the 1st and 2nd tiers of supernatural cultivation. While they could muster the strength of their entire city to barely hold their ground against such formidable beasts, the beast tide was an additional threat. The core strength of the Tang nation resided in the 8th defensive line and the inland defenses. Who could have predicted that the beast tide would suddenly manifest in the 6th defensive line? Qin Wu felt a chill in his heart, his expression darkening. Those 11 base cities were likely doomed. In contrast, Su Yun remained calm, though a sharp intensity radiated from his brow. Rest assured, not a single base city along the 6th defensive line will fall to the beasts, for I am here. Qin Wu was taken aback. No matter how powerful Su Yun was, he was but one man. How could he possibly save the entire 6th defensive line? Moreover, the remaining base cities were unlikely to withstand until Su Yun arrived. Yet, Su Yun offered no further explanation as he ascended into the air. He was not alone. Those 12 individuals must have already arrived, and as long as they could hold on until now, it would suffice. The second Tongshan fuse shimmered. Distance is but an illusion. Activate. Although the use of supernatural abilities required immense energy and could not be utilized many times at the 9th tier of supernatural cultivation, he could fully unleash the distance. It is but an illusion technique to instantaneously traverse vast distances. Now, having ascended to the Dongzhen realm, what was there to fear? Su Yun stepped forth, a burst of dark light erupting beneath his feet, and in an instant, he was 1,000 miles away. Chapter 65. Wandering alone through 12 cities in the base city of Jiangcheng, the Lord, a man with long flowing hair, looked uncertainly at the two figures before him. My lords, you are. Yet, the two individuals turned their backs to him, engrossed in their own conversation, completely disregarding his presence. "Why is it," complained the rabbit, "that while others are assigned one base city each, we are tasked with overseeing two, and the smallest one at that? Moreover, the beast hide here is the weakest. What does my lord mean by this? There are only 11 base cities, so this division is unavoidable," replied the tiger with a bitter smile. "And, rabbit, do you not realize what kind of monsters those 10 are? If it were not for my lord's peculiar fondness for the number 12, insisting on gathering 12 individuals, do you truly believe we would have this opportunity?" The rabbit fell silent. Though reluctant to admit it, in comparison to those 10, they were indeed mere fillers. "Let us complete our tasks well and defend the base city," the tiger said in a low voice. "Otherwise, you know well my lord's temperament." "I understand." Suddenly, an eerie ringing echoed through the battlefield, carried by the wind. Wherever the sound traveled, countless armored beasts, their scales glimmering with a metallic sheen, momentarily lost their murderous intent, only to erupt into a frenzy, turning their fury upon one another. With a resounding thud, the tiger struck a mighty beast with a single blow, sending it flying. The Lord of Qingcheng was left aghast. As a practitioner of supernatural arts himself, he recognized that while the two were not vastly superior to him, their abilities and combat prowess were on an entirely different level. In the base city of Yangcheng, a figure, resembling a small mountain beneath a loose black robe, mumbled in a hoarse voice, akin to bones grinding together. "Hungry. So very hungry." Behind the mask of the boar, bloodshot, eyes opened wide, a gigantic, ghostly visage materialized from a void, suddenly opening its gaping maw to swallow the roaring thunder beast before it, along with hundreds of surrounding beasts. The crunching sound of bones echoed chillingly. Even the soldiers of Yangcheng were stricken with terror as a beast capable of razing cities was consumed without leaving a trace. In the base city of Yaoshan, a young man clad in a red-hooded sweatshirt and athletic pants, appearing no older than 27 or 28, walked calmly above the battlefield with his hands in his pockets, his arms bandaged but uninjured. With each step, a sea of flames unfurled behind him. The dog mask radiated a fierce red light. Behind him, a fire spirit ape, at the 5th level of supernatural arts, was reduced to ashes amidst its screams. In the base city of Tianmen, energy erupted, shaking the very fabric of the void. A figure with a rat mask and crimson hair was forcefully knocked down from the sky, plummeting into a crevice. The rat stepped out from the fissure. In the air, a golden-crowned silver eagle soared, breaking the sound barrier, yet its eyes were filled with confusion, wondering why this human did not evade its attack. At that moment, the rat raised his head slightly, and a faint yet ethereal voice emerged. "Curse! Return!" His right hand clenched suddenly. A peculiar wave swept over the golden-crowned silver eagle, which let out a dreadful shriek as its chest exploded, blood spraying forth. Its previous assault was returned with a vengeance, multiplied several times over. The massive body, devoid of life, fell heavily from the sky. The rat adjusted his disheveled red hair and sighed. "Really, my hair is all messed up." In the distance, the Lord of Tianmen wiped the blood from his mouth, his face a mask of bewilderment. "Who is she?" Just as he pondered, his eyes widened in shock. The red-haired woman behind the rat mask trembled slightly, then dropped to her knees, bowing her head in submission, too fearful to look up. What was happening? At that moment, the sky suddenly warped. Clouds and the azure expanse vanished, replaced by a chaotic blend of black and white. Moments later, the intertwining colors dissipated, and the sky returned to normal. The rat slowly stood upright, and before him, the formidable beast tide had turned to naught, leaving only emptiness. His voice, filled with profound reverence and awe, echoed. "My lord's strength remains unfathomable." The Lord of Tianmen's eyes widened in realization. This presence. It was the same individual who had obliterated Heilung Peak with a single strike. Merely using supernatural arts to rewind the scene had left him grievously wounded. Above, Suyin did not linger. He pivoted and swiftly arrived above another base city. Tianmen, Yangcheng, Jiangcheng. Each of the 12 divine generals. Each a formidable being with their own peculiarities, akin to monsters rather than humans. knelt on one knee upon sensing Su Yun's aura, refraining from any display of insolence. As Su Yun traversed the 12 cities of Baiyin province, he remained unaware of how much time had passed. It was only when he finally paused that he realized he had reached the very edge of the 6th defensive line. With the strength of a single individual, he had pierced through the 6th line, leaving behind a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Chapter 66. The New Function of the Illusory Realm. Cough. Suddenly, Su Yun was seized by a violent fit of coughing, his figure swaying unsteadily. His complexion had inexplicably turned exceedingly pale, as the vital energy within him had been almost entirely depleted, and even his strength had begun to wane. Although he had entered the realm of Dongjin, amplifying his power tenfold, or even more, such strength was still finite. Moreover, Su Yun had broken through in a moment of crisis, without the opportunity to stabilize his newfound state, and had slaughtered his way here. The divine technique, the gate of life and death, had been used repeatedly, more than a dozen times. Were it not for his profound foundation in the body of Taiyin, which continuously absorbed the power of Taiyin, he would have long since exhausted himself and perished. Su Yun lifted his hand to pluck something from his hair. When he opened his palm to gaze upon it, he was taken aback to find several strands of white hair. His once lustrous black locks had begun to be interspersed with silver, having absorbed the blood of the immortal phoenix and achieved the first tier of immortality. One would expect that not only his white hair, but even grievous injuries would have healed. Yet, the presence of white hair indicated one thing. The overexertion of power had damaged his essence and lifespan. A youth with white hair, how striking it seems. Su Yun couldn't help but chuckle. The strands of white hair in his palms spontaneously ignited without any wind, turning to ash and dispersing. This was his own choice. There was nothing to regret. The deficiency in his essence and lifespan could still be remedied, but if a wrong decision were made, leading to irreversible consequences, the flaws in his mindset and martial path would be irreparable. First, let me restore my strength. Su Yun coughed lightly once more, his figure flashing, and he landed in a desolate area, sitting cross-legged. However, before he could enter a meditative state to recover his strength, a disturbance suddenly arose in the sea of his consciousness. The black mirror stirred once again. Su Yun's expression shifted. Without hesitation, he plunged his consciousness into the sea of his mind, touching the black-red sun pattern. The world spun around him, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself within the illusory realm, detecting the feedback of vital energy. The myriad manifestations cataclysm can be activated. A new function has been unlocked. Previously, my power was too weak, but now that I have broken through to Dongjin, I can activate it. The myriad manifestations cataclysm. From a name alone, it reveals little. Only personal experience can unveil its secrets, Su Yun mused. Yet, he did not rush to explore the freshly activated function of the illusory realm. Before him, 2 doors stood, and the left door was currently vibrating with a low hum. Su Yun stepped forward and pushed the door open. Beneath his feet, the ground became indistinct as thick gray mist enveloped him. Countless black-red light dots of varying sizes and brightness floated in the air. By some obscure connection, Su Yun quickly discerned the light dots representing Qingcheng and Jiangwuzi, which he had previously drawn in. However, their light dots remained still, while in the center, a larger black-red light dot pulsated, expanding and contracting wildly. Ripples spread throughout this space. Is someone attempting to contact me? A thought flickered in Su Yun's mind. Within this space, he held absolute control and realized he could easily sever the connection to this light. Yet he chose not to. Instead, he continued along the bronze path. The black-red light dots receded to the sides. Upon reaching the end of the bronze path, he sat upon the bronze throne, contemplating the expanding and contracting black-red light dot for a moment. It resembled a video call request from a past life. Unable to contain his thoughts, Su Yun raised his right hand and gently pointed at the black-red light. The light suddenly transformed into a blazing orb. Amidst the shimmering radiance, a blurred figure gradually emerged. Yet, within Su Yun's perception, the figure was strikingly clear, devoid of any concealment. Before him knelt a man clad in a purple robe, with a dignified countenance. As soon as he appeared in this realm, he knelt on one knee, displaying an attitude of utmost respect, not daring to lift his gaze. Master of the Dark Palace, Su Chun, pays homage to your excellency. Chapter 67. Taking the blame, the head of the Dark Hall? Su Yun's gaze flickered. He had heard of this Dark Hall during his conversation with Feng Bupai, the Crimson Emperor, a supreme being in the Dao realm. Naturally, would not squander time on mundane affairs. The Crimson Dao realm encompasses 5 regions: East, West, South, North, and Central, each comprising 4,900 states. The Central region is governed directly by the Supreme Court of the Crimson Emperor, which is responsible for maintaining peace and balance. This Supreme Court is divided into 4 halls, each overseeing different matters, and is supported by the Crimson Army, which upholds order and suppresses unrest. The Dark Hall is one of these 4 halls, tasked with intelligence gathering, infiltration, assassination, and other covert missions. The head of the Dark Hall is its overseer. Such a position, if one were to venture into the outside world, would undoubtedly instill fear in countless states. Yet at this moment, before Su Yun, Su Chun did not dare to draw breath, let alone raise his head, and humbly proclaimed, "I never anticipated the Supreme would emerge from seclusion. It is indeed a great honor for me to witness the Crimson Emperor today. Should I have inadvertently disturbed the Supreme, I beg for forgiveness." This individual had deliberately mentioned his own name. Could it be that the head of the Dark Hall had never encountered the Crimson Emperor? Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Su Yun. Cursing himself inwardly for his foolishness, he recognized that the Crimson Emperor, with an incomprehensibly long lifespan, could remain in seclusion for millennia, while subordinates like Su Chun lacked such endurance. It was likely that during the Emperor's previous retreat, the former head of the Dark Hall had already passed away. Nevertheless, this is fortuitous. The likelihood of revealing a flaw diminishes. Even if there are minor discrepancies, the other party is unlikely to ponder them deeply. With this thought in mind, Su Yun spoke, his voice calm yet authoritative. "Su Chun, a commendable name indeed. After all, I too share the surname Su. Which generation do you belong to?" Su Chin, not daring to be negligent, quickly replied, reporting to the Supreme, "I am the 12th head of the Dark Hall. I succeeded the previous head, Luo Qingyu, 631 years ago." Su Yun nodded slightly, leaning back casually, and inquired, "What brings you here today?" Su Chun was momentarily taken aback. Revered Supreme, the former head instructed me to contact you every 100 years, stating there were tasks to convey." Su Yun's heart sank. "Is that so? I must find a way to remedy this." His changing expression was shrouded in dense gray mist, and although Su Chun felt puzzled, he perceived the figure on the throne above as mysterious and formidable, intimidating enough to make him avert his gaze. Suddenly, Su Yun spoke coldly. "What did you say? Did I not previously inform Luo Qingyu that circumstances had changed and the original plan was cancelled? How incompetent can Luo Qingyu be?" As these words fell, a terrifying aura laden with anger surged forth. "Please, revered Supreme, do not be angry." Su Chun was instantly flustered, prostrating himself on the ground with a terrified expression. Su Yun suddenly snorted. "Fine, this error lies with Luo Qingyu and has nothing to do with you." Yes. Su Chun sighed in relief. Su Yun too felt a sense of relief. This matter was easily navigated. After all, the former head Luo Qingyu was deceased, and with no one to contest his words. He could say whatever he wished. All the blame could be placed on Luo Qingyu. Reclining once more on the throne, Su Yun declared, "There is no better time than the present. Today, I shall assess your capabilities. Gathering intelligence is the duty of your Dark Hall. During my seclusion, have any significant events transpired? Relate them all in detail." Upon hearing this, Su Chun immediately began recounting everything, leaving no detail unaddressed. It became evident that Su Chun possessed considerable competence as the head of the Dark Hall. Over millennia of seclusion, he had committed all crucial intelligence from the Dao realm to memory. Though Su Yun outwardly feigned disinterest, he was attentively listening. Initially, he found the information somewhat vague, but gradually he began to piece together substantial insights. While they may not serve an immediate purpose, these details could prove invaluable in the future. Su Yun nodded slightly. his tone both dignified and detached. Not bad. This is all part of your duty. Now, you may return to your tasks. With a wave of his hand, he instructed, during my seclusion, I have gained insights. Relay the message that unless there are significant matters, do not disturb me. Su-Chen respectfully replied, I take my leave. With a flick of his hand, Su-Yun severed the connection. Su-Chen's indistinct figure rapidly disintegrated amidst the blossoming crimson-black light, vanishing from this space. Hud, hud, hud. His fingers curled slightly, tapping rhythmically on the bronze throne. Su-Yun's gaze was deep and contemplative. To assert that he harbored no intentions of leveraging the Crimson Emperor's power for his own benefit would be disingenuous. Yet the time was not ripe. Presently, he found himself in a realm where he was still far from the Tao realm, and his current strength was insufficient amidst the vastness of the Tao realm. Becoming too entangled in such matters could lead to dire consequences if discovered. Furthermore, the chilling voice that echoed from the mirror regarding the weathercock piqued his interest. Thus, it was prudent to minimize interactions with the Supreme Court for the time being. This was also why he had told Su-Chen that he was in seclusion to gain insights, intending to dedicate time to solidifying his foundation. He could not afford to be careless. Su-Yun's eyes narrowed slightly. The most prudent approach was to gradually establish his own loyal faction by leveraging his ability to recruit. After a moment of reflection, he directed his gaze towards the myriad crimson-black light points, delicately tapping on the points representing Qingcheng and Jiangwuzi, allowing his intangible spiritual energy to flow within. Chapter 68. The Night Watchman in the Eastern Domain, Yunzhou, at the Beiming Sword Sect, within a secluded cave, Qingcheng sat cross-legged. Holding a white jade vial in his hand, his expression contemplative, lost in thought. Surrounding the cave were numerous enchantments and formations, shimmering with light, forming chains that sealed the area. These were not of an offensive nature, but were primarily barriers for shielding and defense. Qingcheng, what is the purpose of all these enchantments outside your cave? A voice, laced with curiosity, descended from above. The clouds above the cave were torn apart, revealing a figure. Clad in a long robe, the figure appeared middle-aged, yet his hair was completely white, and his eyes were deep, resembling the starry sky, emanating an unfathomable and indescribable aura. Qingcheng's figure soared from within the cave. Master, what brings you here? The white-haired man paid little heed to the topic of the enchantments and swiftly redirected the conversation. By the way, I sought you out primarily for at that moment. Qin Wu's body trembled imperceptibly, and within his mental realm, a profound black-red glow suddenly burst forth, accompanied by a low, commanding voice. In 10 days, you shall be summoned again. Make your preparations in advance. The white-haired man seemed to sense the unusual expression on Qingcheng's face and inquired, what is it? Qingcheng opened his mouth but swallowed his words the next moment. It's nothing. Are you truly fine? It's nothing, really. I encountered a slight mishap in my cultivation earlier, and my breath was momentarily unsteady. Then that is good. The white-haired man did not press further, and the two resumed their discussion on pertinent matters. After concluding, he departed from above Qin Wu's cave. Watching the figure leave, Qin Wu's gaze gradually turned grave. His voice low. Despite the numerous enchantments laid out, they were utterly futile. The master was just outside, yet he sensed nothing at all. A chill ran through Qin Wu's heart. The last shred of hope vanished, and he rectified his attitude completely. In the chaotic sea region, on the outer building island at the Qingya Academy, Jiangwuzi had just returned to the academy. At that moment, a vision appeared before him, visible only to him. A rippling black-red aura accompanied by a commanding voice echoing in his ears. Jiangwuzi paused briefly before continuing forward. 10 days, is it? After delivering the message, Su-Yun exited the door and detached from the illusory realm, not even bothering to check the newly unlocked functions. Having expended too much energy earlier, his immediate priority was to restore his strength and then return to the Qingcheng base city. He was concerned about his parents and Su Xiaoyu. Moreover, it had been 20 years since he first revealed his power. He needed to explain himself to his family. Additionally, exposure of his identity would inevitably lead to some complications. As for checking the new functions, that could wait until after he had resolved all pressing matters. With a thought, Su Yin summoned a multitude of pills from his storage space and consumed them. He then closed his eyes in meditation, refining and absorbing their essence. Time passed slowly eventually. After an unknown duration, Su Yin finally opened his eyes. His strength had recovered to about 80%. That should suffice. Rising slowly, he took a step forward, instantly vanishing from his spot, soaring through the void. Within arm's reach, yet a world away. For the practitioner, the space before him ceased to be three-dimensional, transforming instead into a series of lines and nodes. By traversing one of these lines, the practitioner could leap across distances and arrive at a node. This was the divine art of within arm's reach, yet a world away. This step was meant to transport him hundreds or even thousands of miles away. It did not occur as expected. For some unknown reason, the space suddenly became chaotic. A force severed his path, and Su Yin was abruptly jolted from the void. Who? Su Yin's gaze sharpened as he looked up. 10 meters away, an old man, stooped and wrinkled yet with hair as dark as night, approached slowly, holding a white lantern. No discernible cultivation could be sensed from him. Yet, upon his arrival, an invisible pressure bore down upon Su Yin. Furrowing his brow, Su Yin thought, "This man is formidable. Who are you? Who am I? I am merely an old man nearing his end. My true name has long been forgotten." The old man smiled widely, speaking languidly. Let me think. It seems they now prefer to call me the Night Watchman. Chapter 69. The Mysterious Elder, the Night Watchman? Su Yin's expression shifted. This name felt oddly familiar. Observing Su Yin's demeanor, the elder maintained a calm visage. "Who I am is of little consequence. I am merely here to inform you that once you have attended to your own matters, you should visit the southwest. At that time, I shall seek you out once more." Su Yin raised an eyebrow. "I do not know who you are, nor do I comprehend your intentions. On what basis do you presume I would go? Whether I choose to go or not is entirely my prerogative." The elder's eyelids flickered slightly. "You may opt not to go, should you wish to remain ignorant of the truth behind the great calamity and the secrets of this world. However, if your curiosity compels you, then I invite you to come." Before Su Yin could respond, the figure of the black-haired elder holding the white lamp suddenly became ethereal and then faded away gently. Su Yin's expression grew serious as he scanned the area with his mental energy. Just a fragment of mental energy? He was somewhat taken aback. The elder moments ago was not a corporeal being, but merely a spiritual entity. His true form could be leagues away. This elder must undoubtedly be above the realm of true comprehension. Indeed, this world harbors entities beyond the realm of supernatural abilities. Otherwise, humanity would never have been able to reverse the tide from the brink of self-destruction, establishing base cities and constructing 10 formidable defenses. Yet, he had never heard any news regarding the realm of true comprehension. It was as if this group had been erased from the annals of both ordinary people and even martial artists. Even when the 10 defenses fell, no one intervened. Why? Unless they were unable to act. Perhaps they were occupied with matters of greater significance that prevented them from attending to this. Su Yin's gaze turned dark and profound, pondering the southwest. He recalled previously using the art of divination to glimpse the depths of the southwest beast-occupied territory, where he had seen 13 blood-red gates. Could this be related? There was no use in overthinking it now. He would ascertain the truth when the time came. Su Yin had resolved to make the journey, though not immediately, as he had other matters to attend to. With this thought, he hesitated no longer, resembling a shadow as he sped towards the Qingcheng base city, leaving a trail of clouded mountains in his wake. With the fall of the three-eyed demon wolf and the disappearance of the beast tide, the alarms throughout Qingcheng base city had been lifted. The crowds at the evacuation points had been dispersed. The evacuation had just begun, and only a few had managed to flee. Most were gradually returning under organized efforts. Meanwhile, a video was spreading wildly across the internet. At the Ancient Civilization Research Institute, numerous researchers gazed at the display screens above, caught in a state of bewilderment. Is this Su Yin? At this moment, it was as if they were encountering Su Yin for the very first time. In the office of the chairman of the Rongxing Group, the alluring and beautiful secretary poured a cup of hot tea and placed it on the desk. "Chairman, your tea." "Understood," the chairman replied casually. Yet, the secretary, who usually found herself rendered speechless in his presence, now seemed disinterested, having just endured a life-threatening ordeal. After the citywide alarm had sounded, he, lacking priority for evacuation, had sought refuge in his lavishly constructed underground base, only emerging after the alarm was lifted. The man settled into his executive chair, took a sip of tea, and opened a video. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock, and tea sprayed across the room. The secretary, taken aback, exclaimed, "Chairman, what happened?" Coughing, the chairman paid her no heed, his gaze fixated on the computer, his expression one of disbelief. "Heavens, is that not the son of my financial director?" In the Qingwan community, ZHQ Ngqing, Su Xiaoyu's close friend, opened her door with a weary expression. Lacking the extraordinary talent of Su Xiaoyu and possessing a lower cultivation level, she was not required to man the city walls, but was instead tasked with maintaining order within the city. She had just returned from her assignment. Upon entering her home, her parents rushed towards her, grasping her hands and asking frantically, "That's Su Xiaoyu. She's your friend, right? Does she have a brother? Do you know him?" ZHQ Ngqing, having been assigned to the far end of the city away from the main walls, was unaware of many details. Suddenly, something struck her, and she maneuvered past her parents, recalling the colossal claw that had once overshadowed the entire city. Yet, someone had struck down the demon god from the sky. How brazen and arrogant. Could that be Su Yu's brother, Su Yun? The very same Su Yun she often joked about, lamenting that he wasted his handsome face. Had he possessed martial talent, she would have pursued him without hesitation. Was it truly him? ZHQ Ngqing remained rooted in place, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within her. She had been merely a frog at the bottom of a well. At this moment, Su Yun had arrived above Qingcheng base city. The battlefield had been cleared and tidied, yet the crimson stains of blood, both beastly and human, were indelible upon the soil. As for the relentless army of the undead, under Su Yun's command, they had returned to dozens of former human-restricted zones that had once been overrun by beasts, sinking into a deep slumber. Su Yun descended directly into District 5, the Bishu community, entering his home. Just before stepping inside, Su Yun paused momentarily, with a surge of true essence. The silver strands in his dark hair disintegrated into fine powder. He then pushed the door open. In the living room, Su Wensheng, Feng Shui, and Su Xiaoyu were all present. The moment Su Yun entered, Feng Shui rushed forward, scrutinizing him closely. Once she confirmed he bore no injuries, she enveloped him in a tight embrace, tears streaming down her face. Su Wensheng, typically reserved and taciturn, stepped forward to pat Su Yun's shoulder. "It's good that you're safe." Su Yun was momentarily taken aback, a silent smile gracing his lips. The scene before him felt different from what he had anticipated. Feng Shui did not mention her own strength, but solely expressed concern for his safety. Then, he caught sight of Feng Shui wiping her tears, her gaze transforming into one of fierce determination. "Since you're unscathed, let us discuss matters. What is your situation? You've really outdone yourself. Your father and sister I can understand, but even I was kept in the dark. You've truly made a name for yourself." Su Yun. Chapter 70. May humanity endure in the living room. The gazes of Feng Shui, Su Wensheng, and Su Xiaoyu were all fixed upon Su Yun. Clearing his throat, Su Yun finally spoke. This matter was rather intricate. He concocted a plausible explanation, half true and half fabricated. Essentially, he revealed that he had noticed his powers were advancing at an astonishing rate from a young age. To evade unnecessary troubles, he decided to conceal his true strength. Upon closer examination, this narrative contained numerous flaws. However, given the extraordinary nature of the situation, Su Wensheng and the others ultimately accepted his explanation without suspicion. Su Wensheng swallowed hard. Despite his years of experience and the many storms he had weathered, his voice trembled slightly as he asked, "Son, what exactly is your level of power?" Feng Shui's gaze turned inquisitive as she too was curious. Su Yun scratched his head and decided to speak candidly. "Above the divine powers." Above the divine powers? What realm is that? Feng Shui and Su Wensheng exchanged bewildered glances, their minds swirling. Neither of them were martial artists, and to them, Any practitioner was formidable. They viewed innate martial artists as legendary figures, exalted and rare, with only a handful present in the entire base city. Their greatest hope for Su Xiaoyu was merely that she might one day have the slightest chance to become an innate martial artist, compensating for their own shortcomings in martial arts. The concept of being above divine powers exceeded their comprehension. Yet, they vaguely recognized that the Lord of Qingcheng Bay City was rumored to be a legendary divine martial artist, a being who commanded the fates of millions and was revered by countless individuals, standing high above the clouds. Regardless of one's status, in the presence of that figure, one was inconsequential. In Qingcheng, the words of Qin Wu represented the law. If Su Yin claimed to be above divine powers, did that imply he surpassed Lord Qin Wu? The shock reverberated through Feng Shui, stirring tumultuous emotions within her. Su Wensheng appeared momentarily dazed, after years of ascending to the management level of the group. He had cultivated a calm disposition, but it vanished in an instant, his heart racing, unable to utter a word. Heaven standing nearby, Su Xiaoyu was engulfed in confusion, her mind buzzing. As a martial artist herself, and a prodigy at that, she understood more profoundly than her parents what this meant. Above divine powers, even after several days. Hearing Su Yin admit it still left her in disbelief. This world was too insane. The brother she had known for over a decade, easygoing and gentle, always sporting a warm smile with an air of a scholarly teacher, turned out to be the strongest in all of Qingcheng Bay City. Thinking back to her initial entry into the preparatory martial artist ranks, she had been cautious, worried that Su Yun might be affected, and had even harbored hopes of procuring a talent-enhancing potion for him in the future. Su Xiaoyu's face flushed crimson, nearly dripping with embarrassment. The masked figures that had attacked during the wilderness trial, the talisman that had summoned powerful avian undead beasts during the beast tide, all were manifestations of Su Yun's secret interventions. It turned out that the one who had been protecting her all along was herself. When Su Yun's gaze fell upon her, though devoid of any pressure or aura, it still rendered her breathless. Suddenly feeling anxious, Su Xiaoyu clasped her hands together, at a loss. Su Yun's revealed strength elicited both joy and sorrow within her. The joy stemmed from realizing her brother was not the fallen genius whispered about behind closed doors, nor the incompetent peer her classmates compared her to. The sorrow, however, arose from her uncertainty about how to face Su Yun. Would the ordinary Su Yun still be the same as the one who had surpassed divine powers? Would he still recognize her as his sister? Slap! Su Yun suddenly raised his hand and playfully smacked Su Xiaoyu on the head, ruffling her hair into disarray. With a teasing tone, he remarked, "What is this? Don't recognize your brother anymore?" Whereas that lively, carefree Su Xiaoyu. Taken aback, Su Xiaoyu hesitated. Yet, upon encountering Su Yun's familiar gentle smile, her anxious thoughts seemed to dissipate in an instant. Whether he was the ordinary Su Yun or the invincible one, he had always remained unchanged. Thus, a smile crept onto Su Xiaoyu's lips. She could no longer restrain herself and excitedly embraced Su Yun's shoulders, shaking him fervently. "Brother, you're just too amazing. My brother is even stronger than a divine martial artist." The exhilaration she felt surpassed even the moment she joined the prodigy ranks. Feng Shui and Su Wensheng exchanged knowing glances, smiles gracing their faces, their hearts lightened. From a young age, Su Yun had displayed extraordinary intelligence, leading both them and those around to believe he would achieve greatness in the martial arts. Yet, when he turned 12 and began body tempering, it seemed he lacked any martial talent. If that had been the end of it, it would have been bearable, but Su Xiaoyu was a martial arts genius, and they were often compared. They had feared that Su Yun might not cope with this disparity and might succumb to despair, jeopardizing the sibling bond. Yet today, all their concerns were overturned, and they felt elated. Suddenly, the sirens blared throughout the city once more. However, this time, the prolonged alarm did not signify a life-threatening beast tide, but rather served to mourn the victims of disaster. Su Yun approached the window, gazing down below. The flag of Qingcheng Bay City had been lowered at some point. Boom! Su Yun's mental energy expanded, permeating the community, shops, factories, and schools as countless individuals poured out in an orderly fashion, Elders, students, martial artists, and children. On the streets, petals danced in the air. They removed their hats, bowed their heads, and closed their eyes, mourning the lives lost in the calamity. There was no clamor or commotion. After 5 minutes, Qin Wu's voice resonated throughout the city. Everyone, I am Qin Wu, the lord of the city. Not long ago, disaster struck Qingcheng Bay City. In this conflict, we lost many compatriots, 2,712 martial artists, and 198,492 non-martialists. These individuals were heroes. Their sacrifices were not in vain. Not a single civilian perished at the hands of the beasts. Their deaths have freed them from this despairing, cruel world. But those of us who remain must confront the darkness and inherit their legacy. Humanity shall prevail. May humanity endure. On the streets, a high school student in uniform shouted, May humanity endure. A grocer echoed, May humanity endure. A burly innate martial artist bellowed, May humanity endure. Humanity shall prevail. Su Xiaoyu executed a standard military salute. May humanity endure. Su Yin opened his eyes, retracting his mental energy, and took a deep breath as if inhaling the very essence of the world into his lungs. A profound sense of suffocation weighed heavily upon his chest. Humanity. May humanity endure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. May humanity endure. 1, 2, 3. 6, 9, 4, 5. May humanity endure. 10, 0, 59, 0, 0, 0. The silent murmurs drifted through the skies of the city, ultimately fading into silence. Chapter 71. The retreat of the beast tide, the grand mourning ceremony of the great prophet has concluded, and the base city gradually returns to its usual state. The deceased are no longer tormented by the monstrous beasts, but the living continue to struggle in this world. Life must move forward, and for ordinary people, this is the only form of resistance they can muster. Perhaps it is this very reason that fuels their admiration and respect for warriors. At that moment, Su Yun withdrew his gaze from the window as a powerful aura tore through the air, swiftly approaching the position of the Bihui community. Ding dong. A mere 10 seconds later, the doorbell rang. Who could it be? Feng Shui approached the door, puzzled. Who would visit at such a time? Upon opening the door, she was taken aback to find a tall and imposing middle-aged man clad in black martial attire, exuding an air of authority and competence. You are. Feng Shui hesitated momentarily, her expression transforming into one of sheer astonishment. Lord City Master? In Qingcheng Bay City, it was nearly impossible for anyone not to recognize Qin Wu. City Master? Su Wensheng and Su Xiaoyu had just arrived, equally stunned. Qin Wu wore a warm smile, addressing them courteously. Mr. Su, Miss Feng, and Miss Su. Greetings. I have come to see Su Yin. Is he here? His demeanor was amiable and exceedingly kind. A cultivator of such high caliber, especially one who governed an entire base city, would typically disregard anyone beneath his level, be they ordinary individuals or even innate warriors. However, the trio before him were all Su Yun's closest relatives, compelling Qin Wu to forego any pretense of superiority. Particularly with Su Xiaoyu, he seemed to hold a great affection for this younger sister. After the Fairness Church's ambush in the wilderness, his furious retaliation had resulted in the complete obliteration of the church, leaving the Black Dragon peak utterly flattened. This thought sent a chill down his spine. In the past, he would merely need to unleash his aura to signal Su Yun, but now he found himself compelled to suppress his own energy and come in person. Although Su Yun feigned indifference, how could Qin Wu dare to treat this encounter as he once did? Su Xiaoyu remained relatively composed, but Feng Shui and Su Wensheng felt a profound discomfort. They understood that Qin Wu's attitude stemmed from Su Yun's influence, yet it still left them feeling as though they were caught in a surreal dream. The city master of Qingcheng Bay City was now conversing with them on equal footing. This transformation would take some time for them to fully acclimatize. Let us move to another location for our discussion. Su Yun's calm voice resonated from the living room. And with that, he vanished from sight. Qin Wu did not dare to linger, and in a swift motion, he followed suit. In the small courtyard of District 5, Su Yun descended like a streak of light from the clouds. Moments later, Qin Wu's figure also landed from the sky, slightly breathless from the exertion of chasing Su Yun. Shortly thereafter, Qin Yuan emerged from the house, setting tea and fruit on the table. "Please have a seat." Su Yun gestured to the adjacent chair, and Qin Wu complied, pouring tea into both of their cups. A fleeting glance was all that Su Yun spared him, choosing not to elaborate further. Subtle shifts in Qin Wu's demeanor were perceptible. However, such changes were to be expected. With Su Xiaoyu and the others recently made aware of Su Yun's prowess, a brief period of restraint was inevitable, especially for someone like Qin Wu. The higher one stands, the more susceptible they are to such dynamics. Su Yun had long since grown accustomed to this. Raising his teacup to take a sip, he began, "Have any findings emerged regarding the recent beast tide?" The 8 defensive lines remained unbroken. From where did these beasts emerge? Though he had utilized his undead army to detect the impending beast tide in advance, the monstrous creatures were already gathering en masse by that time. Su Yun was uncertain of their origin. After all, he was not omniscient and could not constantly extend his spirit to survey everything. Qin Wu shook his head. There's been no progress. The beast tide that erupted at the 6th defense line was indeed peculiar. In recent days, including those from Qingcheng Bay City and even experts from the capital, we have yielded no results. At this moment, Su Yun suddenly smiled. Could it be that someone at the 7th or 8th defense line avoided combat, allowing the beast tide to infiltrate? His expression remained impassive. Yet when Qin Wu met Su Yun's obsidian eyes, a chill coursed through him. Impossible. Qin Wu vehemently shook his head. Rest assured, if such an occurrence were to transpire, it would be impossible to conceal. Moreover, I am well acquainted with several city masters at the 7th defense line. They would never engage in such treachery. Only then did Su Yun's expression soften slightly. If the eruption of this beast tide was indeed a result of human machination, he would not hesitate to exact vengeance. What is the current situation at the front lines? He inquired further. Qin Wu's demeanor grew increasingly grave. I sought you out today to inform you of this matter. Su Yun furrowed his brow. Could it be that the 8th defense line has fallen? No, in fact, it is quite the opposite. Qin Wu said with a wry smile. I received news that not long ago, the beast tide engaged in fierce combat with the defenders at the 8th defense line, but, for reasons unknown, suddenly began to withdraw, retreating all the way back to the 10th defense line and returning to the original boundary between humanity and the beasts. What? Su Yun was taken aback. The beast tide retreated? Even he found this news astonishing. Moreover, he had a nagging suspicion that the retreat of the beast tide was connected to the 6th defense line. Qin Wu continued, I came to inquire whether you have any thoughts on this matter. Su Yun chuckled. Do you think I'm all-knowing? At this, Qin Wu offered an awkward smile. Su Yun exhaled. With limited information in hand, it was challenging to draw any conclusions. He decided to shift the topic instead. By the way, are you familiar with the Night Watchers? The Night Watchers? Upon hearing this term, Qin Wu's expression abruptly shifted to one of intrigue. Hey you, are you jesting? Surely, you have read about them in your middle and high school history textbooks? He suddenly began reciting. Born 18 years prior to the Great Cataclysm, these individuals from the Tang Kingdom were the first batch of warriors to emerge after the resurgence of celestial energy particles. They attained the realm of divine ability and mastered the 5 houses of divine ability, leading humanity as counteroffensive against the monstrous beasts, patrolling the borders between humans and beasts, thwarting countless formidable invasions, thus granting humanity a chance to breathe and develop. They are revered by nations as the Night Watchers, symbolizing wandering in darkness to expel evil and bring forth light. In the ancient language of pre-civilization, they are also interpreted as the Great Prophets. The new calendar's name pays homage to his legacy, as his surname is Li and his given name, Daowen. Qin Wu took a deep breath. Even the mere mention of this name elicited a profound sense of reverence. The universally acknowledged foremost martial artist, the Night Watcher, Li Daowen. Su Yun's heart jolted. Li Daowen. No wonder the name felt familiar. However, he abruptly frowned. ISNT, it said that he perished in battle against the monstrous beasts. It was precisely this belief that had caused him to feel a fleeting familiarity with the name, momentarily failing to react, as subconsciously he believed it belonged to someone long gone. Qin Wu shook his head. Not at all. The individual in question had been traversing the borders for decades without returning or revealing himself to the public, which had led to rumors suggesting that he had perished. Curiously, he inquired, "Why do you suddenly ask about this cloaked figure?" Su Yun's eyes glimmered with intrigue as he replied, "It's nothing, merely a casual question." He did not delve too deeply, for someone of Qin Wu's stature could hardly possess extensive knowledge on the matter. The two engaged in conversation for a while longer before Qin Wu hastily departed. As the lord of the Qingcheng base city, there were myriad concerns demanding his attention at such a time. After Qin Wu's departure, Su Yun lowered his head in contemplation for a moment, gently tapping the table. "Qin Yuan," he spoke softly. No sooner had the words left his lips than a figure moved swiftly, with Qin Yuan approaching Su Yun, bowing respectfully, "My lord, what are your instructions?" "After a while, I shall be leaving for some time. The 12 divine generals will guard Qing City to prevent any unforeseen incidents," Su Yun stated, his gaze deep and contemplative. "It appears I must make a journey to the southwest. The secrets that lie therein will soon reveal themselves. I have a feeling that the reason behind a retreat of the beast tide at the 8th defense line may also become clear." "Understood," Qin Yuan replied with reverence. Su Yun waved his hand dismissively. "You may leave." Qin Yuan bowed again before exiting. Then, Su Yun extended his consciousness into his storage space and retrieved a black orb. This was the reward he had previously signed for, the spatial Dao orb. At last, he had the opportunity to examine it. Is this the spatial Dao orb? Chapter 72. Signing in for the Celestial Spirit Pill. Second summoning. Su Yun focused intently, examining the explanation of the rewards. Spatial Dao Pearl contains immense spatial power, capable of stabilizing space or weakening spatial barriers. Stabilizing space and weakening spatial barriers? Su Yun pondered. It seemed that for the time being, it might not be necessary. He decided to store it away. With a flick of his hand, the spatial Dao Pearl vanished instantly. He had yet to sign in today. System sign in. Su Yun silently murmured. Ding. The grand and mechanical voice echoed beside him. Host has successfully signed in and received 1 bottle of Celestial Spirit Pills. Celestial Spirit Pills? Upon checking the system's description, a smile graced Su Yun's face. Was this not precisely what he needed at the moment? A true void martial artist opens the gates of heaven and earth, thoroughly connecting the physical body with the outside world. This is the most significant distinction from a divine power martial artist. No matter how powerful a divine power martial artist may be, they merely exert their own strength. How could it possibly compare to the might of the forces of heaven and earth? Even a mere trace of the power of heaven and earth holds boundless strength. The cultivation in the true void realm is to gradually transform the true essence within the body into the power of heaven and earth. Transform 1 part, and you attain the first level of true void. Transform 2 parts, and you reach the second level. This process continues, corresponding to the 10 levels of true void. According to the system's description, the Celestial Spirit Pill aids martial artists in accelerating the transformation of their true essence into the power of heaven and earth. Indeed, it was a timely boon. Su Yun chuckled softly. His mind descended into the system's storage space, retrieving the Celestial Spirit Pill contained within the bottle. And he pinched one out. The pill resembled a broad bean, pure white as snow, with faint, intricate patterns visible. The pill was tasteless and dissolved upon entry. Without wasting time, Su Yun sat cross-legged, swiftly entering a meditative state to absorb the pill's energy. The void trembled. The omnipresent power of heaven and earth surged into Su Yun's body. The might of heaven and earth was formidable and overwhelming. Had it been an ordinary true void martial artist, they would have likely suffered backlash by now. However, once the power of heaven and earth entered his body, it was immediately neutralized by the energy of the Celestial Spirit Pill, becoming gentle and docile. In the midst of cultivation, time flew by. Unbeknownst to him, as he sat with closed eyes in the courtyard, he resembled a statue. A few meters away, Qin Yuan stood silently, not daring to disturb Su Yun. At a certain moment, Qin Yuan's body trembled suddenly, his eyes widening in astonishment. What happened? My lord. Has vanished? Right before his eyes, Su Yun's figure had disappeared. Had my lord left? No, that couldn't be. If my lord were to depart, he would typically inform me. No, something felt amiss. Qing Yuan gradually realized the oddity. Su Yin had not left. He remained seated in the courtyard. Upon careful observation, it became evident that Su Yun seemed to have merged with the surrounding environment, creating an illusion that he had suddenly vanished. Just then, Su Yun opened his eyes. Despite the distance between them, Qing Yuan could clearly see every intricate pattern within Su Yun's pupils, swirling with dark light. Within them, there appeared mountains and flowing waters, towering trees, and the celestial bodies of the sun and moon in rotation. In that moment, Qing Yuan felt a profound sense of awe. Su Yun had become one with heaven and earth. He was the sky, he was the earth, and Qing Yuan himself was but a speck of dust. The depth of his lord's power was now unfathomable. Qing Yuan lowered his head in reverence. A subtle smile curved Su Yun's lips. Remarkably, he had transformed over half of the power of heaven and earth during this single session of cultivation. The efficacy of the celestial spirit pill was indeed extraordinary. The total transformation had exceeded 1.5 parts. The first time consuming it often yields significant results. Yet even so, he felt that before long, he would surpass the 2-part transformation and advance to the second level of true void. As his smile faded, Su Yun's expression once again turned serene. Qing Yuan. Qing Yuan promptly approached. How long has it been? He inquired casually. Qing Yuan reported the date. It had already been 10 days since he consumed the celestial spirit pill for cultivation. 10 days had passed. Su Yun appeared somewhat surprised, silently reflecting. So today is indeed the agreed-upon day. How fortunate, I almost missed it. Should he fail to meet his commitment, the status he had painstakingly maintained would suffer, hindering the unfolding of his future plans. He contemplated briefly. I wonder if those two have completed their tasks. With a thought, Su Yun descended into the vast and boundless sea of consciousness. The grand sun patterns on the black mirror shimmered with light as he entered the realm of the ethereal void. Without pausing, he pushed open the left portal. Amid the endless swirling black and red lights, he walked along the bronze path until he reached the end of the bronze throne. Supporting himself on the armrest, he sought to perceive the twinkling points of light like stars. Indeed, after a while, he withdrew his gaze, whispering, "May everything proceed smoothly." With that, in the next moment, he raised his right hand and gently tapped the 2 light points that shone deeper than the others, which seemed to possess an intangible yet distinct connection to him. Within a heavily restricted cavern enveloped by formations, Qingcheng sat cross-legged on a white mat, deep in meditation. At that moment, he beheld a hazy mist surging from a void, within which suddenly appeared a throne that supported the heavens and earth. With a pair of eyes crossing the boundless distance, projecting an indifferent yet commanding presence. Time is up. Thus, the black and red tide engulfed him. The room was tranquil. Several perpetual lamps flickered, casting a gentle glow. Wisps of blue smoke rose from the incense burner, swirling throughout the room, filling the air with a fragrance that calmed the mind. Jiang Wuzi squinted his eyes, meticulously inspecting the items before him. Sun vines, galaxy grass. After confirming that nothing was amiss, he finally felt at ease. Then, Jiang Wuzi calmly observed as the black-red light erupted, instantly engulfing him. Chapter 73. You are destined to be unrelated to me. With a swift motion, the expanded flames revealed the figures of Qingcheng and Jiang Wuzi, appearing almost simultaneously. They had returned once more. Qingcheng inhaled deeply. The last time had been an unexpected pull, but this time he was well prepared. Turning around, he gazed at the indistinct figure seated upon the bronze throne and bowed respectfully, addressing, "Greetings, my lord." Jiang Wuzi, compared to his first encounter, exhibited a calmer demeanor and similarly offered his respects, "Senior." Suddenly, Su Yun raised a finger and gestured forward. Boom! The dark red light and the door stretching across the void were invisible to both Qingcheng and Jiang Wuzi. From their perspective, Su Yun merely pointed ahead, and abruptly, a luminous orb emerged in the void, expanding and igniting, casting a haze of black and red around them. This, Qingcheng and Jiang Wuzi quickly realized. Was he about to pull in another newcomer? Moments later, a similarly blurred figure gradually materialized, revealing a young man adorned in golden robes. His hair pinned up, with an 8-sun emblem emblazoned on the back. Who dares to plot against me? Upon appearing, the young man's eyes glinted with icy fury as he bellowed. Do you know who I am? Qingcheng's expression abruptly stiffened upon seeing the sun emblem on the young man's back. The newcomer was actually a disciple of the Supreme Sacred Tao Palace. The Supreme Sacred Tao Palace was a dominant force in the eastern region, ruling over dozens of states, including Yinzhou, where Qingcheng resided. His own sect, the Beiming Sword sect, was far from being a top-tier power in Yinzhou. In stark contrast, the Supreme Sacred Tao Palace commanded vast territories, indicating its formidable strength. Disciples of the Supreme Sacred Tao Palace bore the sun emblem on their attire, with variations representing different ranks. 8 suns denoted the true core disciples of the Supreme Sacred Tao Palace. Qingcheng's heart tightened as he recognized the 8 suns. 9 suns were reserved for legendary sect heirs, while 8 suns marked him as a genuine core disciple, typically a direct protege of the inner elders. Had the disciples of the Supreme Sacred Tao Palace truly been drawn here? Rumor had it that a half-saint presided over the palace. As Qingcheng gasped in shock, he felt an inexplicable sense of schadenfreude. He had witnessed the arrogance of the Supreme Sacred Tao Palace disciples before, each one boasting and bullying others, relying on their powerful background. Yet here they were, summoned to this place. A sudden feeling of superiority surged within him, as if he were an elder observing newcomers. On the bronze throne, Suyin paid no heed to the young man's threats, his voice low and deliberate. You may perceive this as a game. First, you must complete the trial I present. Succeed, and you may remain. Fail, and you will be replaced. Of course, I will provide certain benefits. The young man in golden robes appeared to struggle to contain his anger. I apologize, but I am not interested. I hope you will release me soon. I am a core disciple of the Supreme Sacred Tao Palace, and if anything were to happen to me, my sect would not remain indifferent. Su Yun's tone remained calm, devoid of emotion. Are you threatening me? I am merely offering a friendly reminder, the golden-robed disciple replied in a low voice. I'm not interested in your so-called benefits. I simply wish to be allowed to leave. You seem to misunderstand your situation. You are not in a position to negotiate terms with me, Su Yun replied indifferently. As soon as those words fell, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. An overwhelming pressure descended, rendering the young man in golden robes immobile, his disbelief freezing him in place. Let us see if the Supreme Sacred Tao Palace can indeed rescue you. Below, both Qingcheng and Jiang Wuzi remained silent, acutely aware that neither the Supreme Sacred Tao Palace nor this enigmatic being was within their realm of influence. It appeared that this mysterious figure was entirely unconcerned with the so-called Supreme Sacred Tao Palace. This realization instilled both fear and trepidation in them. Su Yin then turned his gaze towards Jiang Wuzi and Qingcheng. How have your tasks progressed? Qingcheng slightly bowed. We have completed our tasks. Jiang Wuzi promptly added. I too have finished. Very well, Su Yin responded neutrally. With a gentle wave of his hand, a jade vial and a wooden box flew towards him. Extending his mental energy, he first probed the contents of the wooden box. Inside lay an array of materials required for the cultivation of the Great Sun Body refinement technique, all meticulously arranged. Moreover, there were additional items he had requested to obscure his true intentions, several of which even had conflicting attributes. This way, he could mask his objectives, presenting the endeavor as a mere collection of materials to avoid suspicion. Caution and prudence were Su Yun's guiding principles. Otherwise, he would not have silently signed in for 20 years to evade the calamity that the system's secrets might provoke. As Su Yun's mental energy swept over a specially designed jade vial that prevented energy leakage, containing the blood of the undying phoenix, he subtly furrowed his brow. Was the concentration of this undying phoenix blood perhaps a bit too low? It paled in comparison to the drop he had acquired through signing in. However, observing Qingcheng's confident demeanor, Su Yun seemed to grasp the situation. The blood of the undying phoenix was more precious than he had initially presumed. In that moment, he further appreciated the might of the system. The myriad treasures he had obtained through signing in could very well incite a bloodbath within the Tao realm. Initially, Su Yun had intended to attempt advancing to the second tier of undying traits. But even this drop of undying phoenix blood would not suffice to restore his original essence and lifespan. Very well, Su Yun's voice resonated with a low authority. For this trial, you have completed it. Both Qingding and Jiang Wuzi exhaled in relief. At that moment, the restraints on the golden-robed disciple seemed to dissolve. His expression darkened. Consider this a lesson learned. I am willing to accept the trial. It appeared that, having waited so long without any powerful figures from the supreme sacred Tao Palace noticing his predicament, his confidence began to wane, leading him to soften his stance. Yet whether this was genuine capitulation or a mere tactical retreat remained uncertain. No need, Su Yun stated calmly from his bronze throne. It seems you're destined to be unrelated to me. As soon as the words escaped his lips, to the astonishment of Qingding and Jiang Wuzi, a flicker of sheer terror flashed across the eyes of the disciple from the supreme, sacred Tao Palace. Before he could utter a word, he suddenly disintegrated into ashes, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 74, Self-Directed and Performed Death. A chill surged within Qingding and Jiang Wuzi, particularly for Qingding. His expression was one of astonishment. Within his perception, the aura of this disciple from the supreme Tao Palace was even more formidable than his own, yet he was powerless, reduced to mere ashes. Did this not imply that this mysterious entity could extinguish their lives with the ease of crushing an ant? What was even more shocking was the disdain and contempt the entity exhibited towards the supreme Tao Palace. Remarkably, even after the demise of this core disciple of the Eight Sons, the supreme Tao Palace displayed no reaction whatsoever. Or perhaps they were utterly powerless. The implications of this were suffocating. Qingding bowed his head in reverence. An opportunity is granted but once. When it is decreed that you shall perish, you shall indeed perish. He silently rejoiced at having cooperated sufficiently, refraining from any futile resistance. Otherwise, he would have likely met the same fate. Simultaneously, he pondered the true purpose of this enigmatic being. There might render their own power insignificant. Thus, what was the intent behind drawing them into this place? Was it merely a game? Qingding swiftly extinguished this notion. He could not believe that such a powerful entity would possess such leisure. There must be a profound significance underlying this occurrence. For instance, perhaps this mysterious individual, despite their extraordinary strength, was hindered by some unknown limitation? Or was it due to the presence of a formidable adversary preventing them from revealing themselves? Such reasoning began to clarify the situation. A sudden sense of enlightenment washed over Qingding. It felt as though he had touched upon the truth of the matter. This could indeed be an opportunity. Were it not for some predicament, a being of such caliber might never permit them an encounter in their lifetime. With this in mind, being drawn into this place could be a fortuitous turn of events. Casting a glance at Jiang Wuzi, who appeared lost in thought, Qingding felt somewhat exasperated. This fellow seemed excessively earnest, devoid of any semblance of thought. Should Qingding's musings reach Su Yun, he might be unable to suppress a laugh. This was the advantage of a superior position. Every action he took would be scrutinized and interpreted in depth. Yet, were not Qingding's speculations also the result of Su Yun's deliberate guidance? At the uppermost point, Su Yun spoke, his tone unwavering. What a pity. The introduction of newcomers will have to wait until next time. Although there was a minor mishap, it is highly likely that the number of individuals here will increase in the future. For convenience's sake, you may each choose a codename. Codename? Qingding and Jiang Wuzi exchanged glances, a flicker of apprehension passing through their eyes. Should the number of entrants increase, no one wished to reveal their identity. For who knew what malicious intent might lurk among them? After a moment of contemplation, Qingding declared, "My code name shall be Azure Sword." "Scholar," Jiang Wuzi succinctly replied. "Azure Sword." "Scholar," Su Yun noted, tapping his fingers lightly, his demeanor casual. "Next, I have a new task for you. The previous assignment was merely a small test. This time, based on your performance, you may receive corresponding rewards." Qingding and Jiang Wuzi's expressions tightened. "Please, esteemed one, enlighten us." Su Yun's tone remained calm. Gather information regarding the Crimson Emperor. Any and all details are welcome. The more detailed and clandestine, the better. The mention of the Crimson Emperor, the supreme of the Dao realm, Qin Ding and Jiang Wuzi's faces paled. That individual was a sovereign of the Dao realm. At this moment, they felt a peculiar sensation, akin to ants unwittingly embroiled in a conflict between elephants. This seemed to further affirm Qin Ding's previous conjecture. This mysterious powerhouse, for some reason, preferred not to engage directly in the fray. Or perhaps, it was simply not worth their while to intervene personally. This task remains effective indefinitely. If you fail to collect, it is of no consequence. It is not mandatory. As for the value of the information, that shall be determined by me, Su Yun stated with a placid tone. Unless there is anything further, we shall conclude for today. I will notify you in advance before the next gathering. At this juncture, Jiang Wuzi suddenly recalled something and inquired. Esteemed one, how shall we address you? Address? Su Yun's fingers lightly tapped the armrest. After a few seconds, a faint smile graced his lips as he replied. You may call me Xian Huang. With those words, Su Yun waved his hand lightly, severing the connection. The figures of Qin Ding and Jiang Wuzi vanished into the void, leaving him alone in the space behind the door. In the midst of this emptiness, a silhouette suddenly materialized, and upon closer inspection, it was the disciple of the supreme Dao Palace who had disintegrated moments ago. The young man in golden robes stood below, and the voice resonating from his lips was unmistakably Su Yun's, booming and reverberating through the void, as he remarked with a smirk. Quite smooth, the deterrent effect was substantial. The individuals drawn in earlier were merely a product of Su Yun's manipulation of this space, utilizing energy to create them. As for how he acquired information regarding the Supreme Dao Palace, that was naturally facilitated by the leader of the Shadow Palace. However, he indeed contemplated introducing newcomers at the next gathering, gradually increasing their numbers. While the recruitment may seem random, it followed a discernible pattern. It appeared that individuals whose power vastly exceeded the others could not be drawn in. Additionally, those brought in could continue to develop their connections, Su Yun mused, unable to suppress a chuckle. It feels reminiscent of a pyramid scheme. As for the task of gathering information on the Crimson Emperor, there were two aspects at play. On one hand, he genuinely required such intelligence to navigate encounters with the Emperor's subordinates and the other 5 supreme beings of the Dao realm, thereby minimizing the risk of exposure. On the other hand, it would serve to mislead them, steering their speculations about his identity in erroneous directions. After a brief pause, Su Yun looked down at the figure he had conjured, suddenly reminded of a humorous anecdote from his past life, and he couldn't help but laugh. You should leave the group. It's filled with my alternate accounts. Chapter 75. The Great Sun Body Refining Technique upon the Bronze Throne. Su Yun squinted slightly. It was time to transfer the items to the tangible world. Within the realm of the divine void, the rule dictated that only thought forms could enter. However, behind the left gate, the world established by the Scarlet Emperor allowed for the passage of physical objects and even life. This space was one where Su Yun could mobilize his own power and influence reality. The space behind the gate was situated within the divine void, yet remained relatively independent, governed by its own set of rules. Su Yun raised his gaze toward the pitch-black portal. If I were to leave this portal now and venture into the external space, according to the rules, I should not be able to carry these items out. However, if my hypothesis proves correct, there may yet be a way. If it does not work, it would result in considerable trouble. Whether it succeeds or fails, I will know upon attempting it. Su Yun made his decision. Thus, with a mere thought, his mental energy radiated, adhering to the jade vial containing the blood of the immortal phoenix and the wooden box filled with supplementary cultivation materials. With a wave of his hand, a thunderous sound erupted as the portal swung wide open. After completing all the necessary preparations, Su Yun took a deep breath and silently uttered, "Exit." The world before him seemed to pause momentarily. Following that, a whirlwind ensued. Once the disorientation faded, the divine void had expelled him according to his command, depositing him into the tangible realm. Glancing downward, a faint smile crept upon his lips. Success! Along with his own being, a white jade vial and a brown wooden box had also emerged from the divine void. A wave of relief washed over him. This maneuver effectively exploited the conflicting rules between the divine void and the space behind the gate, akin to a computer program's glitch. He had merely approached this endeavor with a spirit of experimentation, uncertain of the outcome. Fortunately, luck was on his side. Otherwise, those items would have remained trapped within that space, entirely unusable, which would have been truly lamentable. Su Yun first picked up the jade vial and poured out a drop of vividly crimson blood, exuding a ferocious aura, the blood of the immortal phoenix. The concentration was average, but it would have to suffice. Without hesitation, he swallowed the blood of the immortal phoenix. Boom! Within him, the blood erupted, instantly transforming into countless streams of scarlet energy, surging wildly throughout his limbs and bones. Amidst the ferocious energy, there was a hint of life essence interwoven, beginning to mend the damage wrought by Su Yun's power depletion. Time slipped by, and an hour passed. The energy from the drop of immortal phoenix blood was fully absorbed. His longevity and foundational damage had improved significantly, yet complete restoration remained elusive. The concentration of this blood was still too low. Nevertheless, he had gained a portion of the immortal traits once more. Next, Su Yun turned his attention to the wooden box. With the materials gathered, it was time to attempt the Great Sun Body refining technique. With a soft click, the box opened. Su Yun beckoned, and at once, the materials within the box seemed to be lifted by invisible hands, floating gracefully in midair. The remaining herbs, gathered only to mislead others, remained inside the box. Information regarding the Great Sun Body refining technique gradually surfaced in his mind. The Great Sun Body refining technique was conceived by supreme beings who visualized the sun and derived insights from it. Upon reaching mastery, one could condense the Tai Ling Yang body, becoming more attuned to fire attribute energy, thereby enhancing the power of fire attribute spells and techniques. If cultivated to perfection, its might would rival that of the true sun. Su Yun's gaze flickered. Of course, that level was still far beyond my grasp. I merely hope that by mastering the Great Sun Body refining technique, I can resolve the issue of excessive yin energy and restore the balance of yin and yang while advancing my prowess. Su Yun gazed at the materials suspended in the air. The Great Sun Body refining technique represented the quintessential essence of yang. Thus, the auxiliary materials predominantly contained immense fire energy. He seated himself cross-legged, arms encircling his knees. As he began to channel the Great Sun Body refining technique, the materials floating in midair erupted violently, transforming into fine mist, which then coalesced into droplets of red liquid. Boom! A brilliant light sparkled in Su Yun's eyes, and every hair on his body seemed to stand on end. They transformed into numerous voracious mouths, drawing in the fiery mist, forming a swirling vortex around Su Yun. As time flowed by, his entire being, skin, brow, and bones gradually took on a hue of crimson. Countless particles of fire energy spiraled into his body, igniting a blaze around him, as if the sun's fire had been summoned down to the earthly realm. The very air seemed to ignite. With a sudden jolt, Su Yun's body trembled. The raging flames slowly retreated back into his body. At that moment, he abruptly opened his eyes, his dark orbs resembling polished black gems, radiating a captivating brilliance. Suddenly, at the center of his pupils, a tiny flame flickered, no larger than a needle's tip, yet it resembled the blazing sun, making it difficult to gaze directly at. Su Yun gradually reigned in his aura, returning his body to normal, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, although he was still a distance from achieving the Tai Ling Yang body, he had made a successful foray into the Great Sun Body refining technique. Oh, what is this? Suddenly, a change swept across Su Yun's expression. Chapter 76. Fusion of Energies. Sign in for the thunder. Bow. A look of astonishment crossed Su Yun's face. Within his body, the silvery white power of the moon began to merge with the scarlet energy of the sun, ultimately transforming into a peculiar, dark golden energy. This energy did not embody the cold, feminine essence of the moon, nor the assertive, domineering nature of the sun. Instead, it emanated a subtle aura of immortality. As the solar energy continuously intertwined with itself, it metamorphosed into this dark golden energy, permeating every fiber of his flesh. With a soft hiss, Su Yun's formidable physique, already powerful, now felt a distinct enhancement under the refinement of this dark golden energy. Not only his body, but also the portion of the heavenly and earthly energies within him, as well as the untransformed Tao essence, became more refined and pure. The dark golden energy even seeped into his sea of consciousness, causing it to surge, roil, and expand. Moreover, the injuries he had sustained from absorbing a drop of the immortal phoenix's blood, which had not yet fully healed, were remarkably restored with the flow of this energy. Su Yun's heart was filled with astonishment. The combination of the moon and sun energies had resulted in a special form of energy. It had extraordinary effects on physical enhancement, while also bolstering mental strength and replenishing the damage to his foundational essence. Having just practiced the great sun body refining technique, the solar energy within him was significantly weaker compared to the lunar energy, which meant that without sufficient solar energy, this dark golden energy could no longer form. Yet, within this brief moment, Su Yun's power had visibly escalated. He mused quietly. Once the great sun body refining technique reaches its zenith, allowing him to cultivate the supreme solar body, what might ensue? Choosing to practice these two techniques had undoubtedly been the right decision. An anticipatory feeling bloomed within him. At that moment, he recalled that he had yet to check in for the day. His previous seclusion had already caused him to miss several sign-in opportunities, and he could not afford to squander today as chance. With that thought, Su Yun silently intoned, "System, sign in, ding. Host sign in successful, reward, thunderbow." Su Yun's expression shifted. Another weapon? A bow-type weapon. This is indeed the first time I've received such an item from a sign-in. With a mere thought, he reached into his storage space. In one corner of the system interface, a massive bow, seemingly forged entirely from condensed lightning, lay quietly, exuding a sharp and intimidating aura that made one's heart race. This is the Thunder Bow? What a fearsome presence! Even through mere mental observation within the storage space, he could sense a razor-sharp intensity that nearly deterred him from gazing directly at it. Su Yun felt a profound conviction. Among the countless weapons he had acquired through his sign-ins, the power of this Thunderbow was likely the most formidable. Although he could not discern its material after prolonged observation, such details were inconsequential. After all, for a weapon, potency and ease of use were paramount. Everything else was trivial. Just as Su Yun withdrew his consciousness from the storage space, his communicator beeped insistently. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was a call from Feng Shui. "Hello, Mom. Is there something urgent?" "All right, I'll return immediately." A few seconds later, the call ended. What would be so pressing? With a swift motion, Su Yun vanished from the courtyard. Su Yun materialized in a serene, upscale residential area in District 5, known as the Purple Moon Community. This enclave was devoid of high-rise buildings, featuring only individual villas, each standing alone, complemented by opulent estate-style residences. Within the community, artificial ponds and a profusion of flowers and trees adorned the landscape, with the villas artfully arranged among rockeries and sports fields. Though the entire Qingcheng Bay City was expansive, with a population exceeding 10 million and various essential industrial zones, land was exceedingly scarce. Thus, standalone villas were a rarity, their prices exorbitantly high, compounded by substantial taxes. In all of Qingcheng Bay City, the number of residents capable of affording such luxury was exceedingly limited. The previous by Shui community, while considered mid to high-end, paled in comparison to this locale. Before his identity was revealed, Su Yun could offer limited assistance, such as enhancing Su Xiaoyu's talents, discreetly promoting Su Wenxin and Feng Shui, and adding medicinal herbs to meals to improve vitality and longevity. However, now that his identity was exposed, such efforts seemed unnecessary. Though Su Yun had not yet brought it up, Qing Yuan had already arranged everything meticulously, purchasing a residence in the finest location of District 5 and thoughtfully hiring a butler and servants. Naturally, Su Yun was immensely satisfied with this. The reason Qing Yuan had become his trusted aide managing everything so efficiently, was not without justification. In the living room of the Purple Moon Community Villa, Su Yin listened to the accounts of Feng Shui and Su Wenchun, rendered momentarily speechless. Wait, our relatives? They previously resided at the 9th defense line, and during the recent beast tide, they successfully evacuated. Now, they have re-established contact with our family? Chapter 77. 1,000 miles away. A single arrow pierces the sky. Feng Shui nodded and explained, "Indeed, is my aunt your great-aunt? Over 20 years ago, due to work-related issues, her family relocated to the Qingcheng Bay City at the 9th defense line, where they have since settled." Her gaze turned nostalgic. "When I was little, my aunt took good care of me. When I was born in the hospital, she was the first to notice I was cold and promptly covered me with a blanket. When your father and I had just married and were struggling to find stable jobs, she gathered what little money she had to help us through a difficult time." Su Yin recalled the existence of this relative, as Feng Shui often mentioned her during their childhood. However, since he was not yet born when they moved away, he never met her, which left him with a faint impression. Moreover, the vast distance between their families made communication in that era exceedingly inconvenient, leading to a gradual loss of contact. Feng Shui sighed. "My aunt also has a son who reportedly passed away a few years ago, but she still has a pair of grandchildren. This morning, I received news conveyed by your cousin that they successfully evacuated before Yuqing fell and will be relocated to the 6th defense line, which conveniently happens to be our Qingcheng Bay City." Su Wenqing added, "Indeed, my aunt's family has been quite kind to ours. Although the older generation is no longer with us, we must not forget our roots. If we can assist, we should do our utmost to support them." "I understand." Su Yun nodded. "Dad, Mom, rest assured, I will make the necessary arrangements. After all, there is a blood connection between the two families." And given that they had previously assisted Su Wenqing and Feng Shui, Su Yun could not stand idly by. Furthermore, to him, this was merely a minor matter. "So, I leave this matter to you," Feng Shui said. With a mere thought, Su Yun expanded his mental energy, enveloping the entire Qingcheng Bay City. He quickly located Qin Wu, who was patrolling the city walls and overseeing operations. "I heard that the 9th defense line's refugees will be evacuated to the 6th defense line." Su Yun's voice resonated, directly reaching Qin Wu's ears. Initially startled, Qin Wu soon recognized Su Yun's voice and replied mentally, "Yes, that is the directive from above. The main forces of the beast tide have retreated, but this situation feels peculiar. We are apprehensive about a potential resurgence, so we cannot allow these individuals to return just yet. Instead, they will continue to be relocated to the inner defense lines." So instructive. "There are 2 individuals among this group that require special attention. Once they arrive, contact me directly." He provided their names. "Understood. I will make the necessary arrangements immediately." Qin Wu affirmed without further inquiries. It was merely a trivial matter, and he would naturally not refuse. Simultaneously, in the wilderness, accompanied by a subtle sound of friction, a train whizzed through a tunnel constructed of a transparent, peculiar material. The edge of the 7th defense line faded into the background, hundreds of miles behind. Inside the carriage, countless individuals sat, all originating from the fallen 9th or 10th defense lines. Most remained silent, with only a few engaging in hushed conversations. After all, their cities had just been obliterated by the beast tide, and some had even brushed against the ferocious monsters. In the corner of the 26th carriage, a young man and woman sat together. The young man, in his mid-20s, wore a black hoodie and had short hair, while the girl appeared younger, around 15 or 16. At that moment, the girl's face was pale, lacking any color, as she rested her head on the table and slept. Suddenly, the girl awoke with a start, cold sweat beading on her forehead. "What is wrong, Yishuan? Did you have another nightmare?" The young man, Qingcheng, startled, asked. "No, it's nothing," the girl replied, wiping her forehead and shaking her head silently. Qingcheng sighed, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Soon, concern began to creep in. According to previous reports, most individuals aboard would not be permitted to enter the inner Bay City, but would instead be assigned to settlements on the outskirts. After all, the population within the city was already substantial. Of course, those with martial prowess or wealth could easily gain entry, yet he possessed neither of these attributes. Qingcheng sighed again. His aunt's family resided in Qingcheng Bay City, and based on the information left by his parents, he attempted to send them a letter, uncertain whether it had reached them. Furthermore, the two families had scarcely communicated over the years, leaving him unsure if they would even care. Suddenly, someone on the train pointed out the window, exclaiming, "Beast!" Jiang Chung frowned. Beasts in the wilderness were commonplace. However, when he turned to look outside, his body froze. What is this? A massive creature, resembling a small mountain, the black-tailed dark leopard, stood with its piercing, vicious eyes fixed on the speeding train. Notably, the beast's hind leg was severely injured, still oozing blood, its pupils filled with unbridled hatred. With a thunderous roar, it struck the protective barrier with a massive paw. The impact reverberated like an earthquake, causing the enormous train to shudder violently. Many passengers lost their balance, colliding against the train's side, startled cries echoing throughout. A plump man trembled, muttering to himself, "It's fine, it's fine." The barrier is specially designed to withstand beast attacks. It's incredibly sturdy. The black-tailed dark leopard's fierce glare and its giant claws, entwined with purple energy, continued to rain down upon the barrier. The sound of explosions erupted. With each strike, the engraved patterns on the protective barrier radiated brilliantly, but the light quickly dimmed under the relentless assault, and cracks began to appear on the surface. Spreading rapidly, the ground trembled violently, the intensity causing the train to trigger an emergency stop, coming to a sudden halt. 50 kilometers away, at the nearest base city, several figures soared into the sky. How could there be a city-destroying beast? A furious voice exclaimed. It's that injured black-tailed dark leopard. How could this creature not retreat with the beast tied and instead lie in wait for revenge? With a cold huff filled with extreme anger, someone in the central area of the base city transformed into a streak of light, rushing towards the site of the attack. Martial masters from even more distant base cities also ascended into the air, hastily heading to the scene. However, it was too late. This creature was far too cunning, choosing a location that was the farthest from the surrounding base cities. The tunnel's material, which protected the wilderness train, could withstand attacks from soaring realms, but was no match for a city-destroying beast comparable to human martial masters. It would shatter after only a few strikes. The black-tailed dark leopard's fierce gaze remained fixed as its relentless attacks continued, the protective barrier teetering on the brink of collapse, accompanied by its earth-shattering roar. The nearby ground began to stir with dust, as scattered beasts were summoned and gathered under the pressure of bloodlines and power. Their numbers reached into the thousands. Shortly after the attack commenced, at the city walls of Qingcheng Bay City, Qin Wu, having received the news, wore a grim expression. What? Damn it! Something has gone wrong. However, the location of the attack was thousands of miles away. Even a formidable practitioner of martial arts would find it impossible to intervene. For him, not to mention a rescue, even reaching the site would require considerable effort. By that time, it would be far too late. Moreover, according to intelligence, even the nearest base city would not arrive in time for assistance. The train was filled with ordinary people, almost entirely defenseless. At that moment, as Qin Wu felt a sense of helplessness weighing heavily on him, an inexplicable wave of trepidation surged within him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. He abruptly looked up, his face a mask of astonishment. What is this? In his perception, an energy disturbance erupted within the confines of Qingcheng Bay City, forming a vortex that nearly enveloped the entire city. The martial artists within the city were stunned, their bodies trembling. What has happened? As for the ordinary citizens, although lacking martial prowess and unable to perceive the ebb and flow of energy, they suddenly felt an instinctual pressure bearing down upon them. Look, someone exclaimed. The originally clear and cloudless sky darkened abruptly, becoming shrouded in thick clouds. Within the clouds, countless bolts of lightning streaked across the sky, twisting like serpents, followed by the resounding roar of thunder. At that moment, Su Yun floated in the high heavens. Having just signed in to receive the thunderbow, he had already retrieved it from his storage space and held it in his hand. He had just finished communicating with Qin Wu, and his spiritual energy still enveloped the entire city, allowing him to be aware of the moment Qin Wu received the news. In his pitch-black eyes, a dark light flickered. imbued with a hint of icy anger. Just as he had made a promise to Feng Shui, trouble arose. Had it not been for the timely coverage of his spiritual energy over the city, he might still be unaware of the situation. This thought sparked a flicker of anger in his gaze. Grasping the thunder bow, he felt in that instant that the aura of everything was surging, becoming extraordinarily clear and easily discernible. Was this the bow's effect? He pondered. A city-destroying beast. He swiftly pinpointed its location. In his perception, the beast's aura shone like a sun in the darkness. Su Yun's pupils were deep and reflective, encompassing 1,000 miles. Found you. In the next moment, he pinched his thumb and middle finger together, gently pulling back. The thunder bow, consisting solely of its frame, shimmered with azure light. Yet at this moment, heaven and earth served as the bowstring, his cultivation as the arrow, and his spiritual energy as the aim. Buzz! A multitude of lightning converged. An arrow, entwined and flickering with lightning, slowly took shape, shooting straight ahead. Drawing the bow. Crack! In that instant, many people in Qingcheng Bay City looked up. With a crisp sound, they were astonished to witness a brilliant azure light cutting through the air, vanishing in an instant into the celestial expanse. Chapter 78. Obliteration. 8,000 miles away, in the desolate wilderness, the black-tailed ferret soared through the air, launching relentless attacks. The ground trembled violently, accompanied by resounding booms. As the evacuees from the 9th Defense Line displayed frantic expressions, the thunderous roars echoing directly in their hearts. Finally, at a certain moment, the black-tailed ferret exhaled streams of purple energy, swirling in the air to form a dark cloud, within which shadowy figures flickered. Accompanied by a deep, ominous roar, a creature, entirely deep purple, emerged from the cloud, coalesced from energy, and crashed into the protective shield with a thunderous impact. Boom! With a colossal sound, the shield could no longer withstand the assault. A large hole was torn open. The summoned beast slowly licked its lips, becoming exceedingly agitated, having caught the scent of blood and food. The black-tailed ferret's purple eyes were cold and indifferent. It measured several dozen meters in length, its body adorned with scales the size of houses, sharp as steel blades, glinting with a cold light. Its wings, forged like an alloy of steel, were twice its body length, exceeding 100 meters, casting a shadow across the sky as they moved. Though it had lost one of its hind limbs, this only intensified the brutality in its gaze. Roaring, the black-tailed ferret suddenly dove downward, and at the moment its roar erupted, the beast seemed to receive a command, rushing forth with impatience, howling. On the train, Jiang Cheng instinctively and desperately shielded Jiang Yishuan behind him, aware of the futility of his actions, his body trembling with fear. Yet just then, the black-tailed ferret's tail abruptly retracted, its massive black scales standing on end, an indescribable sense of impending danger prompting it to instinctively take flight, halting its attack. Its expression was filled with uncertainty. In the next moment, a sound of air being sliced through echoed as its colossal form accelerated to an extreme speed, seeking to retreat and later find an opportunity to exact revenge on humanity. It sensed the danger. Damn, there's no time. Several practitioners, arriving from different directions and various base cities, initially filled with anger and helplessness, suddenly looked up in unison, their senses extending far beyond that of ordinary people, detecting. Something was approaching. Above the vast sky, thunder rumbled. In the next instant, a faint light appeared in the depths of the heavens. Several practitioners felt a chill run down their spines. The terrifying divine radiance, even a mere glance, was enough to sting their eyes. Under their astonished gazes, the light expanded, growing larger and clearer, ultimately taking the form of an arrow, traversing the void from 1,000 miles away. With unimaginable speed, it thunderously descended, aiming directly at the location of the black-tailed ferret and thousands of beasts. In the black-tailed ferret's suddenly constricted pupils, amidst the terrified roars of thousands of beasts, the arrow's divine radiance erupted, unleashing a tempest of azure lightning like a furious dragon, forming a sea of thunder. Piercing screams faintly resonated, but were instantly obliterated by the overwhelming force. When the last bolt of lightning dissipated, all the beasts, including the black-tailed ferret, had vanished without a trace. On the train, the crowd gradually awakened from their stupor, erupting in excited shouts and cheers. What had once seemed a certain death, who would have thought they were still alive? They were alive. Hooray! Hooray! In a corner of the train, Jiang Yishuan stood in a daze. Jiang Cheng exhaled deeply, speaking in awe. A master practitioner has intervened, vanquishing the beasts. This is the power of a practitioner. He shook his head, lamenting his lack of martial talent. Realizing he was destined to remain unconnected to the martial world in this lifetime. In the high sky, several arriving practitioners had gathered together. What was that just now? Someone questioned uncertainly. That attack should have originated from the Qingcheng Bay City. It must have been that person. Are you referring to the black-clad war god? Who else could it be? To cross 1,000 miles and obliterate a city-level beast with a single arrow. Just now. That black-tailed ferret possessed strength equivalent to a human practitioner at the 5th tier. Even our governor of the Qingcheng province could only sever one of its legs and ultimately let it escape. Even if we pursued, we might not be able to contend with it. The battle in Qingcheng City had been broadcasted live by a daring reporter. Consequently, numerous videos circulated, although they were swiftly sealed and classified as top secret. Nonetheless, it garnered significant attention, and people began to refer to the figure in black from the footage as the black-clad war god. After the heart-stopping attack concluded, the train wasted no time, continuing its journey across the wilderness. Finally, on the 3rd day, the silhouette of Qingcheng Bay City appeared before them. Approaching Qingcheng Bay City, with a rumble, the train gradually slowed as it entered the station. A clear female voice echoed through the speakers. Please maintain order and follow the guidance. Repeat, please. Clap, clap. Jiang Cheng and Jiang Yishuan disembarked from the train. They had finally arrived. Both appeared fatigued. It was challenging to relax and rest in the wilderness, remaining in a constant state of tension. Upon exiting, they saw a middle-aged man holding a booklet, his expression solemn. Those whose names are called will be arranged for accommodation, either within the city or its surrounding gathering points. The refugees evacuating from the 9th defense line number in the hundreds of thousands, even millions, and despite the previous war claiming many lives, there are not enough vacancies at the 6th defense line as base cities. Moreover, the surrounding gathering points are already filled with countless people waiting to enter the base city. To gain entry into the city, one typically needed to be a practitioner, possess martial talent, or have a powerful background. Li Xian, entry into the city. Wang Mingming, entry into the city. Yang Zhenxing, He Shui Dan. Those permitted entry naturally bore smiles, while those assigned to gathering points, despite being prepared, could not help but feel disheartened. Yang Yu, Beliu Gittering Bunt. A man in a suit could hardly accept this reality, his face showing reluctance as he shouted, "Why? I refuse to go to a gathering point." Silence. A practitioner stepped forward with a cold demeanor, their auras surging. The suited man promptly fell silent. The middle-aged man snorted, glancing at the names in his booklet, his expression shifting slightly, before calling out, "Jiang Cheng, Jiang Yishuan." Who are Jiang Cheng and Jiang Yishuan? Jiang Cheng was taken aback. Unlike the others who were directly arranged, why did they seem different? With a mixture of anxiety, Jiang Cheng pulled Jiang Yishuan away from the crowd. That would be us. The middle-aged man muttered a few words to a nearby individual. Immediately, someone approached them and said, "Follow me." Jiang Cheng and Jiang Yishuan dared not ask further and quickly followed. After walking a short distance, Jiang Cheng finally took a breath and couldn't help but inquire, "Where are you taking us? It seems someone is looking for you." "I'm not clear on the specifics. I'm merely following orders." "Thank you." Jiang Cheng chose not to press further. However, his unease grew, and even the usually silent Jiang Yishuan couldn't help but lift her head. Exiting the platform, they arrived in a grand hall, where the magnificent walls of Qingcheng Bay City came into view, with numerous vehicles entering. The man said, "This should be it. You two wait here for a moment." With that, he turned and left. Jiang Cheng and Jiang Yishuan exchanged glances, finding themselves compelled to remain where they stood. Suddenly, a gentle voice resonated nearby, startling both siblings. Qingcheng abruptly looked up, only to discover an unfamiliar figure before them. A young man, perhaps in his 20s, clad in dark attire, bore a subtle smile that evoked a sense of familiarity. Yet, intertwined with his warmth was an unsettling aura that sent shivers down their spines. How did this man appear? Like a ghost, without a hint of notice? Jiangcheng's heart quivered, and he hesitantly inquired, "Who are you?" Su Yun replied with a smile, "I am Su Yun, here to escort you both." Noticing their bewilderment, he continued, "Feng Shui is my mother." Jiangcheng's eyes brightened in realization, exclaiming, "You are my cousin?" Su Yun nodded in affirmation. "This is our first meeting, isn't it?" Jiangcheng's expression beamed with joy. "How wonderful. I was worried you hadn't received the message or had moved away." However, before he could elaborate, laughter erupted from behind them. "Oh, if it isn't Jiangcheng. What a coincidence to run into you here." Turning, they saw two figures approaching. One, a young man with a shock of gray hair, around 30, and the other, a robust individual clad in martial attire, exuding an air of calm detachment. Yi-Hang. Upon recognizing the pair, Jiangcheng's countenance shifted dramatically. Chapter 79. A choice before you. Jiangcheng turned his head sharply, fixing a fierce gaze upon newcomer. "What exactly do you want?" he demanded. "Why be so obstinate?" The young man with gray hair smiled lightly. "As long as your sister becomes mine, not only will her future be secure, but I can also assist you with whatever you desire. After all, once that happens, you will be my brother-in-law, and I would not mind lending a hand with small favors. I genuinely have affection for your sister. Why stand in the way?" Jiang Yishuan trembled, instinctively retreating behind Jiangcheng. "Shameless." Jiangcheng seethed, his body shaking with fury. "Yuhang, you have already harmed countless women in Mu City. Are you truly unaware of your reputation? Who does not know it? Moreover, my sister is merely 15. Those are trivial matters. They cannot be compared," Yuhang dismissed casually. "Though your sister is still young, she exudes a unique charm that captivated me from our very first encounter. It is a sensation I have never experienced before. So, I advise you to ponder carefully. You two must have already been assigned to a settlement, correct? If your sister joins me, I can arrange for both of you to enter the city immediately. We have no need for your offers. Just leave." Jiangcheng was infuriated beyond measure. At this point, Yuhang's smile began to fade slowly. "You unappreciative wretch," he said, flicking the edge of his clothing and frowning. "Do you truly believe that now that Mu City has been ravaged by the beast tide and we have arrived in the territory of Qing City, I am powerless against you?" Jiangcheng's heart sank involuntarily. He indeed thought so. Mu City was under Yuhang's formidable influence. But now that everyone had fled to the 6th defensive line, could they not evade him? Yuhang scoffed. "Do you really think I care about my holdings in Mu City? How naive. Have you not noticed? My surname is Yu." Upon hearing this, Jiangcheng's face drained of color. The surname Yu, coupled with the emphasis placed upon it, could not be more telling. The Yu family, one of the 36 prominent families in the Tang Kingdom. These families had emerged during the cataclysm and the revival of the extraordinary, contributing significantly to the establishment of the Tang Kingdom, thus wielding immense power and privileges. For over a century, the status of these 36 families had remained unchallenged, and the Yu family was one among them. Therefore, when Yuhang hinted at his affiliation with the Yu family, Jiangcheng's heart plummeted into the abyss, spiraling downward. For an ordinary person like him, the Yu family was an insurmountable behemoth. "Ah," Yuhang mused, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he observed Jiangcheng's shifting, distressed expressions with the fascination of an art connoisseur. "It seems you have comprehended the situation. However, I am a person who prefers mutual affection over coercion. So now you may choose." His countenance bore a smile of superiority, as if he controlled all. "Will you choose to agree, or will you choose to refuse? Believe me, I do not wish to resort to violence, but should I be provoked, I might very well become angered." At his words, Jiang Yishuan trembled, tears shimmering in her eyes as she clutched her brother's garment. Faced with such circumstances, Jiangcheng appeared pale and somewhat at a loss. Any decision he made seemed like a desperate struggle for survival. Choice. Just then, a calm voice emerged from the side, capturing everyone's attention. "Now, I too present you with a choice," Su Yun spoke evenly. Kneel and apologize, then sever a limb. Perhaps I might consider sparing your life. Chapter 80. Solidified silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the surroundings, as if the very air had crystallized. Yu Hang's expression instantly turned frosty. Qingcheng's face shifted dramatically as he whispered, "This has nothing to do with you. Did you not hear? He is from the Yu family." His complexion turned ashen. As the older brother, regardless of the outcome, "I must remain. You need not involve yourself. Depart swiftly." In his mind, he recalled that his aunt's family was in a precarious situation. Even if they were doing relatively well, how could they possibly be compared to the Yu family? "Leave it to me. It will be fine." Suyin replied with a smile. Is the Yu family truly formidable? Qingcheng's countenance could not help but change. Meanwhile, Yu Hang could not suppress a laugh, exclaiming, Qingcheng, is this your relative? Is he perhaps a bit unhinged for not even knowing about the Yu family before daring to step forward? Let me enlighten you. The Yu family is one of the 36 families of the Tang Kingdom, understand? Suyin narrowed his eyes and replied softly, "More than that. I wish to know another matter. Your Mu City base has fallen, and you couldn't even evacuate the ordinary citizens. The vast majority perished at the hands of monstrous beasts. How is it that a martial artist managed to survive?" Yu Hang was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. How amusing. Do you jest? I already told you, I am from the Yu family. Do you think the martial artist mandatory city defense orders hold any weight for me? Even if the 9th defense line falls, or even the 6th, 5th, or 4th, as long as humanity has not been extinguished, I shall endure. Because the sacrifices of those martial artists, like you insignificant ants, will buy me time to escape. Comprehend? The rules are crafted for people like you, while we're the architects of those very rules. Yu Hang paid little heed to how Suyin knew he was a martial artist. Perhaps it was merely a guess or a deduction based on his earlier words. Either way, it was inconsequential. He was indeed a martial artist, and a formidable one at that, at the 8th level of vitality and blood. Is that so? Suyin inquired. Indeed, Yu Hang scoffed coldly. Suyin fell silent, his eyes resembling an unfathomable abyss. Lost in thought, Yu Hang's gaze narrowed, and with indifference declared, I detest those who feign grandeur in my presence. Zhang Wei, incapacitate him. His demeanor began to grow menacing. Understood. The burly man clad in martial attire, who had been meditating beside Yu Hang, opened his eyes upon hearing the command. He slowly advanced towards Suyin. Jiang Yishuan anxiously glanced at Qingcheng. Brother, Qingcheng's expression shifted as he gritted his teeth, preparing to step forward. Yet, before he could act, the burly man's eyes flashed with brilliance, and a tremendous pressure descended, immobilizing both of them in place. Young master only instructed me to deal with this one. You two should remain here quietly. Otherwise, it would be unfortunate if you were caught in the crossfire, the burly man remarked flatly. A congenital martial artist. In the entire Qingcheng base, with a population exceeding 10 million, there were scarcely over 200 congenital martial artists. Yet at that moment, the man who appeared as a gray-haired youth's bodyguard was indeed one of them. Jiangcheng and Jiang Yishuan could only move their eyes, astonished. The disparity between ordinary people and martial artists was simply insurmountable. Even soldiers, trained and armed with firearms, were rendered powerless before a martial artist of high vitality. As for ordinary individuals in the presence of a congenital martial artist, they were truly akin to ants. The burly man advanced unimpeded towards Suyin. Suyin remained motionless, standing quietly as if frozen in place. Suddenly, the burly man halted, his expression turning uncertain. He realized, to his astonishment, that he could not sense the opponent's aura. Although visible to the naked eye, in terms of perception, Suyin, clad in black, stood before him like an enigmatic black hole, absorbing all surrounding energy. What is happening? His brow furrowed sharply. No, it cannot be. I must be imagining things. He steadied his nerves, maintaining a detached demeanor, and prepared to strike again. Yet at that moment, the burly man suddenly perceived that his line of sight appeared to have lowered. The expressions of Qingcheng and Jiang Yishuan, which had initially been filled with terror, morphed into a peculiar look. In the next instant, he realized, without knowing when he had inexplicably knelt to the ground. Thump, thump, thump. His heart raced violently. Yet within that rhythm, There was no sound of a vigorous heartbeat, only the mournful tolling akin to a funeral drum echoing in his ears. Cold sweat erupted from his forehead. At this moment, he understood that the man before him was no ordinary individual, but an undeniable force. His body trembled violently, and his vision began to blur. He struggled to open his eyes, only to find blood tears streaming down. He attempted to plead for mercy, but could utter not a single word, for the scorching hot blood choked his trembling throat. The intense agony contorted his face almost beyond recognition. Hut, hut, hut. Suyin did not spare him a glance, merely walking past him, causing the burly man's expression to become utterly frozen. Life itself seemed to have halted. Breath ceased entirely. The siblings regained control, their astonished gazes fixed upon Qingcheng. His eyes were vacant. What exactly was his cousin? You. Yu-Hang instinctively retreated a step, his expression one of utter shock. This outcome was beyond his wildest imagination. Suyin stood with his hands clasped behind him, opening his mouth, his expression as tranquil as before. It is regrettable. I afforded you the opportunity to choose, yet you failed to seize it. Thus, your decision, I shall make for you. Chapter 81. There is only one outcome in this moment. Yu-Hang no longer exuded the earlier arrogance. As Su-Yun approached step by step, his expression became increasingly flustered. Who exactly are you? For you, it matters not, Su-Yun replied, his dark eyes fixated on Yu-Hang. A dead man has no need to know so much. Do you truly dare to kill me? Yu-Hang's pupils constricted sharply, his expression turning ferocious. Today's incident may be my misstep, but I am a direct descendant of the Yu family. If you openly kill me, you are provoking the entire Yu clan and challenging the dignity of the 36 families. I acknowledge your strength, far surpassing what I had anticipated. Yet, no matter how formidable you are, can you single-handedly contend with the Yu family and the 36 clans? He continued, before you act, you should carefully consider the consequences. His tone softened slightly. If you spare my life today, I assure you that this matter will end here. I will not seek revenge. After all, she's merely a woman. People of our stature should not engage in such trivial disputes. Is that so? Su-Yun suddenly halted in his tracks. Yu-Hang exhaled in relief, believing Su-Yun had calmed down and was weighing the situation. However, Su-Yun's expression remained indifferent. I now grant you an opportunity. You may use any means to save yourself, subordinates or kin, anyone at all. Let's see if anyone can protect you. As for the outcome, I can tell you now, you will die. Yu-Hang's countenance darkened significantly, yet he refrained from uttering anything that might provoke Su-Yun further. At this juncture, preserving his life outweighed any concern for pride. As long as his opponent was not a madman intent on killing him on the spot, he believed he could survive.